Your attention, please. Fans, the Baseball Tomorrow Fund is a...
You don't own me, you don't even know me. This vagabond with a two-part path to the great beyond. Say genuine, a ground floor up, I can help you find. You're a dreamer, call me when you're Bieber. And when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. The wondered bond don't work no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. What is the reason there never was one needed? It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down. It's the time to act, 'cause the best defense is a timeless track. No, you don't own me, you don't even know me. But when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. There was a moment, a hole opened in the sky, a chance to join their pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, now even angels sing along. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, pull you over to the side, look you straight into the eyes. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never.
Check me out now. Tony. Yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montgomery, yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer, psych. I go to sleep in for yikes. Tell me,
Today is June 11th, 2020, and here we are, it's a Thursday. Opening matchup today for Ball, Boston Red Sox, Tampa Bay Rays here. Tropicana Field. Be the third game set. Both teams have split one apiece so far. This is the playoff game. Kyle DeSantis, my partner Jaden Becker. On the mound here we got Charlie Morton for Tampa Bay. Can you give us some info about him?
Charlie Morton, really one of the main focal points of this Rays push throughout the early part of the season. Now we're heading into June. Two-time All-Star, has traveled around the league a little bit, but last season was really his breakout year. Led all MLB pitchers into 8 home runs per 9. Also set career highs in wins, ERA, A's, and innings and strikeouts. Right now, this season, he is second in the strikeout standings.
Pitch to Jose Peraza, the leadoff man, the inside for a strike. Start time 12:15 Eastern time, by the way. The Rays outfield. Get to the fielding matchup in a bit. And pitch Be a little grounder. That's going to be up the middle. Peraza going to lead off. This hit. Boston.
Good shot by Peraza there, the Venezuelan native. Usually known for his defensive struggles, but on the base paths and with the bat, has played pretty well. Best known with his time in Cincinnati.
The steps Jackie Bradley Jr. had a home run yesterday in that Red Sox win. For Bay there, second in the AL East. Win next series are only 3.5 games out of the top spot in the AL East, obviously, to the New York Yankees.
And they're going to have a series against the Yankees next. So that could be, excuse me, that would be the Red Sox having a series against the Yankees next. So the Red Sox could try to make a push as well, as they're only 10.5 games back.
It's actually good, or at least in this case, Red Sox, if they take care of action against the Yankees, next series with Tampa Bay, which you're going to see tomorrow, they're going to stay at home. They're going to take on the Baltimore Orioles. So perfect opportunity for both teams to perform at their highest abilities, and if they win their games, you could see a switch in the standings.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Jackie Bradley Jr., Gold Glover back in 2018, has been a career Red Sox. Led the AL center fielders in assists, meaning his arm has just been tremendous in the field.
It's that inside curve for a strike. As you mentioned, Jackie Bradley Jr. in 2018, he was a part of that Red Sox World Series team. He was also the 2018 ALCS MVP that took down the Houston Astros.
A lot of people might start to put an asterisk next to that World Series run, but still stands in the record book.
Mentioned that he went opposite way right there. Right, dropped in front of Renfroe. First 2 batters for Boston both got on base. First and second, no outs. DH JD Martinez, who here in this case, it's the lefties for average, but for the righties, more power.
You want to talk about power? This guy has all of it. JD Martinez is exactly what you want from your DH. Has 15 home runs on the season, topping the Red Sox.
Inside.
About JD Martinez, past 2 seasons, and in 2015, he's a 3-time All-Star. Mentioned the past 2 seasons. He's the AL starting DH who into that role really well for Boston.
Ball.
And you're right there, Kyle. Really was one of the main focal points of that 2018 run. Has obviously had his struggles in the field, but very much better served in the DH position.
Morton, he's 8-1 on the year. Himself into a little bit of trouble so far. 3-0 to Martinez. He could walk the bases, and when you got Rafael Devers on deck, anything could happen.
100%. You mentioned Charlie Morton. His ERA has been pretty strong this year as well, 2.84 on the season.
That's the ball. Take your base.
That's going to be a 4-pitch walk. That for the inside corner looked like another curve, and
The third baseman.
just missed out on that call. Bases are loaded, no men out.
Is the last person you're going to want coming to the plate when the bases are loaded. Rafael Devers had a really strong season last year. Led the American League in doubles and extra base hits. So an extra base hit here could break this game open in the first inning.
You see Devers also top 5 for his position. All-Star voting, which is starting to become a factor here as we're just a month away from that All-Star weekend. Fouls that one off. One pitch into Devers. A foul ball there, 0-2 now.
Devers' batting average has struggled a little bit compared to last season. Batted .311, now at .256. Would like to see that get up if you're Devers.
And a missed strike 3, high fastball there. Devers couldn't catch up. Morton's first strikeout on the day, and that was a big at-bat there for Morton. This is loaded jam.
Yeah, if you're Morton, that's exactly what you need. Sometimes you just need a punch out to start the rally going. Pitching wise, had a tough time getting into his groove. First 3 at bat.
And the first baseman, Schmorlin. As you mentioned, even though he's only had 8 home runs on the year, he knows something about power. In 8 of his last 9 seasons, 15-plus home runs, each of his last 5.
He did struggle with injury last season. Surprisingly, he has 3 different contracts with the Red Sox, including a 1-year deal he signed this offseason. So definitely wants to stay in Boston.
And 2 now, that outside fastball onto the plate.
Morton already at 17 pitches in this first inning with 1 out.
And oh, that's inside, 2-2 for the curveball. This ball on the lower half of the zone. Enough of it for strike 3. He's down looking. Kevin Pillar. He froze him for sure. Pillar now with the opportunity to some runs here and actually break this game open, and we're only in the top of the first.
What a wasted opportunity it would be if Pillar can't drive anybody in here. For the first 3 at bats, all made their way to base.
They're 1-0.
1-0.
A little grounder here that's going to go to Adama. Is going to throw onto Lau. Rays are going to get out of a bases-loaded jam. By 2 strikeouts by Charlie Morton. We go down to the bottom of the first. Kiermaier, Adames, and Meadows due up for Tampa Bay. Morton, the starting pitcher today for Boston. Into the league from Atlanta, drafted 2009, so selected in the 2008 draft. Philadelphia did not sign. He's also a former Tampa Bay Ray. His Rays debut 2 years ago, April, when Kiermaier steps into the dish.
Weber only had 3 starts on 18 appearances last season. Had a pretty high ERA, 5.09. But this year has dropped it to 3.29 on the season. Not a guy who really throws for a lot of strikeouts, only 58 on the season, but does get his outs.
I apologize. No. Now the count on Kiermaier.
That's the ball.
And going inside. You know.
3-0 count. Got to be careful here if you're Weber. Don't want to have a similar start that the opposing starting pitcher had.
Muller, Morton, off base runner here for Tampa Bay for walked Meyer right there. And Willie Adames, the shortstop, his average up here 105 currently. 2 home runs that to his name is all with 7.
He's good.
They're gonna get him. Meyer tried to steal. Vasquez had a big day yesterday. From to Chavez. The Rays.
They might want to take a look at that one, Kyle. That was pretty close there.
Pretty close, but Kevin Cash is not going to challenge it. A 1 out. And a miss from Adames. 0-2 count now.
Dom is known more for his glove than his bat, but as we see, has hit pretty well for average, solidified himself as an everyday shortstop last season.
Fly out to center field. That's going to be Alex Verdugo. He'll make the catch for the 2nd out.
Batting third, the right fielder, Austin Meadows.
There's been a has been a better effective pitcher so far. Didn't get up in that full digit. The first is up to 7 now as Meadows steps in.
Meadows not hitting for average this season, only 221, but does have 14 home runs on the season, tied for the lead. Also has 36 RBIs, second on the Rays.
They're swinging a miss this time outside change. On the chase. Back to that changeup. It's a strikeout. Here through 1. Can of field, Ryan Weber. And that strikeout here. Gonna go for the second no score.
Leading off for Boston.
And the catcher for Boston, Christian Vasquez, had a game last night. Boston routing, went 3 for 4, pair home runs, 4 RBIs.
A lot of that should be due to the amount he played last season. Played 136 games last season. That is a lot for a catcher, if I do say so myself. He was also a finalist for the Gold Glove last season. Didn't get it, but did lead MLB catchers in fielding. Almost perfect behind the plate. 99.9%.
A pitch from Morton. A fastball, it's going to get him swinging a miss. Strike 3. He's up to 3 strikeouts here as he's faced more than 4 batters, as I mentioned earlier. Got into that bases loaded jam. Fastball, tried to catch up to it. Good there. Verdugo.
Sometimes when you're coming out, you have those jitters. Morton shouldn't be having those jitters for this season that he's been having, but you never know. Maybe stepped on the wrong side. The dugout coming out. Whatever it was that got him off to that rough start.
And Verdugo now, who came in, over to the Red Sox, I believe, in that Mookie Betts trade. 2017, he played for Team Mexico in the 2017 World Baseball Classic. In 3 games, went 5 for 14 with 3 runs.
Had an oblique strain that kept him out of the playoffs last season.
To be against the shift to left field, have Verdugo end up there for a double. And again now, trouble, this time in a 1-out and on second jam.
That ball probably could have been a single if it wasn't a shift in play there. Ball was hit so hard in great form, able to keep his hands inside and just push it away. Great job there by Verdugo for the double.
Pitcher's low to Chavez. You're right with the shift, where there's sometimes where shifts work. Then there's examples just like that where I think they actually hurt the defense. The team that's...
It's a chance that you have to take there, Kyle. Sometimes when going against a player like Verdugo, and he could kill you if those balls going towards the second base side. Also happen to push one there.
One pitch to Chavez. Go for that ball again, this time a bit low, 2-1. Chavez last night, he also had a home run. 2 for 5.
2-2. With the Red Sox here, you can't go all game, leaving runners in scoring position. Try to cut it out here.
Last night, the Red Sox, I believe, scored 12 runs, and interesting because they started out with bases loaded first, then get the job done.
And that's an amazing thing about baseball, Kyle, is that one night everybody's loading, everybody's doing their thing, everyone's clicking, and now tonight can't seem to drive anybody in. Still very early in this game, but
Morton's 4th strikeout. We're not through 2 innings yet. We're back to the order. De Peraza, that single in the first inning, went back up the middle to the center fielder.
No, that's down.
That's a strike. 1-1.
Peraza, 15 RBIs on the season. I'd like to have that stat a little bit with the runner on second.
Low again with Peraza. He's also good with RBIs. And another thing he's also good is on the base path. Coming into the season, at his professional career in the minors and in the majors, 78% career base stealer. So if you get someone like him on the base path, he's definitely be used to your advantage.
Another great thing about him is that he can almost play anywhere on the field.
Curveball. Peraza, look, that's his Morton's 5th strikeout. I'm looking again. We're going down. Bay here. Gonna have Renfro Choi out in the bottom of the second.
Leading off for the Rays, the left fielder.
And Choi, he's gonna step in. Oh, never mind. Hunter Renfro. Bad. He's on a little bit of a 5-game hitting streak. 9 for 21 in that span.
That 5-game hitting streak is going to have to help him get that batting average up. 209 on the season. Started his career with the Padres. Was traded to Tampa Bay in exchange for Tommy Pham and Jake Cronenworth this offseason. So, new home for him.
No, down.
For him, opportunities here in Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, as mentioned, they're a younger team, but they're in the playoffs last year. We could see them again if they get into that wild card. All off there, 1-1, 1-2.
A lot of people underestimate the Rays, but they've continued that balancing act of staying close to the playoffs and continuing to be in the shadow of other great teams in the AL East.
Back up that time. The shift worked to perfection. It's going to be the first out there. As I mentioned with Tampa Bay, where they kind of get overshadowed, I agree with you entirely. The Yankees are those top teams in the league, and Boston, the past couple of years, have been really good. This year they've faltered, but I agree with you with how the Rays have they've been overshadowed with their in the MLB.
100% the Rays are top 10 in power, top 5 when it comes to pitching, and one of the best teams in the league when it comes to defense.
Fouled that one off. Did pretty well in that postseason where he started at first for all 5 games of the ALDS against Houston. 22 plate appearances, he had 7 walks, which is 7 walks is the most in a division series since Barry Bonds, obviously, Francisco Giants. He had 8, 2003. Company there.
Choi leads almost every stat. These are some of the main stats for the Tampa Bay Rays. Is the best average, best OPS, is tied for home runs and leads in RBIs with 37.
They're originally signed by the Mariners in 2009 as a catcher. South Korea. Over to first baseman, and that's where he's only seen a lot of time. He's from first base, the MLB level. That's that one foul down the first.
Which only hit 19 home runs last season. He was already at 14 home runs, and we're in the middle of June, so we can expect him to break that.
They shift this time Chavez onto Moreland. Second out. Both times Red Sox have used the shift past 2 batters. Times it's worked right to perfection.
Number 8.
Some people have their discrepancies with the shift. You see it all the time now in Major League Baseball, and I think it's something that we all have to get used to. The game is evolving more than ever as of now, as you know, Kyle.
It's the thing with sports, like, it's just kind of sports in general, where they will evolve over time, as you see in the basketball side of things, where now it's all about the three-pointer, obviously, in the MLB, about home runs. We've had records broken in the past few years. It's more of a home run or bust, the offenses.
Sometimes it's easier if the ball goes over the wall. You don't have to start sprinting around the bases, so a lot of guys focusing on that power aspect of the game.
As mentioned before, the shifts, the game itself, 2-2 pitch inside a full count, 2 outs.
With a 3-2 count here. Last year was considered his rookie season, although he debuted back in 2018. Finished third in AL Rookie of the Year votes, which is great to see for Tampa Bay.
He's going to get through the shift that time. Went to center field, Verdugo. Throw on into the infield. He's got a man on with 2 outs.
Right into the teeth of the shift there. He just punched one right through between the shortstop and second baseman. That's great hitting right there, right to the center fielder.
The baseman, Andy Diaz, who doesn't hit too many home runs, but obviously, if us were watching this postseason, came up big in that wild card game, 2 home runs. It's Oakland A's and Sean Manaea. Pitch again, 1-0.
1 ball, no strike.
Cuban native missed some time last season due to injury. Only accumulated 307 at-bats. And as you mentioned, not really strong in the home run department. Only 14. He did do a good job with RBIs, though, with 38. So, let's see some more from him.
Is that inside pitch for a strike? Yeah, for both teams, I believe, they've had far this game. The opportunities to get some runs on the board, both teams haven't been really lucky, and they're able to push through. As you mentioned, Boston earlier on, they had probably what could have been the best chance this game. But Morton going to run back. He's going to get under it, make the catch. 2-2 from Tropicana Field. Bradley Jr., Martinez, and Devers are going to top the third for Boston. Score. Here, Tropicana Field. Heidi Watney, sidelines.
Heidi Watney always doing her best. Sometimes we can't hear her. Most of the times we can't hear her. We're going to get her a working mic one day. One day.
The graphic, as you see, Tampa Bay, they're pitching. The ERA, whip, and opponent average near the top of the AL and near the top half of Major League. Their pitching is up. You got Charlie Morton. Blake Snell having an off year, but you had Ryan Yarbrough, who's up.
Yeah, and talk about stepping up. Ryan Yarbrough, as we saw yesterday, grabbing his shoulder, has some shoulder tightness, as the report came out. Going to be out for 1 to 6 days, but that's enough time for rest between rotation. Leads the league in pitching WAR this season. Also, last season had a great second half. Would have led Major League pitching stats if he had enough innings pitched. And to boot, grew up a Rays fan. So Yarbrough could be the mascot for the Rays if he wanted to be, but...
Yarbrough, I believe, was also near the top of that All-Star voting for AL pitching. It's going to start coming into play. We're in mid-June. The month out of baseball, actual baseball, not bot ball, and really come to a decision. We're going to have an all-star game here on this channel. We're going to miss. From the first, to Choi. And 6 strikeout for the day. Reference, I don't know if he'll reach this point as Martinez steps in. Career high in strikeouts is 14, and we're not even through 3. He's up to 6. It's the halving that.
Speaking of returning back to baseball, Fred Manfred yesterday came out and said, when asked if there's going to be a baseball season this year, and no hesitation, 100%, there will be a baseball season this year. We don't know when.
As he flied that one out to Meadows. The jog, and now we got 2 outs here, top of the third.
The third baseman, Rafael Devers.
Third baseman Devers, his second plate appearance. He's out in the first, one of the victims. Fastball. It's that curveball inside, 1-0.
Morton really has came back into his own. Only at 46 pitches, I was scared we are going to see a short night from him.
shot up the middle. Have Devers. He's going to have his first hit of the day. I believe the Red Sox took the game
Now batting.
to hang it down the middle. Devers obviously is the hitter he is. He's it right back where it came from.
Plenty of singles for Boston so far. Only one extra base hit in 3 innings.
That's going to get away from Troy Devers. He's going to run on to second. He's going to slide in safely. Go down as a wild pitch for the scorer's decision, and Sox again a runner in scoring position as we went for that curveball. Zanino block it.
And even though Devers still stands at 47 speed, still got to make an attempt at that base, and which did a good job there as that ball scooted away.
Now, no count. Moreland, career home 175. He's up to 174. Next one will be one. It could have been that one there. That's going to draw foul. One. Going back down to that low fastball. You can get the pitch there. 3-1.
That's why you want to keep your pitches. I don't care if the umpire keeps on calling balls there. You got to keep your pitches low. You don't want to hang them if you're Morton, especially if you're throwing them hard. Because the harder you throw them, the harder they're going to leave the ballpark.
Got a full count here. Again, tried to go inside with that fastball. And did get wood on it, fouled it off again. Who went back inside, and that's going to be another walk. First and second,
The left
fielder Kevin Pillar. Not much of a power hitter in this case, but good for contact.
Wasn't a power hitter in this case, but really is a locker room leader. Last season won the Willie Mack Award with the San Francisco Giants. That award is presented to the most inspirational player. So I'm surprised that, honestly, that Pillar was dealt away. Signed a 1-year deal this offseason. I would have thought that he would be re-signed by San Francisco, but on his way to Boston.
Pillar, obviously best known for his glove work out in the outfield. Starting in left as he inside Earth 2-0. Oh, again, ball looked in the zone, telling Morton to calm down. Here.
Umpire might be squeezing him here a little bit, but Morton's definitely more than capable of getting the strikeout.
Going back to that deep fastball, 96 on the radar. Talking about velocity here, he really got his mojo back when he went to Houston. Few years with the Astros.
Ball 4 outside.
Side. Bases will be loaded once again for Boston. And walks Pillar. Vasquez, as we mentioned last night, he had a game. 2 home runs. Have another chance to come through here. This is loaded. Second time Boston's been in this spot.
Vasquez can have a game like he had yesterday. Right now, this could be 4-run ball game.
Got the 22 pitches this inning. About for every strike he's thrown, he's matched it with a ball. Ball away. Vasquez, the catcher for Boston. The final pitch of that 2018 World Series, a swinging third strike to D. Machado, and I believe in 2017. Out of the World Series was a strikeout as well. If there is a list out there, is all of the catchers that have caught the final strike with series win. That'd be an interesting. Right.
That would be a good list there. Love to see all the celebrations all compiled into one. Who jumped on each other, who threw their mask away.
I'm trying to think of... Well, last year was, I believe, Kurt Suzuki. It was Vasquez, and then the last one that I could remember where it ended, or the last World Series I can remember where it ended on a strikeout was, I believe, 2013 with the Red Sox. I forgot the catcher. For 2012, that's lined right to Choi. He's going to make the grab. Their bases loaded, jam escape for Tampa Bay. Still scoreless. Go down to the bottom of the third.
And leading up for the Rays,
Shitomo Tsutsugo going to step in for his day. Tsutsugo, Zanino, and Meyer for the first three that Weber. Which will be a strike.
No ball, 1 strike.
Japanese player who was acquired by agency.
Looking at the last out of happening prior, I think G-Man Choi deserving of a steak dinner from Charlie Morton after saving him there. Great stab. There's a lot of first basemen are not able to have that quick of reaction time. And that ball's coming off a lefty, but there we go.
Big out right there. So far we're in early half of this game. We're at the bottom of the third, but big out there for Tampa Bay. That's going to be a little blooper in the left field on the run. The dive, he's going to miss the catch. That was Pilar, known for his glove. Still going to go into second. Have a stand-up double. Little mishap by Kevin Pilar. Back to Boston.
Now he put everything on the line there, and Pilar just out of his reach. Tsutsugo was a little faster. That one definitely could have been a triple.
One thing you mentioned, if he's faster, he's lucky that that ball, the line driver, it could have gone to the wall. That's going to be a fly ball out down the right field line on the run. That is going to be gone. It's going to be a 2-run home run for Mike Zunino, the catcher, his 8th on the year. The Bay out now a 2-0 lead. Jay running on the track. I thought he was going to get down, but just over his head, 328 through the distance.
Be the shortest possible home run in the stadium. I wasn't even sure if that ball was going to get out. Thought that one was going to clip the wall, but right off the foul pole. And, you know, not the guy you think of when you think of home runs, but here we go by him. He's up by 2.
Then the center fielder, Kiermaier, walked in the first. Ben was last year's Rays nominee for the Roberto Clemente Award.
Playing 11.
And that's going to be a little chopper. We're going to throw onto first just in time. Got a step. Out here, as you see the American League East standings, Boston 10.5 back, Tampa Bay 3.5 back. Just today are going to be taking on the Royals. You're going to see that 3:45. El Bapa with Adam Giardino and J-Man. Team 93. The Adames stops in for his second at bat.
As we talked about earlier, this whole division could be shook up in coming games, as Tampa Bay is going to be facing Baltimore for 3 games, Toronto for 3 games, and then heading over to Baltimore for another 3 games. So going against the lesser of this division.
Mentioned earlier about Adonis, his glove work is phenomenal. Season he tied with Oakland A's Marcus Semien and Los Angeles Angels, the most defensive runs saved across all AL shortstops with 12. Great company.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Up in the count here, 2-1.
Weber giving up that 2-run home run to someone I believe he didn't expect to give up that 2-run home run to, but still needs to work through these innings.
High pop-up. Surprised it didn't hit the ceiling. Come down. The catch. Raza
Now batting, right fielder.
about to
Off there.
lift it.
Those are some of the best clips, aren't they? Where they're ducking for cover, they don't know where the ball is, it's stuck in the catwalk. One of the funniest moments in baseball right there in Tropicana.
It's a little grounder foul. Yeah, as you mentioned, or personally the one that still sticks out to me was, it happened a couple of years ago where it was Clint Frazier, where it was going to be a home run and hit off the top of the thing up there at the ceiling. And it came down, fielder caught it for an out, and Bay went on to win that game by a small margin against the...
Tropicana, I believe, was originally supposed to be a college stadium. Ended up not working out like that, and now have a major league team in Tampa Bay.
Ball.
Inside 2-2, trying to find something on, trying to find some Tropicana field thing, because I do remember they host other sports. 2-2 pitch, it's going to be fouled off again. 1998, Tropicana Field was they were a regional final site for the NCAA men's basketball tournament.
Count is full, 3-2.
Count, run throw is going to be a little grounder. Moreland 3 unassisted. 2-3, the first 2 runs of the day. See if a Mike Zunino 2-run home run. At Boston, up in the top of the 4th. Again,
Leading off for Boston.
Verdugo, the center fielder,
99.
for one on the day, will step in. He will face
Verdugo.
Morton, who's definitely gotten a bit up there in pitch count. The 66 to the former second-round pick.
He is at 66. You might see him go 2 or 3 more innings, depending on how strikeouts look.
It's going to go center field on the run. Kiermaier turning around. He'll make the catch.
The batter.
Over the shift. It's just right
Michael.
Myers' wheelhouse. As we see the road to the show report here. Skits. It's a jumbo shrimp. Jumbo shrimp. Vidal Brujan. One of those players that you're going to see up there. Tampa Bay in the future. Hit 29 in his last 10 games. The courtesy of seeing Brujan play, because I'm in Brewster, and in the Hudson Valley they have a minor league team, which Season A, Hudson Valley Renegades, and Brujan one year, and he definitely looks capable. So that's going to be fly. That's against the shift. Back, that's going to bounce off the wall. Into second. Well, Chavez is going to come in for a double.
That would have been a double either way for Chavez. That's the second time we've seen Boston player hit against the shift. And that one, taking it all the way to the warning track and against the wall. I feel they're able to bring it in quickly to avoid the triple.
Shot here as Peraza takes that first pitch high for a ball. Trivia question of the game from the big guy is, this former Red Sox had 3 straight years of at least 300 home runs, 100 RBIs, and 200 hits. Who is he?
I need the question. The big guy always gets me with this trivia, Kyle. I hope you know. I'm terrible at trivia, but I'm gonna get this one.
One and two is Morton.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Fastball to go right by the leadoff man. I'll say. Trying to for Boston.
I want to say Ted Williams.
I was gonna say Mookie Betts, but Mo Red Wings said, and it was 33 in the chat said Carly Yastrzemski.
Yastrzemski.
Well, again.
Here's a good one.
Oh, is it David Ortiz? No one said that yet. I think it could see it being Keys. Obviously, he's got that power aspect to him. He could have definitely reached the numbers. Misses inside with that fastball. Go to Ortiz, though. Knotted up at 2 here, 1 out, top the 4th, and on second. To Peraza, outside, full count now.
Morton struggling again. Hasn't had the luck with strikeouts, but he's also struggled with his control.
And we stole an answer. Now Carlton Fisk. Option there, that taken off the board. There's a fights to stay alive here, too. Got a good question for sure. He's gotten a lot of our answers. And that's going to be lined into left field for a base hit. Will Chavez? No, he won't. Runners on the corner now. Out here, top of the 4th. You gotta wonder, is people gonna think about that bullpen, or are they gonna at least bring the pitching coach out to him? It's not, but the bullpen is in effect. 2 lefties, Jose Alvarado and Beeks.
And one of the main focal points of this Rays team has been that bullpen. They've been pretty dominant throughout this season. Yarborough technically is in the bullpen for this game, but I doubt that they'll put him in any standpoint. Want to keep him as healthy as possible.
And the lefties up, as you see right there, Alvarado and Beeks. Capable. Just know how to rely on their bullpen. Had those games the past few seasons where they've had an opener instead of having a 5-man rotation. It's changed.
No, that's the ball.
And Cash knows what he's doing in that department.
Yeah, the opener. Ever discussed topic as does it make sense? Does it work? What do the numbers look like? And for some teams, it's worked pretty well. You look at the Rays, and the Yankees have given it a shot a couple times. As a Mets fan myself, I feel like Steven Matz is going to need an opener once in a while, but it does work at times.
Now batting, designated.
Be another walk for Morton. It'll be 3rd time's the charm for Boston. They find themselves bases loaded once again. Martinez stepping in. For one, he had that walk in the 1st.
This is one of the scariest guys you could have up at bat, and the bases are loaded and only 1 out. Morton might want to look for a ground ball here, but I don't even think you want Martinez to even touch the ball with the amount of power that he has.
No.
Yeah, that's for sure. Chavez on 3rd, Peraza on 2nd, EBJ. Pitch. Ball swing and a miss. And 1 count now. As mentioned, their Silver Slugger.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Curveball. It's a fist pump from Mike Zunino, who his offense. Inside, blocked Zunino. It's the runners ended at all bases.
Morton has been able to get out of jams before, but of course been bases loaded 2 outs.
Rounder 6-4. Oh, was going to be 6-4-3 double play. That throw is going to put Choi for the bag.
Now batting.
Runners on the corners. The Red Sox get a run in. Now 2-1. That could have been like Lau who made the throw. Devers who has his RBIs. He could extra base hit, and now it could be 3-2 Boston in the future.
And that's such a shame for Morton. Definitely could have gotten out that inning. Definitely put himself into trouble. But when you put the ball in play and it's ground ball, and JD Martinez isn't particularly fast on the base pass, could have taken more time there. Try to get that out at first and end the inning.
Want to know that's going to be lined into left field. We're at game. 2 Devers comes through in the clutch with runners on the corners.
Now batting.
Sox still have a man in scoring position, and you got to think that Kevin Cash is going to out and take the ball from Charlie Morton, the one pitcher.
I do think so, but it's not his fault as of late. Once again, those fielding errors leading to extra runs and extra pitches. Already 90 pitches through 4 innings.
Mitch Moreland almost hitting 30 pitches this inning alone. Moreland knows something about hitting home runs. This is another Sox lineup. It doesn't look it much at first, but they got some talented hitters.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, they do have some talented hitters on this Red Sox team. What really has been affecting them has been their starting pitching. They have had their struggles, and they also have some struggles in the injury department. Chris Sale, obviously out, opting to get surgery. Andrew Benintendi and Xander Bogaerts both out. So with some of your big bats and one of your best pitchers not available, definitely an easy way to see by looking at the IL why they're struggling.
To Ireland, cutter 2-2 now. Held it off. Big pitch here from Morton. Oh. This ball swinging him a strike 3 for a cutter. The last we see Charlie Morton. All tied up here at 2. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Back here from Tropicana Field, Kyle DeSantis, Jaden Becker, Heidi Watney, the sideline.
Heidi Watney with her second report of the day. Speaking of Ji-Man Choi, as we talked about earlier, Ji-Man Choi has just been the focal point of this offense, surprisingly. As we talked about earlier, the first full season last year in the MLB. Obviously, he has played around in the MLB, but only played maybe at most 25 games at a time. After traveling around to multiple teams, the Angels, the Yankees, and the Brewers, South Korean native, continuing to make an impact as Hunter Renfroe comes to bat.
Mentioned last season he was with San Diego Padres. Side ball, he and Manny Machado, who hit 32 home runs. The second pair of Padres teammates with 30 home runs in the same season. The pair to do it in 2001, Phil Nevin and Ryan Klesko.
We talk about Manny Machado 2 years ago. Did sign that contract with the Padres, and obviously we're talking about the NL West here, watching an AL East game, but
it's a gapper to be left field as to have a leadoff double for Renfroe. Thing for Tampa, they got to get that lead back. Had it earlier on, Boston tied it up. And Choi, perfect candidate.
Great shot there by Renfroe, as I was saying about Machado. He did reset the market. He made everything a little bit more different. It was a big decision for him. He wanted to go to either the Yankees or San Diego or multiple other teams that had options. At one point, it was almost definite that he was going to the Yankees, but ended up going with the younger crew.
Another thing with the Yankees is whenever there's a big free agent, there's always a certain group of people or there's a certain percentage of the fan base is Choi. That's a mood shot. Is that going to land? I don't know. Either way, it's gone. The Bay up 4-2. His 15th home run on the year. 113 feet.
That ball was launched off that bat. We see the replay here. Gripped it, ripped it, sent it over the wall and gone. D-Man Choi continuing to dominate here in the AL East, and as the Rays continue their push towards the playoffs, he's going to be their main guy.
Hit off the scoreboard there for thing to keep in mind for Tampa Bay. Both because of their offense, or all their runs have been scored. 2 2-run home runs by Zunino or by G-Man Choi.
Both times runners were on second base, so sensing a little bit of a pattern here. That there's a runner on second with no outs. It will be a home run. Guarantee you that.
Talking about home runs, Brandon Lau yesterday, one of the brighter spots. Tampa Bay offense had that home run, 1 for 4. Pitched last season. The year finished third in the year race, and in Yordan Alvarez, who was unanimous, and Baltimore starting pitcher John Means. A little jump outside again. Pulled off.
Wow, staying in the fight here. Weber getting hit around, but has kept his pitch count relatively low.
Under Peraza, throwing to Moreland. Just out. And I believe we do have an answer for the trivia. And who wouldn't have guessed this player, and the pitcher was Bryce.
Thank you, Big Guy. Big Guy always does a good job with his trivia.
Diaz steps in for his second at-bat of the day. Diaz and out of Cuba for Bay.
0-2.
To him, a little grounder. Get past Chavez to center field. Base hit here for Bay. Man on first.
Now batting. Number 25.
The Red Sox coach Dave Bush is going to come out and talk to his starter Ryan Weber.
And Weber, as I said, pitch count is low, only at 66, relatively low given it's only been 4 innings. Has given up those runs. Good to talk to him there.
Goes going to line that one down the third base line for a base hit. On the way, there's going to be runners are going to both advance. Or again in the outfield, making a likely move that caused benefits for the Rays.
It's a second mistake by him. The first mistake, he dived for that ball. I've just been better off letting that one bounce and letting that ball get past him. Pilar, obviously known for his glove, as he talked about back in his time in Toronto. Now having his struggles here in Tampa Bay.
Stepped in. I want to, for that replay, the ball was hitting the line as close as possible. Looked like it was going to bounce foul, but then it, the other way, bounced fair. And that little game of inches that could a big role here in baseball.
Sometimes in an indoor stadium, you have a tough time gauging, tough time moving around the outfield, and that sky isn't there, but on a ground ball is a routine when you're a major leaguer.
And I believe with Tampa Bay, they may have a turf field, which again could have impacted the ball. However, now up to 70 pitches. Nowhere near Morton, but he's getting up there himself. Side fastball, 2-2 now. That's going to be line foul. Watch out, bullpen right there.
Sometimes the most dangerous place to be is the bullpen catcher there. Instead, you have no idea what's going on in the field. The ball's coming at you. It might be over for you. I know a lot of teams have the player with the lowest amount of MLB service time, meaning the player that hasn't played as much in the MLB, stand and defend the bullpen catchers as bullpen pitchers warm up.
Pitch, gonna miss strike 3. Tried to replicate that run he had earlier on against Weber. No good. That's Weber's second strikeout of the day. High fastball from right by him. And air and nothing. Kiermaier for 1 second at bat on the day. The bullpen again. This time it went over. That's the thing with the different stadiums. They each have their own configuration. Some obviously have their own. The bullpens are near the on the field. They have their own little areas. And for just Tampa Bay, and I believe Field also has this. I went there a couple of years ago. They have their bullpens foul, but they're on the field.
Yeah, Tampa Bay being one of the only few stadiums that have that feature.
Up the middle, dive by foul off. Result for Tampa Bay, which is run scoring. On the corners now for the shortstop, the Adames.
Yeah, Kiermaier known more for his glove. 3-time Gold Glover, won a Gold Glove last season, beating out Trout and opponent he's facing today, Jackie Bradley Jr.
Adames 0 for 2, flew out and he popped out. Third time in against Ryan Weber. Here, that first pitch is Adames on the Rays. 1 now. He flied out center field. Verdugo, he's going to get on the run. Actually, it's going to drop. Run is on first and third. I thought Verdugo was going to have the catch, but BJ, Jackie Bradley Jr. getting fast on his heels, and it dropped right in front of him.
Just pushed that one to the outfield. That one landed in no man's land. No one was going to get that one. Fell right in the middle. Now they're going to go to the bullpen.
On Renicky, did enough from his starter. The all we see of Ryan Weber. Pen for Boston. Which they use
Your attention, please.
in the form
Now
for Hildenberger.
Number 39, Trevor Hildenberger.
No. Here is 11th innings. Alright, up near 5. Righties hit better against them as the lefties. Lefty will be the first man who misses. It's in that.
No, that's the ball.
Trevor Hildenberger was with the Twins before signing a minor league deal this offseason. He attended Archbishop Mitty High School. If that sounds familiar, it's because you probably heard it yesterday, because that's the same high school as Nick York, Boston first-round pick in the 2020 MLB draft. So surprisingly enough, I don't believe they were classmates at any point, but they're going to be teammates maybe soon, maybe down the line, if Trevor Hildenberger can stay with the Boston Red Sox. But Nick York, the first-round pick for Boston Red Sox last night.
Hildenberger again. The thing he's been good at in the majors is this time up here in his past seasons. He's made 20+ major league appearances. In 2018, he had a career high of 73 games when he was.
Full count.
Meadows the miss on that low sinker. 3-2 now. Count.
His ERA has been pretty high at 4.91. His whip has also been pretty inflated. What I've noticed is that this MLB The Show simulation whip is usually pretty high.
Change up. Sox will stop the bleeding. Tampa Bay now up 6-2. Pilar, Vasquez, and Verdugo as we go to the top of the 5th. Pitcher in home club Tampa Bay, Jose Alvarado. 17th game on the year.
Leading off for Boston, the left fielder, Kevin.
Like many other Tampa Bay Rays pitchers, he did struggle with injury and consistency issues. Only pitched 36 games last season. Does throw a mean fastball, but struggles with his control.
You mentioned that fastball earlier. Season he ranked 3rd in all of MLB in highest average fastball velocity pitchers. Low.
Ball.
2-1 is Alvarado's trying to use his curveball more against Pilar, who's done pretty well against him. 2 for 6 career-wise. Him. Little grounder. Wow. To Choi. Out.
Now batting, catcher, Christian Vasquez.
Great played there by Lau. Able to throw it off his back foot there. Sometimes it's tough when you're going in the opposite direction of the bag, or even parallel to the bag, because you have to throw it at a sidearm angle. Lau, professional.
Vasquez is going to step in for his 3rd at bat. Vasquez hasn't had too much luck against Rays pitcher Alvarado. 0 for 8 career-wise with a group of strikeouts. One pitch. Auto to Vasquez. Ball fouled away. Payoff fouled again. We're gonna set.
In an interview a few years back, Alvarado mentioned that he's a hunter. He likes to hunt. He likes to hunt 3-foot iguanas. Can you believe that? 3 foot long. If I saw an iguana over 1 foot long, I would cry and run away. Likes to hunt them with slingshot.
Now batting, the center fielder,
99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Verdugo.
Right by Vasquez, who yet to replicate his performance from last night. Sin Verdugo 1 for 2. Lefty-lefty matchup, which in this case benefit Verdugo. Had the highest batting average versus left-handed hitters. Highest batting average for left-handed hitters against lefty pitchers last season. 27 on.
Ball.
Verdugo involved in that Betts Price trade as Boston trying to rebuild, trying to dump contracts, trying to stay under salary cap, whatever you want to call it. Boston is in that mode. Verdugo is a good pickup.
One fastball. It's going to be against the shift again. On the run. His run throw, he'll make the catch. It is retired. We're going to go to the bottom of the 5th, Tampa Bay. 6-2, Tropicana Field. Red Sox bullpen, a righty and a lefty.
The left fielder, Hunter Renfroe.
Sure, Renfroe is going to step in. The 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Yeah. Foul. 4, 5, and 6. My bad. The throw again with that 5-game hitting streak.
No ball.
For 2, going to continue it. Righty and lefty. Matt Barnes, Martin Perez up for Boston. Bullpen area, which is and a few line shots to it. Ooh.
Ball.
That on pitch inside, 1 and 2.
Difficulty at Tropicana is that there's no place to hide the bullpens. You can't really put them underneath the bleachers. Can't hide them in the outfield. Tough spot. San Francisco this offseason was able to move their bullpens from on the field two behind the center field wall.
Lindberger's first batter of the inning. It's in a strikeout and Choi had that 2-run home run last inning. 2 for 10 on the series, but with that home run, really impacted this game.
0-1. 1 ball, no strike.
Fouled off again, up near the top. The Rays in batting average, I believe, said he was getting most. The highest would be Stop Adame. 1 and 2 is that it takes inside changeup. And again, I thought it was it a strikeout? Fouled it off. Foul tip, but do it again. Outside. 2.
E-Man Choi being very patient here and using his bat to foul a couple bad pitches off. Saw earlier in the first inning that he was able to stab a ball when the bases were loaded.
Outside. Fouled off again. Hildenberger's been going back and forth with pitching on the lower half of the zone here. Went inside before. Past 2 pitches been on the outer half. Will he go inside again? He went middle into the shift and then makes the catch. That's bottom of the 5th.
Now batting, number 8.
Shift strikes again. I think that one would have been caught either way in that situation, but shift continues to be very prevalent in MLB.
And then Lau steps in for his 3rd at bat, 1 for 2. Fouls that one off. Past March, signed a 6-year contract through 2024 with club options for the 2025 and 2020 seasons. He will pay him at least $24 million and up to $49 million if all of the options are exercised and incentives are reached. The fourth time that the Rays have done the contract or signed a player with less than a year's service time to a long-term extension. Before some more names that prevalent in Rays history, you got Chris Archer, who but Matt Moore, the pitcher, and Longoria. So that's strikeout through 5. The base still up 6-2. We're gonna go top of the 6th here.
Leading off for the Red Sox, the second baseman, Michael.
The 9, 1, and 2 hitters, Chavez, Peraza. There's Peraza, JBJ. Parada will stay in. And inning of work.
Ball.
High 1-1.
A little bit about Chavez. He made his rookie debut last season. He was a rookie of the month in May, but then struggled with injury. Didn't find his way back to late in the season. Ended with a batting average of .254 and 18 home runs. Already cut that in half with 9 this season at the Sprayberry High School in Georgia. Some of you may know Vikings running back Jerick McKinnon also attended that school.
It's a strikeout there. Alvarado reached no one on the radar.
Shortstop, Jose.
Side fastball.
Peraza.
Took a chance. Came up with nothing there. To the top of the order now. Peraza, 2 for 3, 2 singles. Run. That fastball. Corner for a strike. 99.
No.
Speaking of Jose Alvarado, if you ever played MLB The Show and you like to play Vent, sometimes Alvarado is your best bet, especially when you're stuck with using left-handed pitches out of your bullpen or whatever restrictions MLB The Show and Diamond Dynasty put against you. You have him in your bullpen. He was almost unstoppable a few years back, as no one could touch his speed.
Alvarado now with that curveball. The one to the leadoff man, Peraza, who, during his 10th pro season, his first Red Sox organization, and he finds it from the Major League roster. One pitch inside. That's going to be flied out right field. Back to Revo. Diving catch. That's going to be off. Go on his second. Peraza, his third hit of the day. The brighter spots. His offense is 6th on the year. And on second.
What an effort out there in the outfield. Once again, selling out for that baseball. Just couldn't reach it, but it's a full extension there.
And it was put all his effort into it. He didn't get it. I believe the Rays have a lefty and a righty. I get the righty's name. I know the lefty is Colin Poche. Oh, Rays do have some people in their bullpen. Alvarado falters. Key Bradley Jr. 1-1 count. Poche and Del Castillo, lefty and righty respectively. Bradley Jr. inside, fouled off. We'll do it again. Pitch inside. I think that's where Alvarado wanted it.
Now
Bradley Jr.
designated hitter. JD
Back of the leg.
Martinez.
By pitch there. Just in second. Boston.
Listen, if you're going to get hit, that's probably the best bet. Right in the butt right there where there's most meat. So you're not going to get as hurt as much. Definitely don't want to get hit above the neckline. That is a very dangerous area, but anywhere by the legs, yes, it will sting, but as you see, he's surviving on first base.
First pitch to Martinez, a 1, as former Silver Slugger. Actually, is the key player in the Louisville Slugger Silver Slugger Awards history, which, yes, it sounds like a tongue twister. One named Silver Slugger multiple positions in a single season in 2018 for outfield and for DH.
And looking back on 2018, that was his best year, obviously going on and winning now the Question World Series, but it was the American League Hank Aaron Award winner.
One now. Alvarado trying to get into these low fastballs, which sometimes haven't really hit the zone. China's up in the count now, 2-1.
He's throwing a lot of pitches for a reliever, 27 at the moment.
Fastball again, this time inside. That hit triple digits. 2. Another inside pitch, this time close to hitting Martinez. Wouldn't want back-to-back hit by pitches. Count now, Rafael Devers on deck. Fastball spotted foul.
Although Alvarado has the speed, Martinez definitely has the power, especially against lefty pitchers.
Fastball, that at the distance. It was too much, foul again. 2. I think that Alvarado might be trying to think to mix up his pitches. He's been throwing that fastball a lot.
You mix up your pitches, but don't get too cute.
3-2. Pitch of the. This would be. Okay, this ball, a little grounder. Gonna get past both the shortstop and the third baseman for a base hit. We're gonna have a runner coming home. Oh, not in time. Boston now down by 3 runs. Martinez comes through.
Now batting, third baseman.
And that's where the hit by pitch gets you.
Jeffers.
Put a runner in scoring position. And a single brings him home. Not surprised that third base coach sent him
Now
there.
pitching for the Rays,
And the speed was enough.
number 38.
Went right through Diaz and Gomez. Pitcher being Poche. Or 14th rounder in 2016 June draft. The Diamondbacks out of Dallas Baptist University, and if that name for any Rays fans, University, so you remember someone, program that produced former Ray and Zobrist.
And Zobrist, also one of the ultimate utility players. Colin Poche, named Rays Minor League Reliever of the Year back in 2018. Made his MLB debut against the Red Sox last season, so getting a good meeting of his MLB start. But he has been off to a tough start in his MLB career, pitching a 4.70 ERA last season.
0-5 as well, as Ver's 2 for 3 on the day, looking for his third hit, similar to Peraza. In second, 1 out, the pitch. Fastball, that's a strikeout. Right by Ver's batter Poche faces.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Strikeout.
Nick Moreland.
Devers just underneath it there. With the way he's swinging, he was looking to tie that game up.
Rays, they now have 2 righties in the bullpen. Drake and Diego Castillo. Probably going to see those guys later on. But we got to wonder if Shea gets through Moreland in a way. Do you think the Rays sent him out for a second inning?
Yeah, it depends how he's going to start looking towards the end of this inning. Only had 6 pitches, so could see him go again, but did not want to give up any runs. There's a 3-run lead. Isn't much.
Rounder that's going to be thrown. Damas to Lau, and we're out of that inning there. The bottom of the 6th, Diaz, Utsugo, and Zanino. Okay. Pitcher for Boston, called to the bullpen there. Barnes. The Red Sox top selection in the 2011 June draft went 19th overall. The University of Connecticut, UConn.
The third baseman.
Matt Barnes right now holds
Diaz.
the leader as the most holds on the season at 10. Also has the lowest whip, 117 on the season. His ERA for his career is pretty high at 4.07, but helped lower it last season as he got it under 4, around 370. He was also part of that rotation where Boston Red Sox didn't know who they wanted to be their closer. Ended up having 4 saves last season. That's 2 on the season now.
3 pitches. Yes, and that results in a strikeout for Barnes. His first day.
Now batting.
Sox bullpen, a righty and a lefty. Perez will stay up, and Heath Hembry will join him. Pitch, swing and a miss from Sugo. Another thing that I learned about Matt Barnes, which is interesting because more local to where I live. I'm in Brewster, New York. He was born in Danbury, Connecticut, which, if anyone knows, is the town over from where I live. So that's probably one of the more closer major leaguers that had. They're swinging a miss this time. Go on that changeup. Hembry and Martin Perez, a righty lefty respectively. Penning Boston.
Kyle, McQueen's New York native, and not a lot of baseball players make it out of the inner city. Some players make it off to college and Division I schools, but it's very rare to see a player from 5 boroughs making all the way up to the majors.
2. Getting batter for Barnes results in the same out.
Now
And
batting,
strikeout.
the catcher,
Batters faced.
Tito.
And the short. Suga. Zunino, the catcher, had a run home run earlier on in the third. And hit of the series.
Ball.
Side, actually not outside. Curveball right on half the plate. 1-1 count now.
Umpire may have gave him a little bit there. Zunino, as you saw earlier, started the whole thing off with that big home run in that third inning. 2-run shot. I'd say big home run, but the ball barely got out. Hit the foul pole right at the bottom.
Fastball. High up. Spurs make the catch in foul territory. We're here through 6 from Tropicana Field, Tampa Bay. Leads by a score of 6-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the
Call to the bullpen here for Tampa Bay. This time,
Diego.
form of Diego Castillo, the righty. That's his 27th game up. 0-2. 0.31 ERA.
The left fielder, number 5.
Last season he was used as an opener from time to time. Recorded 8 saves and 63 and 2/3 innings pitched. And I have in my notes here, I just wrote, the opener is weird. Because it is. The opener is pretty weird in baseball. We're not used to having somebody start the game for the starter. Usually we have the starter start the game, as the name implies, and be relieved by the reliever.
There have been times where the opener has worked, as you've seen Bay in the past, where it's worked out fairly well, and then have those wild card game between Oakland and the Yankees, which turned out to be a total disaster. When Tim Hendricks started out, gave up a 2-run home run to Judge, and we're close after that.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit more fond of bullpen games instead of openers, having just a bullpen work through the game, give each pitcher 2 or so innings, 3 or so innings to work through, especially at a time where starting pitchers need rest. That looks more towards the playoffs, though.
Yeah, bullpen games of, I believe, speaking of wild card games, Yankees and innings when Severino did not start out really well, didn't get out of that first inning, give up a couple home runs. The Yankees had to default
Now batting.
their bullpen.
Christian.
Sure got an inning or 2 in. Came out with the W because their offense picked them up.
For whatever reason, I remember that game very vividly watching that. Maybe because I'm not a Yankees fan and I was rooting against them, but the Twins this year in MLB Bop Ball have been pretty dominant.
I believe they have, if not the best records in line, if they keep it up for field advantage come playoff times. Last few years, they've been a wild card team. Last year, they make the playoffs. They haven't really had their best opportunities of getting out of that division or series or wild card game, as that's flight out the center. Flyer's gonna run. He'll make the catch.
Now batting. The center fielder, Alex Verdugo.
The Twins, known for their power as of late, see breaking records for home runs in a season, and we've seen that more and more. Once thought to be a record that would be extremely difficult to break, it seems like we'll get a new home run record holder every season. With the way balls have been leaving the stadium.
Hugo steps in for his 4th at bat on the day. The Rays have 2 righties in the bullpen, Chaz Rowe and Nick Anderson. Their closer be the 8-9 up that they could be going for. Another hit batter this time. And from a Tampa Bay pitcher.
Up next for the Red
Boston.
Sox,
We're not too happy about that.
Chavis.
Boston's gonna have a man on now. Chavez, that wasn't on the lower half of the body. That was up near the shoulder area.
And that's pretty dangerous, especially when you have a guy like Castillo throwing pitches at you. Verdugo didn't like that one at all, staring him down as he made his way to first base.
Second time that's happened this game. Personally, I don't think the 2 times it's happened. I'm sure they haven't been. Well, it could have been pitches that have gotten away from the hitters.
That's especially true when Tampa Bay has the lead.
Also, you haven't seen Boston kind of respond in they're similar where you better not. So I think the situation is come to an end at that and under control. Kick out this time. We're going to end the inning here. Went to the slider. I'm in the 7th here. It's 3 easy. From Tampa Bay, my screen to out. We're all back here though. Here Tampa Bay. Sox still have 2 righties in the bullpen. Hembry, Ryan Brazier. Meyer gonna step in against Matt Barnes, who's gonna have his 2nd inning of work. And after that, fastball.
Kevin Kiermaier, the center fielder of this game, has the best jump of all MLB outfielders, meaning that ball goes up in the air and he knows exactly where it's going. It might help that he's in an indoor stadium and wind is not a factor, but when you're playing around the AL East, in stadiums that are pretty windy, could find some trouble there, but average of 3.8 feet per second.
One pitch. Kiermaier swinging a miss this time. 2. I just want to clarify that all this ball stuff, all of these games, all of the broadcasters, all voluntary. This is all a voluntary cause. Have different charities we're donating to. And if you see the top of the Twitch stream here, if you go to the link in the little description here, donations that will be made so far going to Black Lives Matter. And if you want to donate in any way, it would be full. And Adama steps in. It's 4th at bat, low fastball, 1-0.
Speaking of Bob Ball, the production here has been great. As you see, the new border, if you haven't been around the past couple days, you have a new border, a new crawl. See the starting lineups on the side of your screen. Also run through games of the day. Producers here at MLB Bob Ball always do a great job.
And on the 7th, that's going to be lined into right field for a base hit. These are going to have a man on the 7th with 1 out here. Of Willie Adames. Right fielder Austin Meadows, he'll step in. Crack for 3 on the day.
Tampa Bay still should try to look to extend their lead. A 3-run lead is almost nothing anymore in the MLB. As we talked about the way home runs have been leaving the stadium. Right now, 2nd in home runs as D-Man Choi hit a home run this game to bring him to 15. Austin Meadows at 14 on the season.
Goes up to 14, looking for number 15 here. Last ball was a hack there. 1 as he's but there again. Right now, 3-1 here. Fielder Austin Meadows up to bat. Left fielder Hunter Renfroe. Back in the first baseman G-Man Choi. After that, be a walk. You're going to have a runner in scoring position. And in first now, Matt Barnes. This is his 2nd inning of work. Renfroe, who's 3 for 11 on the series. Step in. A little earlier on, and he also scored.
Although Renfro hasn't hit for average at 209, does have 29 RBIs on the season.
No.
Barnes trying to go to the fastball. He's starting out high as we see him as on second and on first. You think he's got a with a new routine and where he's locating his pitches is he's going to bounce in front of Vasquez as will stay.
Vasquez with a good block there. You don't want runners, both of the runners moving over to scoring position.
Ball.
Outside first 3 pitches have been all balls. This pitch be a walk, and you're going to have G-Man Choi, who's those guys who can hit for power, so you got to get a pitch in the zone here. Does not, and now bases are loaded.
Up next for Tampa Bay.
Baseman G-Man Choi.
G-Man
Throw gets his little jogging in. Baseline.
G-Man Choi, as we talked about, over the 1 home run in this game so far, but has grounded out to second base twice already as he's 1 for 3 on the day. Ground ball here would be a double play and end the inning.
The Sox, Ron Renicky will stay with Barnes, who's getting up there in pitch count. The next pitch will be his 30th. No, to the outside splitter. Missed. Detroit inside. Even the heat worked. And won.
Only 2 lefties in the Red Sox bullpen, and Perez, a long relief man, and Taylor, their closer.
Barnes went back to that splitter. Good changing of speeds here. In that little graphic, you see on the first, second, and third, bases loaded. Down 1 and 2. Fastball outside plate. Held off. Repeat.
And Troy continuing to fight.
Fastball again on the outer half of the plate. And 2, you think he's trying to set him up for a pitch on the inner half to chop him up?
Could find that here, but that bat has continued to make contact with that ball.
And 2 is that fastball is a bit high.
Orange with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball there. Let's get up there. It's pitch speed.
Barnes defaulting to that fastball. Choi's been staying alive. He's fouled off a bunch of pitches.
This is great for G-Man Choi as Orange should get frustrated here. Ground ball's fouled off.
Count here. Have Brandon Lau on deck, and if you're Barnes, obviously, you need a pitch in the zone. You don't want to walk a runner home. That's the worst things a pitcher can do in this situation. Pitch lines down the line. It's going to bobble. Going to throw on the home. We're going to get the out. No runs will score. 2 outs here. Probably one of the weirdest plays I've ever seen.
Number 8.
Foul ball so far.
See, now that's a tough situation for both the runner, the fielder, and the hitter because no one knows what's going on at that point. The ball hits off the glove of the first baseman, makes the right choice of throwing it home as there was a force there. Might have been able to double up somebody. Got the safe choice. Base is still loaded, however.
Pitcher in for Boston. Right-hander Heath Hembry, 4-1 here. 7th professional season, 6th. Sox face Brandon Lau. The bases loaded and 2 outs.
And injuries affected him last season. Only appeared in 45 games, but had the 3.86 ERA on the season. This year a little better, 3.77 with 6 holds.
No pitch after that inside fastball. Backs that fastball, 97 right by him. from Hembry. He just speeds again. Great move with going to that slider. It was at 90. It's no 97. And 2 now.
You're doing a great job mixing it up. Got to get this out here. X's Diaz. And the Rays would have batted around.
It's going to be picked up on right field. JBJ will make the catch. Rays for the first time today strand. The bases loaded. Here through 7. Canada Field. Sure. Tampa Bay. Hander Oliver Drake. 30th game, or the first game this season.
Leading off
Top of
the
the
Red
order,
Sox,
Peraza,
the shortstop,
BJ,
Jose
Martinez. Peraza 3 for 4 on the day.
Oliver Drake has had some struggles keeping games in control. 3 blown saves on the season. Also a 4.31 ERA for his time in Tampa Bay. He set the record for most teams played for in one season, with the record being 5 with the Brewers, Indian Angels, Blue Jays, and Twins.
To Peraza. Another thing about Drake is last season, I'm not sure if this is a record, but it should be up there. His left-handed hitters, he had a strikeout to walk ratio of 16.5. 50 strikeouts to 2 walks. Comparison to righties, he had 7 strikeouts to 17 walks. Same ratios, 2.18. Gonna miss on that splitter. Starters compare. Both starters had interesting games. Morton had some strikeouts. He's gonna be in the no decision. We're still on line for the loss. All the runs Tampa has scored. Ricky Bradley Jr. steps in his 3rd at bat.
As you both saw, both starting pitchers ended their night early. But the Rays bullpen able to keep it in control.
It's against the shift into left field. Renfroe on the run. He'll make the catch. That's here. Red Sox now down. 4 outs left.
now batting, designated hitter, J.D. Martinez.
Steps in the DH, J.D. Martinez, 1 for 3, had a single. He's only had 1 hit with that single, got in 2 RBIs.
J.D. Martinez, the cornerstone for this Boston team. We talked about the injuries have really plagued the Red Sox this season. Really the mainstay, doing his best to stay healthy. Without him, no one would know where the Red Sox would be this season.
Has spent time outside of, or coming to Boston, he spent time in the American League, formerly a Detroit Tiger and also a former Houston Astro. Them in the early 2010s with their years. Just imagine to think if Houston had kept him as part of the teams that they have now. A little grounder, gonna bobble up by Diaz, throw on the first, not in time. Beats it out.
Now batting,
What is
the
it?
third baseman, Rafael Devers.
Good job, Dave. And Martinez legging that one out. Glad to see the fight still in the Boston Red Sox. Have had a tough first half of the season.
I want to bit
Five
in
in the
the
last 10 games.
Nice throw by Zunino. It seemed that Troy was nowhere near the bag because got Martinez. Bay 1-0 pitch. Devers fouled off.
Got good wood on that one, but pretty early on that pitch.
First play. The inning. We line right. Meadows. Sox down to their final 3 outs. Bottom half of the order coming up for Tampa Bay. Diaz, Susko, and Zunino.
Leading off.
Sox bullpen still up in arms. Righties. Leisure. He's going to stay out there. I think it's a smart move. He only threw 4 pitches last inning. Little
that's outside.
work. Diaz. Go, and it's going to be Zunino.
The Rays should be pretty confident going into the 9th inning, as Nick Anderson, as we all know, leads the American League in saves with 22. Guess you heard that one right, 22.
Ball outside.
22 saves. He's also really efficient. He's 25 save opportunities and 22 saves.
That's a strike.
He finally finds the strike zone this at bat, 3-1.
Ball 4 inside.
For a curveball inside, I thought it got the zone. Plate ump didn't.
Now batting.
Off walk for Diaz. Tsutsugo's had 2 doubles. This game, he's definitely got his bat working. Third hit.
28-year-old rookie. Don't really hear that often, but accomplished many of his accolades in Japan. 5-time MPB All-Star, youngest player in Baystar's franchise history.
Talking about Hugo, he's going to ground into a 6, I believe 5-4-3 double.
Now batting.
It was Devers. Devers went to Morton. Went opposite field, similar to a little earlier on, but the time from result in the double play. Hitter Zunino hit on the day was that 2-run home run earlier on in the 3rd inning.
And that's what got it started all off. A great momentum boost, especially when your 9-spot guy starts to go yard. Makes everybody else in your lineup a little bit more happier.
You know, if 3rd overall pick finds the hole there, you know, a 3rd overall pick in the 2012 June draft. For the Mariners out of the University of Florida.
Coming out of college, he was a stud, and as you mentioned, 3rd overall pick in this day and age of the MLB. Not a lot of guys in the MLB draft make it all the way to the show, especially if they peaked in college, but Zunino has had his struggles with the bat. And as the next color commentator would know, Max Tanzer, a big Seattle Mariners fan, Zunino did spend a good amount of time in Seattle.
About Zunino relating to draft, he was drafted 3 years prior in 09, 29th round for the Athletics, but he did not sign. It's strange to think in 3 years he went from being a 20th round pick to being the 3rd overall.
That's the benefit of college. Sometimes when you're coming out of high school, you're not at your physical best. Obviously found himself at the University of Florida.
Ball.
I'm knotted up at 2. Trying to get out of this inning. Ball is going to be foul. Oh, that one. It's now Kiermaier. Pitch to him.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Count now. Stop it down. Will be. Going to be needed as he swings and misses that fastball. After the umpire did not like it. To go to the top of the 9th, I believe Nick Anderson will be brought in.
Your attention, please.
Nick Anderson, he is brought in looking for his 23rd save, 22-25 this year in save opportunities. 28th game. See?
Leading off the ball. The first
Now,
baseman,
Nick Anderson has a great story. He was traded
Morton.
with Trevor Richards, now teammate, and Richards now technically in the starting rotation, given Yarborough's injury. He was traded to the Tampa Bay Rays last season and continued his dominance in the second half. Wasn't the closer last season, but now has found that role. As we talked about, 22 saves in the season with 2.59 ERA.
Mentioning Anderson's story, he didn't play affiliated ball until he was age 25 when he signed in August 2015. For 3 years, he pitched in dependent ball, such as teams such as the Rockford Riverhawks and the Rockford Aviators, the Frontier Rays. Played for City Hawks,
The
which
left
is
fielder, number 5.
baseball league in 2014,
Talon.
while he was helping friend remodel houses. That is the third hit by pitch. Pitcher.
Plenty of hit by pitches here. I don't think any of these are intentional, as they're from different pitchers and to different players.
Shocked me. I looked up and I just saw winds of pain, and I thought it was déjà vu all over again. Bar for his hit 0 for 3 on the day. But
No ball. 2 strikes.
Bar 0 for 3 on the day. He's also had terrible in the outfield, but he's had a few little miscues. Obviously, that diving. Out the center field, running back is Kiermaier. Go to the warning track just before it. The 1 out here. Justin down to the final 2 outs.
Catcher.
And that's where that reaction time comes in, Kyle. We talked about best jump in Major League Baseball as an outfielder. A lot of other guys would have let that one bounce at the warning track and recovered it later. Not Kiermaier. He tracked that one down and got underneath it quick.
Vasquez steps in. 2 for 4 on the day. In the dirt, blocked by Zanino. Nope. Thrown to the catcher. Fastball, swing and a miss. 1. Sinker. Pitch, that's going to be given out to left field, running to the wall. Just in front of the wall again. This time Hunter Renfroe, he'll make the catch. Sox have had some hard-hit balls out to the outfield this inning. It's just right towards the outfielders. The right fielders been able to keep them down.
And if that one was in Boston, that one might have rattled up against Green Monster. That ball was hit hard, Kyle.
Verdugo, final chance.
No. Off the plate.
Count if Verdugo is on base. Winning run will be
We're playing 12. 1-2.
Rays will go on to play the Baltimore Orioles. next in a 3-game set. We will be calling the first one of that one. Are you here with us?
So I'm here with us. I had some technical difficulties. It said I disconnected. I had to rejoin. We're all good here. I'm going to go through some of these highlights, I believe. Alvarado will get the win, his first on the year. Weber's 4th loss. Henderson, his 23rd save, which I believe is near, if not at the top. For the MLB player of the game, first baseman Ji-Man Choi had 1 hit on the day. It was a long home run. I'm sure we might see that in the replay vault if we'll be going to that soon.
For the Red Sox, 3 runs on 10 hits.
The first thing that started this Tampa offense was that Zunino home run down the right field line. It was probably one of those more shorter distance you're going to see in this stadium at 328 feet. Either way, started out 1-0. Martinez, Miller's choice here, 6'4". That throw from Lau got Choi off the bag. Resulted in an RBI.
G-Man Choi did do a good job from the field throughout this game, saving a good amount of runs.
Boston tied it up earlier, or later on in the top of the 4th with Evers single, but then again, this Choi home run made it from a tie game to Rays in a lead that they would never lose. They would 4-13. 2 RBIs. Meyer again, he was adding on, bottom of the 4th. Diving play by Chavez, ball deflected off of his glove. Resulted in a run scoring, 5-2. In this case, Gomez continued in that bottom of the 4th. That right single to center, it's going to drop right in front of Jackie Bradley Jr.
That one is one of those no man lands type of hits.
Again, that little chopped single by Martinez got past Diaz and Adames. Ulted RBI, but then again, Hugo striking out on that curveball to end the game. The Rays will take the series. 2 out of 3. Mentioned they will be playing Baltimore. Eden and I will have that first game tomorrow at 2. Boston, you're going to see one of their games tomorrow as well. They're going to go home to start series with the Yankees. We're at the top of the AL East, and it could be very competitive. And even though Boston's near the bottom of the division, they always have good games. Yankees. Next game we're going to have is going to go from AL East to NL ball. In this case, it's going to be the Dodgers, Cincinnati Reds. We have TEX HOU in the booth, M Saucer 16, M Tanzer. I apologize if those aren't your actual names. I'm just going to call you the M&M crew for now. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. I love it.
Doing good, yeah.
Fun fact about these two are also Ithaca College students. Kyle, congratulations on your acceptance to Ithaca College. We're happy to see you on campus next year in October.
Yeah, we got the whole gang over here. I love it.
Go Bombs.
Dasa Tanzer, take it away.
Thank you, Jaden. Thank you, Kyle. Stellar job, as always, calling that American League matchup on ML Ball. I'm Matt Saucer alongside Max Tanzer, and we have a very key matchup for you, a very key mid-June matchup between the LA Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds. This is the rubber matchup between the two teams. Dodgers took the game last night. Reds took the one 2 days ago. Max, what are some keys in this matchup?
Absolutely. I think the key today is the pitching matchup. And specifically looking at the Red side of things, Anthony DeSclafani having a fantastic year. And it's really been a pleasant surprise if you're a Reds fan. After Bauer hit the IL, a lot of Reds fans had to be disappointed. And DeSclafani has really stepped in this season so far, leading the way in the National League and really leading this pitching rotation. Looking at the numbers, and we'll talk about it a lot throughout this game, Matt. 7-4 record, a 2.59 ERA. Is tied for the league lead and the least amount of walks, tied with Mike Leake of the Diamondbacks with 13 as well. So I'd imagine he's going to be pounding the strike zone a lot tonight. We're going to see a lot of quick outs from him. And that's the key for me if you're the Reds, especially. A lot of bullpen usage yesterday, so they're going to need him to go deep today.
Yeah, the Reds definitely looking for that. On the Dodgers side, you mentioned before the broadcast on how this is a very unique matchup between Urias and DeSclafani, the two teams and two pitchers only meeting once in their career so far. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, and the first time they met was in 2016, Urias' rookie year, and it was the only start in Urias' career against the Cincinnati Reds, and Anthony DeSclafani happened to be on the other side of it. It was a 4-0 Dodgers win. Urias went 6 shutout innings, striking out 6, and DeSclafani not bad as well. Very respectable line of 7 innings, 4 earned runs. So you got to expect the same tonight. And for Urias, a good story for him too. The majority of last season was coming out of the pen, and now he's getting an opportunity to start in the rotation for this Dodgers team. And the ERA is slightly above 4, so very solid stuff from the Southpaw this season.
And we talked about the pitchers. Let's now run through the batters, both lineups for both teams. You can see them on the left side of your screen. That'll be rotated throughout the game. But for the visiting Dodgers, we got at right field Mookie Betts batting first. Batting second, playing first, Max Muncy. Third, the former MVP candidate in center field, Cody Bellinger. Batting fourth, Jock Peterson. Seager will bat fifth. Catcher Will Smith will bat seventh. Gavin Lux, the young gun, will bat 7th. Kike Hernandez will bat 8th, and the pitcher Julio Urias will bat 9th. And we are underway here at Great American Ballpark. As I mentioned, Betts the leadoff guy. First pitch, a little high, ball 1.
Yeah, a guy to look out in the lineup for the Dodgers today will be Jock Peterson. In his career against DeSclafani, 5 for 11, 3 homers, OPSing 1,780. So you got to expect he's excited to see DeSclafani chalked into the rotation today.
And one thing about Betts as well is he has been known to extend at bats. He was a very key pickup for the Dodgers at the beginning of the season and definitely looking to drive DeSclafani's pitch count high. As Betts skies one into left field, camping under is Aquino, and he'll make the catch in deep left.
Yeah, take a look at the scouting report for DeSclafani this season, Matt. Wow, we just saw the fly ball there. Generally a ground ball pitcher. Has a low spin rate on the fastball, so it's going to have a lot of sink. 44% ground ball rate in 2019. So expect a lot of those today. The repertoire, a 4-seam fastball, a slider, breaking ball, changeup, the fastball ranging in the mid-90s. So expect that a lot this afternoon.
Now Max Muncy, as you saw on the graphic a couple seconds ago, he currently has a 13-game hitting streak, looking to extend that in his first battle against DeSclafani. Early 1-1 count. And Max, one thing that we mentioned, it's about Muncy is his utility, his flexibility, and the 13-game hitting streak. What have you noticed so far about him?
Absolutely, and he just keeps getting better and better. He came onto the scene in 2018.
Yeah, as Muncy grounds out, we're going to have to wait a couple more innings to extend that hitting streak. Mike Moustakas, the utility man, playing first base today.
Yeah, and he came on the scene in 2018, just missed the All-Star game, put up a good run in the Home Run Derby. In 2019, the numbers even better, and now here he is in a big part of the home run race here in the National League, and is really giving Suarez here over at third base for the Reds a run for his money as we get to the All-Star break for the home run leaders in the league.
Yeah, Muncy and these Dodgers are just loaded with stars as Cody Bellinger just drives to the plate. So far looking to extend his offensive dominance against DeSclafani. So far, early 1-1.
Yeah, a slow start for him this season, not what the 2018 MVP was looking. The average at about 220 so far. Has left the yard 13 times, 37 RBIs. Has walked 40 times as well, so still getting on base, but he's trying. As the weather heats up, he's trying to heat up as well.
1-1 offering high from DeSclafani. You looked over at the standings on the left side of your screen that was just shown. Dodgers have a commanding lead over the Diamondbacks in the West. Reds chasing the Chicago Cubs, who are off today, but then will take on the Cardinals in London this weekend. As Bellinger fouls away 2-2.
Yeah, that's a big series for the Cubs. The Cardinals struggling this season, so they're trying to take advantage of that. Cubs just a slim lead here on the Cincinnati Reds for the division lead. And if the Reds could get a win tonight, they can be back within about 2 games or so. But the Reds leading the wild card this season, which is quite a pleasant surprise after a busy offseason for Reds GM Nick Krall. And it's working quickly. And if you're a Reds fan, you got to love it.
Yeah, that was the Reds' goal, and that's what made the rest of the NL Central nervous. Not a lot of people counted the Reds in the race at the start of the offseason, but acquisitions like Castellanos and Strop, as well as Moustakas, definitely putting them on the map as Bellinger skies high to left field. That ball will drop off the wall, fielded by Aquino. Bellinger looking around, and he will park it at second for a double. Key offense with 2 outs.
Yeah, off the bat, it didn't look like this was going to go that far, but it's really carrying out to left field, and Bellinger does have that opposite field power. Take another look. Looks like a fastball running away from him, and Castellanos, all he could do is watch this one off the wall and able to get it back in quickly. But for Bellinger, that's what you're looking for from that 3 spot, and hopefully he can really take advantage of that and start rolling.
Apologize. Castellanos playing in left field, Aquino playing in right. Not something that the Reds have ran a lot this year in the past couple seasons, so even if it's broadcaster's trick for us is Jock Peterson looks to drive in Bellinger. Low pitch, 1-0. Jock Peterson, he was an LA Angel for a good 2 hours earlier in January. Part of that whole Mookie Betts saga.
Come on now, it's in a game right here.
Second offering from DeSclafani. That's the thing about Peterson as well is he's very hesitant. Doesn't like to swing at the first pitch. First couple of pitches will definitely extend the at-bat.
Hitting the 4 spot today, but they've explored leading him off in the past as well, so he's a guy they like to move around in that lineup.
Third offering from DeSclafani. Low, look for the appeal. 2-2. Dodgers looking for some 2-out rallies in the first inning.
Really good spot on that changeup right there. Almost got Peterson to bite.
And he'll get him to bite there as Jock Peterson earns a one-way ticket back to the dugout. DeSclafani escapes the mini jam off of that 2-out double by Bellinger, and we'll head to the bottom of the first, still 0-0. Going through the Reds batting order now real quick. We got Akiyama, Senzel, Eugenio Suarez, utility man Mike Moustakas batting 4th, Castellanos 5th, Aquino 6th, Galvez 7th, Casali 8th, and the pitcher DeSclafani 9th. And pitching for the Dodgers, Julio Urias, 13 starts, 6-2 records. He's had a pretty good year so far. Looking to continue that and get the Dodgers out of Cincinnati with a series win.
Absolutely, Matt, and for him, the fastball velocity has jumped a bit in the last couple of years. Could be health reasons, and he was in the pen last season. But getting that opportunity to start here for the Dodgers, 13 starts, as I mentioned earlier, likes to throw that slider more to lefties and the changeup more to righties. So expect that to see that today, especially with 2 strikes.
And definitely against a lineup with the Reds, that's something you're definitely going to want to watch out for. Watch those pitch combinations. Second offering from Urias, fouled away to Akiyama. Free agent, signed from Japan. One of the major signings for the Reds last offseason. As you mentioned earlier, a very busy offseason down on the banks of the Ohio River.
Yeah, Matt, Akiyama having an interesting start to the season so far. Not exactly what he expected, but still respectable, hitting .251. This is a guy with a great track record when you go to Japan. When you take a look at his numbers from Japan, Matt, broke the single-season MPB record for hits in 2015 with 216. Look at the defensive side of things in 2016. Did not make a single error in 311 total chances. So he could do it on both ends. And once he could find it to click here at the MLB level, he really could be incredibly impactful for this Reds team.
And he has proven that so far. Having an okay season so far, hitting .251, 4 home runs, 17 RBIs. And now Nick Senzel, you can see him pretty much all over the diamond, but today he's playing second base.
Yeah, only played a couple innings at second base last season for the Reds, but now with a log-jammed outfield, even with Winker on the injured list, Senzel still getting an opportunity to start moving him over to second base.
And that's one thing that they looked at. You know, a lot of the offseason talk was, what are they going to do with Senzel? What are they going to do with this whole entire outfield logjam? And it turns out, found a way. Third offering from Urias to Senzel. Inside and tight 2-2. Senzel batting .273, 9 home runs this year. Fouls it away, trying to draw Urias' pitch count up.
Yeah, and what's interesting about the move for him to second base is that when they signed Moustakas to that big deal, you know, the narrative going into the season was that he would play second base, but it appears that as the season has gone on and the roster has formed, that Moustakas has now been manning the first base spot and Senzatela up the middle.
Yeah, also with Joey Votto injured, that's going to be curious how they're going to handle that once he's healthy against once again, Senzel foul into the left field corner seats. They'll keep fighting.
Yeah, it's not too many times you see a guy yank a 95-mile-an-hour fastball foul, so may have been cheating a bit right there. But let's see what Urias Gibson, probably an off-speed pitch.
And you can't be more right on that. Low in the dirt. Senzel bites.
The third baseman.
And arguably the Reds' MVP as of late, Eugenio Suarez, will slide up to the plate.
Yeah, take a look at that changeup right there down. Good read by Urias, seeing him yank a hard fastball foul, really trying to catch it out in front.
And now Eugenio Suarez, 56 RBIs. He's the guy that the Reds look to provide the fireworks.
1-1.
High tight from Urias, 1-1.
Yeah, really came onto the scene last year. Has been with this team for a few years now, but was in the top 5 in home runs in Major League Baseball last season and has continued that dominance. While the strikeout numbers are generally up for him, still hits for a good average and still leaves the yard aplenty, and that OPS up well over 900, so you couldn't ask for any more.
Urias having a perfect inning, gets Suarez to go down on strikes. Heading in to the top of the second, still 0-0. And Max, if you look, that was a pretty dominant start from Julio Urias in that first inning.
Absolutely, and it really tied up Suarez and Knotts right there with that slider in on the hands. And again, him and Smith seem to be on the same page and really working well through the part of that Reds order right there as Corey Seager leads it off for the Dodgers here.
Corey Seager was an MVP candidate, but then had some injury problems back in 2017. Looking to make his rise yet again onto the scene.
I got the count 1 and 2.
As he falls behind early in the count.
Yeah, for Corey Seager, getting to play, getting back into the groove of things last season, and really hasn't found it this year. As you mentioned, back in 2016, was an MVP candidate, won a Rookie of the Year.
As Seager, no doubt about that one, gestures to the left, and that ball will fall over the wall. As we mentioned earlier, Corey Seager looking to make a comeback, and that is an exclamation point right there.
Yeah, it was just a question of whether it would stay fair, and there's number 7 for him on the season, and that may be the spark he was looking for right there. And DeSclafani, a guy who's given up about 10 or 11 home runs this season, so it is pretty difficult to leave the yard as we take another look right here, down and in, right where every lefty loves it. Quick, compact swing, kind of just a little bit out in front, but had enough of it to stay fair down that right field line.
Absolutely perfect contact from Corey Seager, and now Will Smith looks to add on to the hit parade. He's got a 5-game hitting streak of his own, hitting .353 during that streak. Overall, .216. Young catcher. Low strike from DeSclafani.
Yeah, starting him off with a slider right there, backup slider, just sneaking over that inner edge.
Third offering from DeSclafani. Smith looking to join that home run parade, takes a powerful hack of that high pitch, gets just enough to stay alive.
Yeah, for Smith, this is game number 56 for him on the season, which is basically the amount he played last year. And if you compare the numbers, not the same success he was having back in 2019 when he slugged 15 homers, 42 RBIs, the slugging percentage at .571. This year, a different story, and it's probably just that pitchers have figured him out a little bit more. And I'd say for the sophomore, just try to figure it out and plan your first full season behind the dish. It's a lot to juggle.
Smith stays alive, and that's another thing we got to look at right now. DeSclafani going to be at 30 pitches through 2. As you mentioned, the bullpen was taxed yesterday for Cincinnati. It's definitely something that manager Dave Bell's going to want to look at. Smith skies one. Tracking is Aquino. We'll see who will win this race. Aquino or the wall, and Aquino wins the race. We'll retire
Batting 7, the second baseman.
Smith there.
Yeah, and you couldn't have said it better, Matt. And I think the goal, if you are the Dodgers, is get DeSclafani out of this game early. Taking a look at yesterday's game, I believe it was Sonny Gray who was on the mound, only went 4 innings. So they had to use a lot of that pen. And the Reds, David Bell, trying to get DeSclafani to eat up some innings for them and keep this in this game. If you're the Dodgers, gets that tired pen quickly and maybe put on some more runs on them.
No ball, 2 strikes.
DeSclafani looking for the quick punch out on Gavin Lux. Lux skies under it, tracking is Akiyama. He'll make the catch just short of the track. 2 down for the Dodgers. Quick work for Anthony DeSclafani
The third baseman.
in a much-needed situation.
Hernandez.
Yeah, and I'm sure Lux, after seeing Will Smith put up a long AB, says, you know what, all right, if I get a good pitch right here, I'm going to take a hack at it. And just missed it, just got a bit underneath it. And now it's up to Kike Hernandez.
And with Kike, I know we've talked about utility guys like Senzel and Moustakis, but boy, oh boy, talk about a utility guy. Kike Hernandez, he can play literally anywhere on the diamond.
Absolutely, and what's so nice about that, and we've seen plenty of teams use players like this in the past. Reminds me a lot of, lesser version of DJ LeMahieu at first base or wherever in the infield for the Yankees. You could give guys days off and move Hernandez or a guy like LeMahieu around the diamond while still starting him, which could be so valuable in a 162-game season. But now with the Turner injury, him hitting the IL recently, Hernandez is getting the chance to start every day at third base, so it doesn't seem we'll be seeing him playing everywhere on the field as much anymore.
Yeah, Justin Turner out. Key injury for the Dodgers. He's the veteran presence in that locker room. DeSclafani falls behind early against Kike. Able to get the foul off, 3-2 payoff pitch. A lot of full counts so far for the Dodgers.
Yeah, and that's just patience, and that's probably the approach on DeSclafani here. They know that he's trying to bite at the corners right here, and they're waiting for that pitch as we see another walk.
Batting 9.
Hernandez gets the free pass to first.
Urias.
Now the pitcher, Julio Urias, drive to the plate.
And for a guy like DeSclafani, who we mentioned, doesn't walk a lot of guys. That was his 14th walk of the season, which is now the second least in Major League Baseball or the National League. He probably had in mind that the pitcher Urias was on deck, so he didn't have to throw a good pitch to Hernandez right there, and probably could have wasted it and maybe see if he could chase, but Hernandez budged right there. So now we have Urias the pitcher.
Still, even though the pitcher's on deck, it may be a free out, but still, you gotta try to get those outs because the pitch count's just going to keep climbing on you. As DeSclafani is behind early 2-0, and there's no worse feeling than walking the pitcher in the National League.
Absolutely, and I think he's off to a slow start right here, and he needs to get back in the strike zone. Urias is not a threat with the bat whatsoever. Challenge him, make him beat you.
Able to do that right there. Urias just a tad late, fouls it off. DeSclafani looking to climb back into the count. High 3-1. And with Mookie Betts on deck, boy oh boy, that's salt in an open wound when you walk the pitcher right before Mookie Betts.
And if you're Urias right here, it is a hitter's count, but if I'm Dave Roberts, I'm making sure he's taking with Betts on deck.
Urias, ground ball into the outfield. Boy oh boy, we don't see that a lot.
Well, how about that?
Now batting.
That's pretty unorthodox right there from Dave Roberts, but you know what? It worked, and that's all that matters. 3-1 fastball up the middle. You had to know that's coming to the pitcher and Urias in that situation, and he's right all over it. So
yeah,
now
give him the green light. He is ready to go. And now the reigning AL MVP, Mookie Betts, drive to the plate with runners at first and second. Dodgers already up 1-0. DeSclafani sort of getting in the slumps in terms of the pitch count, and we're only in the second inning. That's foul away. 1-1. That's over 1 earlier. That's fighting to stay alive here. I'm on 1-2.
Yeah, much different start here for DeSclafani, Matt. His last start against the Cubs, 7 innings, 1 run ball, 1 hit, 8 strikeouts. Now we've seen a couple of walks, or 1 walk and a couple base hits to start this one off.
2-2 offering from DeSclafani. Right in the wheelhouse for Betts, and we're going to see if he's going to pay for that. And lucky Aquino was right there, and despite traffic jam, he'll get out, but not until after Corey Seager took him deep to right. Dodgers take the lead up 1-0, heading into the middle of the second.
Leading off for the Reds, the first baseman, Mike Moustakas.
Mike Moustakas, former Royal, former Brewer, takes his talents to the division rival in Cincinnati. As we mentioned earlier, playing first base today in the absence of Joey Votto. Looking to get the Reds on the board here for the first time today. Oh-2 offering to Moustakas. Swing and a miss. Urias still on fire. Moustakas will take a one-way ticket back to the Reds dugout.
Yeah, Matt, really good spot on this fastball right here. 95 down away. Couldn't have placed it better. And if you're Moustakas, after seeing a couple breaking balls to start him off, beating him up with that fastball, no chance.
And Nicky Castellanos. We could talk a lot about him, acquired via free agency from the Chicago Cubs after being traded from Detroit.
Yeah, man, really good season for him last year. Really came to life after being traded to the Cubs. And all in all, with the Tigers and the Cubs, hit 58 doubles. He was 2 doubles away from becoming the first man to hit 60 doubles since 1936 when Charlie Gehringer and Joe Medwick did so.
Castellanos finds himself 2-2. Let's see if he'll put one in the gap here. Yeah, Castellanos takes a big hack trying to get that one to the gap. They're fighting a lot today as he goes down on strikes.
Well, Urias has recorded 5 outs, 4 of them via the strikeouts. So the Reds are having a really tough time picking up the ball out of his hand right now.
Ball. Count 1-0.
Aristides Aquino came on the scene hot last year, made an immediate impact for the Reds, and which has contributed to this overcrowded outfield that they have now.
Yeah, and while the home run numbers quite aren't as high as they were last year in the couple of months he was at the big leagues, the double numbers are still there, and slugging .508, so still really good stuff for him. I'm sure he's happy to see a left-hander on the mound today.
1-2 offering for Aquino. Swings and misses yet again. That is another strikeout for Julio Urias. Perfect inning. And that's 5 on the day for Urias. Dodgers up 1-0 as we head to the start of the third. Due up for LA. It's going to be Muncy, Bellinger, and Peterson. If this is a chance for the Dodgers to break it open, this is a good chance for them to do that.
Yeah, and they really got to DeSclafani in the last inning, and walks have been aplenty in this series for the Reds. 8 walks in total from all pitchers combined yesterday, 6 of them from Sonny Gray, and now we've seen DeSclafani, while only 1 walk, and generally a guy who doesn't walk many batters, has been getting behind in counts. The Dodgers have been really making it work, being very patient, and that's the approach here if you're Los Angeles. Continue to pester at him, put him under pressure, and make him throw pitches under pressure.
This will be his 50th pitch, only in the 3rd inning. First offering, and it's good. He hasn't thrown a lot of first pitch strikes so far. Good to see him get ahead of the count.
Yeah, and if you're the Dodgers, probably take him until they get a strike, knowing the command problems this afternoon for DeSclafani.
DeSclafani, good low off-speed pitch. He got Muncy to bite there. And that's going to be the key for DeSclafani. He's got to throw strikes, but on the other hand, if he's going to get these Dodgers to bite, he's got to do it low in the zone. He goes high in the zone. Swing and a miss. That'll send Muncie back to the dugout. Second strikeout on the day for Anthony DeSclafani.
Really good job of changing eye levels right here, Matt. Starts him off with the low fastball, then comes right back up, and it gives it, the appearance of that it's almost rising. And really good job right there. It gets Muncie thinking that's a pitch he can elevate, but at the end of the day was up out of the zone.
And Bellinger, who hit a double earlier, this would be sky high into the corner back. That ball will be caught by Aristides Aquino millimeters from the wall.
Yeah, and he just missed this one after sitting back on a fastball his last time up and taking it the other way. Caught this one just a bit out front. If you take a look at Aquino right here, thought he may have had a chance to take one away, but looks like if he were not to make that play, it would have just been off the wall. But either way, good sign for Bellinger, hitting the ball very hard today so far.
Yeah, Bellinger off to a good start despite being just a tad bit short on that one. Now Jock Peterson strives to the plate for his second time today. Bit of a generous call from the umpire there. As you see on the graphic, his entire career was with Los Angeles, and you mentioned this earlier, but we'll get more into this, but he was an angel for a good 2 days.
That's got to be a funny feeling, Matt. You spend your whole entire career with one organization, especially for Peterson, had been to the playoffs several times with the Dodgers, and all of a sudden, right before the season starts, about January or so, you're being traded to the Angels along with Stripling, and then a couple days later, it's off. It has to be a strange feeling for sure.
Peterson grounds out. Quick work for Anthony DeSclafani, helping his pitch count out. That will retire the side as we head to the bottom of third. Bottom of the order, due up for the Reds.
Leading off for the Reds, the shortstop.
Ready Galvis striding to the plate now. Urias looking to continue his dominance. 5 strikeouts so far from the Dodgers hurler. Looks to expand.
And I know that his pitch count is pretty low, 28 pitches through 3 innings, but when they've gotten behind, they have seemed to be in a lot of trouble against Urias. So if I'm the bottom of the order right here, I'm trying to get ahead early, and if I see a fastball up in the zone, I'm taking a hack on it because you don't want to get behind. He's doing a really good job of mixing his pitches so far.
Galvis right now 1-1 early. Urias looking untouchable so far today. And a bit of announcer's jinx. This is going to go back on the horse. And that will fall off the wall. Missed play by Peterson. And Galvis will park it at second for a double. Talk about announcer's jinx right there.
Well, that's baseball for you, man. I'll tell you. Anyone can break out of that slump whenever. We've seen it with Bellinger already today. And here's Galvis. Gets a good fastball over the plate and puts a charge into it. Good effort by Peterson out there in left field. Just a bit out of his reach. And with that, it was ensured that Galvis would be able to cruise into second with a double. And now the tying run is scoring position right away for the Reds. And if you're Kurt Casale right here, he's mainly a platoon guy starting against lefties. Hasn't gotten as many opportunities as he would have liked this season. This is one right here. Drive in a run, tie this game up, especially with the pitcher on deck.
And you mentioned the pitcher on deck. Given their bullpen depth right now, or the lack of bullpen depth, I wouldn't even consider pulling a fast one and thinking about pinch hitting for runs this early, but definitely an interesting situation for David Bell here.
If they were to pinch hit for DeSclafani, the bullpen would be in a lot of trouble.
1-1.
And he's still under 60 pitches so far, so a lot of time still to go for Anthony DeSclafani. As Casale finds him 1-1. Takes another hack, 1-2. The Reds have not been sitting back.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what Urias goes with right now, Matt, as he's gone with a couple of fastballs. He could go with it again, elevate it, similar to what DeSclafani did to Muncie, or he could go with that off-speed pitch down and out of the zone again.
1-2 offering. And another hack bounces right in front of the plate, and that will be an easy out for the Dodgers.
Well, there was that off-speed pitch down in the zone, and Casale getting a little antsy right there, and that's a huge out for Urias because now the pitcher coming up, and what could have been a really tough situation for him is turned into something that's a little bit more easier for him now with DeSclafani standing in, who has had a very good year offensively.
It's another strikeout for Urias. That's 6 on the day so far. We're only in the 3rd inning. Looks to get number 7 on Anthony DeSclafani. 6th round pick in the 2011 draft. It's draft day for the MLB today. Reds had a pretty good first round with the number 12 pick.
Yeah, Matt,
they went with that talent.
Yeah, they went with Austin Hendrick, a high schooler from the West Allegheny High School in Pennsylvania, 12th overall. And I was looking at some highlights of him hitting in the friendly confines, Wrigley Field. I know you're familiar with that place, Matt. He was taking some balls out there deep into the right field bleachers. So that's what the Reds are hoping to see more of, especially playing over at Wrigley Field in the future.
A low pitch away, but no result there as everyone stays home. 2-2 on DeSclafani. First wild pitch we've seen from Urias so far. DeSclafani high pop up. All this will do is rob Urias of another strikeout. Easy play for Bellinger. 2 away.
Number 4.
Yeah, now what's turned into runner scoring position with no outs has turned into runner on second with 2 outs. So Urias has done a good job working through this. The pitch count still at a reasonable margin at 40 here with 2 outs in the third. If you're Akiyama, a guy who likes to put the ball in play, you're trying to reach the grass right now and allow Galvis to score, who does have below average speed at second base, so it will take more than a single to score him unless it's in the gap.
Shogo Akiyama grounded out in the first inning, looking to get his first hit of the day. He's hit 251 so far on the season. As Akiyama skies it into left field, camping out is Kike Hernandez, and that will retire the side. First sign of trouble for Urias, but that turns into no trouble as Corey Seager is due up along with Will Smith and Gavin Lux. Seager had a home run earlier. Dodgers looking to expand the lead heading into 4th.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the shortstop, Corey Seager.
Corey Seager looking, it's a first round pick in the 2012 draft. Via the Dodgers, he had, as I said earlier, he had a round tripper his last time up.
He had a really good
couple miles on that.
Yeah, Matt, he had a really good game yesterday too. Left the yard once, drove in 4 on the sac fly as well. So he's finding that hot streak right now. Perfect time here for the Dodgers.
And even though these balls are going foul, he's getting a lot of wood. Not a time for a mistake from Anthony DeSclafani. This will be pitch number 60. 1-2 offering, gets Seager to bite, noticing that he was swinging. Huge break for Anthony DeSclafani.
Take a look at the pitch speed comparison. Both of them upper portion of the 90s, 98 for DeSclafani, 97 for Urias. And again, we're seeing DeSclafani the tendency to like to elevate that fastball with 2 strikes and catch those Dodgers hitters getting a little antsy, and it's worked so far with 2 really good lefties in Muncy and Seager.
Gets Muncy and Seager to go down. Now you get to the bottom part of the order with Will Smith. Down low, last 4 games hit 357, 5 for 16. Will Smith, born in Kentucky, the 25-year-old, tends to pull. 12 home runs so far on the season.
I know they got to see it a couple times last year with the other Will Smith being in the division with the Giants. Now with the Braves, we won't get to see that Will Smith versus Will Smith matchup as much anymore.
We always love those fun name matchup, Will Smith versus Will Smith. You still get to see it, given that they're in the same league, but only 6 to 7 times a year as the Dodgers' Will Smith goes down on strikes as number 4 for DeSclafani. Back-to-back Ks to start the 4th.
Yeah, after a rough couple of last innings, he was able to limit damage, keep the team in this game, and just limiting the Dodgers to 1 run. And it seems like he's found his groove now with 3 straight strikeouts, which is a great sign if you're the Reds right now.
Ball 1, no strike.
Gavin Lux now batting, popped up in the 2nd inning. DeSclafani trying to get out of this 4th inning under 70 pitches.
Ball back outside.
2-0. Falls behind early. Buck's taking a big hack trying to send that one into the Ohio River, but rolls over. And look, similar hack, that's going to pop up. Tracking is Akiyama and will make yet another warning track catch. That's been a theme so far today for the Reds.
Yeah, I thought that one had a chance to go out right there. Akiyama, as we mentioned, a great center fielder in Japan, and taking it over here to the States as we head to the fourth.
Leading off for the
Heading
Reds.
to the fourth inning, top of the order for the Cincinnati Reds. Nick Stenzel takes his talents to the plate, looking to get Julio Urias out of his rhythm. Urias showing no signs of hesitation. Right down the middle, Stenzel being pretty hesitant on this at bat so far.
Yeah, and Urias is just challenging him with 2 straight fastballs, so now he has him in the palm of his hand right now, could go with any pitch right now. And really, I think that's something that the Reds have really fallen into struggles with, is falling behind him right here, and Urias is working with a really fast pace.
Stenzel not quite enough as Bellinger camps under. Tires one away.
And I think that Urias' pace right now is the biggest difference here, or the biggest reason why he's having so much success against the Reds hitters so far here through 3 1/3, is that he's really, with that 97-mile-an-hour fastball, is speeding them up, and then he has that changeup and that slider that he's able to really keep them off balance with, and I think that's the reason why he's getting so many strikeouts right now.
And speaking of strikeouts, all that does is rob him of a strikeout. You look, Suarez struck out a lot, 3rd in the National League, but even if you think about that, he's the guy who you count on to tie this game for Cincinnati.
Yeah, man, and I think with a guy like Suarez, very similar to, a Mike Trout, where a lot of swing and miss in their game, but that's because they add the launch angle in, and they hit the ball harder, and they hit the ball farther, and so that's why he allows himself to leave the yard a lot more, or puts himself in an opportunity to, at least.
Urias falling behind 3-0 on Eugenio Suarez. Offering, and that's going to be, I believe, his first walk of the day. First sign of trouble for Julio Urias.
Number 9, Mike.
Yeah, good job by Suarez right there. Just try to put up long at-bats and get Urias under pressure right now. He's been way too comfortable on that mound. And he has all the momentum in his hands right now, but it's just a couple hits away from giving that back to the Reds.
Like Moustakis. Looking to add on. A little late on that first pitch.
One thing I've noticed too, Matt, is really doing a good job of getting ahead. You mentioned with DeSclafani struggling, a lot of first pitch balls, but Urias the complete opposite story. A lot of first pitch strikes, especially with the fastball.
And there's one place where that's easily noticed, and that's the pitch count. Urias still at 51. Meanwhile, DeSclafani is going to be north of 70 in the next inning. Check swing, and no appeal there, and Moustakis will earn a one-way ticket back to the Reds dugout.
Number 2.
Yeah, man. I was surprised that the home plate umpire rug him up that quickly right there, but Urias will take it. There was no argument from Moustakis, so that's another strikeout for him. He is continuing to pile them up. Very close to double digits, and we're just in the 4th.
Now Nicky Castellanos, the king of doubles, will fly into the gap, but Bellinger camping easy out for the Dodgers. Bit of improvement for Cincinnati, getting some wood on those balls, but still not enough as the Dodgers remain in the lead, 1-0.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
Starting to see some bullpen action. Cody Reed and Robert Stevenson.
Hernandez.
As we're into the 5th inning, Anthony DeSclafani at 69 pitches so far.
Yeah, both Reed and Stevenson pitched yesterday. Reed an inning with no runs. Stevenson went an inning as well, 2 strikeouts, no runs as well, so they should have some gas left in the tank.
Mentioned earlier with Urias, that was strikeout number 7. Now Kike Hernandez and the Dodgers looking to expand their lead high and tight. Just missing the front shoulder of Kike.
Yeah,
And if I'm
slider
David Bell, how tight is my leash here?
It's interesting because it is just a one-run game, and we've seen DeSclafani struggling with the command a little bit, already behind 3-0 right here. But I got to ride him as long as I can. You got to trust him. You know, the track record's there this season. He talked about he has a great chance to make the All-Star game, and if he keeps it up, could be a Cy Young Award candidate as well. You got to trust him right now, especially with how much the bullpen was used yesterday. You can't afford, to bring someone out who may be a little bit tired. And with this Dodgers offense, it could snap any second now with how much firepower is in this lineup. I'd say stick with him for as long as you can.
I agree. Julio Urias, 1 for 1 so far on the day. Had a single up the middle. He's a show bunt. Phenomenal bunt. Let's see. This is going to be a tough play. Fires to 2. That's an ill-advised baseball play by the Cincinnati Reds right there. Had an easy chance at 1. And when your pitch count is high, you got to get those outs.
This is a strange play right here because DeSclafani is running over to the bag to cover, and I assume Moustakis didn't think he was going to get there in time, but it looks like he would. And really, in this situation right now, with DeSclafani struggling to throw strikes, you got to take that sure out at first base. You got to assume that he's going to get to that bag. I agree with you. Definitely one that could really bite them if Mookie Betts or any of these Dodgers hitters can put a dent in that scoreboard right here.
Speaking of putting a dent in that scoreboard, DeSclafani offered him a mistake. Luckily, Betts did not accept that one. Otherwise, it might be a 3-0 game 4-0 game right now.
Yeah, 75 pitches now with nobody out here in the 5th and runners on, so things are getting stressful here for DeSclafani.
And only through 5, and as we mentioned before, it was a busy day for the Reds bullpen yesterday, so we'll see what they do here.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Tight for Betts, 1 and 2. Command, a big issue for Anthony DeSclafani so far.
And the positive about yesterday's bullpen usage is each pitcher just went 1 inning out of the pen. The question is can you trust these guys and their workload the previous week as well? And that's something that David Bell will definitely consider with who he brings in and what situation.
Offering. Betts takes a big hack, and that's a big break for Anthony DeSclafani. Strikeout number 5 as he gets Betts swinging on the off-speed pitch.
Good spot right here, just on the inside corner, and Betts just a bit late on it. And if you're DeSclafani right there, that's the second best result besides a double play. You got to take it, and hopefully you can feed off of that with a really tough task in Max Muncy coming to the plate.
Muncy 0 for 2 so far today, however, does have 20 home runs so far in the season. 80 pitches already for DeSclafani. Falls behind early.
And while he may be a guy who's easier to double up than maybe, let's say, Betts or Bellinger, he doesn't hit as many ground balls, so he's going to have to do a really good job of painting that bottom edge of the strike zone, maybe catch him out in front and roll something over to the second baseman.
DeSclafani able to crawl back into the count, making things a little bit more complicated for Max Muncy.
Love that pitch right there. Front door 2-seamer, just locking him up. A pitch that Muncy obviously didn't want, and probably one that's hard to barrel up.
And Muncy looking a little late on this at-bat so far. Be able to stay alive. Big couple pitches coming from him.
Yeah, and those are 2 fastballs over the middle third of the plate right there, or that last one was.
Muncy continues to fight. Slowly dragging DeSclafani's pitch count up.
A lot of fastballs in this at-bat as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he mixes it up right here after about 3 or 4 straight.
Saw a bit of a mix-up off-speed down low and away. Muncy got just enough to stay alive. 2-2. A bit of a generous call from the men in blue behind the plate there.
That's the second time in this inning. He threw one to Betts up and in 2 that I thought was pretty close. And that was almost in the same exact spot. If you're DeSclafani, you have to have that pitch in this situation.
You have to have that pitch, but he won't, as Max Muncy gets the free pass. Not something you want, especially in a long at-bat like that. To come out the loser, never a good thing for the pitcher.
And a really good job by Muncie right there. You know, in this situation, it's easy for a hitter, you know, to try and get over-aggressive or a little too antsy. But he did a good job of staying patient, didn't get a pitch he liked. You know, while he was a little bit late on those fastballs, able to battle enough to now load the bases for the reigning MVP and a guy who's hit the ball incredibly hard both times up today.
Definitely the guy you don't want at the plate if you're Cincinnati. Dodgers already have a 1-0 lead off of the bat of Corey Seager. Bellinger looking to expand as he gets it through the gap. That's a base hit. That should plate one. It looks like the runners will hold as the Dodgers expand the lead 2-0.
Well, he knew DeSclafani was struggling to throw strikes to Muncie, and Muncie did a good job of getting deep in that count, and Bellinger comes up saying, you know what, I think I'm getting the fastball first pitch. That's exactly what he does. Doesn't try to do too much with it, just takes it where it's thrown, right through that 5-hole in the left field for a base hit. Station to station here for the Dodgers, and more pressure on DeSclafani as we see them go to Cody Reed here in the pen.
Cody Reed, pretty strong season so far. He's got a 2.08 ERA, 6 Ks so far, 0.81 whip. In May of last season, was a traveler between AAA and the bigs.
Fastball, slider, changeup, two-seam with the fastball ranging from 91 to 93, so a bit slower than DeSclafani's.
Falls behind early 0-1. Second offering. Command not looking too strong from Cody Reed so far as he falls behind 2-0.
This is a tough situation to come into, Matt. If you're a relief pitcher, probably the last situation. Bases loaded, less than 2 outs, and he's definitely a good pitch to a really good hitter in Peterson right here, who's definitely a threat to leave the yard.
Gets lucky there as Peterson bites on an easy ball 3. As you mentioned, Peterson no stranger to leave the yard. Reed able to claw back. Good patience from the pitcher, Reed.
Yeah, and while Peterson was out front of that changeup right there, that was up over the plate. I'm sure Peterson wants that one back, because that's one that most hitters would be taken out into the river in right field.
And Peterson tries to do exactly that, but no connection there. Is a key strikeout from Cody Reed. And Jock Peterson, as he said, would like that at bat all in all back.
And let's look at the pitch sequence right here, or at least talk about it, Matt. Goes with the fastball, then that changeup that he was out in front and fouled off. So he slows him down, then comes back with that fastball up out of the zone, speeding him up once again, very much like DeSclafani did to Muncie earlier in the game. So incredible job by Casali and Reed right there to get Peterson out. And now again, the Reds are in a situation where they can force the Dodgers to strand some baseline.
Looking to do that, but it's going to be a tough thing to do with Corey Seager. He left the yard earlier in this game. Looking to do it again and really break this ball game open in the 5th inning.
Yeah, and he's already left the yard once. We mentioned a home run yesterday as well, so even though it's left on left, not a guy you want to be seeing standing in the left-handed batter's box right now.
2-0 offering. Bit of a borderline call. 2-1.
Well, that's the pitch that he probably wanted to get from Betts earlier, and home plate umpire gives him it right there. So this time to Reed, not DeSclafani. Reds will take it, however.
1 pitch. Big hack, good fielding play by Moustakis, and boy, oh boy, Reds get out of a big jam right there. Dodgers, however, get one, made up 2-0 in the 5th. Now, Max, real quick, one thing we haven't seen so far, Julio Urias has been on base twice. How do you think that's going to impact him, given that instead of spending that half inning in the dugout, he spent it traversing the base paths? Do you think that's going to have an impact on this half inning?
Well, it'll be interesting, because for some pitchers, they like quick innings. They don't like to sit in the dugout for too long. Others wouldn't mind that time. And for Urias right there, so it's more of a unique situation, because it was a long half inning right there for the Dodgers, but he was spending the time staying active and getting some running in as well over on the bases. So if he's a guy who likes to stay active and stay moving and likes short half innings, then that was probably a good one for him right there as he was running the bases.
ball. Back to the count.
Down quickly to Aquino. Reds looking to get that run back that they gave up on the Bellinger single.
Haven't seen him fall behind when he hit his 2-0.
Able to claw back a little bit there on that good high pitch.
I got 3-1. 3 balls.
Bit of a command difference in this half inning. Falls behind 3-1. He does have 1 walk on the day. It's not entirely rare in this game. Gets Aquino to keep battling. Still under 60 pitches in the 5th inning, so not too much of a worry in that area.
Yeah, if you're the Dodgers, if you can go at least 6 innings for you, you're in good shape, especially with the pen they have.
Aquino still fighting, earns himself another payoff pitch. Still fighting. Aristides Aquino. Nickname is the Punisher.
Oh, I can tell you he's looking to punish one right now.
And he's able to do so, but ball will see who's going to win this race. And that should be scored as an error for Gavin Lux. Tough break there for the Dodgers in the young second baseman.
Absolutely, especially with Urias right now. He had been cruising in a bit of a unorthodox at-bat in comparison to the rest of the at-bats for the Reds in this game. Aquino was able to get ahead, but he spoils some good 3-2 pitches. And Urias gets that ground ball, but with a base runner now on first, this is where you need to get back in this game if you're the Reds. You just got a gift right there, and now you need to take advantage of it.
And no better guy to do it so far today than Freddie Galvis as the double so far on the day. Ooh, bit of a close play there on the bases, but Aquino able to get back in time.
Yeah, really close play. And Urias has been known to have one of the better pickoff moves in the league from the left side. Obviously has the ability to see the runner as we take another look. Aquino was expanding his lead a little bit, and that is really close, Matt, and he was out.
They got him.
So that's a huge play right there. That is really tough if you're the Reds right there, because you get a break with the error, and you seem to have the momentum coming back into your hands, and then literally the first pitch, or it wasn't even a pitch to Galvis, but immediately he's picked off. That's a bad mistake by the young rookie or second-year man in Aristides Aquino.
Urias bailing out his young second baseman and Gavin Lux right there. The key play. Now Galvis, grounder. Easy play for Kike Hernandez, right to Muncy. And what seemed to be a promising inning for the Cincinnati Reds now looks very grim.
Yeah, and a quick out there for Urias as well on Galvis. And really good stuff for him. I can't speak more highly enough about how he's been showing up today.
But Casali hasn't done much so far today. Looking to get the Reds on the board for the first time.
Yeah, Urias was last. Casali was last up with a runner in scoring position with nobody out and couldn't come up big right there. So maybe he could spark something and pick himself up right now.
Yeah, high ball, deep to center, but not even nearly enough as Bellinger camps under, and the Reds are retired yet again. Bottom of the order coming up for the middle of the order for the Los Angeles Dodgers coming up.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the catcher,
Will Smith 0 for 2 so far, strikeout and a flyout. And Will Smith skies this one deep to left, and a good run-down catch by Nick Castellanos. Not really known for his fielding, but bailed out his relief pitcher Cody Reed right there.
Yeah, the Reds outfielders have been busy today. Let's take another look. Pitch, it looks like maybe a slider running in on the hands of Smith, able to barrel it up. And Castellanos covering a lot of ground to make that over-the-shoulder catch right in front of the track. So a loud out number one for sure.
And he's used to that. Wrigley Field, playing there for around a half a season with the win there. Boy, that's an outfielder's practice clinic right there for anyone. You see a lot of drop balls by the visitors and a lot of impeccable plays by the home Cubs. So
and not only that,
definitely translating that here.
Not only that too, but when he played with the Tigers in Detroit at Comerica Park in right center field, one of the most spacious outfields in Major League Baseball, not even to mention how deep it is in straightaway center as well. So when he was playing right field for him, a ton of ground to cover on balls in the gap.
And we got a high one from Gavin Lux. But yet again, another warning track catch. This time from Aristides Aquino.
Next for the Dodgers, the third
Knuckler allowed out.
TK.
Yeah, his last at bat flew out to Akiyama at the track in deep right center field. And here he is flying out to Aquino. So seeing the ball really well as well, just getting a bit underneath it.
Hernandez drives to the plate. Gets a lot on that. But foul.
Yeah, really late on that fastball right there. And that's been a theme today for both sides. Late on those fastballs in the mid-90s.
1-1.
Good eye there from Kike. You look at his slider in the 80s there, way off speed from the prior offering. Third offering from Reed.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Low
Count.
2-2. Kike Hernandez, born in Puerto Rico. Kike able ground ball into center, takes first. So this complicates things a bit.
Now batting.
You got Julio Urias batting. He's been absolutely on fire. Not looking to pinch hit here. I'd be very shocked if Dave Roberts pulls that move.
No,
And
I would
not to mention he's 1 for 2, but reached base twice.
absolutely. I think it's a smart move to keep him in the game with how dominant he's been.
On both sides of the plate too.
It's interesting, just looking at the reversal today in terms of the expectations, man. Coming in, DeSclafani was the favored pitcher, also a good hitter in terms of pitchers as well. Urias has taken that and one-upped him, saying, I'm going to go at least 5 shutout innings, maybe even more, and I also got a base hit my last time up too, or in his first at-bat.
They reached base twice, looking to make that a third time with a runner on first, but behind early.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
1 and 2 way outside. And if I'm Cody Reed, even though he's reached base twice, you got to throw strikes here.
Absolutely, and I think, even if you have a pitcher, even if it's Peter Lambert of the Rockies, Madison Bumgarner, Zach Greinke, you got to challenge them. You cannot be walking pitchers, or at least falling behind and wasting pitches.
Still ahead here, but considering, again, the taxing of this Reds bullpen, not a recipe for success. Urias, even though he's hitting on foul, I don't know. Maybe you might need to pitch around him a little bit. Otherwise, you might be paying.
Gotta throw that slider away after so many straight fastballs, I'd say. Get him to chase.
That's exactly it. But on a high fastballs, Urias chases. First time not getting on base. As Reed gets out of the inning. Not a whole lot of activity. Hernandez with that single, but a couple out outs.
Pinch hitting for the Reds.
Now the Reds looking to get on the board for the first time today. Cut into this Dodger lead. Urias dominant so far. Recap of the runs. Seager had a long home run to right field, followed by a bases loaded single off the bat of Cody Bellinger.
Looks like we're seeing a pinch hitter here for Reed, so his afternoon is done. It's going to be Phillip Ervin, who's been doing very well off the bench for this team, hitting 295. So if you're the Reds right here, this is a young stud that's been with the organization for 3 or 4 years now, but potentially would be starting for some teams, but due to that log-jammed outfield for this Reds team, has been majority of the time getting opportunities off the bench.
And we'll see if that will result in a double switch eventually, depending on how this works. Reds back at the top of the order. Akiyama into the gap. Fly ball. We'll see who's going to win this race, and it looks like Jack Peterson beats the ball. Semi-allowed out for Akiyama, who's had a pretty good day so far, however, not able to turn it into anything.
Yeah, the Dodgers being very patient today against Reds pitchers. On the other hand, the Reds being very aggressive. A lot of outs on 2-3 pitches, and one of the reasons why Urias has been so efficient. And he's in a situation to get really deep into this game. And if he can keep it up, we may see the now rare complete game that we don't see as much in Major League Baseball with the evolution of the bullpen.
Yeah, complete game. I was lucky to see on my first ball broadcast, Garrett Cole go the distance, had a no-hitter through 8. I don't know. Maybe a visiting pitcher always seems to do well when I call games here.
Got that charm. And for Urias, too, you mentioned Cole carrying a no-hitter deep into that game. Urias has just given up 1 hit so far to this Reds team, which is so impressive to a team that has been very good offensively this season. It's really in the thick of the postseason race as well.
Not only that, but it was a pretty silent double off the bat of Galvis.
Yeah.
Urias looking to continue. 2-2. Fifth offering. And Senzel just a bit too much on that, yanks it foul. Urias so far has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strikeouts so far. Looking to make it 8. And if I'm the Cincinnati Reds right now, considering he got due up Senzel, Suarez, Moustakas, Castellanos, and Aquino, this is the inning where you got to make a dent, especially with the strength of that Dodger bullpen. Senzel pop up camping. No problem for Lux there. And that's going to retire the side. Urias dominant once again. Dodgers up 2-0. See what the Reds do. They do a defensive replacement. Robert Stevenson taking over on the mound.
Yeah, Stevenson has been very valuable for this team so far this season. 37 2/3 innings pitched to 3.58 ERA. Has a slider, 4-seam fastball, and a changeup. That 4-seamer about mid-90s. The changeup and slider at about 85. Has been very good for them, as I said. 45 strikeouts to 25 walks. So took a lot of strikes here.
First pitch strike right there. They look at contact on it. Quick, easy out.
Now batting
For Stevenson.
first baseman, Max Muncy.
Robert Stevenson. Starting pitcher most of his career. His best MLB season was last year when he was a reliever. Appeared in 57 games out of the bullpen.
Yeah, also yesterday an inning pitched with 2 strikeouts, no earned runs. And I just want to give a lot of credit to Reed, who really bailed out DeSclafani earlier in this game, coming into a bases-loaded situation, limited the damage, and then comes out, pitches a clean inning last inning as well. For David Bell, you're looking for the same here from Stevenson to give this bullpen a rest, keep this Reds team in the game. Remember, it's a 2-0 game right now. They're just one swing of the bat, a loop and a blast away from tying this one.
That really hasn't been considered. As Muncy grounds out, it'll be foul. Is that even though it's just a 2-0 game, it feels more like an 8-0 game considering how dominant Urias has been.
I got to count 1
And
and
I'll tell you, Matt, this game is rolling. This game started at 2 o'clock Eastern time, and here we are, just an hour and 14 into this one. We're at the top of the 7th.
And not only that,
Manfred, you're loving it.
It also started a little later, given the length and the offensive party that the Tampa Bay Rays chose to have at Tropicana Field today. So less than an hour 14. I'd say we're about an hour into this game as Muncy goes down on strikes. And as you said, Rob Manfred, there's no need for the 3-batter rule here. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you got to love it. And it's a quick, great performances on both ends, pitching-wise. And I think the majority has to be from Julio Urias, only giving up 1 hit, a couple of walks as well. But it's for the most part mowed down this Reds lineup. The Dodgers have put some pressure, but for the most part as well, as Bellinger. Good piece of hitting right there.
And we'll see a close play, and what a play by Nick Castellanos showing off the cannon. Bit of an aggressive play from Cody Bellinger, but nonetheless, that will retire the side. Dodgers still up 2-0, heading into the bottom of 7. What an aggressive play by Cody Bellinger right there. You're up 2-0, no need to really turn in a single to a double.
The third baseman.
Yeah, man. Castellanos, we talked about, not particularly known for his defense, but has showed off today. A nice running catch on the track earlier, and then heads up baseball right there, ready to pick up the ball and be able to throw Bellinger out at second base. He was eyeing his second double and didn't get it.
Now for the Reds, as I mentioned earlier, this is the inning that you got to make a dent. Suarez, Moustakas, Castellanos. If you're going to do something, you got to do it now. Suarez, not a good start to the inning. Muncy camping. Easy play on that pop fly.
Yeah, not what you're looking for. And again, another quick out for Urias, but still got the middle of the order coming up. I don't know why he's standing on first base right there, but interesting antics right there by Suarez, but I think he went back to the dugout with one away. So here is Moustakas. Maybe he could spark something right here, man.
That's still looking to break Julio Urias. Only hit so far coming off of a Galvis double. Given that, Moustakas 0 for 5 today so far. Hit wide, gets ahead in the count. Now, if I'm Dave Bell or whoever's giving the signs on the Reds bench, what sign am I giving Moustakas right now?
Swing away, 2-0 count. If you get a good pitch, take advantage of it and try to drive something into the gap and get something rolling here for the Reds.
And you're right on the green light, however, I'm not so sure that pitch was the best offering he could receive. Now it's 2-1. 2-2. That's another thing about Urias today, is even though he hasn't been behind much, when he has gotten behind, he's done a great job at clawing back.
It really reminds me of his last start. We mentioned only one start against the Reds in his career, as Moustakas fouls that off, and that was back in August of 2016, as we mentioned, against DeSclafani. He went 6 innings, 6 strikeouts, no earned runs, and he's raised it tonight, or this afternoon, excuse me, as well, with 6+ innings, shutout ball so far, and approaching the 10 strikeout mark.
Seems like a Corbin copy. It might be safe to say that Julio Urias loves Great American Ballpark as he sends Moustakas down on strikes.
That high fastball has been quite a weapon for both ends today, as I mentioned. Let's take another look. Keep him off balance, changing speeds, and then that fastball up, no chance. Such a appeal. It looks like a beach ball when you're up at the dish. You see that pitch up in the zone, that's the pitch you want to take out. But when it's up a couple inches above the zone, above your shoulder level, you're not going to touch it. And if you do, it's probably going to either be popped up or fouled off.
And Moustakas also biting at that pitch. As he mentioned, way high, near the top of the zone. And now Nick Castellanos, the king of doubles, looks to get a double and more. That ball will fall over the wall. Touch them all, Nick Castellanos. Talk about an offensive spark, and the king of doubles does that and doubles the double in order to get the home run.
That's what you're looking for if you're David Bell and the Reds right now. One swing of the bat cuts the deficit in half, number 13 for him on the season. And Matt, I don't even think he got all this one. This one was on a line into the gap, and really, in my opinion, just snuck over that wall. Left center field, let's take another look. Ready for it. Good timing, foot down, short, compact swing. And it was just a matter of this was going to bang into the wall in left center field or sneak over it. The Reds will take it. Now back in this ballgame, and wow, Roberts is going to take him out after that. Interesting move.
Early yank for Julio Urias, but nonetheless a good start. Quality start for Julio Urias, and we're going to see who going to take his place. I don't know about that decision. I think that's an early yank. Looks like we got Ross Stripling, Jack Peterson's trade partner.
And I think the move right there is just that Urias hasn't had too much starting experience in his career. As we mentioned last year, majority of the games were out of the bullpen. So probably not a guy who's gone to 90, 100-plus pitches in his career. And Roberts was probably thinking he's probably running out of gas. Let's get to this pen that has been very good this year. And Ross Stripling, who also has starting experience, but now out of the pen, is really reliable and should be a good spot. Should be the good guy here in the situation for the Dodgers.
Probably was also thinking a matchup game, given Aquino's due up. And also once you get past Aquino, there's not a whole lot to be worried about given the bottom part of the Reds' order.
Yeah, Matt, for Stripling, we're going to see a four-seam fastball, knuckle curve, slider, and changeup. Not too much velo on that fastball, just going to be around 80, 89 to 91 miles an hour as we do see that looping changeup over the heart of the plate. That's probably what Aquino wants back. But again, a lot of strikes. A guy 46 2/3 an inning this season, a 3.86 ERA, so very respectable out of the pen for them this year.
Stripling able to get Aquino to bite, calls back 2-2.
Yeah, and Matt, I think the approach to Aquino today has been off-speed pitches, swinging and miss way out in front on a lot of them.
And you spoke right about it. gets struck out on another off-speed pitch, but nonetheless, Nick Castellanos, what I initially thought was a double low-high, maybe off the yellow tape, clears the wall and cuts this lead in half. And now pitching for the Cincinnati Reds, what some people call the modern-day Babe Ruth, Michael Lorenzen.
And he is, wow, he has a very good track record, struggling this season, a 5.92 ERA, cutter at 94, fastball at 97, a changeup, two-seamer, and slider as well. In 24 innings, he has struggled, but he's a guy you have to trust the track record and know he's going to bounce back for you. Has phenomenal stuff. It's just a matter of, good location and a good pitch mix.
Especially against this part of the Dodger order. Right now we got a ball game, and especially now that Julio Urias is out of the game, despite only giving up 2 hits, one of them a long ball.
One ball.
Reds are one swing away from tying this ball game right now.
Lorenzen was very good yesterday as well. 1 inning, struck out the side, so we're looking for some more of that today.
See if he'll be able to get a carbon copy. Even count against Jock Peterson, who's 0 for 3 on the day.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Trying to pitch around. Got an early payoff pitch here. Something you really don't see a lot.
Yeah, and for a reliever, has 5 pitches because he's a former starter. Not too many times you see a guy coming out of the pen that has 5 different pitches coming at you.
And Lorenzen missing early. Jock Peterson earns the free pass. Dodgers looking to get that run back.
And if you're the Reds right now, you're just getting back in this game with the Castellanos long ball. And the last thing you need is a leadoff base runner. And if you're Lorenzen right here, a double play is imperative because you want to get back. The Reds hitters back in the batter's box, trying to get back in this game. If the Dodgers are able to capitalize and add on right here, it's going to be detrimental in terms of momentum and just morale in that dugout right there.
Especially with considering who's striding to the plate, Corey Seager, as you see right now. Long ball, had to give it a little wind to stay fair down the right field corner, but got it to go. He's looking to duplicate. Bit of a mistake there from Lorenzen, but Seager lays off.
We've seen a few of those changeups left over the heart of the plate, and every single time that the hitters have been far out in front. And I don't blame them sitting on a 95, 96 mile-an-hour fastball, but if they keep giving it to them, they're going to make a mistake and have to pay for it at one point.
Lorenzen looking to get back in control of this inning. 1-1, gave up an early walk. One offering. That call's been going either way today. That time it goes for a ball.
Yeah, and if you're a pitcher or even a hitter, the one thing you want is a consistent strike zone. When the strike zone changes, you go up with an idea of, okay, this umpire is calling the upper edge of the strike zone and maybe avoiding less pitches that are below the knees. But when he's changing it constantly, it's very hard to decide whether to take or swing at a pitch. As we see, he's really expanding on both the upper edge and lower edge of the strike zone, so a very vertical zone for this umpire today. And it hasn't seemed to play too much of a role, but it really could as we get late into this game.
2 offering, great snag by Suarez. 1 and 2. A much-needed play for the modern-day Babe Ruth and Michael Lorenzen. And a quick 2 outs there. The reason why we call him that, he was only the 2nd player in MLB history to hit a home run and earn the win as the pitcher and play in the field in the same game. Obviously, the first player to accomplish that feat, the Sultan of SWAT, the Colossus of Clout, and the Great Bambino. Obviously talking about the same guy there.
I love it. Gotta love it. And a really good play by Suarez. Knows he has to hurry, off-balance throw, able to throw a strike to Senzatela at second base and create an easily turned 5-4-3 double play. And that's the answer we wanted to see from Lorenzen right there, to shut this threat from the Dodgers down. And now you got a great situation with nobody on a 2-way.
And now hold your horses right there. And we got a long ball from Will Smith. And as we were talking about the double play right there, Lorenzen gives that run right back to the Dodgers, and they extend their lead to 3-1. Another one of those low liners. I mean, talk about announcers jinx today. We've been all over that game.
Yeah, I guess I spoke a little bit too soon right there. Will Smith, a good piece of hitting, catches this one out in front, able to sit back just long enough as we take another look. He was strong enough to get it out. Looks like maybe in on the hands a little bit, caught it on the label of the bat, but that's just pure strength to be able to get that one out. This one did have a lot of hang time. It was just a matter of whether Castellanos would have a chance to play it or not. This one sneaks out to the first or second row out there in left field.
Now Gavin Lux looking to duplicate Lorenzen again. Another mistake from Michael Lorenzen, but Lux not swinging the bat on that one.
Yeah, those pitches up, and sometimes you can get away with it, especially in baseball. I think, a big misconception, Matt, is, this guy only made 2 mistakes, 2 home runs a game. Not necessarily. Pitchers tend to make, about 10, 15 maybe even mistakes in a game, and only a couple of them leave the yard or hit hard for extra base hits. And in this case, 2, maybe the one to Seager and the one to Will Smith right there, but those 2 runs are the deciders right now as the Reds are trailing by 2.
Another high pop-up. This one should be much easier for Castellanos to handle. And that will retire the side, but the Dodgers get that run back off of a Will Smith drive to left field. Dodgers up 3-1 heading into the middle of the 8th. And you're starting to think it's crunch time for Cincinnati.
Yeah, you're running out of time, and now you're getting into this Dodgers bullpen. You need to start something off. We've seen the Reds attempt as here's Galvis who doubled, which was responsible for at one point the only hit in this game for the Reds. They seem to every once in a while get a leadoff base runner, whether it's the Galvis double, the Aquino error, the Castellanos homer, but they haven't been able to do anything more. They need to take advantage of the situations and put some more pressure. It's been very easy for the Dodgers pitching staff today.
Stripling still pitching. Dave Roberts expecting to get every single out of him that he can. Pedro Baez and Kenley Jansen in the pen, just in case.
That's the ball.
Bottom of the order for Cincinnati. Galvis, Casali, and either Michael Lorenzen or a pinch hitter, whichever route Dave Bell decides to go with. Everyone available on the Reds bench except for Phillip Ervin.
Really slow breaking ball right there.
Elvis biting an 81-mile-an-hour changeup right there.
So he slowed him down with a couple of pitches right here. Obviously very out in front of that changeup, just tapping it foul. I'd say you got to blow him away now with that fastball, but we'll see.
Boy, oh boy, you could not be more right there. 93 high down the middle as we look at the starter comparison. No doubt to see who won this battle. Julio Urias, 1 earned run, 2 hits, a walk, 8 strikeouts, 6 innings pitched. On the other hand, Anthony DeSclafani
Not the day he was looking for, Matt.
got the pitch count up a little bit.
Yeah, and looking at that last at-bat right there, this is beauty by Ross Stripling because he does not throw hard by any means. 91 miles an hour is incredibly below average in today's game. But with that 80-mile-an-hour curveball and changeup, slowing the hitters down. You could just see another curveball right there. So then 91, after seeing those 2 off-speed pitches, appears to be a few mile an hour faster, maybe 93, 94 to the hitter. And that was obviously the case with Galvis there being very late.
Yeah, Casali looking to cut that lead yet again, but not quite enough. Able to make the catch in left, Jock Peterson.
Well, normally you have the pitcher probably being pinch hit for, but here is Lorenzen getting a chance. And Dave Roberts showing some respect towards Lorenzen going to the pen. I like it.
It looks like we may get a double switch here. Scott Alexander coming in. And it's pretty simple to see where the double switch is going to happen. It's going to come behind the plate. Austin Barnes now catching for the Dodgers.
So interesting move right here. And Lorenzen, as we mentioned, a good hitter, a guy who definitely, or now we're going to see a pinch hitter. We're going to see the switch hitter and Tucker Barnhart coming to the dish. I like this move better. I think even though Lorenzen is great, don't get me wrong, I think you want to go to your bench with a guy that's a little bit more reliable and can start something off maybe here with 2 outs against the new southpaw on the hill.
And that's what we love about the National League, the good old double switch and the good old countering of the managers. Get out your pens. It's time to recharge the scorebook.
I know, it's getting colorful, isn't it?
Oh, very colorful. It's the busiest score sheet I've ever seen A lot of scratches.
Yeah, Matt, for Alexander, this season out of the pen, the only left-hander in the pen for the Dodgers currently, 26 1/3 innings pitched, a 5.81 ERA, so he's really looking to get back here in the second half as we approach the All-Star break. Expect a sinker, slider, change, fastball, very similar to Stripling in terms of fastball velocity is not too high. The sinker at about 91 miles an hour. That fastball can get up to 93. So if you're the Reds right here, again, sitting back and trying to see the ball deep. And honestly, try to hit the ball to right field. And if you catch it out in front, it's going to be in the left center field gap instead of in the third base or in the stance down the third base line.
Barnhart gets mowed down on strikes. Dodgers retain their 3-1 lead heading into the end of the 8th.
Your attention, please.
And it's crunch time as Matt Bowman enters the game
Number 67.
for Cincinnati.
Bowman is
10
small
games
sample. Yeah, Matt, small sample size for Bowman this season, just 10 innings, but again, an opportunity here, trailing to keep this game a 2-run deficit.
Now Kike Hernandez and the Dodger hit parade looking to extend their lead, give him some insurance, even though Kenley Jansen is already up. Maybe earn him a well-deserved day off.
Yeah, if they're going to do so, got to put a couple runs on the board. Jansen having a great season, too, up in the leaderboards for saves, and right behind him, too, is Pedro Strop of the Reds. So it was just, we got two of the best closers in the game. It's just a matter of who is going to come in today.
It would be interesting if this lead holds to see who takes the mound in the 9th. You know, last season, Raisel Iglesias was that go-to guy for Cincinnati, but now with the addition of Strop, they've been using both, mainly Strop so far.
Now batting.
As there's a K right there on Hernandez. Good start for Bowman. But yeah, you're right. And I think Strop, coming over from the Cubs, had a bit of a tough season last year. But when you look at the track record, he's put up good numbers in the past, has closing experience. And so far, I believe 21 for 24 in save opportunities, which has been very solid, even though the ERA is a bit north of 4.
And Austin Barnes now striving to the plate. He was part of that double switch which took Will Smith out of the game. Bowman even so far, 1-1. Third offering. Barnes able to turn that away. Think about Austin Barnes. Born in California, 30 years old. On base percentage is about 400. And let's see, short blooper, Castellanos converging, but Galvis eventually makes the play. Pretty aggressive move by the shortstop.
The right fielder.
Yeah, and that's probably his play right there. Either way, I don't think Castellanos had a chance to get it, but good job. Always been known to be a good defender in his time with Philadelphia, San Diego, Toronto, and now here in Cincinnati, covering a lot of ground out there.
Betts last chance for the Dodgers to extend the lead. Bowman looking to get a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah,
Add
it'll be a really
too small sample size.
It'll be a breath of fresh air for him after struggling the last couple of weeks here.
Bowman claimed off waivers in 2018. Spent time with the Mets in the minors. Made his debut back in 2016 with the Cardinals. One offering right down the middle. We'll see what he decides to go with here.
Yeah, never want to be in a 3-1 count to Mookie Betts, I'll tell you that.
3-1 low, ball 4. Makes it a bit more complicated.
The first base.
Let's see what Dave Bell decides to do here. Not really a dire situation. But with Muncy, Bellinger, and Peterson coming up. And considering that you have two pitchers who are capable of closing out games. And the inexperience of Bowman. Might be interesting to see what he does here.
Yeah, a guy who doesn't throw hard. We see Muncy hit that ball hard and fairly deep down the right field line, but just a bit out in front. That was a pitch over the heart of the plate. And again, you know, these bullpens, these days we tend to see a lot of power arms. I mean, they do have that on both ends, and, you know, Pedro Strop and Iglesias for the Reds. But tonight, or this afternoon, we've seen a lot of guys who are more command guys, more finesse guys who have throw more strikes with less velocity, and both sides have struggled adjusting to it.
0-2 offering. Outside. Muncie still battling.
Yeah, and this is a big pitch right here for Bowman. After getting 2 quick outs, you have the meat of the lineup coming for the Dodgers, and you don't want them coming up unless this game's tied and we go into extra innings.
And it looks like we'll be going to 9, bottom of the 9. Cincinnati looking to tie this game, and no one better to do it than Akiyama, Senzel, and Suarez. Dodgers up 2, heading into the bottom of the 9th. We'll see who they decide to go with here. No doubt about it.
Now pitching for the
Let's see if California knows how to party with Kenley Jansen.
Kenley.
Looking to mow down the top of this Reds order.
Well, you got to be happy if you're a Dodgers fan right now. Up by 2, you have one of the best closers of the last 5 years or so, and currently on the mound, 22 for 24 in save opportunities, a 2.61 ERA. Should be pretty easy for him, the Dodgers, right now, unless the Reds can pull off some dramatics here at the bottom of the 9th.
Jansen looking fresh so far, fires for strike 1. Dodgers, if they hold on, will expand their lead over Arizona in the West, currently hold a 4-game lead. Cincinnati, however, they're looking to gain some ground on the Cubs. The Cubs idle today as they head across the pond to play the Cardinals in London this weekend. But at this rate, looks like they're going to fall back. Second offering, strike 2. Kenley Jansen looking as untouchable as usual.
Yeah, while trailing in the division race, do lead the way in terms of the wild card. 2-game lead right now on the Braves as the Reds hold that first wild card spot.
Jansen mowing down Akiyama. You see the league leader in saves. Pedro Strop, number 4 on that list. However, he might not get a chance to do that today.
Yeah, Jansen getting that opportunity right here to get that tie for second place, and looks like he's well on his way. However, Senzel, quiet day for him, but has been very productive this year for the Reds. I'm surprised, we haven't seen too much from him. The OPS well over 800 so far this season.
Senzel takes an empty hack right there. Seems like he's trying to cut into this game himself. Another big hack versus the former Dutch catcher.
Yeah, and for Senzel right now, he has good speed, good on-base skills, good bat-to-ball skills. You're just trying to get a base hit and bring that tying run to the plate for the middle of the order coming up.
Yeah, due up after is Eugenio Suarez, followed by Moustakas if they get that far. No one could have said it better. That's the one goal that Nick Senzel has. Just get on base, keep the line moving.
Really
ahead in the count.
Really good job of battling right here. A couple of really good cutters that start on the outer edge and are cutting away off the outer edge of the strike zone, doing his best to foul it off and stay alive.
What a beautiful pitch by Kenley Jansen. Off speed, 84 on the slider. Senzel way in front of it. And the Reds are down to their final out.
Take another look. There is that slider, and he pulls the string on him here. Senzel out almost in that front knee, breaking 7 inches. So after a couple of cutters, a little bit more of a snappier version of that cutter with the slider. Gets it for out number 2, and now the guy you want up, but would be better with a runner on, is their last hope.
Eugenio Suarez looking to cut into this lead and extend this ball game. Pretty quick ball game. Started just after 1 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Eastern. And we're at around 2:40 Central Time, 3:40 Eastern, so pretty quick game so far. 1-0 offering. Bit of a mistake, but Suarez a little late.
And again, Suarez, Senzel, Akiyama seeing a lot of off-speed cutters and sliders in this inning, so when he does go with that harder cutter at 93-94, it puts a little more juice on it. It's a little bit more of a surprise for these hitters.
1-1 offering. Senzel out in front yet again. What do you think, Max? Which pitch is going to be the bow tie on this? Is he off-speed or fastball?
Well, I'd say go with that slider again after making a fool of Nick Senzel. Why not try to do the same to Suarez, who is definitely prone to strike out?
It looks like you had the right idea, but Suarez not biting. Another pitch. Suarez gets out, and that's going to get into the gap. Let's see if he's going to try for two. He will. Suarez looking, throw into the infield, and he's going to stop for a double and a tying run, and Mike Moustakis walks to the plate. That's exactly what the Cincinnati Reds needed right there.
Take another look. This is a cutter cutting away from him. Does a phenomenal job sitting back, taking it where it's pitched, gets the barrel to it, and with the shift on, Bellinger shifting towards more left center field. Take a look at this. Instead of trying, to catch this one out front and pull it into the left field seats, just sits back, a short, compact swing. And now, even though the Reds haven't had too many situations like this today, this one is the one that matters. As Moustakis with one swing of the bat can tie it up, and if not, gets on base, keeps the line moving. You got Castellanos, who homered earlier as well, on deck.
Moustakis 0 for 3 on the day. 3 strikeouts. So that's the guy who you want batting if you're Los Angeles. 0-1. Moustakis skies that, and they're down to their final strike yet again.
Yeah, and I got to expect a lot of cutters right here to Moustakis. And Jansen, generally, the left-handed hitter has the advantage on the righty. With that cutter moving into lefty, really hard to hit.
And a beautiful bow tire from Kenley Jansen. 82-mile-an-hour slider, like you said, Max. And that'll wrap this one up. Dodgers take it 3-1. Dodgers enhance their lead over the Diamondbacks. The Reds fall back of the Cubs heading into the weekend series. Max, what do you think made the difference in this one?
I think it really just had to do with the Dodgers and timely hitting. We're able to be patient on DeSclafani, a guy who doesn't usually walk a lot of batters, was tied for the league lead for the least amount of walks coming into this game with 13. And even though he only walked a couple today, it was about getting deep in counts, putting pressure on him, and executing in situations. And of course, the long ball as well with Will Smith and Corey Seager. On the Red side of things, really never got it working against the Dodgers pitching staff today. Only 3 hits, only had a couple of situations with runners in scoring position, but were unable to execute in both of them.
Looking at player of the game, Julio Urias, 6 2/3, 2 hits, 8 strikeouts, 1 earned run, 1 walk. Anthony DeSclafani not having the best day of the season. Got ahead, had a very high pitch count early in the game. As you look at the highlights, the early home run from Corey Seager got just enough, pulled it just to the left of that foul pole. Cody Bellinger on that bases loaded single, which easily could have been a lot worse for this Reds team.
The Reds thank you for attending and remind you to
Absolutely. I think the Reds pitching staff did a good job of limiting the damage as much as they could, but the offense just was never clicking.
There's no shortage of Julio Urias highlights here. Now look at the Nick Castellanos home run. To the left, 409 feet. That one did not seem like it went 409 feet. Pretty low off the bat. Just cleared the wall. Got in the first 5 or 6 rows into the left center seats, and then the Will Smith response. 348 feet. Got under it quite a lot, but just enough to generate that 1 RBI and that insurance run.
Yeah, it's a lot more of an intense situation if Suarez is on second base in the 9th with 2 outs in a 1-run game, but that insurance is probably very nice if you're Kenley Jansen in the 9th.
We're looking at Kenley Jansen having an almost perfect 9th despite that Suarez double. Getting Senzatela, Moustakis.
That slider was really good from Jansen today as well, man.
Jansen, perfect as always. Again, Urias gets the player of the game and the win. DeSclafani the loss. Jansen gets the save. Phillip Ervin subs in 0 for 1. Freddie Galvis 1 for 3 with a double. Not a whole lot of offense from the Reds. The complete opposite for the Dodgers. And we're going to pass it off. We got a pretty good contest coming up next. Kansas City heading to the Bronx to take on the Yankees. We got Adam Giardino and J-Man 1993. For Max Tanzer, I'm Matt Sossler. We're going to send it over to the Bronx for that American League contest. Thank you for joining us for MLB Bop Ball.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Adam Giardino here with you. Justin D'Ambrosio alongside. Justin, How you doing today?
Doing okay. Pretty good day. Yesterday was very hot and don't have the AC in here, so a much better day to be calling some bot ball.
Perfect. Yeah, where I'm at is there's been a rainstorm that's blown through, and about 10 degrees have been knocked off from yesterday to today. So things are looking up where I'm at as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That rain came in and really saved the day. So we got
New York Yankees getting ready to host the Kansas City Royals. On paper, things look like last night's 9-0 victory for New York. Should be something similar. But what are you seeing with today's matchup between the Yankees and the Royals?
Well, yeah, like you say, on paper it should definitely favor the Yankees, but the Royals are running out possibly their best starting pitcher today, and Jacob Junis. He's number 8 in the league in earned run average, allowed second fewest amount of home runs, and has a complete game shutout to his name. So Jacob Junis could give these Yankees batters some problems.
You can see what the Yankees have done lately. They've only gotten stronger. Jonathan Loaisiga goes down to AAA. They get James Paxton on up. Mike Ford was a casualty as well as one of those roster moves, so he's off the roster. And New York Yankees, they're rolling. They are really clicking right now, and the Kansas City Royals are trying to find an identity, or maybe just find a way to get the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft with the way things have gone this year.
Yeah, it's looking like they're heading for that number 1 overall pick as opposed to the playoffs. What can you tell us about Jordan Montgomery, though, today's starting pitcher?
Montgomery is a guy from the University of South Carolina. He's got that big frame, and he's somebody whose fastball has picked up life over the course of his career. When he started in the minors, he was just a bulldog of an SEC pitcher, the best baseball conference in the country. And by the time he left AA, got to AAA, the numbers started being 93, 95 on the gun, and that's what's allowed him to be that much more effective rather than being 90, 91. As we are underway, the first pitch is lined foul by Adalberto Mondesi. Thanks for making us part of your Thursday afternoon.
7:05.
285 average for Mondesi, the leadoff man, the guy with the most speed in this lineup. 15 out of 20 in stolen bases this year, so can't afford to let him get on and set the table against you.
Yeah, number 1 in stolen bases is Malik Smith, a guy from Seattle we just played. And, he's running away, pun not intended, with that stolen base lead. He's got 12 more stolen bases than Mondesi.
Intended or not, I think it's worth the effort there. That's fine. Always a good day for a pun. 2-1 count here, Montgomery. There's a bunt laid down to third base. Really nice job there. Urshela charges. It's Montgomery instead, and there's that speed. Too much from Mondesi, and it's a bunt single.
Wow, yeah, you said it. Very speedy guy, and he just lays down a perfect bunt. Look how far Urshela was playing back. Montgomery, the only one that could have a play on that, and Mondesi beats it out for an infield single.
But even those nanoseconds where Montgomery, a left-handed pitcher, had to reach down, pivot, turn over his opposite shoulder. You almost would have rather just seen Urshela try to do something there, but that was just perfectly done by Mondesi. I doubt we'll see Urshela playing behind the bag next time he's up.
Yeah, especially with a guy that speedy. And, Whit Merrifield actually led the American League in stolen bases in 2017.
And he's been efficient this year, 7 out of 10. He's their center fielder, so plays that premier speed position up the middle, but just hasn't been as aggressive this year. He's hitting 280, so he's getting on base enough, but just maybe he's got Mondesi on ahead of him too often where he can't take that bag.
Well, he led the league with only 34 stolen bases that year in 2017, which is actually the fewest total to lead a league since 1962.
We're not hearkening back to the 100-plus steal seasons of Vince Coleman?
Yeah, I mean, Coleman and Ricky Henderson and Tim Raines, those are more of the 80s guys.
Mm-hmm.
But Montgomery is worried about Mondesi. He's thrown over several times, checking on the runner.
Even as a left-hander who's got a good view of him. Now he steps off. Yeah, Montgomery's not taking any chances. That's for sure.
Well, the best Yankee pickoff move, of course, is Andy Pettitte. How would you...
One of the best all time. Here's a swing and the line drive over the top of the shortstop out to left center field. Is cut off by Hicks on a backhand. Mondesi goes first to third. The throw's not in time.
Wow,
Good base running.
That in third.
Yeah, that's great speed from Mondesi. I mean, the play is right in front of him. Hicks fields it cleanly, but Mondesi's in there easily.
Yeah, it wasn't even a play at all. So now this is about as good a start as you could hope for. Every time you start a game, if you're Kansas City, you want 2 on for this guy, Jorge Soler.
Wow, I mean, look at these numbers from Soler. 28 home runs, leading the league. And, he was acquired from the Cubs for Wade Davis. Can you imagine that Cubs lineup if they didn't need relief pitching so much? They could still have Jorge Soler out there in right and Gleyber Torres in the infield.
That's exactly it. They'd have one less World Series title to boast in the last 100 years of their franchise, but Aroldis Chapman had a lot to say about that World Series title. But they did lose Gleyber Torres in the deal. Soler swings and booms one foul. Yeah, Soler, with all the home runs that he hits, 28 of them, he's still batting over 325. Shoots it straight back for a strike.
Yeah, and I think that's why the Cubs eventually traded him, was they weren't sure the bat was going to hit major league pitching. The power was always there, but was the bat, the other offensive tools going to come around? And well, he's really shown them wrong here. 48 home runs last year, which I believe he was the first Royal to ever hit 40 home runs, which says something about how big that ballpark is.
But a big curveball there gets Jorge Soler looking for a critical strikeout. Kansas City not able to put a ball in play to try to get Mondesi home. And now it's Hunter Dozier who's up, as he looks to put something in play here. There's a swing and a shot right at third base, grabbed by Urshela, and that's out number 2.
That is big.
That's why Urshela's there, for that great defense, and it was hit right at him, and he stared Mondesi right back, and 2 quick outs here, and what looked like was trouble for Jordan Montgomery. He's 1 out away from getting out of this thing.
A past his prime Alex Gordon stands in the box, but still a .273 hitter for the 36-year-old.
Yeah, I was looking at the Royals leaderboards coming into today's game, and you expect to see Alex Gordon's name all over it. But the interesting thing is, he's ranked 6th in several categories. He's right there in the middle. He's 6th in at-bats, plate appearances, runs scored, hits, total bases, runs driven in.
And he's got just the 4 home runs this year. And it's really interesting what his career trajectory was coming out of Nebraska, where he was the can't-miss guy. You wouldn't say he was the Bryce Harper level prospect, but he was not far off in terms of acclaim of what Alex Gordon would be.
There was a lot of hype around him. They were comparing him to be the next George Brett.
Right, and he didn't become that, but Kansas City doesn't get a World Series without Alex Gordon, certainly.
Well, it's not fair to compare anyone to George Brett, really.
No, absolutely not. 1-2 pitch, swing, shot, foul. Montgomery looks to put the finishing touches here in this first inning, though about to be pitch number 19. A ball, 2 strikes. The pitch to Gordon, just up and away.
Well, he wanted Gordon to chase that high fastball, but Gordon not swinging at that one.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Montgomery delivers low, and Gordon lets it go by. Merrifield will be off with the pitch, and instead they got him picked off. The throw down to second, in time for the out. Merrifield left too early, and they run themselves out of the inning.
That is a critical base running error. They had first and third, nobody out, and they just ran themselves out of an opportunity there.
Alex Gordon will lead off when Kansas City bats in the top of the second, but first we go to the bottom of the first, and Jacob Junis on the mound with that sub-3 ERA. You see the numbers for him, that great earned run average, but it's just a 2-4 record, and I think we've grown to know that not a whole lot can be gleaned from a win-loss record for a starting pitcher, but it more speaks to run support, really, for Junis with what he's done this year.
Yeah, it's tough to get a lot of wins when you play for a team with Kansas City who only has 20 wins altogether, you know.
Right.
Hard to rack up saves as well in that sort of situation either.
Leadoff man for New York's DJ LeMahieu is down 0-2.
Yeah, Junis is a guy that takes the ball every fifth day, you know, made 30 starts last year as well.
Outside, that's a ball.
This has been a bit of a coming out party for him this year, though.
Well, no doubt. To do what he's doing with that earned run average, it's hard to fake your way into the middle part of June. Still floating around 2.7, 2.8. LeMahieu spoils one foul at the bottom of the strike zone.
Well, yeah, he'll have a very tough assignment today at looking at this Yankees lineup. I mean, every Yankee lineup guy is top 10 in any offensive category. DJ LeMahieu,
Torres, Judge, Stanton, Hicks, Voit. You don't want to face any of them.
I mean, Luke Voigt's hitting 6th, and he could hit 3rd or 4th on any team's lineup.
Got the Yankees picked up in a trade a couple of years back. The St. Louis Cardinals. Here's LeMahieu swinging and rolled foul past the third base bag. Two-two pitch, runs up and in, and now LeMahieu's seen the count run full on him. Great numbers in the on-deck circle for Gleyber Torres. Junis delivers, swinging a chopper, backhanded down at third. Franco, throw across, plenty of time. LeMahieu eases his way down the line, one away.
Well, that's what you want to do, get that first out, make sure no one is on base. For Gleyber Torres, Aaron Judge, or Giancarlo Stanton, that real meat of the Yankees lineup. 19 home runs from your shortstop already. I mean, it's not supposed to be an offensive position.
He is a special player, no doubt. Gleyber Torres, acquired in that deal a handful of years ago from the Chicago Cubs organization. He was the linchpin of that deal that brought Aroldis Chapman and perhaps a World Series title to the Cubs. 0-1 pitch, swing and fouled away, 0-2.
Yeah, we saw the price of relief pitching really went up with Andrew Miller, Aroldis Chapman, Wade Davis, all of those guys fetching huge returns.
A couple of the Andrew Miller acquisitions on display on this roster, at least. Clint Frazier on the bench for New York was one of the pieces of that deal. Mariners starting pitcher Justice Sheffield was part of the deal from the Indians organization over to the Yankees as well. Already a lot of pitches thrown by Junis. Swing and a miss as Torres expands the strike zone. He goes down, 2 up, 2 down so far for New York.
Batting third, the right fielder.
Yeah, a great pitch right here by Junis. Torres swinging over it, and he's gotten 2 quick outs here. I mean, we're seeing why he's got that low earned run average. And it'll be an interesting matchup because the Yankees score most of their runs usually by the home run ball. That's how they've defeated the Royals in both of these games. And Junis does not allow a lot of home runs.
Breaking ball outside.
Yesterday, Stanton, Voit, and LeMahieu hit home runs. It was a 9-0 win.
Ball 3.
Yeah, Stanton had himself quite a day. He's in the on-deck circle as Judge sees the count run to 3-0 on him. Stanton was 3 for 5. Not just the homer, but a couple of doubles as well. So 8 total bases for Stanton yesterday. Judge had the green light, 3-0, and he swung through a fastball.
Well, when you got that kind of power, might as well give him a 3-0 green light.
Now the 3-1. Shoots at foul, and Junis has fought back. Got a full count here on Judge. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. Gleyber Torres and Aaron Judge go down. Part of a 1-2-3 inning put forth by Jacob Junis. We go to the second. This one still scoreless. Some good pitching on display here in the Bronx. Back at Yankee Stadium, alongside Justin D'Ambrosio, Adam Giardino with you. It is gray overhead. And, well, for Kansas City, they had a great opportunity in the first and more or less botched it. Just couldn't get out of their own way in the first inning.
Yeah, they had first and third, nobody out. You know, the speed of Mondesi really on display. An infield single going first to third on another single, but a strikeout, a line out, and then a Whit Merrifield getting thrown out on the bases. A nice pickoff play by Jordan Montgomery. Ended that inning.
Yeah, and the fact that Merrifield knew he wasn't stealing the base, there's no reason to take off before the pitcher's going home. The only reason he was in motion was because it was 3-2 with 2 outs. He just took off with the pitch, but took off too early.
Yeah, it's a critical base running area. You can't be making those errors, especially when every run counts for you as a ball club, 20 and 48. You just can't be giving away outs like that.
3 balls and no strike. Leadoff man got on last inning. It was with a bunt single. This one fills the zone.
Now Montgomery making a comeback from that Tommy John surgery he had in 2017. Bit of a lost year last year coming back from rehab, but he's really looking to rebound here.
Ground ball sneaks through the right side, past the reach of Luke Voigt, and out to right field. So it's a leadoff single here in the second.
Number 66.
Well, leadoff men reaching both innings here for Jordan Montgomery. Not a good recipe for success. See if he can wriggle his way out of it like he did in the first.
And Montgomery fighting his way back. Each pitcher has their own timeline on how long it takes to come back from Tommy John surgery, and just the timing of when Montgomery went down initially with that injury, that UCL injury. Soft fly ball right field. Judge inside the line, makes the catch. Gordon back to the bag, 1 away. And just based on the timing of everything, it took a long time for Montgomery to make his way back last year. It really did cost him well over a year. As we're starting to see pitchers speed up their recovery process with those Tommy John surgeries, but it was on the longer end of the spectrum for Monty a season ago.
Yeah, they say 12 to 18 months is the general timeline, and depending on when you get that surgery, you could end up missing 2 full seasons, 18-month timeline.
That was more or less what we saw from Montgomery. Rehabbed a season ago, the end of the year with the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders, and it's just been a long road to hoe as he tried to finally get back to New York.
Yeah, and they end up really needing him this year with the injury problems. They had Paxton starting the year with that injured back, and Severino having arm problems.
2-1, a little tall for ball 3. I mean, every part of the Yankees roster last year was snake bitten with an injury. There was injuries all over the place for New York.
Yeah, it's just impressive to see Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton hitting back-to-back in the lineup.
There's a swing and a fly ball foul down the left field line. That was absolutely crushed.
Yeah, that had home run distance, but just foul.
3-2 to Franco. Swing and spoiled foul out of play.
Yeah, Franco has a lot of power. He hit 22 home runs in 2018. And he was the only player in Major League Baseball with 20 or more home runs and 62 or fewer strikeouts.
Batting
Well, he
in,
walks there.
the second baseman, Nicky.
Just nibbling down and away, and Montgomery doesn't get the call. Chris Iannetta couldn't pull it up into the zone. Nicky Lopez now stands in on the left side. Yeah, Franco's an interesting prospect. And in my time in the minors, my most recent stint broadcasting had been in the Yankees organization the last 8 years. Well, 7 years. 8 would have been this year with New York. But my first full season in the minors was spent with the Lakewood Blue Claws, which was the Phillies single A. Here's a breaking ball in the dirt. Throw it from the knees down to third, not in time. And both runners able to take off, get their bags. And now there are runners at second and third with one away.
Wow, Royals again threatening here. That runners in scoring position, only one out. Nice heads-up base running. That pitch didn't get far away. Both runners able to advance on it.
Yeah, I can't imagine, it didn't get far away. And Gordon and Franco are not fast runners, so they certainly wouldn't have seen a double steal on them. That will go down as a wild pitch. So, a little bit more on Franco. He was the best player on that team for the Lakewood Blue Claws when I was there in 2012, and you could tell. It was the first time that I'd ever been at a level where one guy stood out so much on a team, but they say just listen to batting practice sometimes and you'll know who the best player is. Ground ball to first base, runners don't try to take off. Boy, takes it to the bag himself, and so Kansas City now 2 outs with runners in scoring position, not able to get a run home.
Yeah, looks like Montgomery getting himself out of trouble maybe again here in the second inning. Got the Royals catcher MJ Melendez up here. Now, he was in high A ball last year, second-round pick in 2017. Only up here because Salvador Perez on the injured list.
He's just a 21-year-old. Yeah, more to the point on Franco stands at second base. Just a guy that even from way down in single A, you knew that his bat was going to get to the big leagues.
Yeah, spent a lot of time with the Phillies and just never really clicked, though, at the major league level for him. He was non-tendered in this offseason.
Breaking ball, tapper to short. Tough play for the shortstop. Torres gloves, throws to first, and it's in time.
What a play.
Gleyber Torres turns in a beauty to take a run off the board for Kansas City. We're scoreless to the bottom of the second. Gleyber Torres' defense is the reason that this game is still 0-0. Alongside Justin D'Ambrosio, Adam Giardino with you, Giancarlo Stanton stands in the box.
Well, Junis went 1-2-3 and a very quick first inning. Jordan Montgomery struggling in both of his innings of work. Runners in scoring position, but unable. The Royals cash in.
You said it was a quick 1-2-3 inning. I would agree that it was a 1-2-3 inning. It did require 19 pitches, though. They did work Junis despite not getting anybody on.
That is true. I should have said a clean 1-2-3
yeah,
inning.
The first
2 strikeouts.
Yeah, LeMahieu had 9 pitches before grounding out, and then 5 pitches to both Torres and Judge before they fanned. 1-2, swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts in a row by Junis.
Yeah, he's just racking up those strikeouts, 3 in a row, and not weak competition striking out Torres, Judge, and Stanton. It's like striking out the side of an all-star game.
You mentioned when LeMahieu grounded out, you said, well, this is a good thing. You don't want to face Torres, Judge, and Stanton with anybody on. I don't think it matters for Junis. Didn't matter whether the bases were loaded or not. He's been firing on all cylinders here.
Yeah, and in stark contrast to the first 2 games where the Yankees won comfortably, 12, 9-0, and 7-1.
Getting outscored 16-1, a bit humbling when you're on the road, but Kansas City, the offense with a little bit of life the first 2 innings, despite not having any runs on the board. It's almost more demoralizing. You almost would rather just go 1, 2, 3 each of the first 2 innings rather than getting runners into scoring position like they did and having opportunities and not cashing it.
Yeah, and it gives that starting pitcher sometimes a little bit of confidence, like, okay, I've struggled. I haven't had my best stuff. I've had guys on, and still look up at the scoreboard. It's still 0-0.
Aaron Hicks, switch hitter on the left side, boils it to stay alive. Does it again.
Now, he's a big part of this Yankees lineup. Switch hitter, hitting fifth. He's just coming back from Tommy John surgery. Hasn't played that many games. Only had 38 at-bats.
Swinging a looped fly ball right center field. Merrifield, ton of range and gets there with ease for out number 2.
Batting fifth, the first baseman.
But a lot of options the Yankees have in that outfield. So, I mean, while he's a big part of this team and a big part of this lineup, you could almost say they didn't even miss him that much. I mean, they did miss him, but they've gotten Tauchman on the bench. They've got Clint Frazier on the bench. They've got a lot of different options and players they can rotate through these positions.
Tauchman being a 262 hitter is not a bad fourth outfield option, certainly.
Yeah, and Miguel Andujar's on the bench too. You can always put him at DH and put Juan Stanton in the outfield.
Ground ball fought the other way by Boyd, and he slides it through the infield. Lopez, the second baseman, was shifted behind the bag at second. And Boyd, with a little bit of English, gets the job done.
Now Luke Voigt keeps on hitting. Came in today with that .332 batting average, 6th in the league in average, and keeps the line moving here with 2 outs in the second inning.
Gardner's got one right down the middle and boils it foul. That batting average for Luke Voigt hasn't gone anywhere all season. He's pretty much been plugged right at .330 ever since opening day.
Just a bunch of steady 1-for-3s will do that for you.
That's exactly right. So the batter, Gardner, oh so long ago, product of the College of Charleston. Breaking ball, swing, and a ground ball. Right at the second baseman, Lopez on to Mondesi. That's the 4-6 out on the fielder's choice, and that takes care of things. Through 2 innings here in New York, we're scoreless at Yankee Stadium. Back at Yankee Stadium, we're scoreless for the play-by-play for the next couple. Justin D'Ambrosio.
Well, thanks, Adam. That is going to be Alberto Mondesi leading things off here in the 3rd inning. Started things off in the game with a leadoff bunt single to third. Interesting to see if he'll try something similar to that again. Takes low for a ball, 1-0.
You'd imagine the defense would have shifted, pulled in on the corners against him now.
1-1.
Yeah, if they'd learned their lesson, that's something they probably would have done. We'll see if computers can learn.
That's the first sign of artificial intelligence overtaking, right? I don't think that's what we want to see.
Yeah. Well, for Kansas City Royals fans' sake, I guess they hope they can. This one's chopped on the ground to LeMahieu. Fires onto first, and not in time. Another infield hit for Mondesi.
Yeah, that whole thing felt a little bit too routine for LeMahieu. Granted, even if he rushed the effort and got a lot on the throw, I don't know if he's going to get Mondesi, who was really burning down the line.
He had pretty far to range to his right on that one as well. But yeah, like you said, the way Mondesi runs, pitch out, see if anything's doing, but he's not running on that one. So, the 3rd inning starting similar to the 1st inning. Mondesi getting on base with an infield hit. I almost called him Raul there. That was his father's name. And Raul was a former Yankee as well.
Yes, he was. To your memory, what was the team that Raul Mondesi most sticks out in your mind as?
Definitely a Dodger.
Right. Okay. That's everyone. Depending on where you're in the country and maybe your age, everyone's perspective of those things is just a little different. So we line up there. He's definitely a Dodger in my mind as well.
He was traded to Toronto for Sean Green, though. That was a pretty big misstep there by Toronto general manager Gord Ash. Swung on and missed there. Down goes Merrifield for the first out here in the third inning.
A designated hitter, Jorge Soler.
They've been getting base runners and just a whole lot of arms and wrists on that swing by Merrifield as he was fooled badly.
Thrown on over to first. Nothing doing there. And the story of how the Yankees actually acquired Raul Mondesi was one of my dad's favorite stories. Pitch out. So Raul Mondesi was not playing very well for Toronto at all. I believe he was making $12 million, which was a lot of money back then. Now you'd expect that out of a number 3 or number 4 starter. But that was like all-star money, $12 million. Pitch out, and he is running, and they do not have him. Wow. Mondesi steals that bag even on a pitch out.
The throw skips in, and you can see that LeMahieu's got to pick the glove up as it bounces in, and by the time he slaps it down, he's already slid in ahead of it. That is a ton of speed by Mondesi.
Well, Montgomery worrying about the Mondesi at first. Maybe we should worry about Soler, but Soler lines that one to third for the second out. Yeah, often you see a guy worrying too much about the runner, and pay attention to the hitter. This guy's got 28 home runs, but does not seem to bite him there.
Yeah, it's almost easier to let the guy take second base and then just focus on the hitter.
And we'll bring up right fielder Hunter Dozier. Dozier lined out to Urshela in the first. And Mondesi's going again. Another stolen base for Mondesi. 2 stolen bases for Mondesi in this inning.
Let's see, a bunt single, an infield single, and 2 stolen bases. How much speed does that guy possibly have?
He's trying to manufacture this run all by himself. 0-2 pitch, fouled away. So, Steinbrenner wanted Mondesi. This wasn't a deal between the general managers. This was a deal between the 2 owners. And so Steinbrenner called Beeston and said, well, this one's grounded to short. Torres firing over to first. And that's going to end the top of the third. Well, Mondesi gets to third entirely on his legs, but he's stranded there. Going to the bottom of the third, it is 0-0 here in New York. So, Steinbrenner calls Beeston and says, I want Mondesi. We want Mondesi. And so Beeston's like, all right, well, I'll have to talk to my general manager about this and see if that's what we want. And calls up J.P. Ricciardi, who now works for the Mets, and says, the Yankees want Mondesi. We got to give him Mondesi. And J.P. Ricciardi said he had to pull over the car immediately because he couldn't believe their luck that someone wanted to take Mondesi off of their hands. And so
all it cost him was Scott Wiggins.
Scott Wiggins, you remember him. So every now and then my dad would just go, we want Mondesi.
I mean, I remembered, and Baseball Reference gave me an assist, I guess, as well.
I believe there was another player in the deal as well. Maybe not cash considerations. That one's hit on the ground to Nicky Lopez, who fires onto first for the out.
If there was, Baseball Reference does not have it. That trade consummated July 1st, 2002.
There was another guy that I remember that was traded for not much. The return was John Haddig. I don't remember that trade, though.
John Heddick does, though.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. It's usually the opposite. People remember the stars that were traded, not the guys that didn't make it to the majors. We'll bring up Chris Iannetta here, one away. Lines that one through the middle for a base hit. A one-out base hit here for Iannetta. Going to turn the lineup over for DJ LeMahieu.
Since I'm down the Raul Mondesi rabbit hole, while we're down here, would you believe that he had 2 30-30 seasons and 6 20-20 seasons?
Wow. Thrown out there. That was an interesting play. Chris Iannetta just trying to... Was that a hit and run that just didn't work or something? I can't believe he would try to steal.
And he got a terrible jump. It was almost as if it was a delayed steal, but his heart wasn't in it.
Maybe some sort of mixed sign there. I mean, why would you run into an out with the top of your lineup coming up?
With your catcher.
That's just...
35-year-old catcher.
I didn't even know what to say as it was happening.
Stop, turn around. Either of those would have been good.
Why? Why?
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
So I'm sorry, I didn't hear that fact about Mondesi.
Yeah, he had 6 20-20 seasons and 2 30-30 seasons, which I don't remember him to be that much of a power hitter or that much of a base stealer.
Well, I remember the power hitting. I did not remember the stolen bases at all.
Yeah, he had 4 30-home run seasons. I wouldn't have guessed that much, but he was pretty good, pretty consistent. You mentioned Sean Green was what they got in return, but honestly, he put up great numbers with the Dodgers before that trade. You can understand why Toronto would have thought a lot of him.
Yeah, but he was no Sean Green. It was Sean Green just really wanted out of Toronto, forced the Jays' hands, demanded a trade out of there. So with that in mind, pretty good to get a major league caliber outfielder like Raul Mondesi back. And we can even go further down this Mondesi rabbit hole. I believe he became a mayor, didn't he? I didn't complete my research on that.
I'm ready to find this out for you, though. Don't you worry. Hold on a second.
I believe it was a scandalous.
Oh, yeah.
Scandal-ridden term, too, I believe.
Yeah, a 6-year term, and then was sentenced to 8 years in prison on corruption charges in 2017, spanning as a result of his mayoral term. So that's the political career of Raul Mondesi.
Wow.
And now we know.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
I guess don't take money when you're in office. That's the moral of that story, I suppose.
You'd think you'd earn enough, too, in your major league career. I mean, like I said, he was making $12 million. Well, LeMahieu's on first here, 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd, and Gleyber Torres is the batter.
Unofficial, $66 million over his career to then take money while in office as the mayor of San Cristobal.
That is baffling to me. And same thing with Esteban Loaiza, if we want to really go down this rabbit hole. Well, swung on and missed there. The 4th strikeout for Jacob Junis. 2 hits in the inning, but a weird running error by Chris Iannetta, and DJ LeMahieu is left stranded at first. Going to the 4th inning, it's 0-0. Here at the top of the 4th inning, Alex Gordon, Ryan O'Hearn, and Michael Franco will be the batters for the Kansas City Royals. Jordan Montgomery, bit of a shaky start so far, but no runs on the board. Ran into trouble in the 1st and the 2nd before having a relatively quiet 3rd. And did you see that stat right up there that Alex Gordon is 8th in All-Star voting?
Is that for all outfielders, or was that just for his particular corner outfield position?
I believe it's for all outfielders. I don't think they do it by...
Right.
Do they do voting by outfield position?
I don't think so. I think it's just a general vote, which is more impressive if you're top 10 among all outfielders versus just in your particular position.
Well, Gordon's called out on strikes there. Third strikeout for Jordan Montgomery today.
Now batting, number 66.
Oh, there are your Rail Riders. They lost to the Strippers the other day.
Yeah, the Gwinnett Stripers.
That'd be a much different game.
That is not a fun ride down there to Coolray Field in Gwinnett. It's about 12 and a half hours by bus from Scranton, Pennsylvania, down to Georgia. Not fun there, not fun coming back.
You never just say, you know what, I'm just going to dip into my own money here and buy a plane ticket?
There are players who do that, and there are players who make enough money to do that, and then there are minor league broadcasters who don't, and you just enjoy the coach bus ride all the way down.
Well, this one's skied into shallow right field. DJ LeMahieu there to make the catch.
The third baseman, number 7, Michael Franco.
Yeah, the one place that a lot of players flew into rather than take a bus or anything like that, Charlotte was a really easy place to get into by plane, and so the buses were pretty empty for that road trip, and Indianapolis as well was an easy flight for guys.
Well, first pitch swinging is Mikel Franco lining it to Aaron Hicks. Easy out here. Yankees fans loving it, doing some kind of hypnotic dance, and the people behind them, they've just putting up with it.
I wouldn't.
Well, I think some beverages may be involved in that celebration. Some simulated drinks.
Exactly. Nothing like a cyber margarita to get you going.
It's cyber 5 o'clock somewhere. Aaron Judge leading off things here in the bottom of the fourth inning. He'll be followed by Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Hicks. 0 for 3 last game, 3 strikeouts for Aaron Judge. Judge striking out a lot this season. He's already got 89 strikeouts on the season. Fouls that one away, and it's 1-1. We are scoreless here in the fourth inning. Yankees haven't had a runner past first base. Royals have had several scoring opportunities but unable to cash in. As Aaron Judge goes down swinging again. That's the 5th strikeout for Jacob Junis, and the second time Judge has gone down today.
Really tied him up. Look at how uncomfortable that swing was. Almost coming away with a wrist injury just based on that swing alone, but he seemed to walk away all right.
Yeah, I've seen players injure their wrist on a swing before, and that was as awkward of a swing as you can see.
Oh, no doubt.
That brings up Giancarlo Stanton with the bases empty. 22 home runs already this season. These are the kind of numbers the Yankee fans were expecting to see Stanton when they acquired him from the Marlins.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to quite have that 60 home run pop, but boy, the strikeouts are just racking up for Junis.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Junis here to start that fourth inning. That high fastball, unable to catch up on it. He's got 6 strikeouts today here. Only 3 2/3 innings pitched. Aaron Hicks swinging at the first pitch. That's one way you cannot strike out.
Just to make sure that I've got my bookmark down correctly, he struck out Gleyber Torres to end the third inning, correct?
Yes.
So he's got Gleyber Torres, Aaron Judge, and Giancarlo Stanton a combined 0 for 6 with 6 strikeouts so far.
That's pretty impressive.
Pretty good.
You are not doing it cheaply when you're striking those guys out. And he's got Hicks here, 0-2. Hicks is able to stay alive there. Hits that one up the middle for a base hit. So only the second hit for the Yankees this afternoon. Or third hit, I should say. But no one has made it past first base.
Well, Big Voigt was chopped down on a fielder's choice. Chris Iannetta was caught stealing. And even with 2 outs here, it's going to take a little something from Luke Voigt to move Aaron Hicks along.
Well, pretty good guy at the plate to do some damage. 6th in batting average. He's actually tied for 6th with 3 triples. Not a guy known for his speed. Hits that one on the ground to Franco, who fields it, firing onto first for the final out here in the 4th inning. So the Yankees get a hit, but they strand Hicks at first. At the end of 4, it is 0-0. Well, we're going to hand things back on over to Adam Giardino here for the 5th inning.
Well, I hate to talk over Heidi Watney, but time to get down to the business here. For Kansas City, it's 8-9-1, Nicky Lopez, MJ Melendez, and then Alberto Mondesi. Talked about Mondesi and the great day he's had where he's 2 for 2, couple of stolen bases. It's big strategy being discussed right now in that Royals dugout.
Leading up for Kansas City, the second baseman.
Rain falling here in New York. Been gray all day. Justin, maybe you can fill me in. Are there ever rain delays?
I have not seen a rain delay in this game.
All right.
There's never been a game postponed by any inclement weather either, which is pretty nice.
That's a good thing.
But if there is a rain delay, we've got footage of some puppies ready to queue up, I believe.
Oh, that's just the best. Yeah. Every team, every stadium's got their own rain delay theater, and I'm a big fan of what you just described.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Oh, you can't go wrong with that. And you can't go wrong. I'm a big fan of bloopers.
Yep. Or a classic This Week in Baseball, or classic home run derbies from the 50s and 60s. All of that. There's an inside-out flare down to third base. Gio Urshela's got it for out number 1.
Number 9. MJ Melendez.
Speaking of puppies, Jordan Montgomery's got a golden retriever, and I can confirm it is an adorable golden retriever.
Is that one of the puppies from the Bat Dogs down in Trenton that he adopted?
It is not. It is not. I know he got his golden retriever after playing in Trenton. So I don't know if it was inspired by his time with the Trenton Thunder, but no, he does not. He did not adopt Chase, Derby, Rookie, or Dash. None of those. One of my favorite Jordan Montgomery stories is that he is from University of South Carolina, and he was telling me a story once, and said, "Yeah, when I was at USC," and he finished his story, and I sort of paused, and I said, "Oh, that's interesting. So you call it USC?" And he said, "Absolutely." I thought, "Oh, that's interesting. I'm from Massachusetts. When I hear USC, I think of University of Southern California." Now, Justin, where in the country are you from?
I am from the Northeast as well, but I immediately think of University of Southern California.
Yeah, when you hear USC, that's what you think. And so Jordan looked at me and was paused for a second. He's a bit of a slow speaker and sort of has that in the sun, slow Southern affect to him. And he thinks for a second and goes, "Well, we call University of South Carolina USC because, well, University of South Carolina was around for 50 years before California was even a state." And I thought, that is a great reason, and I can't argue with you. When your college has been around, your university has been around 50 years longer than the state that's rivaling it, you win.
Yeah, they were there first. We'll give them that.
We'll by a whole half a century. 0-2 pitch, misses down and away for a ball.
Well, 2 strikes now on Mondesi, so he's not going to try that bunt again. He has been on base both times.
Swings and hits one well, hooked down into the left field corner, and that is foul.
Ooh, that was hard to tell.
It looked foul, and then he started jogging.
Back outside.
And the 1-2 just misses up and away.
Yeah, maybe he thought he would fool everyone. Like, no, it's gone. I'll just start running.
Even bat flipped it a little bit. 2-2. Swing and hit well the other way. Judge jogs back shy of the track. He's there and makes the catch. Not much pop in the bat of Adalberto Mondesi. Maybe his dad goes yard on that swing instead. We're still scoreless. We're halfway home in New York. Bottom 5 at Yankee Stadium. It's the bottom third of the order for New York. Brett Gardner, Gio Urshela, Chris Iannetta due up here for the Yankees. As New York looks to get something going. That's Gleyber Torres looking on. He's already got a bat and a helmet on. He's due up 5th. He senses something big about to happen for New York here in the 5th.
Well, Jacob Junis has been in absolute control all day, though, so they will have to get something going, or maybe even just try to drive this pitch count up and get into that Royals bullpen, which is not as dominant as it once was and known for throughout their playoff runs.
Certainly not. It was a dominant use of a market inefficiency, where the Royals were the first team to jump on that trend and say, hey, we're going to shorten games. This is going to be our thing. This is how we're going to invest our money to the best that we can. And they changed baseball, and now teams like the New York Yankees that can spend a ton of money are investing in bullpen arms.
Yeah, you look at the Yankees bullpen, and there's several guys down there that would be closers on other teams.
Instead, summoned for 7th and 8th inning work.
It's a little bit depleted this year, especially right now with Chapman on the injured list, and no Dellin Betances back there either.
Count is 1 and 2.
And yet with all that firepower, they're still well ahead in first place in the AL East. Here's a pop fly, foul ground, a dive by the catcher, and MJ Melendez, only a 21-year-old fresh up from the minors, would have been able to make that play.
Well, he's known for his great defense behind the plate and pitch calling, but this is a different kind of defense altogether. Just laid out on that one, a long way to run, and just...
I cannot remember a catcher making a diving catch on his belly like that.
Yeah, that's got to hurt with all the gear on, too.
Yeah, just a big old thud, you'd imagine.
Like you're belly flopping onto grass.
Ground ball rolled over to the shortstop. Mondesi takes his time, got the out. Chris Iannetta comes up.
Now batting, catcher, Chris Iannetta.
I mentioned that Melendez, the catcher who made that great diving play, a 21-year-old. I don't think that this guy, 35-year-old Chris Iannetta, is going to be making that play, or at least even sacrificing his body. It could have taken weeks for him to recover.
Nah, at 35, you just look at that and go, yeah, it's not one for me. I'll get the next one.
We'd be picking up pieces of Chris Iannetta for weeks in the grass behind home plate.
I call that being a wily veteran, though.
That's what I would have said he'd call it. And then you look back in the third inning and think, might just steal third, or try to steal second base.
Yeah, that was a very curious play. I thought it might have been a missed hit and run or something. Didn't have a good jump at all.
The pitch was so high up out of the zone, it wasn't even worth it maybe for LeMahieu to go after it. It almost worked out to be a pitch out. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball away.
Yeah, especially with a high fastball. Definitely like a pitch out, and they pitched out to Mondesi and were still unable to get him.
Boy, that pitch didn't miss by much to Iannetta.
No, I thought that was another strikeout for Junis right there.
He's got 6 of them so far. Payoff pitch. Swinging a rope, left side diving, knockdown, gets away from Franco. He picks it up, throws to first in time to get Iannetta. Franco under control and completely composed on that one. A spectacular play as we go to the 6th. No runs on a combined 7 hits. We're into the 6th inning here at Yankee Stadium. Back in the saddle for a couple innings, it's Justin D'Ambrosio.
Well, thanks, Adam. This has been an absolute pitcher's duel coming in today. Here we are scoreless going into the 6th inning, and 2 really great defensive plays there in that 5th inning for the Royals. Brett Gardner hopping out to MJ Melendez, laying out, and then Chris Iannetta rounding out to Michael Franco, who was able to get a glove on it, keep his composure, and fire onto first for that final out.
And that'll be the difference. You know, a couple of extra opportunities for this Yankees lineup. You just can't afford it.
They haven't had many base runners, and it seems the Royals have had base runners on in every inning. But we are still scoreless here. 3-1 pitch here to Merrifield as the rain comes down a little bit harder. This one's sent deep into left field. Giving it chase is Gardner, and he's going to watch that one go over his head. Whit Merrifield with a solo home run, putting the Kansas City Royals on the board here. Well, they had several scoring opportunities, runners on, and they were unable to cash them in, and then this is how they finally get that first run, just on one swing. Solo home run by Whit Merrifield.
And we talked about Adalberto Mondesi and Whit Merrifield at the top of the order for the Kansas City Royals and all of the speed that those two guys possess. Whoa, what a quick hook this is for Jordan Montgomery. The baseball, a bit disappointedly getting flipped to his manager here.
Yeah, 5+ innings, giving up just that 1 earned run on that home run to Whit Merrifield, but yeah, a bit of a quick hook, I would say, as well. Well, the bullpen is rested. Tanaka threw a complete game shutout yesterday, so Chad Green is going to be the first guy we go to. Pitched 2 innings in the first game of this series. 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, didn't give up a run.
We can see that huge batting average against. Opponents are feasting off of Green this season, and this is a dangerous opponent.
Yeah, I guess maybe Boone thinking that Montgomery's been dancing out of trouble all day. He's given up the big home run to Merrifield. You don't want to see the lead go any further away, especially with Soler up.
Again, you think, okay, lefty-righty matchup, bringing the righty to face Soler, but you saw that 380 batting average by righties against Chad Green this year.
That's ball 2.
Now he's playing with fire here, 2-0 to Soler. Pretty good hitters count for him.
That's ball 3.
Well, he misses badly there, and it's 3-0.
You don't want to make a mistake, but you also don't want to come in out of the bullpen and misfire like this.
Well, Tyler Lyons is warming in the bullpen. A couple lefties coming up for the Royals.
No, ball 4.
And he loses him, a 4-pitch walk.
Now batting, right fielder.
Well, Montgomery gives up the home run to start the inning, and then in comes Chad Green and immediately loses Soler on 4 pitches.
Not providing much relief at all there. In addition to Tyler Lyons, who's been warming up in the bullpen, the Yankees have just got Jonathan Holder warming up now.
He's going to bring up Hunter Dozier, 4th place hitter here, and now another ball from Chad Green. It's 5 straight balls from Green.
Coming in out of the bullpen, and we just can't find it right now.
Yeah, maybe the rain has something to do with that. Oof, 6 straight balls now for Chad Green. Wow, I'm surprised Hunter Dozier swung at that pitch.
Yeah, I mean, you got your fastball. He was sitting fastball, but even if you're looking for something middle in and maybe up, that was not. I was out of the zone, and it wasn't towards your sweet spot.
Yeah, especially with a guy throwing 6 straight balls, I'm not going to swing until I see him throw one in the zone. He still hasn't thrown one in the zone. Misses there.
The only time I can remember back in person doing a game where a guy came in and really blew up like that, where it was just pitch after pitch. Actually, current Toronto Blue Jay left-handed relief pitcher Tim Meza was a guy in Double-A that I saw him come in and just couldn't find it one night. He was 12 out of the zone in a row when he came out of the bullpen, and that was it. And he was just done.
12 straight balls?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there's another walk for Green. That'll put runners at first and second, and still nobody out here in the 6th inning. Yeah, Meza is a guy that throws pretty hard, around 99, 98. Pretty scary when you don't know where it's going.
He wasn't throwing quite as hard back then. He was from Millersville College, which is a Division II school. So he was a bit of a project coming up, no doubt.
Yeah, we see a lot of that. These guys throwing 98 out of these bullpens, just coming out of nowhere. It seems like every major league bullpen now has at least 2 guys who can throw in the upper 90s, who you've never heard of.
Right, and talking to coaches along the way, one of the pitching coaches that I got to work with in Trenton was Jose Rosado, who was an all-star with the Kansas City Royals in his day. And what a great pitch there.
Wow. Finally getting an out there. So 3 straight pitches, too. So Chad Green walks the first 2 guys he faces and then gets 3 straight pitches, and Alex Gordon is called out on strikes.
And Rosado, who was an all-star, he was a 99 all-star at that great all-star game at Fenway Park. He said that our...
Oh, wow. That one is hit a long, long way. A 3-run home run for Ryan O'Hearn, and that one is going to put the Royals up 4-0.
Well, Chad Green came in out of the bullpen and got behind the 8 ball by walking a pair. And then you start filling the zone. You try to force some pitches, and Ryan O'Hearn deserved the bat drop there. That was hit well.
Yeah, it's a short porch to right field there, but that one was not a cheap shot. 389 feet, and that is going to be the end of the day for Chad Green.
Yeah, and Green does not factor in the decision. He cannot lose it. Jordan Montgomery is in line for the loss, but it's this performance by Chad Green, specifically that one swing by O'Hearn, that it's changed the feel of this game. You're down 1-0 going to the bottom of the 6th, that's one thing. If you're down 4-0, you've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, well, if one team can do it with a lot of sluggers, it's the Yankees, and the Royals do not have the greatest of bullpens, so, it looks like it may be out of hand now, but I've seen crazier things at Yankee Stadium.
Especially with this lineup, and like you said, that bullpen. And just wrapping up that thought on Jose Rosado, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, he was saying that the Trenton Thunder bullpen of, say, 2016 had 4 or 5 guys that were throwing in the mid to upper 90s, and that the big league bullpen for the Royals back then had 1 guy that could touch 95, and that was it. And if you touched 97, 98, you were a hard thrower. And now that's what guys are doing in Double-A.
Second baseman, Nicky.
Well, Franco goes down swinging here for the 2nd out of the inning. What a tough outing for Chad Green. That one's lined into center for a base hit. Gonna go around second is Nicky Lopez. He's in there with a 2-out double.
The catcher, number 9, MJ.
Fights it off, a little bit of slice to it, makes it a tough play, and Lopez, nice hard turn around first base and gets there ahead of any sort of throw in from the outfield.
Well, what a nightmare inning this has been for the Yankees. 2 home runs in the inning. Whit Merrifield started it off with a home run, then Soler walked, Dozier walked, and then the 3-run home run by O'Hearn. That one's hit on the ground to Voit, who takes it unassisted to end this 6th inning, but the Royals get 4 runs on 2 home runs going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Yankees trail by 4.
Leading off.
That'll be the top of the lineup here for the Yankees. In the bottom of the 6th, LeMahieu, Torres, and Judge. Jacob Junis throwing quite a gem. 78 pitches through 5 innings. LeMahieu 0 for 2. A lot of 0-4s in this lineup. Just 3 hits on the day for the Yankees. Be interesting to see how Junis does, though, the 3rd time around in that lineup.
Yeah, because it's this Torres, Judge, Stanton part coming up after LeMahieu that's not even been able to put a ball in play against him.
Yeah, Torres, Judge, Stanton 0 for 6. 6 strikeouts.
Outside, that's a ball.
Well, LeMahieu working the count well here, ahead 3-1.
That's out. Ball 4.
Now LeMahieu on with a leadoff walk to start the 6th inning, so maybe the rain having some sort of effect on these pitchers.
You think. Sometimes, pitchers, maybe that's the walks by Chad Green, the cyber raindrops on the cyber baseball, and he just couldn't get a good grip, and that's what got him into trouble.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Well, he probably should have brought out a cyber towel or something and wipe his hands on something. Well, Junis misses here, the first pitch to Gleyber Torres.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Torres came in today with a .313 batting average and 19 home runs. He's got more home runs than Aaron Judge. Swing and miss at that pitch, and it's 2-1. Nice slider today from Jacob Junis. That one's lined over the head of Maikel Franco. Going to second base is LeMahieu. He'll stop there, and the Yankees have 2 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th.
That is exactly what they needed to get going, and that ball by Torres was hit so hard that just couldn't react down there at the hot corner. A little out of his reach, and this is exactly what Kansas City does not want to see this part of the order coming up.
And that's why you want to draft tall players. If he's 3 inches taller, he catches that.
Everybody's
Aaron Judge.
Yeah, it's Aaron Judge everywhere.
How tall is Judge? 6'8"?
Yeah. 6'7", 6'8", every bit of 275. It's an absolute monster.
Now, which one of them is taller, Judge or Stanton?
Judge is very much taller. Had the chance to work with both of those guys last year. They actually rehabbed together on the same day down in Durham, North Carolina with the team. Talk about an imposing middle of the lineup when you're in AAA.
Yeah, what was that batting practice like?
It was loud.
That's in. Ball 2.
I'm sure a lot of onlookers, especially from their teammates, just trying to pick up anything.
Well, yes, and actually the Durham Bulls front office did a tremendous job. It's the Rays AAA affiliate. They did an awesome job of opening up the ballpark because of how special and how unique it was for their fans. And the place was jam-packed for 3 days down there.
Yeah, if you get a chance to see some of these guys that you know are going to be stars or some of these top-rated prospects. I always try to get a chance to do that. I actually had Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the minors.
And if you're in Durham, North Carolina, where do you go to get big league baseball? Nowhere. You can't get there.
Well, Judge lines a base hit. LeMahieu's going to come around to score. Going to third is Torres, and the Yankees get the run here in the 6th inning. First and third, nobody out.
Now batting, the designated
He wants to get that thing going, and boy, has he. I'm most impressed by Glaber and his ability to go first to third on this ball, but you see what Alex Gordon does by turning his back to the infield. That costs some valuable seconds to try and get Torres going first to third, and the Yankees are really set up here.
Well, that is going to be the end of the day for Jacob Junis. So, quick hook here for both starters in the 6th inning. Junis had been absolutely cruising, and now we go to this Kansas City bullpen. It'll be interesting to see who comes out, and it's former Yankee Ian Kennedy. Look at those numbers. Those are not great numbers.
No, it doesn't matter whether you're righty, whether you're lefty, you're hitting 300 against this guy. And, it is a quick hook for Junis, but I'd say it was less of a quick hook. Last inning it was the one pitch, one home run, and then the yank. But this is 3 straight base runners, and it's been a tough slog for Junis in the inning.
So those 2 runners on base are still his responsibility. He goes 5+ innings and strikes out 6. And just allowed the 1 earned run so far. Stanton fooled on that outside pitch, and it's 0-2. Now, Kennedy gives up a lot of home runs. And Stanton hits a lot of them, but he does not connect on that one. Big strikeout there for Ian Kennedy, first out of this inning.
Stanton 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, and it is critical because you're down 4-1. You want a big swing. One swing can tie it with Stanton, but now it really puts pressure on Aaron Hicks to just get one more run home here somehow with 1 out in the inning.
He takes a first pitch strike 95 miles an hour out of the pen for Ian Kennedy. It's pretty good heat for him.
One ball, 1 strike.
That one misses low, and it's 1-1. Hicks just signed that big 7-year contract with the Yankees, and then had a pretty rough season last year with all that Tommy John surgery. A bit of a different timeline for position players returning from that injury, but still a serious surgery.
It is, and it does matter whether it's your throwing arm or not. Remember, Gleyber Torres came back super quick. He injured his UCL, got Tommy John on his left non-throwing arm, sliding into home plate a couple of years ago. So that timeline does totally change when it's not even your throwing arm if you're a position player.
That's something that's relatively new to me. I hadn't heard of position players getting Tommy John surgery. That one misses low, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, and I do think it is more of a freak injury type than, it's not a bulk of your, numbers of throws, right? Like a pitcher building up. It's just something weird that happens, and all of a sudden you need the surgery.
Swung on and missed. Big strikeout there from Ian Kennedy. Kennedy comes into this ball game and strikes out the first 2 guys he's faced.
Great stuff there, and that is exactly what Kansas City needs, and now it is Luke Voigt. No easy customer here, but Yankees had a runner at third with nobody out in Gleyber Torres, and he hasn't moved yet.
Well, it's the guy you'd want to see up at the plate if you are the Yankees, Luke Voigt. Voigt singled today, one of only a few Yankees base runners before this inning. Kennedy trying to wiggle out of this jam. Yeah, they weren't even able to get that run in from third with nobody out. Well, Luke Voigt brings them in with 2 outs, though. Cuts that deficit in half, and the Yankees now trail 4-2.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of an exhale from the Yankee dugout, thinking that, boy, we missed a great opportunity to take a 4-0 deficit and cut it in half, and they've done that so far, but not done yet. Brett Gardner is going to have a chance against Richard Lovelady.
That's that left-hander in the bullpen for the Royals. Only 7 games gotten into so far this year, 7.1 innings pitched, but that's a pretty good earned run average. Way inside to Gardner, and it's 1-0. Now, Gardner had a bit of a power surge last year. That was the first year ever he slugged over 500. You know, some guys, I guess, are just late bloomers. Well, he's ahead 2-0 here. Wow, and Lovelady misses high and outside with that one, and it's 3-0. Gio Urshela is on deck. 3-0 pitch. Taking all the way for a strike, and it's 3-1. Yankees would love to get another run in, but they've already cut that 4-run deficit in half this inning, which is pretty good. 3-1 pitch. Misses low, and the bases are loaded.
And you got Gio Urshela, who's had a slow year this year. The numbers for Gio a season ago were incredible. I mean, he had 21 home runs last year. He's got just the 1 homer this season, and wouldn't now be a great time if you're the Yankees for home run number 2.
It sure would be. Now, Yankees fans are on their feet. They don't mind about this rain. They're sticking this one out. And a first pitch is in there for a strike.
I don't see a single umbrella. That's incredible.
Yeah. They do not care. They are a rabid bunch here in New York. Well, Urshela is in a quick hole, 0-2. Bases are loaded. Judge the runner at third. Voigt is at second, and Gardner is at first. And Urshela pops this one up in the infield. Giving it chase is Franco, and he's underneath it in foul territory for the final out. Well, the Yankees do get 2 runs this inning, cut the lead in half. Going to the 7th inning, it's 4-2 Kansas City. And leading off the 7th inning is Adalberto Mondesi, who's 2 for 3 today. Tripped over my tongue there saying his name.
You wouldn't be the first, I'm sure. I'm sure he'll forgive you.
And he hits that one pretty well to right field, but not deep enough. Judge camping underneath that one for an easy first out in the 7th inning. And that's what you want if you're the Yankees. You want to keep him off those base paths.
Yeah, especially when you've done so well to fight back and chop it back to a 2-run game. That gives yourself a real chance over the final 3 innings. You don't want to make mistake pitches like this one.
Yep. That was a big mistake pitch to Whit Merrifield in the 6th inning. That was what knocked out Jordan Montgomery. Good day for the top of this Kansas City lineup. Merrifield also with 2 hits today. Takes outside for a ball. It's 1-1, 97 miles an hour. Again, hard throwers out of this bullpen. That one shatters his bat. Voigt trips over the bag. That was that one looked painful.
Not graceful.
Now, Yankee fans will forgive it. He just drove in a run the last inning, but that was a bumbling play, I would say. 1-2 pitch is swung on and popped foul into the seats. Merrifield is a possible trade candidate for these Royals. This one is hit right to LeMahieu at second for the second out.
Designated hitter, Jorge Soler.
So, be interesting to see Merrifield. He's had a good day today, but his offensive numbers are not where they were last year. And many probably think the Royals could have gotten a bigger return for Merrifield had they traded him in the offseason. Soler swings at the first pitch and skies this one to center field. Hicks doesn't have to move at all underneath that one for the final out here in the seventh inning. It's stretch time in the Bronx. Coming up in the bottom of the seventh, it'll be 9-1-2, Iannetta, LeMahieu, and Torres.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Kansas City.
Now in comes Trevor Rosenthal, former Cardinal. And look at these numbers through 13 games for him. Not very good. Right-handers hitting a Ted Williams 389 off of him.
Leading off for the Yankees.
So Rosenthal actually got a cup of coffee with the Rail Riders last season, and it was not good. Yeah,
Really?
Rosenthal, he's just a guy that he's coming off Tommy John surgery, and he's just somebody that probably doesn't have that feel in his hands like he once did to know where the baseball's going.
So how long was he down there in Scranton?
Oh, it was one really bad appearance. He was on the roster for a week, and it was just about the worst appearance I'd seen in years in the minors.
Wow. Well, I guess they knew one was enough. I didn't even remember he signed with the Yankees.
Mm-hmm. And pulling up the stat line from that game right now.
Well, he gets Iannetta swinging on that one for the first out here in the seventh inning.
Now batting, the second baseman, DJ.
So for Rosenthal last year, it was a third of an inning.
Oh, he got it now.
He did, but he walked 3 and hit a man. And those were his 5 batters. He got 1 out, which wasn't a strikeout. Walked 3, hit a guy, threw 21 pitches, 6 were strikes, and gave up 4 runs.
Ooh. Well, that one is hit foul, and O'Hearn is going to catch that one in foul territory for the second out. Well, 2 quick outs here for Trevor Rosenthal.
He'll take it.
Not out of the woods yet. Still got to face Gleyber Torres. Torres 1 for 3 today. Takes low 1-0. That one's in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Well, Greg Holland, our former closer, and Scott Barlow warming up. So there's some name recognition in this Kansas City pen, but they're not having the seasons you would expect when you recognize those names. Well, Trevor Rosenthal is 1 strike away from getting out of this 7th inning, though. 1-2 pitch to Torres. Ooh, just misses, and it's 2-2.
Good patience there by Torres. That's tempting to think that breaking ball is going to come back in over the inside corner.
Fouls that one off, staying alive, and it's still 2-2. Good eye there again from Torres, laying off that breaking ball down and low. I just saw a Yankees fan still wearing his sunglasses in this rain. 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Trevor Rosenthal having himself an inning. Not able to get out of the AAA game you saw, but he's out of this inning. No problems. Well, going to the 8th inning, I'm going to hand things back on over to Adam Giardina, who's going to bring us home.
All right, thank you very much, Justin. Hunter Dozier, Alex Gordon, Ryan O'Hearn, That's 4-5-6 due up for Kansas City here. We saw Rosenthal really set the tone in the bottom of the 7th, and so Luis Cessa out for the 8th.
There's a comment in Twitch about what is that patch on the Yankees' arm?
Oh, I didn't notice.
I didn't notice it either until I saw something about 50th anniversary maybe, but I couldn't make it out myself.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cessa gets a strikeout. Yeah, there is some sort of patch on the left sleeve of the New York Yankees.
Alex Gordon.
I don't know.
It's not a Nike swoosh, I can tell you that.
Now, swing and a miss there for Dozier. He's 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. It brings up Alex Gordon, who singled. That was his first time up. Cessa pumping it in there at 97. So, Justin, I've got to ask you, as we've got a comment, about the patch, the surroundings as we're sitting here. In your radio booth, is there a dog in your radio booth?
No, he's downstairs.
What kind of dog is in the press box?
Yeah, not many people know this breed of dog. It is a Schipperke.
I'm gonna Google that right now. Could you spell that for me?
It is Schipperke. It is not even spelled the way it sounds.
No, it's one word. I thought it was 2 words when you said it.
It's a Belgian breed of dogs, and I love that breed of dog. I've had that dog basically ever since I was a kid, and they're very, very loyal dogs. And they are called the Schipperke because they were used on boats, and they, like I said, very loyal. They would be loyal to the captain of the boat, and the captain of the boat would give them the key, and it would be around their collar, and the Schipperke would only go to the captain.
That is that a trick that you've trained yours or no?
He loves everybody. He'll go to everybody. But
Key, it would be. He's more of an everyone key.
Yeah. He was the sweetest, most loving dog I've ever had, and he may have picked me over my wife. He may have done that.
And he's vocal. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's soft and in the background. We're okay with that here. I mean, again, as you mentioned, I worked for a baseball team that had bat dogs. So for 5 years, when I was with the Trenton Thunder, from 2013 to 2017, there were 2 golden retrievers running around playing with each other that we got to play with at all times when we were at our desks. So always a good thing in my book.
Yeah, I mean, don't even feel like you're working when you get to work with a dog all the day.
Exactly. No, and my desk was really well located where they basically were. I could stand up from my chair, take 2 long strides, and I would be where they would basically be napping for most of the day. So I probably bugged them more than they wanted to be bugged, but they never complained.
No, that's a ball.
I definitely would have brought in treats in.
That was a pretty good control set there where we were not allowed to feed them anything. They were on a very strict diet, as you can imagine, being around a baseball ballpark.
Right.
A lot of food to be had.
Well, I just thought you meant like you don't want them to have upset stomachs on the ball field.
Well, I guess it's more, we don't want them having 8 hot dogs by the second inning. That one is absolutely crushed by Maikel Franco. And this one's once again been blown open here by the Royals. Another big home run here. And it's back up to a 3-run lead for Kansas City, or scratch that. It's up to a 6-2 lead. This is the largest lead of the night for the Royals.
Yeah, another 3-run home run there. Maikel Franco just absolutely crushed this one. Yankees had clawed their way back to 4-2, but this one, that's going to make that one, was it 7-2 now?
Yeah, so it is a 7-2 lead right now, and that'll spell the end of the road. 7-2 after that 3-run home run. So all 7 runs for Kansas City coming on home runs today. With Merrifield, a solo shot. Ryan O'Hearn, 3-run bomb. Maikel Franco does it as well. And on comes Tyler Lyons Not really mop-up role per se, but
Now batting.
he wants to keep
The
this
second
kind of right where it is.
Nicky Lopez.
Yeah, and Senzatela has been so good this year for the Yankees out in that bullpen.
Well, and it was his third inning of work. He came on in the 6th, got the 7th, and then finally by the 8th, they thought, well, it's a little bit too much perhaps asking for a third inning. Getting hot, cooling down, getting hot, cooling down, and then finally getting back out there again.
Yeah, and just not having Aroldis Chapman in that bullpen does sort of change the
2 balls, 1 strike.
the logic that Aaron Boone has going down there. You don't have Kahnle or Ottavino for that 8th inning anymore. Those guys are guys you need to close things out.
Yeah. Great arms. And again, a problem a lot of teams would love to have, either of those guys. With Zach Britton down there. Got at second, is out number 2. But it certainly
The catcher, number
shifts
9.
your advantage when you know you've got Chapman there for the 9th.
Melendez.
But here in the 7th, the 8th, you got to do things a little differently than you normally would.
Well, going back to those patches in the comments, Chris Mikoski, who was I did a play-by-play commentary with him earlier in the Bop Ball season. He's a great announcer. He says that from a quick Google image search, it appears to be a Yankee Stadium 50th anniversary patch, which would be true if these are throwback uniforms from 1973.
Okay. That makes a little bit more sense.
It could be Throwback Thursday.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of mixing and matching that the Yankees really do with their threads. Here's a fly ball out to right field. Melendez carries Judge back just shy of the track, and he's there with 2 hands, makes the catch, and that ends the inning. An inning that featured this off the bat of Maikel Franco. Majestic, high, and absolutely crushed out of here. The Royals on top 7-2. Justin D'Ambrosio and Adam Giardino with you. Thanks for making us part of your Thursday live at Yankee Stadium. It is wet, it is soggy, it's been that way the whole game, but the fans, they haven't gone anywhere, to their credit.
I just want to clarify, if you're hearing that dog, that one's not mine.
Yours is the well-behaved one?
Yeah, he never starts the barking. He's always responding to it. He's the good one. Although I did come downstairs today and find him sitting in a chair with a bag of shredded cheese. I'm not sure how he got it. So he's not that good.
He's figured out how to open up a refrigerator, so that's problematic.
Or get into the trash.
Equally problematic, yeah. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss by Judge, strike 3. Trevor Rosenthal out for a 2nd inning of work, and he's looked great.
3rd strikeout of the day for Judge, too, yeah. You're right, a 2nd inning for Trevor Rosenthal. That's pretty strange to see him out here for another inning of work.
Yeah, I'm sure 1 base runner and he's gone, but you figure, all right, this guy's got a 10 ERA, he's pitching well, let's see if we can squeeze another drop out of him.
Yeah, and a 5-run lead, you might as well. Already used a few guys down there, and Keith Philmeyer and Andres Munoz, they've both been used the first 2 games of this series, so really the only guys left down there to use are Tim Hill and Greg Holland.
I don't think we're going to see a 3rd inning out of Rosenthal. Should he continue to cruise with Stanton in the box and Hicks on deck, but there's certainly no telling that Kansas City is just looking to get a win and stay with a hot hand. We'll see how it goes.
It's an interesting mullet, it looks like Trevor Rosenthal has there.
I was just thinking that I bet the designers at MLB The Show had probably received a phone call from Rosenthal's agent asking for a little bit of an adjustment there.
Down goes Stanton swinging there.
3 straight strikeouts. Torres to end the 7th, Judge to begin the 8th, Stanton here in the 8th as well, and now it's Aaron Hicks.
I've noticed a lot of mullets in this game, though. I think if you've got long hair, they're just going to give you a mullet.
Hicks with a fly ball to right center field, just enough room. Whit Merrifield makes the catch. Best ball hit off of Trevor Rosenthal in his 2 innings, but it's another 1-2-3 frame. We go to the 9th. Royals on top by 5.
Yeah, the way Merrifield was chasing after that one, I thought it was hit a lot better than it was.
Instead, it's Jonathan Holder coming out of the bullpen as Merrifield, like you said, it just looked like that ball was going to keep carrying. Merrifield's in the on-deck circle as Adalberto Mondesi singles his first 2 times up here today, leads it off.
And he hasn't hit a ball out of the infield.
Yeah, that's right. Beyond that, keep it on the ground and use your speed. You're Mondesi. If you are just joining us, the first 5 innings were scoreless, but you would not know that from the score here.
That's right, this was a pitcher duel.
4 runs in the 6th for Kansas City. The Yankees responded with a pair in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And then Kansas City with a big 3-run home run by Maikel Franco in the top of the 8th, and that's 7-2 as we have it.
In the Twitch chat, Chris Mikoski has pointed out that these are actually the 1969 Kansas City Royals throwbacks, evidenced by the big MLB 100th anniversary patch on their sleeve. So it is Throwback Thursday. These 2 teams have sort of classic uniforms, though, not uniforms you see a lot of changes to. They're 2 of the better uniforms in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, this is as subtle a throwback matchup as you're going to have. It was pretty easy to tell on the previous game when you had the Reds wearing their throwback uniforms. That was a little bit more obvious. This ball hit really well off of Holder, but fouled by Mondesi. The pitch, swing, and blown in the air to right field. A few jogging steps over for Judge. He's there, makes the catch. That's 1 gone now in the 9th.
Well, coming up after this one, we've got a Texas matchup, Rangers at Houston. So those could be some throwback uniforms they could throw out there. Houston has some very weird old-timey uniforms back when they were the Colt 45s.
And honestly, the horizontal bright yellow and orange stripes, as garish as it is, that really one of my favorite uniforms in all of sports.
Yeah, I mean, you can just picture Nolan Ryan wearing it.
Absolutely, with Jose Cruz Sr. in the lineup, Rocket Richard on the mound as well. Yeah. Jonathan Holder, the Mississippi State product, delivers low, and it's 2 balls and a strike from Gulfport, Mississippi. A homegrown talent for the Bulldogs. Never did ask him. We talked about Jordan Montgomery's allegiance to USC as the abbreviation for University of South Carolina. Never did talk to Holder about MSU being Michigan State in my mind versus Mississippi State University for him.
Yeah, that's interesting. You get a lot of these universities with the same one. For me, OU, that has something specific to me. What do you think of for OU?
Oklahoma.
And I think of where my wife went, Ohio University.
Interesting. Go Bobcats. Swinging a line drive out to left field, a diving knockdown by Brett Gardner. Play not made. It's a single with 1 out here in the 9th.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
Well, Raul Mondesi is on, or he was called Raul Mondesi. Alberto Mondesi is on again for the 3rd time. Don't see that was Whit Merrifield.
Yeah, now it's Jorge Soler who's up.
Nope, that's the ball.
It doesn't matter whether it's Mondesi, whether it's Merrifield, just great speed on the base pass at the top of the lineup here.
Yeah, like I said, Merrifield actually led the league in stolen bases in 2017. Only 30, but that's still 30 more than I'll ever have in my Major League career.
Mondesi ahead of him in the lineup has 17 this year, only 7 for Whit Merrifield, but that chances there. It's a 5-run lead in the 9th. You're probably not going to risk guys running first to second here. Let your lineup take care of business for you.
I mean, no need to run here up by 5. Maybe run into an injury with the playing conditions here today.
That's right. Deteriorating by the moment. Swinging a grounder, yanked, foul. Swing and a ball sent out to left center field. This one's down and it rolls some. Merrifield around second, hits third, gets the stop sign. It's a double for Soler. Runners at second and third with 1 out for the Royals.
Hunter Dozier.
Well, they kept Soler off the bases mostly, but that double extends his hit streak there to 7. He walked and scored in that 6th inning, but before that, it had been a pretty quiet game for Soler. Not what you expect when you see the Royals with 7 runs on the board.
You figured he'd have a large hand in it, and he did walk and score a run on Ryan O'Hearn's 3-run home run in the 6th inning. It's Hunter Dozier here, and a single could really blow this one open in the 9th. You've got a 5-run lead with 3 outs to go defensively. You feel good about your chances, but a base hit perhaps makes it a 9-2 game. Ground ball right side. Runners both take off. The throw goes to first. The out's recorded. 2 down in the inning, but another run on the board. Merrifield scores. Soler's to third, and it's 8-2 Kansas City.
Well, Hunter Dozier getting that RBI, pushing the lead to 6, and this is my last chance to talk about it, and we were talking about universities. Hunter Dozier went to Stephen F. Austin University, and I don't know about you, but when I hear that, I just think it's got to be a stone-cold university.
Well, I guess I thought you were heading in the direction where he went to Stephen F. Austin, and they have programs that are facing the death penalty because of NCAA violations for next academic year. So they're a predominant basketball school in a mid-major, and they've made some runs in the NCAA tournament, but I think the whole program is being disbanded and recruiting needs to be altered at Stephen F. Austin.
I did not know that story about them. Just thought it sounded like a wrestler's name.
It does.
Yeah.
In Nacogdoches, Texas.
And maybe that's why they thought they could get away with that. Got to live up to the namesake of...
Exactly.
Which is not even their namesake of that university.
2-2 to Alex Gordon. Fastball runs up and in for ball 3.
Yeah, Alex Gordon is a big part of that 2015 World Series run for the Royals. But that's sort of been the downside of his career ever since then.
The 3-2 pitch is a swing and a ball hammered foul.
Boy, he was trying to get to that Yankee Field short porch, huh?
Yeah, Alex Gordon certainly making a bid to put a 10 spot up on the board for Kansas City. Instead, he's jammed in a breaking ball, soft pop-up, foul ground, and a backhanded basket grab by Urshela puts away the inning, but Kansas City adds to its lead. It is 8-2 Royals as we go to the bottom of the 9th.
Your attention, please.
Got Barlow in out of the bullpen, just a sub-5 ERA as the right-hander gets over for the final 3 outs in this one. The Yankees have a lot of work to do, but their best bat in the lineup today leads it off.
Well, if this is the final score of the game, who would your player of the day be?
Well, Ryan O'Hearn and Michael Franco both homered. I would say that it was O'Hearn's that set the tone, though, because he was the one that turned a 1-0 lead into a 4-0 lead, and that really allowed Kansas City that comfort. What about you?
Well, it could also be Jacob Junis. He really set the tone for this game. his 5 shutout innings. Really keeping that.
Yeah.
But he's not even in line for the win.
Nope, outside.
So when he left, it was a scoreless game, I believe, right?
Well, he came out for the 6th inning and then gave up a walk, 2 singles, so he did pitch 5+. So it was 4-0 when he exited. He was tagged with the 2 runs in the bottom of that 6th inning. And so 5+ innings, so he should be in line for the victory. Here's a swing and a fly ball center field. Off the bat of Luke Voigt, it's Merrifield who backpedals and makes the grab.
The left fielder, number 11.
And just to clarify, as we just so generously brushed broad strokes at Stephen F. Austin, the punishments that we were talking about last half inning regarding Hunter Dozier, the program at Stephen F. Austin, they will forfeit hundreds of wins across men's basketball, baseball, softball, and football, 3 men's basketball conference championships, and they will be placed on 3 years probation and pay a fine of $5,000, returning all sorts of money and reduction in scholarships. So that is the level 1 violation.
Oof.
So not the proverbial death penalty, but a very, very significant blow to the university after improprieties were revealed in an investigation. It's a ball and 2 strikes here as Scott Barlow deals to Brett Gardner. Swing and a miss. Ties him up with 96. A strikeout, and that's out number 2. 1 out from victory for the Royals.
Yeah, this has been an impressive game for the Royals. Brett Gardner does not like the call on that one, but they're down to their final out.
First pitch to Gio Urshela, who, fun fact, when you ask him how to pronounce his name, his full name is Giovanni. It's a soft G. So I asked him, but it's Gio, or is it Gio? And he said, no, it's Gio, but it's Giovanni Urshela.
Right. So I go by Justin, but when I shorten it, I'm just Ust.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same idea, and he chose not to do that. I can't imagine why. 1-1, swing and a ground ball down to third base. Franco's got it, fires across, and the man that belted a 3-run home run to make this one comfortable has the assist on the final out of the game. 8-2 victory for Kansas City. They weren't happy having been outscored 16-1 over the previous 2 games of this series, and they really put their foot down here today on the Yankees.
Well, you're right. They were outscored 16-1 the first 2 games, but this one was all Kansas City. Jacob Junis, in my opinion, really set the tone. He could be the player of the game. In that 6th inning, Merrifield hitting that home run to give him the lead, and O'Hearn busting it open with that 3-run shot. It'll be interesting to see who today's player of the game is.
And you can see there, though, going to the 6th, you would have never imagined 8-2 would be the final. It was scoreless, and it's Ryan O'Hearn. So the guy that made a 1-0 game a 4-0 game with his 3-run home run, he was the difference. And was one of the guys I certainly thought could have been it. Remember this play? How about this play by MJ Melendez on Brett Gardner?
Laid out to get that one.
17 minutes.
Right in front of his own bench, too.
And as only a 21-year-old could, popped up and nothing was wrong. With Merrifield homered to left field, that's what started the scoring in the 6th inning. Jordan Montgomery had given up just 4 hits over 5 shutout before that one to Merrifield, and then Montgomery was lifted for the bullpen, but back-to-back walks by Chad Green, and then 2 batters after the walks, Ryan O'Hearn with the big swing of the game.
And if you told me it was a pitcher's duel and the bullpens were going to decide it, I would have said clearly this was going to be a Yankees win.
And the Yankees did try to make a comeback. Aaron Judge with an RBI single in the 6th inning. That knocked Jacob Junis out of the game, the starter for Kansas City. And then with 2 outs in the inning, Luke Voigt deposited a base hit out to left field. They cut the deficit in half for the inning. It was 4-0, now it was 4-2. But after this by Maikel Franco, an absolute moonshot out to left field, The result was not in doubt from thereafter. The Royals added a run in the top of the 9th, taking an 8-2 game, and with this RBI ground out, scoring a run and taking a 7-2 game and making it 8-2 with this RBI ground out. And that would be the final score in this one. The Royals rather comfortably taking care of New York here today. This is the last, the out to Franco, and that does it for the ball game. We saw New York come in looking for a third straight win over Kansas City, but Justin just couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, they were looking for that sweep, but unable to get it done today. After today, the Yankees are going to play the Red Sox in Boston. Kansas City going to play the Minnesota Twins. So, getaway day here on Thursday. It makes things better when you're leaving with a win. So the Royals will at least feel better on that bus ride home, or plane ride home.
The only buses are reserved for minor leaguers.
Yeah.
Couple of
How short the distance is, New York to Boston, that's a plane.
Exactly.
Maybe a train. I don't know. How do they take that trip?
They fly it.
Huh.
Yep. The top of the lineup for Kansas City, multi-hit games, Adalberto Mondesi, Whit Merrifield. Great job setting the table for the rest of the way. And then for the Yankees lineup, Luke Voigt 2 for 4, with Chris Iannetta singling at the bottom of the lineup as well. Caught stealing for Chris Iannetta. Ill-advised early on in the game. Pitching for New York with Jordan Montgomery giving up the one home run. That was a solo shot in the top of the 6th inning. He was then lifted. A tough luck loss for him. He pitched well otherwise. And that does it for us here in this one. A big thanks to my partner, Justin D'Ambrosio. Great to have you on the horn. Without further ado, we're going to hand it off. Aiden Blanc, Matt Price waiting in the wings for the next game here today. Guys, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Adam. Welcome.
Yeah, sorry about that, Aiden. Thank you so much, Adam and Justin. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our continuing coverage here of MLB Bot Ball on Twitch and YouTube or wherever else you are watching. We are covering for you today the final game of a 3-game set. It's a Lone Star State battle between the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. Pleasant good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 4th game of our 7-game slate of MLB Bot Ball. I'm Matt Price alongside my partner, Aiden Blank. Aiden, let's get right down to business. The Texas Rangers, big win last night. They were trailing 2-0 going to the 8th inning, but a huge 6-run frame. They capped it off with 2 in the 9th, and it was all thanks to great pitching in the end, but also the bat of Ronald Guzman.
Should be a very fun game today. The race for the virtual silver boot. Looking forward to it. Obviously, Minute Maid Park, one of my favorite ballparks in all of baseball. Yeah, both of these teams, their season's not going exactly how I would like, but plenty of time to still turn it around. And I was talking about this on the Dodger broadcast, the Dodger Reds broadcast the other night. We're getting into the dog days of bot ball. Normally in baseball, this is where you make your playoff push. The teams the contenders versus the pretenders, if you will, starts to get separated. And we're going to figure out which of these two teams, if either of these two teams, can really make a push for the playoffs. I think Houston is one of the most dangerous teams in bot ball. I think Boston and Houston could, either one of them, go to the wild card game, play on the road in the wild card game, which is literally the worst seed you could have, and they could make a run to the World Series. They're both very, very dangerous. You can't overestimate the power of their bats and of their arms.
You look at both these teams' records, the Texas Rangers at 33 and 35, the Astros are 30 and 37. Texas 5 games out of first behind the Oakland A's. Houston in 4th place, 7.5 out. We've got throwback unis for both teams today. The Rangers wearing their throwbacks from the 1980s and early 90s. The Houston Astros wearing their 1980s throwbacks with the orange stripe and the navy blue star on the front. On the mound for the Houston Astros is Jose Urquidy. You see his numbers, 5-3 over 13 starts. has been an up and down year for the right-hander, and he's going to take on a very good Texas lineup, beginning with the veteran Elvis Andrus. Urquidy's ready. Andrus is ready. Let's do it from Minute Maid Park, and the first pitch is low for a 1-0 count, and we are underway.
Throwback Thursday, love those Throwback Thursday uniforms. The Astro, a lot of people think they're ugly. I love them. The kind of the striped uniforms as we get a good start here, a flyout. And the Texas, the baby blues. I mean, these are two of the better throwbacks in all of football.
Gotta love those Texas throwbacks. That's the great thing about Throwback Thursday. Just takes you back to the way back when days, and it's just so much fun. You get a glimpse of what it was like to wear a uniform back in the day. It's just so much fun, wouldn't you say, Aiden? Nick Solak at the plate, and the first pitch, check swing, doesn't matter. It is a strike on the outside corner, count 0-1.
Yeah, I'm sure he wishes he could have that pitch back.
Urquidy retired Andrus on a fly out to left. Now here's the 0-1 to Solak, and it is looped into shallow right. Right there is the second baseman Altuve, and that is out number 2.
Batting third.
Yeah, good job. 2 quick outs, a really great start for this Houston team and their defense.
And now stepping in is Willie Calhoun, the designated hitter today for the Texas Rangers, batting a .236 on the year. Calhoun, a 4th-round pick in the 2015 MLB draft. First pitch was high and outside. Count is 1-0. And here's the 1-0. It is at the knees on the lower outside corner, and the count is 1-1. Home plate umpire is Ricky Halliday. See the rest of his crew right there. Darryl Parker is our first base ump. 1-1.
That's a ball.
Just missed below the knees, and the count's 2-1.
Gonna try to battle back in this scout now.
Rangers and Astros split the first 2 games of this series. One of them will win the finale today, as the next pitch is low and away, 3-1, with Joey Gallo on deck.
On Gallo getting up with a man on, you want to strike him out right, or get us out right now and move on to the bottom of the first.
Next pitch is high for ball 4, 95-mile-per-hour 4-seam fastball from Urquidy, and Calhoun is on with a 2-out walk, and that is going to bring up the home run hitting Joey Gallo. Not having that so good of a year here on MLB Bot Ball, only 9 home runs, batting just below 200. But he's trying to do some 2-out damage here in the first, as the first pitch from Urquidy is high, but it is called a strike, and the count is 0-1.
Yeah, very surprising to me that he's hitting so poorly, but I think that just shows you how great, how much trust Texas puts in him. They're batting him in the cleanup spot, and he's hitting 196.
Next pitch is swung on and missed, and the count is 0-2. Just underway here in the top of the first inning. No score, Rangers and Astros, final game of a 3-game set. The 0-2 in the dirt. Great block by Garrett Stubbs, as there's no movement at first by Calhoun, and the count's 1-2. Urquidy sets and deals. Strike 3! 94-mile-per-hour fastball from Urquidy, and that ends the inning. No runs, no hits. No errors, 1 left. Well, let's go to the bottom of the first. No score, Rangers and Astros. Back here at Minute Maid Park, let's take a look at Kyle Gibson, former Minnesota Twin, now with the Texas Rangers. 13 starts, 6-5, and ERA just over 4.6. Giving up 71 hits, over 71 in the 3rd innings. That's about a hit per inning. So when you look at that, Aiden, these numbers have really been up and down for the veteran right-hander.
Yeah, you really want him, if you're Rangers staff, you really want them to change as you start to go. I mean, the Rangers are a team that should be in the playoff push, so you really want those numbers to go down.
Rangers, as I mentioned before, 5 games out of first place. Third place overall in the AL West standings as Jose Altuve will step up to the plate, batting at .313 going into today. First pitch is a breaking ball low, count 1-0. Altuve having a great start to the 2020 campaign.
Seems like a beautiful night in Houston. Looks like it's a nice night before as the sun goes down. The sun will probably go down. It's a night game, so the sun will probably go down at some point during our game.
2-0 ripped, and it's knocked down by the third baseman. Throw to first, not in time. We'll see how they score that. They're going to rule that a base hit. Jose Altuve with a scorching liner that went off of Todd Frazier's glove, and because the ball went behind Frazier, that gave Altuve just enough time to get to first base. Leadoff single for the veteran second baseman.
Yeah, that was a really good defensive stop. That ball could have easily gotten out of the outfield. The Rangers have a very strong infield group.
Now it brings up Michael Brantley. He swings the first pitch and grounds one past first and into right field. Altuve will go to second. Back-to-back singles to start the night for the Houston Astros. Altuve on an infield liner. Now an outfield grounder by Michael Brantley. So with runners on first and second, that's going to bring up Alex Bregman, 15 homers on the year, and he swings at the first pitch and grounds it foul past third, down the left field line. Count 0-1. Look at Bregman's numbers, Aiden, batting a .360. 0-1, swing and a miss, count 0-2.
I'm not sure I've seen anybody that is had as hot a stick as him in Botball that's been playing since the beginning of the year. I know there have been a few guys that have kind of joined the team and gotten really hot sticks, but as far as someone who has been playing since the beginning of the year and swung that well, I couldn't think of anybody else.
Alex Bregman, over these past few years, has become one of the most feared hitters and one of the most feared third basemen in all of Major League Baseball. This kid is something else. 1-2 in the dirt, and a great block by the catcher Chirinos. And the count's even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gibson sets and deals. Line drive, base hit, right center field. That's going to get in the alley and go all the way to the wall. Altuve scores. Brantley goes to third. The ball is cut off by Odor. It's an RBI double for Alex Bregman, and it's 1-0 Astros right out of the gate.
Wait for the Astros to jump on him early in this game. Really great start offensively for Houston.
And it was a bad spot if you're Kyle Gibson. That was a fastball on the outer part of the plate. That is one of Alex Bregman's sweet spots. And with runners on second and third, that's going to bring up Yordan Alvarez, who already has set a career high in home runs, 25 home runs on the year. Or check that, 26 home runs, as the first pitch is fouled off, count 0-1. That is now 3 straight batters in which a Houston Astros hitter has swung at the first pitch. Now the 0-1 is a breaking ball outside, 1-1. Alvarez batting well over 300 so far on the season, count 2-1.
They're being aggressive tonight. I like that.
Let's see how aggressive Alvarez is here. 2-1. He takes it, and it's low. Count 3-1. Run in on 3 consecutive hits. RBI double by Alex Bregman. Alvarez trying to do more damage. 3-1 is a slider that is low for ball 4, and the bases are loaded. First 4 men have reached base for Houston, as Kyle Gibson, with his hands on his hips, trying to figure out how to fight these Astros hitters. As that's going to bring up Carlos Correa.
He's frustrated, and I don't think you can blame him. He has not had the greatest start, down 1-0. I would assume Houston will get some more runs as we move along in the first. Really great. This reminds you of last year's Astros team that was swinging hot bats on a consistent basis.
The Astros hit a couple of home runs yesterday trying to do damage here as Correa swings the first pitch and pops it up. Chirinos in foul territory, and that is a big first out for Kyle Gibson and the Texas Rangers. As we talked about aggressiveness, you were just talking about, Aiden, that was aggressive hitting right there, and it did not pay off for Houston.
No, it did not.
Yuli Gurriel now at the plate. Batting at 236 on the air. He swings to the first pitch and grounds it. It's booted by the first baseman. The flip to Gibson, and Gurriel's retired. That is a tough break for the Texas Rangers as that avoids the double play. It's an RBI ground out for Gurriel as scoring is Brantley, and it's 2-0 Houston.
Of many, they do get the out. If it's Texas, I might be willing to take that trade-off.
So now that brings up George Springer. 4 home runs on the air, batting at 219 overall. Let's see if he swings at the first pitch. He does not. He lays off, and it's a slider inside, count 1-0. As you see, Springer's numbers against Gibson, only 1 for 12 lifetime against the right-hander.
Yeah, good guy to face when you're if you're Gibson.
1-0 oncoming, and Springer fouls it off. First base side. 1 ball and 1 strike. First 4 men reached for Houston, but Gibson is retired the last 2. Trying to get out of the jam before any more damage could be done, as the next pitch is a slider high and away. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. th pitch of the inning coming from Gibson. 2-1. 2-2. Beautiful sinker. That's one of Gibson's best pitches. Alongside Aiden Blank, I'm Matt Price. You are watching 4th game of our 7-game slate of MLB Botball. Rangers and Astros, final game of the 3-game set. We thank you for joining us on this beautiful Thursday evening in Houston. Next pitch is a 1-hopper to Odor. The throw to Gallo in time. Side retired. However, the Astros strike first. 2 runs on 3 hits. Alex Bregman an RBI double, and then Yuli Gurriel an RBI ground out. We go the second, 2-0 Astros. Todd Frazier set to lead off the top of the second inning. It is 2-0 Houston. See Frazier's numbers. Batting just over 200 with 12 home runs, 43 RBIs. On-base percentage just under 280. He's had a pretty good first year with his new ball club. As the first pitch from Jose Urquidy is high and away, 1-0.
Yeah, but I think when you got a Ranger lineup that's strong like this, I feel like you need him to be producing constantly.
2-0 is fouled off as Frazier tried to produce right there. Two-1 coming from Urquidy. And Frazier swings and golfs one deep down the left field line, but it is hooking foul. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 is swung on and missed. 96 mile per hour fastball. And that is out number 1. That's the second strikeout by Urquidy.
Urquidy's had no problem with the pitch control tonight. Really great start for him.
That's going to bring up the hard-hitting center fielder, Danny Santana. Batting just over 230 on the year. 8 homers, 25 RBIs. 96-mile-per-hour fastball high and inside, count 1-0. His on-base percentage, though, is incredible. 485 on-base percentage. Next pitch is low, 2-0. Two over Urquidy. Ripped foul. Look out over by the Rangers dugout. You know, Aiden, we were talking about the throwback uniforms, and we'll continue the conversation in just a sec, as here's the 2-1, and it is a strike at the elbows, count 2-2. We were talking about Throwback Thursday. What is your favorite part of Throwback Thursday?
Favorite uniform, you mean?
Yeah, favorite uniform, yeah.
It's so tough to decide. I love the Yankee uniforms. They don't usually do the throwbacks. I like the Players Weekend uniforms, not from this past year with the black and white, but I certainly like the Players uniforms from the previous 2 years. Those are fun and colorful. I think they could do that more often. They should do that more often.
They had the shift on for Santana, and it does not pay off as Santana shoots one down the left field line past third and to the wall for a one-out double, as that brings up Odor. First pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I've only seen the New York Yankees wear throwbacks once, and it was for the 100th anniversary of Fenway Park back in 2012. It was the first game of that three-game set in April. The 0-1 is high, 1-1. I think one of my favorite throwbacks has got to be, I would probably say the Mariners throwbacks, those blue and gold. I mean, they look pretty good too. I like those. 1-1 coming to Odor. There's a changeup that is nicked foul, and the count's 1-2. Odor batting at .237 going into today, and he is fooled on a changeup. Great pitch from Urquidy, as that is his third strikeout. All three strikeouts have been via the swing, and that is out number 2.
Yeah, you gotta love those Mariners uniforms.
At the ball.
Absolutely, you gotta love how they wear them every single time they have a home game on a Sunday. Nice little gesture, nice little thing that they do. I love those traditions. The first pitch is ball 1 to Ronald Guzman, who is one of the heroes of last night's comeback victory for Texas in a home run, as the next pitch is fouled off third base side, count 1-1.
Yeah, I agree. I know the Yankees and Dodgers played last year on Players Weekend. They didn't like it. They asked to change and use their normal uniforms, but Major League Baseball said no.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you more about Players Weekend in a sec, as the 2-1 is swung on and missed, 2-2. Not a lot of teams, it's not just the Yankees and Dodgers, not a lot of teams like those black and white uniforms, period. 2-2 is grounded to first, fielded by Gurriel, and he steps on the bag. Works, check that. No, he missed the tag. He missed the tag. Everyone in the ballpark was confused. He grabbed the ball and he didn't tag the batter. So that is a single. How about that? And that's going to bring up Robinson Chirinos with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Aiden, did you see a tag?
I didn't, no.
Wow. So now the 1-0.
I didn't, no.
And the count is 2-0.
Now the 1-0.
Chirinos batting a .224 on the year. Batting in the 9th spot today for Texas. Base hit can get the Rangers back in this. 2-0, swung on and missed on the changeup. Count 2-1. That was the 22nd pitch of the inning for Urquidy, trying to get out of his first jam of the night.
Yeah, we thought that he might be a little bit more dominant, but turns out maybe not.
3-1. On deck is Elvis Andrus.
Bad guy to have up in a situation like this.
And Andrus has hit a grand slam before in case Chirinos comes up to the plate, as Chirinos lifts one down the left field line, but that is hooked foul. And the count's 3-2. 3-2 coming. Just got a piece to Chirinos. Another changeup by Urquidy, and the count is remaining at 3-2. 3-2. Chirinos skies one down the right field line, hooking, foul. Urquidy already approaching 40 pitches. Now the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Another changeup thrown by Urquidy, and it gets him out of the jam. No runs, 2 hits. Or check that, no runs on 1 hit and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the second, 2-0 Houston. We go to the bottom of the second. Josh Reddick will lead it off for the Houston Astros. It'll be Reddick, the catcher, Garrett Stubbs, and then back to the top of the order, Jose Altuve. All three facing Kyle Gibson. Houston up 2-0. First pitch is a breaking ball, strike, count 0-1. Oh, 1. Low, 1-1. Alongside Aiden Blank, I'm Matt Price. You're watching MLB Bot Ball, 4th game of our 7-game slate today. Next pitch is low to Reddick, count 2-1. 2-0 Astros, final game of a 3-game set. Houston won on Tuesday, 8-4. Texas came back and won last night, 8-2. Houston so far has the upper hand here. Slider is right down the middle. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch is outside. 3-2. So, what do you do here, Aiden? With no one on, no one out, bottom of the second, you're already up 2. Do you take for ball 4 or do you swing? He does not swing, and it's strike 3, and Reddick can't believe it. He cannot believe it. He thought that ball was high and outside. Home plate umpire says no, and that is out number 1. Backwards kick for Kyle Gibson.
Yeah, and after the way he started this game, that's a good start here in the inning.
Now Garrett Stubbs, young catcher for the Houston Astros. Takes the ball 1-0. He's batting just over 250. Has 3 home runs on the year. 1-0. Slider down the middle, strike 1. Stubbs also drafted in the 2015 draft. He was an 8th round pick. 1-1. A sinker on the outer part of the plate. Stubbs got a piece of it, but it's lined foul.
I got to count 2-2.
Next pitch is outside, 2-2. So I have these 2 throwback uniforms since we're on the topic. Which one is your favorite, Aiden? You can tell me your answer in a sec. 2-2 is a looper in the right center field. Right there is Santana, though. And he makes the catch for the second out.
I like the Houston ones. They're so iconic, right? Those Houston uniforms are so iconic, and the Ranger uniforms are old. They're very, very, if you look, they are very, very, very old.
It's like something you'd wear in the 70s, right? Or the 60s?
Yep.
Jose Altuve at the plate. He's 1 for 1, and he swings at the first pitch and grounds it 2-0 door. Nice backhand. Throw to Gallo. And that retires the side as the Astros go down in order 1, 2, 3. Good bounce back inning for Kyle Gibson. We go to the third. 2-0 Houston on MLB Bot Ball. We go to the top of the third inning. Matt Price alongside Aiden Blank. 2-0 Astros as Jose Urquidy is on the mound. He will take on the top of the Rangers order, Andrus, Solak, and Calhoun. Andrus 0 for 1. He flew out to left to begin the game. First pitch is a changeup that is low, and the count's 1-0. Is grounded hard, foul, and the count's 1-1. You know, I think of the Houston. When I look at those Houston throwbacks, it makes me think of 1986 when the Astros and Mets were in the National League Championship Series.
Yep. Back when the Astros were in the National League.
Yes.
Remember, they played in the World Series in, 2005 against
2005.
the White Sox.
Yep. As Andrus cuts and misses, that is the 5th strikeout for Urquidy, and that is out number 1. As we take a look at the American League West standings, Houston and Texas, they are, I guess you could sort of say, neck and neck when it comes to 3rd and 4th place, but they're both trying to get back into things, with Oakland red hot going into today. As Nick Solak steps to the plate, and it is a ball, count 1-0. To Solak. Swing and a miss. Count 1-1. Yeah, those Houston Astros teams from the early 2000s, especially 04 and 05, they were very, very good. You think of the players on those teams, as that was a strike, count 1-2. You think of Jeff Kent. You think of Craig Biggio. Of course, Chris Burke, Holy Toledo. It's gone. Count 2-2 now to Solak. I mean, those Astros teams, despite not making the World Series in 04 and then losing the World Series in 05, they were very, very good.
They certainly were, yeah.
Solak swings and misses. 6 strikeouts for Urquidy.
The designated hitter, Willie Calhoun.
And remember, even when there were years when the Astros did not make the playoffs in that particular decade, you still had hard-hitting players like Carlos Lee, Hunter Pence. That was when he was in his prime. And not that he wasn't in his prime when he was with the Phillies and the Giants, but yeah, he was really good in his young MLB years. And still, that Astros team, even when they struggled during some of those years, they were a fun team to watch.
They absolutely were.
The 0-1 to Willie Calhoun is hit in the air to left, but right there is the left fielder Brantley, and that retires the side. 1, 2, 3, go the Rangers. We go the bottom of the 3rd. 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up for Houston. It's 2-0 Astros.
Leading up for the Astros, the left fielder.
Bottom of the 3rd inning. Michael Brantley to lead it off for Houston. He's 1 for 1. He singled and he crossed the plate on the RBI ground out by Urias. Kyle Gibson back out there to pitch for the Rangers, and the first pitch is just low, count 1-0, and Gibson is heckling at the home plate umpire, thinking that ball was at the knees of Brantley. Interesting strike zone the home plate umpire has tonight.
Yeah, I think we're still very early in the game, so he's still kind of trying to work into it, you know?
Absolutely. 1-0 pitch coming from Gibson.
That's ball
2. 2-0. Brantley having himself another stellar year. This is his 2nd year with the Houston Astros, as it's now 3-0 with Alex Bregman on deck. pitch. And it's inside, ball 4. 4-pitch walk to start the inning. And Kyle Gibson, he is not happy with himself as he gives the home plate umpire another stare down. Second time today, Michael Brantley's been on base, and that's going to bring up Alex Bregman, who rocketed an RBI double the other way to start the scoring. Now the first pitch to Bregman is a curve that is down the middle for a strike. Bregman does have a home run lifetime against Gibson. Ari has a hit off him today.
0-2 the count.
Good slider thrown by Gibson to fool Bregman swinging, and the count's 0-2. Seems as of right now, despite the leadoff walk, Gibson has sort of settled down after that rough first inning.
Yeah, he certainly has, and I think that's a very good sign. You need your starting pitcher, especially a guy like this who's pretty high up in the rotation, to be very solid and be able to bounce back. I saw it last night. Sonny Gray got off to a rocky start. He never really recovered. Always a good sign to see your pitcher maturing and recovering after a bumpy start.
1-2 is whacked down the left field line. That is a fair ball. It's going to go into the corner. The ball was hit so hard, though, and fielded quickly out there by the left fielder Solak. That could only be a long single for Bregman as Brantley holds up at second. But a good piece of hitting by Bregman, and just like the first inning, the Astros have the first two men on base.
Yeah, never good to reference that first inning. He didn't do so well, and hopefully for the Rangers, there's not a repeat of that here.
Here's Alvarez. He walked back in the first inning, and he takes a first pitch strike. Count 0-1. 2-0 Astros, bottom of the third inning. Final game of a 3-game set. Who will win the Silver Boot this week? Foul behind the plate. Count 0-2. Alvarez has crossed the plate a few times throughout his last 5 minutes. The 0-2 is a sinker that is on the outer part of the plate and is fouled back. Alvarez still batting a .356. He's patient with that pitch. Count 1-2. One-two, and a sinker fools Alvarez. He's down on strike swinging, and that is a big first out for Kyle Gibson. And when you look at the replay, Aiden, that was a very early swing.
Yeah, he was way off.
Here's Correa. He popped out to the catcher in foul territory with the bases loaded and no one out. Actually swung at the first pitch in that at bat. He does not swing at the first pitch here. It is ball one, count 1-0.
That's ball 2.
Count 2-0. You see Correa with 34 RBIs on the year. That is third on the team.
That's ball 3.
3-0. And now Gibson's got to be careful because one more bad one loads the bases for Gurriel. What pitch does he go with here, Aiden?
We'll see. Maybe a little off speed or a breaking ball.
There's
right
off
down the
speed
middle.
for you. Little off speed, but a 92-mile-per-hour sinker, and it's 3-1. Gibson already at 50 pitches. We're only in the bottom of the third inning. Packed house here at Minute Maid Park. 3-1, and Correa lays off. It's ball 4, and the bases are loaded with one out for Yuli Gurriel. Now the pitching coach is going to have a word with his right-hander. So now, if you're Texas, what are you telling Kyle Gibson, especially when you have a hard-hitting right-hand hitter coming to the plate with the bases loaded?
I don't know. I think you're trying to calm him down. He hasn't had a great start. You're trying to tell him it is only, the third inning. It's not the end of the world. You can still reset yourself. This game is going to be as good. You're going to pitch as well as you can pitch. And right now you need to just take a deep breath and reset. Because the game's not out of hand yet either.
No, it is not. Gurriel, however, trying to get the game out of hand early. With the bases loaded, 1 out, he laid off on the first pitch, but was called a strike. Now the 0-1, a curveball, 80 miles per hour, excuse me. Right at the knees, Gurriel whiffs and misses 0-2. Next pitch, almost the same pitch, but outside and counts 1-2. Bases loaded, 1 out. Astros trying to get more runs. They scored 2 in the first. 1-2. Look out, it hit him. Gurriel is hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. That is a painful RBI for Gurriel. As scoring is Brantley, it's 3-0. And that's the last thing you wanted if you were Kyle Gibson. As Springer comes up with the bases loaded and he swings at the first pitch. It's a sinker fouled away, count 0-1.
Yeah, Springer not the guy you want up with the bases loaded. Gonna have to be very careful during this at-bat.
Next pitch is inside, 1-1. As we see, the Rangers have a lefty warming up in their bullpen. It's Colby Allard. Gibson trying to settle down here. I know what he's looking for. He would love a double play. 1-1, it's a slider low in the dirt, count 2-1.
Ball 3.
And Springer takes, and it's inside, ball 3. And now Gibson's really got to be careful. Gibson not pitching like he did back in the second when he retired the Astros in order 1-2-3. 3-1 to Springer. Outside, ball 4. Another run comes in. 4-0 Houston on an RBI walk by George Springer. Now let's see what Jeff Bannister has in store for Kyle Gibson. He's going to leave him in there, and he's going to let him face the lefty Josh Reddick.
Yeah, confidence in your pitcher is great to see.
Reddick swings at the first pitch and fouls it past third. Reddick 3 for 16 lifetime against Gibson. He is 0 for 1 today. He struck out looking. 0-1, and excuse me, pop up. That is going to drop. Throw to second, out there, throw to first. Not in time. Another run scores. That's Correa. It's an RBI fielder's choice for Josh Reddick, and it's 5-0 Houston.
They have been hitting really well today. The bats have come here for the Astros.
That was also a very awkward swing by Reddick when you think about it.
Yeah, it certainly was, but it got the job done.
Your attention, please. Now
Springer is out 5-4.
Number 39.
And that's going to do it for Kyle Gibson. Jeff Bannister's seen enough. He's going to go to the bullpen. It's Colby Allard, the lefty, going to take on Garrett Stubbs. You see Allard's numbers, 4-1 record, 4.33 ERA over 22 games. He has also had an up and down year. However, left-hand batters bat under 300 against Allard. First pitch is a strike, count 0-1. Stubbs 1 for 4 in his last game with an RBI. 3 runs in for Houston. It is 5-0. Next pitch, grounded up the middle. Odor fields it on the backhand, throw to first in time, and the side is retired. However, 3 runs on just 1 hit. We go to the 4th, 5-0 Astros.
Leading off for Texas.
Top of the 4th inning, 5-0 Astros. Joey Gallo stepping up to the plate against Jose Urquidy. Urquidy on a roll throughout the first 3 innings. First pitch to Gallo is fouled off. What have you liked so far from Urquidy, Aiden?
He's pitched really well. His job here is just to kind of keep the Texas bats at bay. You're pitching with a 5-0 lead, so he looks very, very, very confident. I think you would agree with that.
I do most certainly agree with that, as the next pitch is just inside, count 2-1. Good swing by Gallo, but he misses on a 93-mile-per-hour four-seam fastball. 2-2 delivery. In the dirt, 3-2. On deck is Todd Frazier. Gallo trying to start something for Texas. Already down by 5. 3-2. Fastball ripped, foul. Past Urias and down the right field line. Top of the 4th inning, 3-2 to Gallo. And it's a changeup that's grounded down the left field line, and Gallo beats the shift. Everyone was shifted over to the right, and Gallo takes advantage of it with a leadoff double. That is not only the second hit for the Texas Rangers, but that is the second time that a left-handed hitter for the Rangers has beaten the shift and has gone the other way. Impressive hitting by Gallo.
We see the shift so much for whatever reason in ball this year, and it's if you can hit against the shift, you're going to get plenty of at-bats.
Todd Frazier now up in a pretty big spot. Runner on second, no one out. First pitch is a ball, count 1-0. Frazier struck out swinging his first time up. 60th pitch pitch from Urquidy, and it is a strike. 1-1, just on the outside corner. Count 1-2. So Urquidy already in his second jam of the ball game. Left runners on the corners back in the 2nd inning. He already has a runner on second with no one out here. Fastball fouled to the right side. One-two. Just missed. Tried to fool Frazier on a slider, did Urquidy, but no dice. Count 2-2. Two is way inside, and the count's 3-2. On deck is a hard-hitting Danny Santana, who also has the other opposite field beat the shift double in this game. Three-two. Chopped to the right side. Altuve throws over to first, and that's out number 1. Moving to third is Gallo. So Frazier may not have knocked the run in, but he still got the job done by moving the runner another 90 feet.
Yes, he did. Not the job that everybody expected him to do, but he got the runner moved up at least.
So here's Santana with 1 out and a runner on third. Pitch is outside. 95-mile-per-hour fastball from Urquidy. Count 1-0. And Santana grounds that one foul. And the count's 1-1. One inside, 2-1. Santana had 28 homers and 81 RBIs last year. Pretty stellar 2019 year for him.
Yeah, really solid year for him.
2-1, just missed. And the count is 3-1 strike with Rougned Odor on deck. "5-0 Astros" as Santana swings and lifts one in the fairly deep left center field. That's going to get the run in. Springer's under it. He makes the catch. Tagging is Gallo. The throw goes into short. Throw to home is not in time. Oh, that play looked
Now back.
much closer than we
Second base.
anticipated, but it's a sac fly and an RBI for Santana, and the Rangers are on the board. It's now 5-1 Houston.
Yeah, they're not going to get shut out. They get the run and trying to chip away at that lead, you know?
That brings up Odor with 2 outs. He's 0 for 1. First pitch from Urquidy is inside, count 1-0. Odor right now is 10th in American League All-Star voting. He has had a pretty good year here in MLB Bot Ball. Next pitch, look out, the Rangers dugout. As the count is 1-1.
Yeah, that was a hard hit ball.
Next pitch is inside, 2-1. You know, I can't stop thinking about an MLB moment when I see balls ground into the dugout. Do you remember when the dugouts did not have those barriers? And I think it was a California Angels player. I can't remember who it was, but he fouled 4 straight foul balls into his own team's dugout. And I think after the second foul ball, they had to move over to the other side because that's where he was hitting it all the time.
I remember that.
I can't remember who it was, unfortunately. Do you have an idea?
Nope. We'll have to look that up. That could be a trivia question of the game, though.
Yes, let's make it a trivia question. 3-2 is low for ball 4, so the inning continues for the Rangers. As with Odor reaching on the walk, the batter will be Ronald Guzman. Maybe one of our Twitch commenters or Twitch viewers can answer that question for us. First pitch for Guzman is chopped foul behind the plate, count 0-1. Who was that California Angels player? Check on Odor at first. Guzman homered in last night's come from behind victory for Texas. The 0-1, and now right on cue, deep right, at the wall, goodbye, home run! Ronald Guzman does it again! A monster 2-run shot into the right field seats, and the Rangers, just like that, have made it a game. It's now 5-3 Houston.
Yeah, the Astros are going to have to produce some more offense. They haven't had a problem doing that, but the Rangers still fighting for that Lone Star, what is it, Lone Star Silver Boot?
Yeah, that's what it's called, the Lone Star Silver Boot. Ronald Guzman with an absolute laser of a home run, hooked it inside the foul pole and way back into the seats.
Now batting, catcher, Robinson.
And that's going to bring up Robinson Chirinos as pitch is blown away, count 1-0. So Urquidy really struggling here in this 4th inning.
2 balls, no strikes.
Yeah,
Next
he's
pitch is
got to buckle down here and get some work done out there. He has struggled.
And those 2 runs scoring with 2 outs as the 2-0 to Chirinos is fouled off. That's how big these at-bats are, especially when you're on offense, because 2 outs, no one on, you want to try and continue the inning. Odor with a great at-bat. He was able to walk on a 3-2 count. And then Ronald Guzman, the 2-run homer, to make this a 2-run ball game. Count is now 3-1 to Chirinos with the veteran Elvis Andrus on deck. Swing and a miss on a pitch that looked way inside. And the count's full. (3-2). Swing and a miss. Fastball from Urquidy, and the side's retired, but not before the Rangers strike. 3 runs on 2 hits. One of those hits, this swing off the bat of Ronald Guzman. A 2-run blast, 5-3 Astros. Here's the 3rd member of our team, Heidi Watney, talking to us about the Astros and how they'll have to bounce back after the rough inning that they just went through in the top of the 4th.
Leading off for the Astros, the second baseman, Jose.
We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. Colby Allard back out there to pitch for the Texas Rangers. He'll face the top of the order, Altuve, Brantley, and Bregman. And the first pitch from Altuve is ground to first. Gallo field, steps on the bag, one away.
Now back, left fielder.
There's the final line score on Kyle Gibson. 2 2/3, 5 runs, all of them earned on 4 hits, 2 strikeouts. He also walked 4 batters. First pitch to Michael Brantley is a strike count 0-1. Next pitch is 1-1. Now the next pitch is grounded to second. Andrus. Or excuse me, Odor. Odor's at second. Andrus is at short. Sometimes I get those two mixed up, but nevertheless, that's the second.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
So that brings up Bregman with 2 outs and no one on. First pitch is a ball. Now the next pitch is grounded. Diving play by Frazier. Gets to his feet. Picks it up. Throws to first. Not in time as Joey Gallo had to come off the base to get the throw, and they're going to rule that a base hit. So an infield single for Alex Bregman, and the inning continues with 2 outs here in the fourth. Here's Alvarez, lefty on lefty matchup. First pitch swung on and missed, count 0-1. So second time that Todd Frazier's had trouble with the baseball over at that third base spot. Oh, 1. Out away, 0-2. The 0-2, swing and a miss. Got him on a change. So, despite the 2-out single, Allard gets out of it. We go to the fifth, 5-3, Houston.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Astros.
Well, new pitcher now for the Houston Astros. It's right-hander Brad Peacock. He has not had a good year. 2-3 record over 30 games. He has an ERA over 7 in 39 innings pitched. That is not the Brad Peacock that these Astros fans have been used to seeing over these past few years.
Certainly not now.
We'll face the top of the Rangers order, beginning with Elvis Andrus. Only 4 hits lifetime against Peacock. Took the first pitch for a ball and the count's 1-0. Next pitch is low, 2-0. More relievers warming up in the Astros bullpen. Framebear, Valdez, and Joe Smith. And Andrus on the 2-0, whacks one deep left, looking up at the wall, Brantley, goodbye, home run! Elvis Andrus demolishes one into the left field seats. His 13th bomb of the year, and the Rangers, with one swing of the bat, have made it a 1-run ball game. It is 5-4 Houston. Oh, did he crush that?
We certainly have not seen a pitcher's duel today. The bats have come to swing here in Houston.
Going to that at bat, Andrus was 4 for 25 lifetime against Brad Peacock. Now he's 5 for 26 with a bang. As that brings up Nick Solak, who's 0 for 2. They pop out the second and a strikeout swinging.
1-1.
Swing and a miss, count 1-1. Solak currently on a hitting streak as he grounds one to first. It was an 8-game hitting streak as that is out number 1. Solak
Way to
0
bounce.
for 3.
Way to bounce back after that home run. Always good to retire the next guy.
Rude welcome though for Peacock coming in from the bullpen.
Yeah.
Third pitch he throws, and it's a monster home run by the veteran Elvis Andrus. As
For sure.
Willie Calhoun, who was 1 for 5 in his previous game, including a double and a couple RBIs, has a strike in his count 0-1. Next pitch, look out. Calhoun has to get out of the way, count 1-1. One. Ripped foul. Look out. One, two. Calhoun fooled badly. What looked like a T-ball swing, and that is out number 2. Oh, did he get fooled there?
I like that analogy. A T-ball swing from Calhoun.
I mean, what would you have called it?
No, I just would not have thought of T-ball swing.
Yeah, he was fooled so badly on that pitch as the second out. Joey Gallo doubled and scored in his previous appearance.
Maybe wiffle ball swing.
Okay, wiffle ball, sure. Wiffle ball. Count 0-2 on Gallo. Gallo doubled and scored on a sac fly in the previous inning, I should say. Previous inning. Gallo 1 for 2. And speaking of 1 and 2, that is the count. 2 strikes. Run already in on the home run by Andrus. Peacock trying to end the inning right here. 1-2 to Gallo. Swing and a miss. Fooled on a changeup outside the zone. And that ends the inning. 1 run though. On 1 hit. What was the 1 hit? This right here. A monster home run by Elvis Andrus. Tucked inside the foul pole and off the back wall. We go to the bottom of the 5th. We're halfway through.
Leading up for the Astros, the shortstop.
Carlos Correa set to lead off the bottom of the 5th inning. It is 5-4 Astros. Final game of a 3-game set between Houston and Texas. The first pitch from Allard, back out there for the Rangers in relief, is a strike on the outside corner. Correa, 3 RBIs over his last 5 games. Next pitch inside. 1-1. 89-mile-per-hour cut fastball thrown by Allard. This was a 5-0 Astros lead, but the Rangers scored 3 in the 4th and 1 in the top of this inning to make it a 1-run game. 2-1 is a slider inside, 3-1. Gurriel on deck. Alongside Aiden Blank, I'm Matt Price. You're watching MLB Bot Ball. Rangers and Astros. Thank you for joining us on this Throwback Thursday, you could say. All the teams on our slate wearing throwback uniforms as Correa works a walk to start the inning. I'll bring up Gurriel. He's 0 for 1. He has a couple of RBIs, an RBI ground out and a painful RBI in which he was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded back in the 3rd. We see Orbit trying to hype up the fans. The Astros leading by 1. First pitch swinging as great play by Odor. The runner was going. Odor had to cover second and had to go back to his left and save a base hit. As Gurriel is shocked that Odor made that play. The runner, however, was going, so he reaches second. As Odor, for the moment, saved a first and third threat. Instead, it's runner on second, 1 out for Springer. And that was some play, as the 1-0 to Springer is line drive, base hit, right field. The ball is fielded cleanly out there by the right fielder Gallo. It was hit so hard that Correa could only go to third, and now there are runners on the corners with 1 out. That play by Odor, for the moment, has saved a run.
Yeah, absolutely. That certainly saved the run, and I'm sure they'll be glad to have avoided giving up another one.
Rangers not out of it yet, as now here's Reddick, and he sends one in the air deep down the left field line. Hooking. Foul. Just foul. Reddick 0 for 2. He has struck out and has grounded out. He also grounded into a fielder's choice. That fielder's choice back in third inning brought in a run. Fouls another one back, count 0-2. Inside, 1-2. Astros looking to answer after the Rangers have scored 4 unanswered. 0-2, fouled off. Check that, count is 1-2. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Pitch from Allard. Ground ball past Frazier and down the left field line. Correa will score. The other runners hold at first and second. RBI single. Josh Reddick, 6-4 Astros.
Now batting, catcher, Garrett.
Yeah, I forgot that the Rangers had scored 4 unanswered, and Josh Reddick says, you know, we're going to change that.
So the run scores anyway, despite the great play by Odor earlier in this inning, as Garrett Stubbs steps up to the plate and he takes a ball, count 1-0. He's 0 for 2, flied out, and a strikeout. Check that, he grounded to second. Count 1-2 as Stubbs fouls it back. Previous pitch was a ball. Astros looking for more runs, but they won't get it there, as that is another strikeout. Third strikeout for Allard, and a big second out at that. Looked like a fastball, Aiden, right down the middle, and Stubbs just could not get a bat on it.
Yeah, always frustrating to have a fastball, a nice juicy one, and miss it.
Speaking of fastballs, base hit left field by Altuve. The ball was hit so hard, the throw was offline, but the ball was hit so hard that both runners on first and second could only move up 1 base. So now the bases are loaded with 2 outs for Michael Brantley. So base loaded for Brantley. First pitch swinging. He grounds it to Gallo. He's going to run to the bag, and he beats Brantley to it. And that is a big final out. However, 1 run in for the Astros on 3 hits. We go to the 6th. 6-4 Houston. Todd Frazier began the 6th inning with the Astros up 6-4. Frazier now batting a .204 on the year. He is 0 for 2 in this game. He's struck out and he's grounded out. First pitch from Peacock back out there, and it is a ball to make the count 1-0. Joe Smith still warming up. Valdez has sat down Now it's Chris Stavensky, hard-throwing right-hander, warming up in the Astros bullpen. 1-0, and Frazier sends one in the air, deep left field. Going back, Brantley, still back, it's off the wall. Brantley fields it cleanly, and Frazier's going to have to hold at first with a single. Brantley fielded that ball so well that Frazier did not want to risk it, but the Rangers have their leadoff man on to start the sixth.
Yeah, very tough start to the inning for them.
So now it's Danny Santana. He swings at the first pitch, and he fouls it to the netting behind the plate. Count 0-1. Santana 1 for 1. He doubled back in the second. He was unable to cross, but he does have a sac fly and an RBI that started scoring for the Rangers as a part of a 3-run fourth inning. He's representing the tying run as Peacock makes him cut and miss. Count 0-2. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Santana fooled on an inside fastball. And there's a big first out for Peacock and the Astros.
The second baseman, Rugned.
And that did not look like a good swing either. That might be actually a wiffle ball swing even.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Wiffle ball, T-ball, whatever you want to call it.
Here's Rugned Odor. First pitch is fouled off. Or maybe a tennis swing. Like maybe a forehand or even a backhand.
I agree.
0-1.
That's out.
Count 1-1. So we'll do his numbers of his last 4 games. 4 for 14. That's a 286 average.
Not bad at all.
Next pitch fouled off. Odor stays alive. Now the 1-2 in the dirt. Ball is booted by Stubbs, but no advancement by Frazier. Count is at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ronald Guzman on deck. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Almost the same pitch that Santana missed on, and that is out number 2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Peacock.
The first baseman, Ronald.
Really great start for his strikeouts. Not too shabby.
Well, now here's one of the toughest hitters in the Ranger lineup. Ronald Guzman hit a booming 2-run home run his last time up to get the Rangers back in this one. Part of a 3-run fourth inning. Right now he represents the tying run with 2 outs in the 6th. 6-4 Houston. 0-1 is high, 1-1. Guzman homered in 2 consecutive games now, including today. Knuckle curve, and Guzman just able to get a piece of wood on that. Count 1-2. 1-2.
2-2.
2-2. While we have a moment, we just want to share that the Houston Astros are about to make their first pick of this year's MLB draft. I'll let you know who that pick is in just a moment, as the 2-2 is swung on and missed. So after the leadoff single by Frazier, Peacock strikes out the side. We go to the bottom of the 6th. 6-4 Houston.
Leading up for the Astros, the third baseman, Alex Bregman.
Colby Allard is back out there for the Texas Rangers as he'll face Alex Bregman to start the bottom of the 6th. First pitch is a ball, count 1-0. As the 1-0 pitch is a breaking ball, strike count 1-1. The reason why I mentioned that the Astros are about to make their first pick and why that's big is because, remember, they had to give away their first 2 picks of this year's draft due to the punishment they received regarding their 2017 sign stealing scandal. So we shall see who the Astros pick for their first pick. They're right now in the third round of the Major League Baseball draft. 2-2 is punched foul. Will be Bregman, Alvarez, and Correa here in the bottom of the sixth. Houston up by 2. Bregman on the 2-2 lines it left center field. That's going to get in the alley and go off the wall. Filling the ball out there is Santana as Bregman leads off the 6th inning with a double.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
And he leads the league in doubles.
I was just about to say, good eye. 28 doubles now for Alex Bregman. That leads the team. Up next is the guy who is about to come to the plate, Yordan Alvarez, with 24.
Certainly a good guy to have at the plate here.
First pitch is low, 1-0. And not to mention, this is also Bregman's second double of this ball game. He had an RBI double back in the first inning.
Good day for him.
Yes, it is, as the next pitch is outside, 2-0. Alvarez batting over 400 with runners in scoring position on the year. Currently ahead in the count, 2-0 against Colby Allard. Next pitch is a line drive caught by Frazier. It was a little looping line drive. Frazier was able to get to it, and that's a big first out for Allard and the Rangers. That's going to bring up Carlos Correa. He is 0 for 1 with a couple of walks. He has also crossed the plate twice. First pitch is a changeup for a strike. Correa batting over 320 with runners in scoring position. Swing here on the 0-1, and he flies it to right. And the catch is made by Gallo. And that is out number 2. You know, I think I've been saying that Gallo was at first base. I beg your pardon. It's been Guzman who's been at first base. I apologize about that. Made that mistake the entire game. Good thing but hey, you correct yourself sooner rather than later, right? First pitch to Gurriel, and he fouls it off.
Just missed on that ball.
Runner on second, 2 outs, 0-1. 1-1. One, 2-1.
Ball, that's out.
3-1. George Springer on deck.
No, ball 4.
3-1 is outside, ball 4. So runners on first and second and 2 outs. Inning continues as George Springer will step up to the plate. We'll try to do some 2-out damage. And if you're George Springer, Aiden, this is the kind of position, the kind of situation that you want your hard-hitting outfielder to be in.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Really ideal situation for him.
First pitch is a fastball strike, count 0-1. The 0-1 to Springer, and that's fouled to the right side. And once again, Allard's ahead in the count, this time 0-2. One strike away from getting out of this jam and keeping his team in it. The 0-2. 91 mile per hour four-seamer on the outer part of the plate, 1-2. As Jeff Bannister watching on. 1-2. Excuse me, swing. It's popped up, and it is caught by Guzman. Wow. A little basket catch with his glove just over the grass. We go to the 7th as the Astros cannot score. Rangers get out of the jam.
Leading off for the Rangers.
We go to the top of the 7th inning. Robinson Chirinos just tying his shoe. He'll lead off the inning, followed by Elvis Andrus and Nick Solak. Rangers down 6-4. Brad Peacock still on the mound for Houston as the first pitch hit by Chirinos. That's hit well to fairly deep center, but right there is Springer with plenty of room, out number 1.
The batter, number 1, shortstop Elvis Andrus.
So that'll bring up Elvis Andrus with 1 out and no one on. Andrus with a booming home run inside the left field foul pole. His last time up. Actually led off the 5th inning, and at that moment made it a 1-run game. And Andrus swings at the pitch here. Great grab by Gurriel. Took away an extra base hit from Andrus, and that is a big second out.
It absolutely is. Really huge second out. The Astros trying to continue being in control here.
Ball was absolutely scorched by Andrus, but Gurriel is able to get a glove on it. So 3 pitches and already 2 outs, and now it's Nick Solak who's 0 for 3. Took the first pitch in the dirt, count 1-0. And the next pitch is swung on and fouled, and the count is now 1-1. Next pitch is low. 2-1. Alongside Aiden Blank, I'm Matt Price. You are watching MLB Botball, 4th game of our 7-game slate here on this Throwback Thursday. Astros lead 6-4 in the final game of their 3-game set with the Rangers, as Solak on the 2-1 grounds into right field for a base hit. So that's his first hit in the game, and now the Rangers with 2 outs will bring the tying run to the plate. And with that makes the hitting streak extend to 9 games for Nick Solak. He has been on a hitting tear as of late. And that hit has just sent Peacock into the Astros dugout, and that's going to bring on Framber Valdez to try and get the job done. Valdez has had an up-and-down year, 31 games, 1 for 3 in save opportunities, and ERA over 6. So he has also, like other Astros pitchers, had an up-and-down season, Aiden.
Nope. Ball 1, no strike.
One-0 count to Calhoun, as the first pitch was high and inside. 1-0 is on the inside corner, count 1-1. Now a check on Solak, excuse me. Yeah, 1-1. Now the 1-1 is inside, 2-1. This is the matchup that Dusty Baker wanted. Obviously, with the runner reaching base with 2 outs, he did not want his righty Peacock to face the lefty Calhoun, who does have some pop. Next pitch is fouled away. 2-2. So what do you think, Aiden? What does Valdez throw here with a runner on first and a 2-2 count with 2 outs?
I don't know. It'll be interesting. Maybe a little breaking ball.
Well, it was a fastball, and it's fouled off. So Calhoun keeps the at-bat alive, at least for another pitch. 2-2. Ground ball, left side. Fielded out there is Correa. Throw to first. In time. Side retired. So Valdez comes in, gets the batter he needed. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch in the Space City. 6-4 Houston. Well, new pitcher in for the Rangers. It's Brett Martin. 1-3 record over 34 games. ERA over 5. Right-handers hit just over 300, while left-handers bat at 350. Against this reliever. Josh Reddick will lead things off for Houston in the bottom of the 7th. And the first pitch is whacked foul to the right side. 1-1. Now the 0-1 coming to Reddick. High, 1-1. Matt Price, Aiden Blank with you. Hope you're enjoying your Thursday with us here on MLB Botball. If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Discord, or wherever you're watching. The 1-1. Count 2-1 to Reddick. 6-4 Astros. Final game of this 3-game set. Who will win the virtual silver boot? Reddick, ground ball, another backhanded play by Odor. Flip to first. 1 out. Man, oh man, Aiden. Odor has made a bunch of those backhanded plays up the middle in this game alone.
Yeah, he has certainly played really, really well.
So that'll bring up Garrett Stubbs, who's 0 for 3. And the first pitch is a strike. You see Cody Allen, who was the winning pitcher in last night's victory for Texas. And Jesse Chavez warming up in the bullpen as well. Lefty Martin deals from the windup, and it's 1-1 as the pitch bounced in the dirt. Stubbs flew out to center, grounded to second, and has struck out.
I got to count 1 and 2.
One, 2. Nicked foul on the slider. Chirinos shows Martin the signs. Now the 1-2. 2-2. Two to Stubbs is whacked, caught by Frazier. Finally, Frazier gets a ball that he is able to grab, and that is out number 2. That'll bring up Jose Altuve. Just want to remind you that immediately following this game, we have 3 more games of our 7-game slate coming up after this one at 7:15 at the regular time, unless we go further. It'll be the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Brother Beard and Mark Colley will have the call. Then at 9 o'clock, it'll be a NL West matchup between the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. First pitch, Altuve is low, 1-0. D-backs and Rockies, it'll be Duggo and Jake W. Dean with the play-by-play on that one. And then the very, very late game at 10:45, Mike A. and Special Effects will call the Nationals and the Braves from Atlanta. So Mariners, Blue Jays, D-backs, Rockies, Nationals, Braves to conclude our 7-game slate. Ground ball, diving play by the shortstop Andrus, but he's unable to field the grounder cleanly, and that will be a base hit for Altuve to continue the 7th inning.
Yeah, it's a very tough play, and you kind of let the back end of this inning. You don't want to do that too much.
4 pitches thrown to Brantley. Check on Altuve.
Count 1-0.
Count 1-0.
All right, Michael.
1-0 pitch. 2-0. And now another check on Altuve. Runner on first, 2 outs, 6-4 Astros, bottom of the 7th. 2-0. Brantley lines one over Odor's glove and into right center field for a base hit. Can Altuve score? The ball's fielded out there by Gallo. Here comes Altuve. He will score. RBI double. 7-4 Astros.
Third baseman number 2.
That's a huge hit that really takes some air out of their team. And just over his glove is Gallo and all the way to the wall.
All of this with 2 outs. A 2-out infield single by Altuve and then an RBI double by Brantley. And speaking of doubles, here's a guy who has 2 doubles and an RBI in this game. That's Alex Bregman. He's actually 4 for 4. 2 singles and 2 doubles. Morton deals. Bregman skies one in the air, left center. That's hit well. Back near the wall. This ball is out of here. Alex Bregman. He is 5 for 5. A 2-run homer to put the cherry on top. It's 9-4 Houston. Alex Bregman, have yourself a night.
And he certainly has. Look at that swing. Really power swing. This Houston offense has really come alive. I'm telling you, they're one of the more dangerous teams in baseball. One of the more underrated teams in baseball.
And Jeff Bannister has seen enough. He's going to call on his right-hander Jesse Chavez to try and finish the inning. So Martin able to get the first 2 outs, but is unable to get the last one as the last 3 hitters he faced were able to reach. And that swing by Bregman knocked him out as Jesse Chavez pitches to Alvarez and the first pitch is fouled off. 0-1. Next pitch, 1-1. Man, oh man, Alex Bregman, 5 for 5. Next pitch is low, 2-1. So he has an RBI double in the first, a single, and he was able to cross the plate in the third, a single in the fourth, a double in the sixth, and now a 2-run bomb in the left field Crawford boxes. And now Alvarez on the 2-1, skies one to left field. That's hit pretty well, and that one's gone! Back to back, 10-4. He was 0 for 3 with a walk going into that at bat, and now he is able to come through.
Certainly a great way to turn your day around, huh?
Two straight home runs for the Astros, both into the Crawford boxes. So Chavez comes in to face Alvarez, and he's already given up a home run. Now he has to face Correa, and the first pitch is outside, 1-0. These fans are getting loud, and now they can get even louder. That is a base hit to center field for Correa.
Big rally. That is
big
really put this game away.
The Astros have really come up big here in the seventh. A grounder to second by Reddick, and then a line out to third by Stubbs, and then single, ribby double 2-run homer, solo homer, single against Morton and Chavez as Gurriel takes the first pitch for a strike. Gurriel 0 for 2. He has walked, and he also was hit by a pitch. An RBI scored in that HBP, and he also has an RBI ground out. The 0-1. Fouled into the seats. Well, if Gurriel gets on, then the Astros would have batted around in this inning. Right now, Gurriel is behind the count 0-2. And now he grounds one to the right side. Odor throws on to first, and the inning is finally over. But damage done. 4 runs on 5 hits. 10-4 Astros. We go to the 8th here in Houston.
This game has really been blown open. I can't see any way Texas wins it.
The right fielder, number 13, Joey Gallo.
8th inning now. Joey Gallo, 1 for 3, doubled and scored a run. Framber Valdez back out on the mound for Houston. The first pitch is a strike. So the first 3 runs that scored in that inning, those are charged to Martin, and then the home run by Alvarez, that is charged to Jesse Chavez. As the 0-1 is on the inside corner, count 0-2. Joe Smith and Chris Davinsky once again warming alongside each other in the Astros bullpen.
The count is 1-2.
1-2. Crowd of 33,500 right on the dot here at Minute Maid. 1-2. Gallo swings, fouls it off. 95-mile-per-hour fastball from Valdez. One, 2. Gallo sends one in the air, fairly deep left. Right near the track is Brantley, and that is the first out.
Now batting, third baseman, Todd.
Take a look at our starter comparison for the first time in this game. Gibson only went 2 2/3 innings. Urquidy went a full 4 innings. Both teams have played errorless ball, so all the runs that the pitchers have given up have been earned. You see Todd Frazier step up to the plate. He had a long single off the wall his first time up. First pitch to Frazier is a strike, count 0-1. Rangers trying to get something going. The Astros have scored the last 6 runs of this game. This was a 5-4 game.
Ball 1.
Check that, excuse me. It was 5-4 Houston. Houston has scored the last 5 runs in this game. My apologies, not 6. Next pitch is a ball, count 1-1. Don't forget, Mariners Blue Jays coming up next on our Thursday slate of games on MLB Bot Ball. Count now 2-1 to Todd Frazier. Tyler Beard and Mark Colley with the call on that one from north of the border. Count now 3-1 with Danny Santana on deck. (3-1). And Frazier pops one up. Shallow right center. Coming on is Springer, and he is right there to make the catch for out number 2.
Now
2 quick outs in the inning.
Danny
Good for Houston.
Santana.
That brings up Danny Santana. Switch hitter now batting from the right side of the plate for the first time tonight. In an opposite field double down the left field line, his first time up. Swings and misses here and counts 0-1. The 0-1. Ball 1. 10-4 Houston. We've seen 4 home runs hit in this game, 2 by the Rangers, 2 by the Astros. And the 1-1 is a breaking ball low. (2-1), and Santana fouls it off. (2-2). Strike 3 looking. And Santana knew it. Bottom of the 8th coming up as the Rangers are retired 1-2-3. It's 10-4 Astros here on MLB Bot Ball.
Leading up for the Astros, the center fielder, Joe Springer.
Jesse Chavez back out there to pitch for the Texas Rangers. He will face 7-8-9 for the Astros. First pitch to George Springer, and it's sky in the air, fairly deep center, but right under it is Santana. 1 away.
Now batting, the right fielder, Josh Reddick.
1 pitch and 1 out, and that's going to bring up Josh Reddick. Grounded to second his last time up. He has 2 RBIs in this game, RBI fielder's choice and an RBI single. Now Chavez winds and deals. High fastball. Count 1-0. Alongside Aiden Blank, I'm Matt Price, watching 4th game of our 7-game slate here on MLB Bot Ball. Next pitch to Reddick is right on the fists, and it's fouled off.
Yeah, it should be an exciting day tomorrow on MLB Bot Ball. Usually the Friday, Saturday, Sunday series start to begin. And on Sunday, Eddie McCarthy and I will have the first episode of Bot Ball tonight before the 3 Sunday night games. We'll recap some great games from this week. Should be fun.
That is good. That sounds like a great show. I'm looking forward to watching that.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. We'll probably do a little minor league, take a look at the London series, a lot to get to because it was a lot that happened this week.
And there's a lot more happening here as Reddick gives the Astros their 15th hit of this ball game, a single to left center field.
Hey, don't often see a 15-hit game from a team. The Astros have really had their bats come alive, and you should be proud of that.
Stubbs corked that ball down the right field line, but it hooked foul. Count 0-1. Stubbs 0 for 4, trying to at least get on the board in this game.
One ball, 1 strike.
Pitch is high, 1-1. Stubbs flied out to center, grounded out to second, struck out swinging in the 5th, and lined out to third in the 7th.
Count 1 and 2.
Check swing, he did go around. Count 1 and 2. Now, what time does Bot Ball tonight air?
We are thinking about 7 o'clock, or at least right between whenever the 5:30 game ends is where it likely is going to be placed, and it'll be kind of a preview, you know, like baseball tonight is in the real world. It'll be kind of a preview of the 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, or the 7:15, 9 o'clock, and 10:45 games. Kind of just give everybody a break and get you ready for the primetime games on Sunday night, which should be very fun this week.
Great play by Odor to get the lead runner, and that is out number 2 as Stubbs reaches on the fielder's choice. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. That really sounds like a lot of fun. And it's a great idea you and your partner put together, and I'm looking forward to watching it. Will it be on Twitch and on the Discord?
Yeah, it'll just be right here in the normal stream, wherever. All you got to do is tune into the 5:30 game, whatever that turns out to be, and we'll know pretty soon. The weekend series. I know Yankees Red Sox is definitely a series we'll look at. Chicago and St. Louis start not tomorrow because they got an extra travel day, but Saturday starts the London series. We'll take a look at game 1 of that. We'll definitely take a look at maybe a minor league game. Take a look around all of Bot Ball. It'll mainly be like the Saturday game highlights, but we'll certainly, if they're like a minor league day, if that happens again, we'll certainly sneak a highlight of there or 2 in there.
All right. That's great. Looking forward to it as Altuve lines one down the right field line. That's a fair ball going into the corner. Rounding third and holding on at third is Stubbs. It's a double for Altuve. The Astros' 16th hit in this game, and Altuve is 4 for 6.
He has had a monster night. Little dude making it happen.
That's going to be it for Jesse Chavez as Jeff Vansper is calling on Cody Allen. ERA just under 4.70. Good strikeout to walk ratio over 32 and 2/3 innings. Look at that, 41 strikeouts and only 11 walks. His record though is 2-4. Opponent's batting .256 against him. He's going to face the lefty Brantley. Count 1-0. Brantley 2 for 4, double, single, and an RBI. .1-0 coming from Allen. Swing and a miss. Count 1-1. Runners on second and third, 2 outs, bottom of the 8th, 10-4 Astros. Final game of a 3-game set here at Minute Maid Park. Winner will get this week's virtual silver boot. Brantley rips it foul. Look out over there. Count 1-2.
It was a hard hit ball.
No kidding about that. That one is in the dirt, but a great stop by Chirinos. Saves a run. Count 2-2. Two-two pitch. Brantley grounds it hard, but right to Odor. Throw to first, and the side is retired. So the Astros leave a couple men on. We go to the 9th. Last licks coming up for the Rangers. 10-4. Astros on top. New pitcher for the Houston Astros. It is hard-throwing right-hand pitcher Joe Smith. You see his numbers, only 11 games this year. This is his 12th appearance, but he has an ERA of just over 9.3.
The second baseman.
He will face Odor, Guzman, and Chirinos.
That's a ball. Ball 1, no.
First pitch is a ball, count 1-0. Now the 1-0 to Odor. Sidearm delivery, and it's swung on and missed. Count 1-1. Now the 1-2 or 1-1 is swung on and missed on the pitch in the dirt. Count 1-2. Pitch way inside. Goes all the way to the backstop. Looked like that was a cross-up.
Yeah. Would be great if he can retire the leadoff hitter here.
Unable to do that on that pitch as it's fouled off. Count 2-2. So he'll do it again. Don't forget, Mariners and Blue Jays coming up. Brother Beard and Mark Colley waiting to start that call. You'll see the lineups on the left side of your screen if you're watching on Twitch or Discord. 2-2 delivery, and it swung on and missed. Great snag by Stubbs. And that's out number 1.
Up next for the Rangers, the first baseman, Ronald Guzman.
Really great start. Again, important to retire the leadoff hitter.
That brings up Guzman. He's 1 for 3. Ground into a fielder's choice. He actually reached on a fielder's choice. Was not ruled a base hit, but it did move a runner over to third, and he was able to reach. He was left on back in second. Then he had a monster 2-run home run to the right field seats. The 0-1 delivery here, and it's just inside. Just in case there's a rally brewing for the Rangers, the Astros have 2 right-handers warming up. Davinsky still getting loose, alongside Austin Pruitt. 1-1. Outside corner, strike 2.
Way to hit the corner there. Really great. As a sidearm pitcher, you're really trying to hit the corners, and he did just that right there. Tried to do it again, but missed his high.
Let's see if he hits a corner here on a 2-2 pitch to Guzman. He does not, but he swings and misses. Out number 2. 2 consecutive strikeouts to start the 9th for Joe Smith, and the Astros are now away. So that'll bring up Robinson Chirinos. First pitch at the elbows for a strike. Here comes an 0-1 offering. 1-1. 1-1, grounded to short. Throw by Correa, ball game. Astros win 10-4. And the Houston Astros do win the series and take home the virtual silver boot of the week. Great pitching out of the bullpen by the Astros. Despite things getting a little bit dicey during the middle of the contest, Rangers, after being down 5-0, were able to make it 5-4. But Houston took it home after that, scoring 5 unanswered, 1 in the 5th and 4 in the 7th. Couple home runs by the Astros in that 4-run 7th as the Astros come away with a 10-4 victory over the Rangers and win the series. Great game overall, Aiden Blank.
Yeah, I agree. Really great game. We're going to get a look at some highlights in his second. Really great game. The Rangers kind of just fell victim to those Houston bats, and you'll see that right here in the highlights.
So we take a look here. Bregman with the opposite field RBI double back in the first inning. That was a part of a 2-run first. And then you look in the 4th, Astros up 5-0. Danny Santana with a sac fly to center field. That brought home a run. That was Gallo. Made it a 5-1 game. And then a couple batters later, after a walk to Odor, Ronald Guzman with a laser and booming home run down right field line. That made it a 5-3 game. That was a moment where the Rangers had momentum, Aiden.
They certainly did, and it looked like the Rangers might come back, but
especially
they
after
never
this
scored a run
Andrus
after
home
that
run.
point.
Especially after this Andrus home run, it looked like they were coming back as Andrus was just able to keep that ball fair. Made it a 5-4 game, but then it was all Houston after that. As we take a look, this was a great play by Odor. This was with a runner going. A hit and run was on, and avoided a double play. Odor was able to save a base hit at that point. You would think the Astros wouldn't score after that, but Reddick said, nope, I'm going to get a run back, and he did just that. And then we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Michael Brantley. This was with 2 outs and no one on. So 2 outs and no one on. You had Altuve hit a single, and then Brantley had an RBI double. And then following that, who's that man? It's Alex Bregman. A long home run to left center field. 5th hit of the game for Bregman. He had 2 doubles, 2 singles, and this 2-run home run to put the cherry on top. But then the Astros weren't done yet. After the Rangers make a pitching change, Jesse Chavez comes in. First batter he faces with 2 outs. Yordan Alvarez going back-to-back. This one into the Crawford boxes. 10-4 Astros, and that would be the final score as Chirinos grounded out to short to end the ball game. So Aiden, very quickly, who's your player of the game and some final thoughts?
We're going to see player of the game in just a second. But final thoughts, really enjoyed a game with you today, Matt. Looks like Bregman, no doubt, 5 for 5. A home run and 2 doubles. He's going to be the player of the game. is a big win for the Astros, who started off very poorly and are trying to turn things around. This would be a very good time to do so as we get a look at the box score. And we get a look at Brother Beard and Mark Colley, who are joining us in the booth, ready to call Seattle and Toronto. How are you guys?
Well, I'm doing fantastic. I can only assume that Mark is doing well as well.
Yes, I'm doing great.
All right, very, very good. Well, it'll be the Seattle Mariners, who are last place in the AL East, taking on the third place Toronto Blue Jays of the AL East. It's the Mariners and the Blue Jays coming up next. For Aiden Blank, I'm Matt Price. We thank you for watching our MLB Bot Ball coverage. Again, the final score, Astros 10, Rangers 4. Now let's send it out to the Mariners Blue Jays game, and the guys calling the game tonight, Brother Beard and Mark Colley. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Aiden. It was a wonderful game you guys called there. And as you say, we're going to get into this matchup between the last place Mariners, womp womp, and the third place Toronto Blue Jays. A couple of teams that have been in this league the exact same amount of time. Both teams getting their start in 1977. Of course, this being Throwback Thursday, we're going to see some of those throwback unis going into this matchup today. Of course, Tom Murphy still out with a muscles tightness, so it's going to be Austin Nola behind the dish playing catcher today. I gotta say, I'm excited to see what Austin Nola can do. He hasn't gotten a lot of time with the Mariners this season so far, and this could be an opportunity for him to shine.
Yeah, it's exciting to see these two teams going at it. We have had two games in this series before today. The Mariners took the first one on an 11-inning matchup in the first one on Tuesday. Then yesterday we had the Blue Jays take that one. So we're even at 1-1 and entering the rubber match today. We're going to see which team can pull away with the victory in this series. It's Nate Pearson on the mound for the Blue Jays in his second major league start, coming off of a near no-hitter, or at least a no-hitter through 7.2 innings in his last outing. And then, correct me if I pronounce this wrong, it's a tough one, but Nick Margevicius?
Close.
Is that right?
Margevicius.
Margevicius? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just call him Nick for now.
Yeah, that's generally what I tend to do as well. Of course, Nick making his 5th start of the season. I'm sorry, his 13th start of the season. It's gonna be quite the little matchup between the two pitchers. Nick, the big lefty, and Nate Pearson, the big righty. A couple of guys that use their height to create some very good pitching and some entertaining baseball.
Yeah, for sure. Nate Pearson, as you mentioned, his height. He's 6'6". He uses that big frame to drive the fastball into the zone, and the fastball is everything for him as we're seeing his numbers. One start this season, he had a few appearances out of the bullpen, and that's why you see his high ERA at 5.65, but he's a flamethrower. His fastball sits around 98 to 101. He's hit 104 in it before, but here we go with his first pitch of the game.
Nate Pearson's first pitch gets in there at 7:34 here in Toronto. As Malik Smith will try and put down a bunt to start this ball game off. Of course, a beautiful day here in Toronto. We got the roof open, sun shining down. As Malik is going to lay off this one in the dirt, so we have an even count here at 1-1.
65 degrees, we're told by the graphic on screen. Beautiful day for baseball here at the Rogers Center.
1-1 pitch is going to be below the zone. Ball 2, 2-1. Of course, Malik Smith leading this American League in stolen bases. He's a dangerous man when he gets on the base paths. He's going to ground this one up the middle. It's going to be out of reach of the second baseman, Kevin Biggio. And he's going to get on for a leadoff single here.
Yeah, we saw in the first game of this series when he was on base, he distracted the starting pitcher in that game and kind of wreaked havoc for the Blue Jays, not so much in terms of actual stolen bases or in some cases, a triple or a double. It was just the pressure that he put on the Blue Jays. So that's the advantage that the Mariners have now with him on the mound. Or excuse me, the base paths.
Right you are. Kyle Lewis is going to watch this changeup in the dirt for ball 1. And as you say there, that fastball from Nate Pearson is going to be crucial to keep Malix close, as he will run on even the best of arms behind the plate. So look for him to disrupt the rhythm on the mound there for Nate Pearson. As you see a throw over to check on him there. Nothing really doing from Smith, but he has gotten into his head as we see another throw over here. They know exactly how dangerous he is on those base paths.
It's all about the mental game with Smith on the base paths.
The 2-0 pitch from Pearson. Swing and a miss. Throwing that fastball 98 miles an hour right down the heart of the plate. And you're going to see a lot more of those fastballs with somebody like Malix on first base there.
He's going. Oh, that's off the
You see he'll take off and get in underneath. Oh, no! The umpire calls him out on what had to be a perfect throw and a perfect tag. I don't know if I agree with that one, but maybe I'm just a little home team bias.
No, I am totally with you there, and I'm a Blue Jay fan. When they called him out, I was kind of confused. I expected him to be safe. Obviously, you automatically expect it with Smith, but it looks like he got his hand in there before the tag was down, but a good job behind the plate, I guess, by Reese McGuire to make the strong throw there on time and in line.
Well, that takes the pressure off of Pearson as he's able to range back and fire this fastball in there on 3-2 for his first strikeout of the ball game. And so quickly in 2 pitches, he goes from a runner on first and nobody out to nobody on base and 2 outs. Here facing off against Mitch Haniger with the bases empty, be a much more manageable proposition for the pitcher Pearson. We'll see a 1-0. This one's going to be ripped down the third baseline, but foul. Of course, see there Mitch racking up another triple last night. That'll be his 4th triple of the season. And I got to say, that is not the sort of production that I would have expected out of Mitch Haniger, but it's good to see him getting those extra base hits and really driving in runs, sitting in that number 3 spot. 2-1 pitch is going to be in there for strike 2.
And we've been talking about the fastball, but Pearson has a few other pitches. He throws a slider hovering around 92, throws a change at 77, really off speed for him, and then also a curveball. So he has a good repertoire and lots of promise out of this kid. And again, just his 2nd major league start here in today's game.
Well, so far he's having a bit of success. Of course, this Mariners ball club, not exactly known for their success this season. We'll see a 3-2 pitch here to Haniger. He's going to try and put a drive into this one, but he's just going to foul it off. Pearson been relying heavily on that fastball here, the 18th pitch of this first inning, as he gets the strikeout here, racking that one up at 100 miles an hour to end the inning. Seattle with only the 1 hit, but he gets caught stealing, and we'll go to the bottom of the first. Toronto due up. We'll see Nick Marquette.
Yeah, the pitcher on the mound, Nick. That's all I'm calling him in today's game. But 5 starts, entering his 6th start today, 2-run record 3.49 ERA. Came up through the Padres system, claimed off of waivers by the Mariners before the start of this season, and last year 57 innings in the majors. Not great, 6.79 ERA, but having a bit more luck with the Mariners this year.
Nope, that's inside.
We'll see the first pitch missing just inside. So Nick Margevicius looking to have a good outing here. He's been a little rocky in his 5 starts so far this season. You see he's going to give up a base hit here out into center field. Malik Smith's going to track it down and get it back in. That will keep it from extending to a double.
We've been talking about the speed of Malik Smith, but the speed getting to that ball and not having it go past him probably prevented a double there for the Blue Jays. So the speed also plays in when you're talking about the defense as well.
Yeah, Bo Bichette with a nice base hit. That one just kind of looping out into the outfield gets him on to lead off here for the Blue Jays. We'll see Kevin Biggio stepping in here. This Toronto Blue Jays team is absolutely loaded with lots of promising young talent and seemingly a team full of legacy ball players.
Yeah, you go around the infield, you have recognizable names. Travis Shaw normally playing at first. His father played in the majors, and of course, Biggio, Bichette, Guerrero. Those are names that you would think you'd be hearing, 20 years ago in the majors, but instead, we're hearing them now today with the Blue Jays. And I should mention another player on the Blue Jays, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., his brother, of course, with the Houston Astros, and then his father playing professional baseball in Cuba.
Batting third, the left fielder, Lourdes Gurriel.
The guy I was talking about, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., is now coming up 10 home runs this season.
Finally looks like I'm back. Sorry about that. I
There we
seem to
go.
have a bit of technical issues. It's
No worries.
never fails. So I see runners on first and second here, facing off against Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He's 0-2 here. Pitch from Margevicius. Gonna try and get him to chase it high and out of the zone. Ball 1. Here's the 1-2. It's going to be a ground ball hit through the first base side. Haniger's going to throw it in. They'll cut it off on the way to the home plate. And so just like that, the first 3 hitters here in the bottom of the first have all gotten base hits here off of Nick Margevicius.
Yeah, it's
not a great start.
Not at all. It's singles for everyone so far. And go ahead.
This is going to be lifted out into center field. Smith is there to make the catch. Runners will tag from second and third. The cutoff in at second base. They'll throw it over to Kyle Seeger at third, trying to pick him off, but Kyle's not able to come up with it cleanly. So the sacrifice fly from Vlad Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays are on the board here in the bottom of the first, 1-0.
This is a team that has been heating up offensively. They had a really bad stretch towards the end of May, beginning of June, but they've heated up as of late. And I mean, so far today, we're seeing it. Only 1 out, and really everyone at the top 4 of the lineup being productive with their at-bats so far.
As we'll see, strike 1 here to Rowdy Tellez. Yeah, the Toronto bats heating up here to start this ball game off. Nick Margevicius is going to need to settle down, get focus on the lower part of the zone, and try and induce a ground ball so that they can roll up 2. First going through the heart of this order, Rowdy Tellez looking like he's going to have some success here hitting 276. Makes if he were on the Mariners lineup, that would put him in second place as far as hitting goes. I believe it's only Kyle Lewis hitting 290 would be better. Strike 2 here against Tellez. 2-2 is the count now.
Tellez had a big day yesterday. He had a grand slam that for his only hit. So along with that home run, he also had a walk, 2 strikeouts, batting leadoff. So he's been heating up and doing well in this Blue Jay lineup.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Nick Margevicius with a big strikeout here to get the second out in the bottom of the first. Gets him to chase a fastball up around the letters, and he just swings under it. And now with runners at the corners and 2 outs, they'll just need to get the 1. We'll see Teoscar Hernandez step in. First pitch to him is going to be just high, says the umpire, ball 1. A 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. That curveball running in there at 72 miles an hour. Quite the difference between that and his low 90s fastball. See there running in at 88 miles an hour. Nick's one of these guys that doesn't have a lot of speed on his fastball, but he does, he is able to pinpoint it with some efficiency. Of course, he's got the slider, the curveball, and the changeup, so he's got plenty of movement on his pitches. Let's see, the count run full 3-2. Three-two pitch. Teoscar Hernandez is going to drive one into center field. Malik Smith is going to range over and make the catch. That'll end the inning. The Blue Jays stranding 2 here in the bottom of the first, but they're able to put 1 on the board on 3 hits. We'll go to the top of the second. We'll see Daniel Vogelbach lead off.
Leading off for the Mariners, the designated hitter, Daniel
Vogelbach didn't get a hit yesterday, but he had a good day nonetheless. He had 2 walks, and he also was very productive and scored, I believe, 2 of the Mariners' 5 runs on Tuesday in the first game of this series against the Blue Jays.
We'll see a 1-0 pitch here from Pearson. He'll continue to work the bottom of the zone, as you don't want to leave something out over the middle end of the plate against Daniel Vogelbach. He has the power to put it over the fence and tie this ball game with 1 swing of his bat. 2-0 pitch. Catches the bottom of the zone there, 2-1.
Now, Pearson is a guy who has a very repeatable delivery, and pretty much all of his pitches are going to be around the zone.
This one's going to get fouled off. Ball boys kind of takes a couple of steps there, and that will be an easy fielding opportunity for him. 2-2 pitch. Rushes him out of the box here with the fastball inside. 3-2. 3-2 pitch from Pearson. Vogelbach's going to foul this one off, and it's going to go into the home team's dugout there. Three-two pitch again. That one missing outside. That 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Pearson, not able to catch the corners. So Vogelbach will take the base on balls. And we'll see Kyle Seager step in here. He leads these Mariners in home runs. 15 of them on the season, driving in 30 RBIs.
Well, Nate Pearson doesn't walk a lot of batters. In his season last year, 101 innings over high A, double A, and triple A. He struck out 119 batters and only walked 27. So it's uncharacteristic of him to walk a guy like that. But again, majors is completely different than the minors, and we may be seeing some of that here despite his success in his last outing last week.
Well, regardless of the difference in level of play, that is an impressive split. We'll see the 2-0 pitch here from Pearson as he continues to have trouble finding the zone, pushing the count to 3-0 against Kyle Seager. See Evan White in the on-deck circle there. 3-0 pitch. This one catches the zone. 3-1 now.
Now, as I do talk about his high strikeouts, he did have 4 walks in his last outing compared to 5 strikeouts, so it may be a factor of the nerve, something changing with him being in the majors.
Well, and Kyle Seager puts a right into this one, but it looks like it's going to hook foul. Missed opportunity there from Kyle. Another 3-2 pitch. He'll foul this one off. And that fastball sure seems to be his bread and butter here.
Nope, that's upstairs.
And ball 4 is another fastball up and in. He misses the zone, so we have runners on at first and second.
The first baseman, number 12.
We'll see the first baseman, Evan White, step in here. He'll swing at the first pitch. It's going to be a ground ball over to the first baseman. He'll take it to second for 1. He'll come back to the pitcher covering first for the double play. And so a real wasted opportunity here as Evan White tries to sneak one past the infield, but a great fielding opportunity over there by Travis Shaw to get the double play. We'll see JP Crawford step in now, playing shortstop today. In there for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch. Crawford's going to give him a hand here as he'll swing at a ball way outside. 0-2.
Blue Jays really lucky to get that double play. It obviously changes the dynamic of the inning so much.
As he racks up JP Crawford here to get out of the inning, they strand Vogelbach over at third, and the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the second. Toronto still leads this 1-0. Don't forget, folks, we're still raising money for Black Lives Matter here with ML Botball all day long. And I do believe my partner has something to say on that matter.
Yeah, so obviously it's a very important cause for all of us, and any donations that we get during this game, I'm going to be matching it dollar for dollar with donations to a local organization here in New Hampshire where I live, the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire. They aim to educate and celebrate the history of African Americans in New Hampshire, so every dollar that you give, I'll be matching. So I encourage you to give. You can give at the link below.
And folks, we would love to see those donations come in here. It's super important to show solidarity in these times. And we think the best way we can do that is by asking for donations here. We'll see the 0-2 pitch now to Travis Shaw. This one's going to be ripped over to second base. And they'll take it the short way from Dylan Moore. So 1 away here with Randall Grichuk stepping in. First pitch to Grichuk is going to be a swing and a miss. Strike 1. You see the infield shifted over there. The outfield shifted over as well.
Grichuk has been heating up a lot lately.
Well, Dylan Moore making the diving stop behind second base there. And an amazing throw to get Grichuk in time.
It is making me eat my words with that play there, because I was just about to say he's doing really well lately. He had 3 hits in yesterday's game, a double and 2 singles. His batting average used to be right around 200, but it's kind of ballooned recently with his recent performance. It's up at 240 now, and obviously he didn't show it with that ground out, but he has been doing a lot better lately than he was at the start of the season.
Well, Seattle native Reese McGuire is going to step in here. The catcher is going to pop this one in the infield for the 3rd out. Kyle Seager making the play on the mound there. Well, we'll go to the top of the 3rd. We take another look at the catcher's pop-up to end the inning. Of course, we'll have the catcher Austin Nola step in here. Stepping in for the regular starter Tom Murphy. Of course, as mentioned earlier, he's still out with some strained muscles in his back. Nola watches the first pitch in there for strike 1.
No ball.
Swing and a miss on the 0-1 pitch. 0-2.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Pearson tries to get him to chase one high and outside. Ball 1.
We saw a slider from him there, a little bit lower than his normal velocity on the slider, but he has been relying very heavily on the fastball so far in today's outing.
Well, Nola tries to get his bat on it and just bloops this one over to the right side. The second baseman is there to pick it up, Kevin Biggio, and that's an easy out, number 1. So Dylan Moore's going to step in here. He's playing second base tonight. First pitch to him. He's going to try and drop down a bunt. That's a hard bunt down the third baseline. They'll barehand it and get the throw over in time. So a good try, but not very well executed, as you want to get that bunt down and stop it, as opposed to getting all the way out there to the charging third baseman. But a great play.
Yeah, a good play from Vladdy coming in, charging it. He throws it on the run, kind of leaping a little bit on his side, and hits his mark with Travis Shaw extending a little bit upwards at first base to make the catch.
Well, we'll go back to the top of the order. The leadoff hitter, Malik Smith, stepping in here with 2 away. And 2 strikes quickly in a hole. The 0-2 pitch from Pearson, and he pegs him. So he'll take his base here with 2 away, and Alex will probably look to make him pay with a stolen base here.
Yeah, we saw how distracting Malice can be on the base path last inning, or at least in the first inning. And we'll see what he does here. See if he attempts to get another, or attempts to steal again. See if he can successfully do it here in the 3rd.
Strike 1 to Kyle Lewis. Of course, Pearson's leaning on that fastball again. 100-mile-an-hour fastball is generally enough to keep a guy planted at first.
Nope, ball 1.
The 0-1 pitch missing low and inside. Ball 1. You see manager Scott Servius over there giving a signal to his third base coach. Look to see Malik's taking off here. They'll look over, and perhaps they have the same idea, as they'll throw back and he'll have to dive in. 1-1 pitch. We'll see another look over, this time keeping him close. Already Pearson approaching 50 pitches. And we'll see another look over here. So he is definitely in Pearson's head.
Definitely, that's 3 in this at-bat, 2 in his last at-bat, so 5 total in this game, and it's only the 3rd inning.
And we'll see a pitch out here, as they are definitely afraid of him taking a base here. Of course, with 2 away, you never want to be that 3rd out on a stolen base. They do, however, want to make him the 3rd out as they continue to check him over at first. 2-1 pitch. This fastball has hit the bottom of the zone. 2-2.
I was in this situation as Pearson, I would just forget about the runner at first. You know, you already have 2 out, focused on getting the guy at the plate out, and leave Smith to dance all he wants on the base pass.
Yeah, and Kyle Lewis giving him a bit of help here as that one was out of the zone, but he takes a hack at it anyways. And the inning is over. Smith stranded out there on first. Mariners still scoreless here. Toronto leads it 1-0. We'll see the top of the order, 1, 2, 3 from these Blue Jays. Bo Bichette stepping in to lead off. First pitch inside, ball 1. 1-0 pitch. This one's going to be a grounder over to the third baseman, Kyle Seager. He cleanly fields it, but the throw pulls the first baseman off. Evan White having to come off of the base to make the catch, so that'll be an error on Kyle Seager.
Saw last inning with a smooth play from Guerrero on the bunt, coming in and throwing it to his mark. Travis Shaw at first, but here we're seeing what could have happened in that play and what did happen in this, just pulling him off the base, and not necessarily that bad a throw from the third baseman, but just pulling him a hair off the base, enough to land Bichette safely at first.
Yeah, and Gavin Biggio's going to lift this one out to right field. Haniger's there to make the catch. It's not deep enough to warrant a tag, so he'll have to retreat. And there's one away. We'll see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He's 1 for 1 on the day. Of course, the first 4 or 5 batters all got base hits in the first inning.
Yeah, it was the first 3 batters, and then the 4th batter, Guerrero, had a sac fly. So productive at-bats for the first 4 guys.
The 0-1 pitch, he'll swing and a miss at this one, 0-2. Of course, that fastball up and in looks really good to the right-handed hitter, but it's hard to get your bat around on those fastballs, even at 89 miles an hour when they're up and in like that. This one's going to be lifted out to center field. Smith is there to make the catch, and then we'll have to retreat once more, and there are 2 away.
The third baseman, Vladimir.
So we'll see Little Bad Vlad stepping in here.
Both pitchers looking like they're settling down now. Of course, Nick with a little bit of a rough go in the first inning as this ball is dropping foul. And Nick, after that first inning, he got the batters in order in the second. Looks like he's going to retire the order with only an error allowed here in the third. And then the same with Pearson. He had a rough first, giving up the single, and a rough second, giving up 2 walks. But then in the third, pretty much settled down except for the hit by pitch. Looks like both pitchers are finding their rhythm here as the game progresses.
Well, we'll see the 1-1 here from Nick. This one's going to get ripped down the left field line. That's going to hit the wall for a base hit. He's going to round it and come into second. The throw in, going to hit the cutoff man, and they'll throw over to second, try and get him, but he's able to get in there sliding. So a big double down the line, Edgar style here, as runners move to second and third. Nice hit by the young Guerrero.
I spoke too soon. I jinxed it.
So 2 away, runners in scoring position. We'll see Rowdy Tellez here. The 1-0 pitch from Margevicius. His 41st pitch of the ball game, in there for strike 1.
Tellez bulked up over the offseason. He stayed the same weight pretty much, but cut some excess fat off his body, slimmed down, added some muscle, and we're seeing the rewards of it this season. Blue Jays liking him in the lineup. Charlie Montoyo confident with him in the DH spot this year.
This one's going to get lifted out into left center field. Ranging back is Kyle Lewis on the run. He makes the catch right out in front of the 375 sign. And the inning is over. Nothing scoring here for the Blue Jays. We'll see 3, 4, and 5 out of the Mariners. The big hitters in this order.
The right fielder, Mitch
Haniger stepping in. He struck out back in the first. Pearson with his 50th pitch of the ball game here to start off the 4th inning. In there for strike 1. You see there over the last 6 games, Mitch Haniger has driven in 6 RBIs and hit the 1 triple. That is an upward trend in his batting so far this season. I see him lifting this one out into deep right field. Teoscar Hernandez is going to make the catch easily, and that's the first out here in the top of the 4th.
And as we look at this pitch speed comparison on the screen, it is no match. Nate Pearson, of course, 100 miles an hour. I mentioned it earlier, but in 2018, he was recorded as throwing 104 off the mound in the All-Star game in the Arizona Fall League. And he is one of the fastest pitchers in Major League Baseball, and the list that he's on is very short with pitchers who can throw that fast. But of course, all types of pitchers get it done in different ways, and of course our friend Nick on the other side of the mound for Seattle gets it done with his speed, and of course he has a 3.5 ERA this season. So whatever you can do to get the job done on the mound, whatever works for you, works.
Of course, that 3.5 ERA for Nick is one of the better ERAs in this rotation so far. A lot of young pitchers having some rough outings to start this season, and this team only gets younger as we go forward. We've got a lot of guys developing in the system as Daniel Vogelbach strikes out swinging here. There are 2 away here in the top of the 4th. A lot of these guys are here for the long haul in this Mariners rotation, and unfortunately are not having good outings. They're just getting rocked over and over again. I'm thinking of Justice Sheffield, who pitched last night. His ERA climbing closer and closer every day to 9. And Kyle Seager's going to get a base hit up the middle here. Little bobble out in the outfield, so he's going to stretch that into a double. We'll call that a single with an air E7. So with 2 away, we have a runner in scoring position. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd written it down on my score sheet as a single, and then I saw him take second, and I wrote it down as a double, and then they scored it a single and an error, so I had to change it a bunch of times, but we're there now, and that's what matters.
Now this one's going to be down into right field for a base hit. Kyle's going to come around to score, just slipping his hand in there to get a run on this RBI single from Evan White. Taking it the other way down the right field line, a smooth swing there from the righty as Kyle Seager comes around to score with some heads-up base running to tie this ball game here. JP Crawford steps in. He'll watch strike 1 in there. The elusive changeup from Nate Pearson here on pitch number 60.
And just going back to that error by the left fielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr., if you don't have that error, you just have a runner on first. And then with that single, maybe Seager gets to third, but he doesn't score, and then you have the potential to get out of this inning still up 1-0. So that error makes all the difference in this inning, and who knows, maybe even the game.
Well, Crawford tries to put a ride into this one, but he'll have to look at an 0-2 pitch here. Try and get him to chase one inside with that slider. Missing 1 and 2. 1-2 pitch from Pearson. That'll get fouled off. count remains 1-2 here to Crawford. Another 1-2. This one's going up the ladder. Ball 2. Now 2 here. 2-2 pitch. This one's going to be grounded over to the second baseman. It'll go short way to his counterpart in the infield, Bo Bichette, to get the third out. But the Mariners tie it up on that RBI single from Evan White. And we'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Teoscar Hernandez is going to lead it off.
Leading up for Toronto, the right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
First pitch to Teoscar is in there for strike one. The 0-1 pitch, he's going to foul it off. That was a weak foul over to his first base coach.
We've been talking a little bit about the young guys on the Blue Jays and the young guys coming up in the Mariners system. And Teoscar Hernandez is actually the longest tenured Blue Jay on this team. He made his Blue Jay debut after the trade deadline in 2017 when they acquired him from Houston. And that just goes to show how young this team is and how much turnover there has been over the past few years.
As he's going to pop this one up into left center field. Smith is going to range over to make the catch for the first out. Yeah, it seems like the parallels between these two teams continue. Of course, having joined the league both in 1977, they have the same amount of history in this league. This one's going to be a ground ball up the middle, out of reach of Crawford there. So that'll be a base hit. Travis Shaw with a big base hit. Of course, the parallels continuing in that both of these teams have a lot of young talent and are rebuilding for the future. Blue Jays seem to have just been able to develop a solid major league team here while maintaining their youth.
And speaking of youth, of course, the MLB draft going on right now. The Blue Jays drafted Austin Martin, 5th overall last night. Today, they've drafted Trent Palmer. They also drafted, if I can get his name right, CJ Van, and I forget the last part of his name, but CJ, we'll call it for now. Both pitchers for the Blue Jays drafted today.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
CJ Van Eyck. That's it. I found it.
1-2 pitch from Margevicius. That'll get him to swing and a miss at a ball outside. That changeup looking like a hittable pitch for Randall Grichuk, and that's Nick Margevicius' second strikeout of the ball game. And you talk about the draft, of course, Seattle Mariners getting their pick number 6 last night. If only I could actually find it. Should have been
Emerson Hancock.
Yes, that guy.
Big
right-handed. A right-handed pitcher coming out of college. Mariners, of course, needing a lot of pitching help. And it'll be interesting to see how he develops coming through the Mariners minor league system. 1-1 pitch. This one's going to get ripped out into right field. That'll get down in front of Haniger, so that'll be a base hit. His throw a little off target here as he throws into third base to keep a runner right where they are. So with 2 away, there are runners at first and second. We're back to the top of the order. Bo Bichette stepping in here. Strike 1 at the top of the zone there with an 89-mile-an-hour fastball.
We're seeing a lot of hits today. I mean, the Blue Jays had 3 singles in the first, and then 3 more hits now in the third and fourth. So it is insanely offensive on both sides of the ball for both teams so far today, but not so much to save for it in terms of actual run scoring.
This one's going to get lifted deep into right field. Haniger is there to make the catch on the run. And the inning is over. Runners stranded on the base paths there. We'll see 8, 9, and 1 out of the Mariners. Catcher Nola going to lead it off. This ball game is still tied at 1. Well, we see Osinola lead off, J.P. Crawford and Malik Smith do up here in the 5th.
Leading off for the Mariners.
Nola's over 1 on the day. He grounded out in his first appearance. Swinging at the first pitch, it's going to go foul. 0-1. And you know, sometimes you can have success when you swing at that first pitch, but you've got to be selective as to what sort of pitches you're going to swing at on the first pitch, because it's a very fine line between a productive swing at the first pitch and a waste. As you see him quickly 1 and 2 now.
Especially with the way Pearson has been throwing today, he has been throwing a lot of balls, so while it might be a good idea to kind of get ahead and swing at that first pitch, you have to be wary about where you're swinging at.
As you see an easy ground ball here over to Vlad Jr. And he'll collect himself and throw over to first to get the out. So we'll see the second baseman, Dylan Moore, step in here. Again, he grounded out back in the 3rd. First pitch missing for ball 1. Well, I've got a little bit of Mariners trivia for everybody, for anybody that's interested. This having to do with the Seattle Mariners Hall of Fame. As we'll get back to that in just a moment, it appears Dylan Moore, the curse of second base is strikes again. Dylan Moore seems to have gone down with a groin injury. He needs help from the trainers to get off the field, and it's looking like this is going to be a long stint on the injured list for Mr. Moore, as he could miss up to 2 months of action. Well, we'll see Sam Haggerty step in and take his role out there at second base. You hope he's okay. Of course, that's the third injury sustained by a second baseman to these Mariners. Of course, Dee Gordon kicking that one off. Shed Long shortly behind him, and now Dylan Moore taking an injury while playing second base.
Lots of bad luck for the Mariners, not even just in this series, because, of course, we just saw that injury to Moore, and then earlier this series, the starting catcher, Tom Murphy, was injured, and then actually the starting pitcher for the first game was injured after just 2 outs, that being Kikuchi. So lots of injuries for the Mariners in this series.
Well, Sam Haggerty is going to have a bit of patience at the plate here as he draws a walk. So with 1 away, we'll go back to the top of the order. Malik Smith is 1 for 1 after getting pegged in his last AB. We'll see a pitch out here. Haggerty with some noticeable speed out there. They'll look to keep him close. Back to my Hall of Fame trivia. There are 3 numbers that have been retired in Seattle Mariners baseball. I can Can you tell me which numbers they are and who they belong to?
Well, I have a guess, and that being Ken Griffey Jr., but I don't know what number he wore, so I couldn't give you the actual number of it.
Well, hopefully some of the folks watching here will have some guesses for us. We'll leave that open for a bit. Of course, Ken Griffey being the obvious choice. Sarah in the Twitch chat getting the correct number. Of course, he wore number 24. We'll see this pitch miss outside, ball 3. So a full count here to Kyle Lewis. And the young Haggerty out there at first, clearly distracting Pearson enough to push this count full. Kyle Lewis with the line drive over to the shortstop here. Bo Bichette not having to move at all. So quickly 2 away, and we'll see Kyle Lewis step in. Surprisingly, 51 is not retired in Seattle Hall of Fame.
Ball 1, no strike.
Yeah, it was never used again between the time when Randy left and when Ichiro came, and it's only ever been used by Randy Johnson and Ichiro, but it is not retired. As you see, Sam Haggerty is going to take off and steal a base here. And he'll get his hands in there in front of the tag, so 2 away here, runner out at second. The 2-0 pitch in there for strike 1 to Kyle Lewis. Uh, 42 does count because every team has retired 42 for one Jackie Robinson. Yeah, that would be one of the 3, yes. So we have Ken Griffey Jr. and Jackie Robinson. I'm still looking for the third number though. Of course, Nate Pearson here into another full count.
Already at 89 pitches, and he threw 111 pitches in his last start as he again gives up another walk there. His 3rd walk given up today, and it merits a visit from the pitching coach, Pete Walker. But as I was saying, 111 pitches in his last start and already 90 in here today. I don't think he can last much longer in this game.
Well, Mitch Haniger is going to step in here. Runners at first and second. 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
Count 1-0.
He'll check his swing. I'm kind of surprised they didn't appeal that one down to the first base umpire. They'll say he didn't go around 1-0. Oh, and somehow I missed, you guys do have it right. It is Edgar, but nobody seems to remember what number he wore. We'll take a look down at the Blue Jays bullpen. A couple of lefties getting warmed up out there. Ryan Baruki and Anthony Kay.
Yeah, both of them have been go-to arms out of the bullpen this year. Baruki, traditionally a starter.
Well, Austin Nola is going to take this pop-up here next to plate for the 3rd out. It was not number 8. Sorry to say.
Just going back to the bullpen, actually, both of those guys warming up, Ryan Baruki and Anthony Kay, both of them are traditionally starters, but have been transitioned to the bullpen simply because of, they don't have room in the rotation right now. And Ryan Baruki, of course, started the season injured. That's why he originally moved to the bullpen, but he's found success there. So the Blue Jays are keeping him there and not messing with something that's working right now.
Playing second base, number 28.
So Sam Haggerty, as we said, is going to stay in and play second base, taking over for the injured Dylan Moore.
Second baseman,
So we'll give the trivia to the end of the fifth here, and I'll mercifully give you the answer if you guys can't figure it out. Well, first pitch here is going to miss for ball one. Taking a look at the Mariners bullpen down there, we got Johan Ramirez and Nestor Cortez Jr., a righty and a lefty respectively, getting their arms loose. Johan, starting the season in the Major League rotation, did not have a good start to the season, and so he got moved to the bullpen where he's had success. He's had some success. He's had some bad games. That's kind of the story of this Mariners pitching staff this season. Really, it's a lot of guys getting some work and developing for the future. You see Nick Margevicius racking up his third strikeout of the ball game here.
The batter, the left fielder.
And you mentioned Johan out of the bullpen, and if I'm not mistaken, he came in on Tuesday's game right after Kikuchi left after only getting 2 outs, and Ramirez, I think he pitched 4 innings or close to it out of relief and really shut things down for the Blue Jays, and kind of what, in my opinion, was the player of that game for Seattle, because if it wasn't for him, you'd be thinking that the Blue Jays, okay, they get to the bullpen, they tire everyone out, and they get a really good position for the rest of the series. But no, Ramirez is really strong into the bullpen, and he kind of saves the bullpen to allow it to live another day for the rest of the series.
You see a base hit right back up the middle here. And so with Vlad Guerrero coming up, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. with that base hit up the middle. Runner on at first, one away. Here in the bottom of the fifth. Of course, Vlad 1 for 1 on the day. First pitch to him misses outside, ball 1.
Vlad had a sac fly in the first, drove in the Blue Jays' only run in the game, and then, as you mentioned, he had the double in the third for his 1 hit in the game.
Here comes the 2-0 pitch. In there for strike 1, says the umpire. Leaving that changeup high in the zone like that is dangerous, especially against a guy like Vlad, who can put any pitch he wants over the fence. 2-1 pitch. This one's going to be popped up behind first base. Evan White's going to range over into foul territory and make a catch backhanded on the run. And quickly there, 2 away here. So Rowdy Tellez is going to step in here. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. First pitch to him is going to be in there for strike 1.
You can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my first impressions of watching the Mariners in this series, at least especially today, is that they have some speed on the base paths. Of course, Malik Smith, but in other parts of their lineup, like Dylan Moore and who was it that stole a base? Yeah, it was, Sam Haggerty coming in. It seems like they do have some speed off the base paths, since that's not really an asset that the Blue Jays have at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of the contrast between the two teams. You've got the Mariners who have, as you say, a lot of speedy young guys that they can call on. Haggerty, of course, a young prospect who was recently called up to the majors. And Smith, who's a little bit more of a known commodity at the major league level. see Margevicius getting the strikeout to end the 5th here. Score's still tied 1-1.
Your attention, please.
We'll see Ryan Barucki making an appearance here to start the 6th. His 19th appearance of the season.
So it's a short outing for Nate Pearson. He only goes 5 innings, gives up 1 run, and we saw the velocity up there all day, but he did have trouble with his command. He gave up 3 walks and had, yes, a fair share of strikeouts. He had 4 through the first 3 innings, added another in the 4th to make it 5 total on the day, but the walks ultimately proved to do him in as he went to a lot of 3-2, 2-2 counts and really drove up his pitch count.
Of course, as I said, I would give you the trivia answer. Edgar was the correct answer. He wore number 11. So it's 11, 24, and 42 are the retired numbers in the Mariners Hall of Fame anyways. Of course, that Hall of Fame consists of more than just Edgar and Junior. We'll get around to that after this. Daniel Vogelbach going to ground out to what looked like that was Vlad Jr. Playing that one for the first out. The Seattle Mariners Hall of Fame does consist of Edgar Martinez and Ken Griffey Jr., but there are a number of other players, managers, and even a non-team, a non-baseball employee in the Hall of Fame. So the next trivia question for the rest of this game is going to be, can you name the members of the Mariners Hall of Fame?
It's interesting how different teams celebrate their best players, because a lot of teams have, retired numbers, and then analogous to that, they have sort of, like you said, a Hall of Fame. The Blue Jays, with their own level of excellence celebration around the middle of the levels here at the Rogers Center, goes around, has the names of George Bell, Jesse Barfield, Joe Carter, a lot of those classic names in Blue Jay history.
Totally, and I do believe the Mariners have something similar to that. Even just off the top of my head, I know the Seattle Seahawks have the same sort of a thing, like the Ring of Honor in their Hall of Fame as well. Mariners Hall of Fame consisting of 9 names. If anybody can guess those names, you'll win internet points. It's about the best we can do, really. So Ryan Barucki working here, the 1-1 pitch against Evan White, missing low for ball 2.
Yep, that ball went out.
Catching everyone up on what's happening in the draft, the Blue Jays and Mariners both just selected in the 4th round. The Blue Jays taking Nick Frazzo out of Loyola Marymount University, and then the Mariners right after the Blue Jays taking Tyler Keenan out of Ole Miss.
It's always fun. It's always fun keeping track of draft day. Of course, not going to see the immediate impact in the Major League Baseball as you do in other major sporting drafts, but I find it's fun. It gives you the names to keep an eye on for the next 5 or 6 years. So Crawford quickly 0-2 here against Barucki. The 0-2 pitch. He'll rip this one out into right center field. Grichuk is there to make the catch, and the inning is over. I'm sorry, Hernandez.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
So we'll
Seattle.
see Johan Ramirez
55,
come out after a
Johan
day's rest
Ramirez.
and do some more relief work here with a tie ball game in the 6th. I gotta say, seemed a little early to give Nick the hook, but with a tie ball game, I guess you don't want to leave much chance.
Yeah, I don't think I caught his pitch count before he left the game, but I don't believe it was that high. So it is interesting to pull him after only 5 complete innings pitched.
The 0-1 pitch to Teoscar Hernandez misses inside ball 1. If I remember correctly, he was sitting right about 80 pitches.
Yeah, so it is a strange decision, especially since, he's only given up 1 run so far today. And yes, he has given up much more in terms of hits and walks. He's given up 6 hits so far today, or rather 7 hits. And of course, the Blue Jays came close to scoring a few more runs, but still interesting when he's been relatively successful today to pull him out that early, especially when you have a very taxed Mariners bullpen with, only 2.2 innings from the starter yesterday, and then on Tuesday, only 2 outs from the starter. So interesting decision by the manager.
Well, Teoscar's going to lift this one out in right field. Haniger's going to make the catch on the run. There'll be 1 away. We'll see Travis Shaw step in now. He's 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch from Johan is going to miss inside. That 2-seamer not able to cut back enough. See, take a look down at the Mariners bullpen. We'll see some more double-barreled action. Eric Swanson and Carl Edwards Jr. in the bullpen getting loose. Strike 1 here to Travis Shaw. Counts even at 1 now. He's going to ground this one over to third base. Kyle Seager's going to play it cleanly. The throw just in time to get the out. Hitting against the shift. Here, Kyle's able to field it himself. And there are 2 away in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, and you really see the shift pay off there. You mentioned Seager playing very far to the right, very far away from the actual third base bag, but it pays off as Travis Shaw hits it pretty much directly to him, and they can get him at first.
We'll see an 0-1 pitch here from Ramirez. Grichuk's going to take this the other way, and that's going to get down for a base hit. He'll round first, go to second. Haniger is going to corral it at the wall, and they'll get it in. That'll be a stand-up double for Randall Grichuk.
Number 10.
We had a double yesterday and a double again today, and of course, he had 3 hits yesterday, now 1 today. He is probably one of the hottest bats on the team right now as we see doubles, and he's slotting in third with 14 doubles on the year.
2 outs, runner on second. Reese McGuire is going to swing at the first pitch here. That's a line drive to the first baseman, Evan White, and the inning is over. No runs on a hit and a runner left on. Score still tied at the end of 6, 1-1. See the catcher Austin Nola step in. He struck out twice today.
Nola.
First pitch in there for strike 1. The rookie coming out for his 2nd inning of work. Nola's going to foul this one off, 0-2.
Yeah, and the benefit of Barucki coming out of the bullpen is that he is, as I mentioned, traditionally a starter. So even though he has been in the bullpen for quite a while this season, he still has at least somewhat of the length that he can give you out of the bullpen. So when you have a guy like Pearson only go 5 innings, you can bring in a guy like Barucki, and he can give you more than just 1 inning out of the pen.
Well, and he racks up a strikeout here
now batting
against the catcher Austin Nola with his 3rd strikeout of the ball game with that Madison Barreto. So we'll see the replacement Sam Haggerty step in here. Strike 1 on a changeup that apparently catches the inside corner. I don't know. They don't pay me to call balls and strikes, folks. The 0-1 pitch.
1-1.
Missing low, ball 1. Counts even at 1 here. 1-1. Apparently hitting that same inside quarter. 1-2.
Well, even if it isn't technically a strike, at least he's consistent behind the plate.
Haggerty's going to ground this one up the middle. He's not able to beat out the throw. A extremely athletic play out there by one Bo Bichette. Able to get him out for the second out here in the top of the 7th. We'll go back to the top of the order. Malik Smith stepping in. 1 for 2 on the day. He singled in the first, got pegged in the third, and grounded out, I believe, in his third at bat. 1-0. First pitch misses, ball 1. Urquidy delivers strike 1 here to even out the count. 1-1. Missing high, ball 2. To 1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Counts even at 2 here against Malik Smith. The 2-2. Missing outside. Full count here. The 3-2. And he'll lose him here. Ball 4. So Smith, the ever dangerous on the base paths, walks with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and hopefully Mariners can get something going here. Stolen base, a hit and run, a good hit and run situation. Malik has the speed that he could come around to score. If it gets down deep into the corner.
When you're looking for the go-ahead run of the game, having a guy like Malik Smith on the base pass, he's the ideal runner for you in this situation, because you mentioned, a ball in the corner. Even if you hit a single, if it's correctly placed, Smith might be able to make it all the way around. So definitely the guy you want on base in this situation where you're trying to get ahead in this game in the later innings.
Oh, we'll see a pitch out here to keep him right where he is. Swing and a miss by Kyle Lewis. Of course, he's 0 for the day. EB pointing out that the Jays seem to enjoy putting Malik on base and then pitching out. But it has worked for him in neutralizing Malik Smith. They pay a lot of attention to him, and maybe that's has a little bit to do with the fatigue on these pitchers' arms. But the one attempt he did make to steal, he was thrown out for only the 2nd time this season. Let's see, strike 2 here to Kyle Lewis. The 1-2. He'll lay off this one inside, ball 2. Of course, Lewis leading the Mariners in batting average, just sitting over 290. Is 0 for the day so far, so he'll look to get a base hit here in this crucial 7th inning situation. Another look over here to first. Of course, the lefty on the mound, Urquidy, with an easier time keeping an eye on Smith there. Lewis is going to rip this one down the 3rd baseline. That'll hook foul.
The Mariners seem to be doing a good job in this game and racking up the pitches. We saw it against Pearson. We're seeing it again here.
Wing and a miss by Kyle Lewis. And the inning is over. Missed opportunity here by the Mariners in the 7th. Get up and stretch, folks, as we head now to the bottom of the 7th here in Toronto.
A new pitcher coming in for the Mariners, Eric Swanson, 35th game of the season in today. 48 innings, 6.19 ERA. Better numbers against lefties than righties, but he'll be facing right-handed batter BOS coming up to the bat. And a reminder to everyone listening, you can donate to Black Lives Matter at the link below, and I'll be matching any donations received during this broadcast with donations of my own to Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire. It's a local organization where I live, and it aims to educate and celebrate the history of African Americans in New Hampshire. So I encourage you to go to the link below and donate to BIA.
It's all for a good cause, folks. Most importantly being our enjoyment, getting to see some baseball here in these times where we may not get baseball. So BOS gonna swing and a miss here. 1-2 is the count. We'll see a 1-2 from Swanson. Try to get him to chase one low and outside. Counts even at 2. This one's going to get lifted out into shallow center field. There in plenty of time is Smith, and there's one away.
The batter, number 8, second baseman, Kevin.
This doesn't come as a surprise today, but these teams have been leaving a lot of guys on the base path. The Blue Jays have, as I counted up here, 8 guys left on base throughout the game today, and then the Mariners, for their part, have 7 guys left on base. And of course, the score is only 1-1, but we have lots of hits and lots of guys left on base today.
Gotta love Mariners baseball.
It's not just the Mariners, though. The Blue Jays doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, the Blue Jays are playing Mariners baseball. As we see a pop-up here behind the plate. Austin Nola out of the stance to get it himself. There's 2 away here for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of singles.
Now, it happened as well in the first game of this series. I think the Mariners had something like 12 hits going into the 11th inning, and they only had 3 runs scored. So it seems to be a property of this team that they don't score a lot when they have runners on base. But the Blue Jays learning a little bit of baseball from the Mariners in this series and struggling as well to get the runners home.
Swanson catching the outside corner with the slider here, 1-1. Yeah, just ask Felix Hernandez how much the Mariners have been able to bring runners across.
The count is 1-2.
Guy who consistently was able to keep runners off the base, but never able to get any sort of run support. You see Gurriel gonna put this one out into the gap. That's gonna go all the way to the wall. Smith catches up with it, and he'll bring it in, as that's gonna be a stand-up double.
Now back, the third baseman,
Part of the problem with all these runners left on base is that the Blue Jays are getting a lot of hits with 2 outs. I mean, last inning they had a double from Randall Grichuk that came with 2 outs. This inning, a double from Lourdes Gurriel Jr. with 2 outs. So a lot of what they've been doing offensively has been coming with 2 outs, and they don't have a lot of chances to drive those runners in.
Well, here's a chance for the name with a lot of expectations behind it, Vlad Guerrero Jr. He'll get a shot to drive in his teammate. Swanson missing high, ball 1. Of course, Vlad, as you see there, popped up, only hitting 148 with runners in scoring position this season. Not exactly the numbers you want to see out of your cleanup hitter.
Not at all, especially when you're trying to get the go-ahead run in this inning.
3-1 is the count here to Guerrero Jr. Swanson maybe needs to take a moment and collect himself and get ready for this 3-1 pitch. 2 away. just ignore the runner out there at second.
That pitch is up.
Ball 4, as they say, he missed the zone. And with that base open over there, not exactly the worst outcome here. We definitely don't want to continue to throw more pitches. But when you got a guy like Tellez behind Guerrero, who's 0 for 3 on the day, maybe you have better luck here.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously the walk isn't the end of the world with the open base, but Rowdy Tellez is not the guy you want to be facing. As we mentioned, the 148 batting average with runners in scoring position for Guerrero, Tellez has not been having any trouble getting runners home this season. As we mentioned, bases loaded yesterday, he hit a grand slam. So this is not a problem for a guy like Tellez. And honestly, in this position, I think I would rather face Guerrero than Tellez.
Well, Swanson having trouble finding the zone here as he's yet to pitch a strike here to Tellez. There it is, strike 1. Whew. Wipe the sweat off my brow on that one. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Of course, will the curse of the broadcast booth strike again? The 2-2 pitch. This one's popped up into left field. Ranging back is Kyle Lewis. There in plenty of time to make the catch, and the inning is over. We're through 7. The score is still tied here in Toronto. 1 apiece. We'll see the 3, 4, and 5 hitters out of the Mariners.
Well, the Blue Jays leaving 2 more guys on base. That's the 4th inning today that they've left 2 runners on base. And of course, now they're at 10 total today left on base. So the story continues, and hopefully the jinx continues in the broadcast booth with me saying that now no one will leave runners on base. And hopefully, I'll say this, the last 2 games I've broadcast have gone into extra innings. So, not saying that I'm jinxing it, but fingers crossed we get a run here before the end of the night.
Outside, that's the ball.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, but okay, I'll go with it. The 2-0 pitch from Baruki, who's out here for his 3rd inning of work.
Ball left outside.
Not catching the zone here, 3-1 to Haniger. Haniger is going to foul this one off down the first baseline. That breaking ball was able to catch him off guard, and he's just trying to foul it off.
Mentioned this earlier, but Baraki with the length out of the bullpen coming out for another inning as he gets a strikeout for the first out of this 8th inning, and really giving the Blue Jays a relief as we see Nate Pearson only went 5 innings, and the Blue Jays yesterday, they got 5.2 innings out of their starter, Chase Anderson, but they also had to rely on a lot of guys out of the bullpen. They went to Thornton, Anthony Bass, Thomas Pannone, and Ken Giles. That's 4 guys and 4 arms that they had. So a little bit of relief here today with Ryan Barucki eating up innings as he enters his 3rd inning so far today against the Mariners.
The 0-1 to Vogelbach. This one missing low, ball 1. Yeah, and that's definitely a big relief on the Toronto bullpen. As I said, eating up those innings here, working 3, and doing a fantastic job. He hasn't given up anything yet. Comes set, the 2-1 pitch. That'll get fouled off. It'll careen off the catcher and just out into the field of play, but that's 2-2 now. Vogelbach turns on this one, goes to it, takes a knee with the swing, but it hooks foul as he was a bit early. Another 2-2. Now Vogelbach's going to foul this one off, staying alive. The 49th pitch of his appearance from Barucki. Swing and a miss. A big out here on Daniel Vogelbach.
Now batting, third baseman, Kyle.
He takes a big cut at that one.
Back-to-back strikeouts here for Ryan Barucki, and going back to the last inning, he also struck out the last batter he faced. So that's 3 straight swinging strikeouts and 4 on the day of the 5 outs, or excuse me, of the 4 outs he has gotten so far today. So as we were saying, he's been really good so far today. And of course, if this game goes into extra innings, God forbid, the Blue Jays will need arms out of their bullpen. And again, the importance of him going what looks to be 3 innings plus here today is really important for the Blue Jays.
Well, 3-0 to start off this at bat to Kyle Seager, as Barucki is trying to skirt the outside of the zone. This one's going to be in there for strike 1, but Kyle's going to foul it off. The 3-1. Kyle absolutely rips this one, and goodbye baseball. That one careening off of the upper deck here in the Rogers Center. Kyle Seager hitting his 16th home run of the season. That puts the Mariners up 2-1 here in the 8th inning. And Mark, I think you got your wish as the Mariners now lead this ball game 2-1.
It's not quite the way that I drew it up in my mind, of course. I'm a Blue Jay fan, but man, what a home run there from Kyle Seager. And this is the Rogers Center, you know, the walls in the outfield, like there's the outfield wall, but it's kind of like a coliseum. It's a very vertical stadium going up pretty much straight up in downtown Toronto. So if this was a normal stadium, I think that ball would have gone so much farther. It was absolutely smashed by Kyle Seager.
Speaking of long hits, this one's taken deep into center field. Ranging back is going to be Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and trying to match Kyle Seager's effort here with a very long out. Kyle puts one up on this big bomb. Mariners lead it 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. We'll see my man Yoshihisa Hirano out of the bullpen for the Mariners, his 25th appearance across 22 innings of work, a 2.05 ERA. EB pointing out that Kyle Seager is a notorious Jays killer, having lots of success here in the Rogers Center. Of course, we got a couple of bullpen arms out in the Mariners bullpen. The setup man, Carl Edwards Jr., and the closer, Dan Altavilla, both getting their arms warmed up, just in case they are needed here in the 8th and 9th. Yoshi delivers the 1-1. This one's going to go foul, 1-2. Yoshi kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And so a leadoff strikeout here by Yoshi for the Mariners. Got him chasing a ball outside. Travis Shaw is going to step in here. And he's going to hit into the shift. There is going to be Sam Haggerty playing deep in the second base position. He'll just take a couple steps forward. Quickly, there are 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, so a couple of nice plays on balls that Travis Shaw has hit. Not nice because, you know, it's been amazing defensively, but just they've been playing him well in the shift. Of course, back in the 6th inning, Travis Shaw grounded out to third base, but it was actually more in the position of shortstop. It was just that, Kyle Seager over there at third base was shifted and played it perfectly. And again, we see there just hitting it right to the defender. So a lot of nice defensive positioning here in this game for specifically the at-bats against Travis Shaw.
Yeah, and those shifts can either work in your favor or really come back to bite you. Because this one's going to be grounded into the shift over on the left side. And Crawford's going to take it easily over to first to get the third out. We'll go to the top of the ninth. Mariners looking to put up some insurance runs here. 7, 8, and 9. We'll see J.P. Crawford step in to lead off.
For Seattle, the shortstop.
And Barucki is back out to pitch. So as we see, he's at 55 pitches. He's entering the area where you would consider a normal workload for a starting pitcher, and I'll go back to it. But again, that's the asset that Barucki is out of the bullpen, and despite the home run that he gave up, still a great outing and a potentially, if he hadn't, or if the Jays had given him some runs, potentially a game-saving outing from him. So good appearance out of the bullpen for Barucki.
And a good appearance, a good long appearance for Barucki, but not such a good AB here against Crawford, as he goes 3-1 here finally against Crawford.
And a reminder to everyone listening that coming up after this game is actually scheduled to start right now at 9 o'clock, but we're running a little bit late. We'll have the Diamondbacks and Rockies facing off. Duggo and Jake W. Dean will be on the call for that one, so stick around to hear that one as soon as this game wraps up.
Snakes in the chat for the boys coming up next. Your Diamondbacks commentary team going to be taking over after this. Ground ball to the first baseman is going to take it. Barucki's going to cover from the pitcher's mound. So one away here in the top of the ninth. We'll see Austin Nola stepping in.
Yeah, then coming up for these two teams facing off, this is the rubber match of the 3-game series. So the Blue Jays are going to head to Detroit. They're facing off 3:45 tomorrow. That game is on ML Bop Ball here. And I'll be on the call for that one along with Adam Giardino. And then at 9 o'clock tomorrow, or 9 o'clock Eastern time, I should say, you're going to be on the call for the Mariners as they head to Los Angeles. They're going to be playing the Angels. So I encourage everyone who's enjoying this game between these two teams here to stick around and come back tomorrow to watch them face off against their respective teams.
Yeah, Mariners on the getaway day here, finally getting back to the West Coast after a long road trip. Nice little visit here to our neighbors to the north. Perhaps they'll take the long way and visit Vancouver on their way down to the West Coast. Austin Nola's racking up his 4th strikeout of the ball game. Let's turn that sombrero and dip it in gold. Sam Haggerty going to step in here. Mariners' last AB here in the 9th. Looking to make me a liar. 1-0 pitch. Big rounder over to the first baseman. Easily covering as Barucki. And the inning is over. So Toronto, with their last opportunity here in the bottom of the 9th. We'll see 9-1-2 from these Blue Jays.
Your attention, please. Now,
and the closer Dan Altavilla is going to come in and pitch the bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah, Altavilla with some good numbers so far this season. ERA right around 3.4 as he comes in here to face Reese McGuire, the bottom part of the Blue Jay lineup. And you mentioned 9-1. When you said that, I thought you were referring to the Blue Jays box score for today. 9 hits, only 1 run. And that's just really, of course, bad for this offense because they had so many opportunities to score over the course of this game and just haven't been able to get it going. And here we are in the 9th, and they have their final chance to get something going and score a tying run here.
Well, we'll see. Altavilla is going to take this dribbler up the middle for the first out. For that 1-3 on the putout.
The batter, number 11. Shortstop.
Showing he can field as well as pitch course, Dan Altavilla not getting a lot of closing opportunities here this season, as the Mariners not exactly on the winning end of baseball much. He'll take every chance he can get here. Strike one to the top of the order, Bo Bichette. The 0-1 pitch. They'll say he didn't hit the strike zone there, so 1-1 the count. Swing and a miss, strike two. Slider dropping out from underneath Bichette's bat there. The 1-2 pitch from Altavilla. Missing outside, 2-2.
Blue Jays looking to get anything they can here with their last chances, and it's all about just passing the baton, get on base for the next guy. That's what Bichette is trying to do here.
Strike three swinging as Altavilla racks up his first strikeout of the ball game.
Now back, second baseman, Kevin.
There's a big cut there from Bichette, and now these Blue Jays down to their last out. Kevin Biggio watches strike one. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, ball one, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. And now Biggio is down to his last strike. Dan Altavilla looking focused on the mound. Lines and delivers. Strike three, and the ball game is over. Dan Altavilla racking up the save here. You see manager Scott Servius celebrating with his team. Mariners win this ball game on the backs of Kyle Seager's big home run. A good pitching matchup on both sides. Some great performances coming out of the bullpen, and it just came down to that one big shot from Kyle Seager, making all the difference here today. Eric Swanson gonna walk away with his 6th win of the season. Baruki gonna take his 7th loss of the season. Altavilla with his 19th save. Of course, the player of the game, Kyle Seager, 2 for 3 with that big home run.
One error. They left 7 men on base.
Yeah, it was a disappointing day for the Blue Jays, but ultimately, I don't think this was really a day where either team really outplayed the other, and of course, you see that from the final score of 2-1, but when you look at the fact that the Blue Jays had 9 hits to Seattle's 4, but they still only mustered 1 run, it really just goes to show that the Blue Jays really had trouble with getting runners home, and as we see, the one time they were able to get runners home with that sac fly in the first inning.
As we take a look through the highlights here, a great little diving stop up the middle in the bottom of the second. Of course, that was Dylan Moore before he took the injury. Evan White scoring first for the Mariners with this RBI single out to right field. And then we've got the big fly ball out to left from Tellez here in the bottom of the 7th. And then we come to the difference maker, Kyle Seager, putting on his Jay Killer's cap here with this big home run out to right field, careening off of the fascia there and leaving a present to his bullpen out there in right. Dan Altavilla striking out 2 in the bottom of the 9th to end the inning. And that was all she wrote for this ball game. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it, even though the Blue Jays lost. Before we wrap things up, there is 2 things that I wanted to key in on from this game as we wait for our next broadcasters, Doug Owen and W. Dean, to join the booth. The 2 things are, first off, the Mariners, where they scored. They scored in the 4th inning, their first run, to tie it up with actually an error. Kyle Seager had a single, and then an error by the left fielder, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., allowed for Seager to advance to second, and then a single by the next batter, Evan White, eventually drove in that run. So without that error, I think this is still a tie game. We're going in extras without that error. So that error is a really important part of the game. The other thing I wanted to mention on the Blue Jays side is, we've been talking about all day, but just Ryan Brucke. Even though he gave up that home run, I think as a Blue Jay fan, you still have to be very happy with his appearance. He went 4 innings out of the bullpen, only gave up 1 hit in all of that, and it was a home run. And he struck out a bunch of batters. I think he did a really good job out of the pen, and ultimately it was just 1 bad pitch that cost the Blue Jays a game. So those are my 2 key takeaways from today's game, but it's been a blast on this call, Brother Beard.
Yeah, I can't really take anything away from that. That was just about exactly right. We are joined now by one Duggo. Seem to still be missing that very hot take Jake.
Yeah, there was a little bit of shake up here in the desert. I'll get into it later in this broadcast, but it'll be me. It'll be just me.
Ooh.
Actually,
Duggo
no. You know what?
Cat.
I can address it now, and I can address it later. It's our boy Hot Take Jake is currently a little bit unavailable, as he is doing what I wish I could be. He is actually stuck downtown with the protests.
Oh.
Well, so I'm not going to hold that against him. As we're out here doing, we're out here trying to fund exactly what he's doing out there with the boots on the ground. Braver man than I.
There are a few things in this world more important than baseball, but I have to agree that is one thing more important.
Right? So I'm not holding it against him. The only thing I am holding against him is my terror. Because last time somebody jumped out on me on a game right before it started, I went 19 innings by myself. So, yeah, I'm a little bit scared. A little bit.
Well, we'll have to check back in on you in about an hour or so to see how deep into extras you're going to get tonight.
Oh, God. I mean, okay, like coming into this one. All right, let's get into the pregame here, too. Coming into this one, so far, every game that these 2 teams have played has ended in a shutout. So, if history is to serve us well, somebody's going to score a lot of runs, somebody's definitely not. So, because last time, we were looking, Game 3, when these 2 teams were at Chase Field, ended with the monkey paw no-hitter. 2 shutouts by the Diamondbacks, and I was going for the sweep of 3 shutouts. I saw a 3rd shutout, not how I wanted to see it, in the form of that German Marquez perfect game, or no-hitter, excuse me. But no, we had an 11-0 blowout here in Game 1 at Coors. Rockies took that one. We saw the Snakes get simmed last night, I think for the first time in, 2 months?
It's got to be at least.
Yeah, and that was a 4-0 win for Arizona. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen here with Antonio Senzatela and Robbie Ray going for these 2 teams in a lovely, lovely mid-90s throwback day here.
Well, we will get out of your hair as this game kicks off. Good luck, Duggo. I'm cheering for you.
Always appreciate it, guys. Going to start this one off, not with a bang, but a little bit of a whimper. And Starling Marte comes to the plate and immediately flies out to Ian Desmond in left. Brings up Ketel Marte looking slick in purple. Rockies in their home blacks. And the Diamondbacks rocking some purple here. Antonio Senzatela, definitely a guy who struggled last year. It was only up for 124 innings at the major league level. Was able to get 22 decisions. Split down the middle, 11 and 11. As Ketel Marte is going to dribble that one in front of the plate. Nice job of Tony Walters getting there. Toss over to Murphy in time for 2 quick outs here. Senzatela's struggles last year. So 124 innings pitched, right? 76 strikeouts. Down to a 5.5 Ks per 9. Had a 2018 a little bit better, even at just 6.5 Ks per 9. So Eduardo Escobar is going to put that into the shift and cut me off. As Trevor Story over there to the right of second base, toss over, and a very quick 1-2-3 inning to start it off here. Go down in order as we now see what the Colorado Rockies can counter with. On the bump for these Snakes going to be Robbie Ray. As looks like typical Robbie Ray, you see 70 strikeouts and 71 innings, but you also see those 40 walks. Robbie Ray, no stranger to control issues. But when that stuff is on, that stuff is electric.
The right fielder, Charlie.
And no, Mark, no, Jake. I just went over it just a few minutes ago. Our boy Hot Take Jake, scheduled to join me in the booth to start this one off. He will unfortunately be unable to join me as he is out as boots on the ground for the very thing we are raising money for. Out in downtown Phoenix supporting the protest.
Oh, that's off the plate.
And we'll shoehorn that and remind you folks, everything we've done here on Major League Ball has been for charity, as that one is dribbled foul. Everything we've done here has been for charity. We've done Meals on Wheels for the first while here. But with everything going on in the world, we've decided to change it over this month. Right now, anything you donate, any of your subscriptions, anything we get monetarily, goes directly to Black Lives Matter. As Robbie Ray, strikeout machine and the bringer of Polar Pops, gets first batter he faces, Charlie Blackmon, to whiff through that for the first strikeout of the day. But yeah, unfortunately, Jake will not be with us, but he's doing the good work out there, folks. Daniel Murphy has been doing some good work here in the last couple days. Batting average up over 300. Looked really good in that first game of this series, the one that the Rockies were able to take 11-0. Just a monster of a game. Murphy with a pair of doubles and a walk came around to score. Curious game. We saw German Marquez taking the mound for the first time since throwing that no-hitter against the Snakes in Game 3 at Chase Field a week earlier. Unfortunately, was only able to go an inning and a third as he was quickly shelved with a back injury. Rockies bullpen able to hold it together for, a solid couple innings to finish that out as we go from a strikeout to a walk. Daniel Murphy now aboard.
Batting third, the third baseman.
No one's surprised. Brings up now the dangerous man, Nolan Arenado. One of the best guys in the league over there at the hot corner. Unparalleled defense. Maybe paralleled by Matt Chapman over there in Oakland, but National League unparalleled defense. The bat to match. Ahead of Robbie Ray, now 2-0. See Nolan Arenado swing a pretty good bat right now. Slugging percentage over 500 like you'd expect, as Nolan has done in every season so far here. Unfortunately, his teammate behind him's been swinging an even hotter bat. Unfortunately for everybody playing the Rockies, that is. 2-1 as Nolan fouls that off. Daniel Murphy's corpse stands over there at first. 2-1 becomes 3-1. Robbie Ray with his always useful control problems. The 3-1 pitch here to Nolan. Big swing and a miss. Love to see those massive hacks with the green light on 3-1. Payoff pitch. Gonna be inside, back-to-back. Walks allowed here by Robbie Ray.
Batting fourth. Not shortstop.
Pretty normal thing to see out of a Robbie Ray start. You expect to see a lot of strikeouts, but a lot of runners on base. Whether it be via the walk or actually guys driven in. Long ball, definitely an issue with Robbie Ray. Part of the reason I was very curious to see all the rumors for him last year at the deadline about possibly going to New York. Definitely not a fan of the idea of Robbie Ray trying to succeed in the Big Apple with the big media presence there and the lofty expectations. But now, 2 straight walks puts a man in scoring position. Now 2 on, 1 out for one of the biggest bats in the National League. Shortstop Trevor Story, currently your National League leader in home runs at 22. The hits start coming, and they don't stop coming here for Trevor Story. Defense, definitely a plus, but that bat, man, he's just part of a new paradigm we've seen for middle infielders here, as the new trends in sabermetrics have led to bigger swinging bats. As that's a big swing, but a big miss.
Batting fifth.
Trevor Story goes down swinging. 2 outs here. Brings up now another guy whose better years might be past him, but still swinging a good bat here in 2020. It's Ian Desmond, currently out in left field here today on a big contract that many folks questioned when they signed. Ian Desmond coming off a couple of years at shortstop for the Washington Nationals. Signed for about $20 million a year, if I'm not mistaken, with the Colorado Rockies, mainly to play center field and first base. Didn't make sense to me when they did it. Still doesn't make sense now. Seeing playing time just against left-handers. Expensive platoon bat, as the count is now split 2-2. 2 on, 2 out. 2-2 count in the bottom of the first, though. Pitch in from Ray. Big swing and a miss in the dirt. Stephen Vogt gets the toss over to first in time, as Robbie Ray strikes out the side. Does allow 2 walks. Tell me if you've seen something similar from Robbie Ray, folks. No hits, no runs. We now head to the top of the second.
Leading off for Arizona, the left fielder, David Peralta.
So if Trevor Story is the most dangerous National League infield bat, I think you can make a case for that. Maybe put him up there with Howie Kendrick. You definitely have to give the most dangerous outfield bat in the National League to this man here, David Peralta. Right now sitting in a slash line of 341, 402, and slugging 580. His been a monster with the bat. 45 RBI on the year. Even more impressive when you realize that the man in front of him, Eduardo Escobar, led the league in RBI for a long time. He's over 50 himself as that one is put in the air. Trevor Story out in shallow left center to put it away for the first out here in the top of the second. Brings up Christian Walker. Swinging a mean bat. Got a couple extra base hits in last night's game. Last night ending final score 4-0. Diamondbacks took game 2. Home run and a double for Walker, and that one brings his season total in dingers to 13. Saw him have some early season struggles, but the metrics said it was mostly against lefties. We've seen Christian crawl his way back into some heavy playing time.
That's ball 3. 3 balls.
As we have seen Senzatela throw 3 straight balls here to Walker. 3-0 count to Christian. Doesn't matter if he swung, it's piped. It's now 3-1. See what Senzatela's got up his sleeve. Something fast, but unable to catch up to it is Walker, so it'll ring full here now. Payoff pitch.
No, that's a ball.
Looked at for ball 4. Christian Walker lives up to his name and records the first base runner here for the Diamondbacks on this lovely Thursday rubber match. That brings up Cole Calhoun. Last 8 games not swinging so hot. Started off the season on fire as an opposite field doubles machine. Currently back in the top 15 in the National League for doubles, sitting at 18. Even more impressive when you realize how much time he's spent sitting, probably for the last couple weeks.
Nope.
Saw Tim LaCastro get more time out there in the outfield. We saw both Martes out in the outfield with Andy Young seeing some time in the infield.
2 balls, 1 strike.
It's been a good rookie campaign so far out of Young. Man on first, 2-1 here. Cole Calhoun, big swing and a miss. A slider in the dirt from Senzatela. Walker takes his lead. 2-2. Grounded foul. Calhoun will live to see another pitch. Diamondbacks very splits heavy in this lineup as that one's given a ride. Coors Field Air doing some justice, and he doesn't need to hit him just opposite field, baby. That's another double out of the doubles machine, Cole Calhoun. See that coming into play today. Diamondbacks have been unstoppable when it comes to taking second. By far, the #1 team in the National League for 2 baggers. First hit of the day given up by Senzatela is a big one. Puts 2 runners in scoring position, as that's going to be a huge wasted opportunity for Nick Ahmed. First pitch he sees is going to be skied in the air, but no deeper than 90 feet from home plate. So that runner will have to stay there, as now 2 outs on the inning. Yeah, I'm not happy about that one either, Nick. Corey Lavello's got some words for Nick Ahmed. Words of encouragement, hopefully. Men still at second and third here for the Snakes, threatening to get the first run in the ball game. Stephen Vogt at the plate. Diamondbacks have yet to find an answer behind the plate. Both catchers hitting below the Mendoza line, or the Machado line as we've dubbed it with all these games against the San Diego Padres lately. Votes ahead 2-0. Now 3-0. In a good spot for these Diamondbacks to do something good. Senzatela does have first base open with the pitcher Robbie Ray on deck. See what Senzatela decides to do. He walks him. Second walk issued by Senzatela in this game, in this inning. Now, bases juiced and 2 outs for the pitcher, Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray, so far on the year, hitting pretty well for a pitcher. 6 for 25. Puts him just below 250 with the batting average, but he's got a pair of doubles as well. And 4 RBI as well. Always reminiscent of Jake Arrieta with the beard and the ability to swing the bat. 1-1 and is looked at now 2-1. It's the kind of thing that'll happen with Senzatela. Not a strikeout guy, more of a pitch to contact guy, but has been known to give up some walks. 2-1. Looked at 3-1. He's already walked 2 this inning. Is he threatening to walk in the first run of this ball game with the pitcher up? I have to wait and see. Bases juiced, 2 outs. 3-1 to Robbie Ray. Big swing from Ray off the bat. Back is Desmond, and that's going to be extra bases. He's diving. He misses it. 1 comes across. 2 come across. They'll send the runner from first. And Robbie Ray has a beautiful 3-run double here to start scoring off for the Diamondbacks. Pitchers can rake, folks. Love to see it. Diamondbacks now crawling up to a 3-0 lead as the lineup's going to turn over here. Starling Marte quickly flied out on the first pitch he saw here in this one. Just 1 runner on now as Bob has emptied the bases. A big double. One and one now to Marte. Good old National League Baseball. Love to see that. Pitchers getting their own run support. Robbie Ray increases his RBI total on the season to 7. That's better than some guys swinging late bats here. It's now 2-2 here to Starling Marte. Swing, hard contact. Barreled, but just foul as that one squibs down the line at first. Stay at 2-2. And that one's on the ground, playable. Story over to Murphy. Good pick. Gets the 3rd out. Diamondbacks able to get on early on a couple walks and a big double by Robbie Ray. Tells the American League where they can shove it. It's now 3-0 Diamondbacks as we head to the bottom of the second.
The second baseman, Brian McMahon.
So due up here for Colorado. Going to be Ryan McMahon, Tony Walters, and the pitcher, Antonio Senzatela. Robbie Ray working quick here. 2 straight strikes to Ryan McMahon after doing the work for himself. Who needs your teammates to get the run support when you can do it your own? 1-2 here to McMahon becomes 2-2. 2 straight strikes followed by 2 straight balls. As that's a swing and a miss. Ryan McMahon goes down on strikes, and now every out that Robbie Ray has recorded has been a strikeout.
Tony Walter.
And no, we've done a little bit of tinkering here with the Rockies lineup, but no one, as far as I know, has really been a Rockies stand to help out and make sure that everything is good to go for the Rocks. We did see Ian Desmond start out the year on a tear. He was batting near the top of the lineup. He was one of those guys that had a over 400 batting average for some time. He was tearing the cover off the ball, getting on base at an insane pace. Came back down to earth like one might expect. Tony Walters here, catching for these Colorado Rockies. 1-2. As that one's in play, and that's going to be just past the glove of Ketel Marte into right field. As the Rockies will record their first hit of the day. Got to start somewhere. So now 1 on, 1 out. As the pitcher Antonio Senzatela is going to show bunt, aggressively hit, Vogt to second, and back to first, not in time. So Senzatela unable to advance the runner. Instead, he will be on the base paths here for the Rockies. It's a well-placed bunt, but just a little bit too hard. Vogt was able to come off the bag and get to it with enough time to beat Walters to the bag at second. So the sacrifice does not work. Still 1 on. Now 2 outs with David Dahl at the plate. David Dahl swinging a good bat for a 9-hole hitter. We've seen the role of the 9-hitter in the National League change the last couple years. Seen it used more as a second leadoff spot. Seen more pitchers moving up to the 8-hole. A lot of younger guys in that 9 spot as well. A little bit more protection than just throwing the weak bats behind him in the lineup. Got the heart of the order coming up. Seen the Diamondbacks do it this year with Andy Young, as that's a swing and a miss. And 5 strikeouts now through 6 outs for Robbie Ray. He is cruising, folks. 3 RBIs, 5 strikeouts for that man right there.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks.
Top of the third, it's going to be the Black Ink Boys here for the Snakes. So Ketel Marte rounded out, a little bit of dribbler in front of the plate early on in this one. Looks at the count now, 1-1 from Senzatela. As he gives that one a ride, that's going to be over Murphy's head and trouble in the cavernous outfield here at Coors Field. As he is going to be safely in there with a double. The third double of the day for the Diamondbacks. Every ball that has been successfully hit into play is gone for a two-bagger. Here's a fun fact for you. So Senzatela, we said, is more of a pitch-to-contact kind of guy. It can be a problem when your home field is this one right here, the lovely Coors Field at altitude with the dimensions in the outfield to match.
Ball.
0-1 to Eduardo Escobar becomes 1-1 as that runs high. Ed was having an otherworldly year early on, as that one could be trouble. Instead, we'll see Desmond retreat back, and at the wall, he makes the catch. Ketel Marte is going to challenge his arm, and he successfully slides into third, advancing on that one. Can't blame him. We saw Ian Desmond botch the dive. It allowed 3 to score on the Robbie Ray double earlier in this game. So first out of the inning is a productive one. As Ketel Marte moves up to third, Peralta takes the first pitch, grounds out to Murphy. At first, toss over is in time. Do not see Marte try to advance on that. I guess they didn't want to see that kind of out, already up by 3. That's the kind of time I do want to see it. I do want to see that aggression. Instead, 2 outs, man at third. And Christian Walker, oh my God, homered last night and again here. The ball is leaping off the bat for the Diamondbacks. Quickly 5-0 as Christian Walker gets number 14 on the year. Diamondbacks have just been doing it here today. Combined 10 total bases, now on just 4 hits. Arizona is putting the spurs here to Senzatela and the Rockies. Want some revenge for that 11-0 win in Game 1.
Now batting, right fielder, Cole Calhoun.
So as Christian Walker teaches us what destroying a baseball is. Now Cole Calhoun steps up into the bag. He doubled and came around to score earlier in this one. First hit of the ball game. As he's going to look at a called strike 2. 1-2. 2 outs. Big swing and a miss. As that's going to be the first strikeout of the day for Senzatela. But a big 2-out blast as Christian Walker takes advantage of the Coors effect, folks. 5-0. Diamondbacks on top, heading now to the bottom of the third.
Leading off for the Rockies, the right fielder, Charlie Blackman.
Lineup's going to flip over here for the Rockies as Charlie Blackman swings at the first thing he sees, foul. 0-1 now. Blackman was the first strikeout victim to Robbie Ray here today. 1 of 5 so far, and in a good spot to be number 6 as well, as Robbie's ahead 0-2.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Inside brings it to 1-2. You heard me express my fears that last time I had to take a game solo, it went 19 innings. Doesn't look like that should be a problem here today. Charlie Blackman goes down swinging, second time today, 6th strikeout of the day for Robbie.
The first baseman, number 9, Daniel.
Work here early. Seen Robbie have a couple rough outings as of late. Don't want to jinx it, but he's looked good so far through just 2 1/3, but been on fire. Speaking of guys that have struggled in the past month or so, we saw Luke Weaver go out there last night for the Snakes and put the team on his back, able to go 7 1/3 scoreless, only allowed a handful of hits, 5 strikeouts, no walks, en route to a 4-0 Diamondbacks win. As that one's going to be off the bat of Murphy, popped out to Ahmed, just into the outfield grass for out number 2. Just jammed him on that up and in fastball there. Reaching back in the well, able to get that one up at 95. Robbie usually closer to 93 on his fastball. Brings up the intimidating Nolan Arenado. But now pitching with a 5-run lead. Maybe we see Ray get a little bit more aggressive towards some of these bats here. Loud walks to Murphy and Arenado so far in this one. Seems to be going after Arenado. Drops a big curveball in the zone. Brings it to 0-2. Quickly 2 outs here in this inning. Could be 3. 50th pitch of the day from Ray is called strike. 7 strikeouts through 9 batters here for Robbie Ray. Ray Day is here, folks. Through 3, Arizona on top, 5-0. How do you want me reminding me to remind you, folks, that everything we do here on Bot Ball is for fun and for charity. Everything we get from your subscriptions, your donations. Right now, the charity we've chosen to donate to is Black Lives Matter. Personally, I know I'll match anything donated during my games. A reasonable amount. I'll just put that disclaimer on there. I'm out of work too, so I know there's some limits to it, but anything donated during my games, I will personally match and send. Not sure if it'll go directly to BLM or if it'll go to one of the charity groups with the same cause and message here in my local Phoenix, Arizona. It'll go to a good cause, and I'll back it up with proof in the Discord as well. Nick Ahmed fouls that off. Stays now at 1-2 from Senzatela. He's at 50 pitches as well. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts over the inning for Senzatela. The Calhoun ended the second on a whiff. Ahmed starting this one off with a whiff. Stephen Vogt now. He walked earlier in the game. Came around to score on that big double by Robbie Ray. Stephen Vogt has been more effective as a pinch hitter late in games, but with Carson Kelly's struggles at the plate, Stephen Vogt's been forced into a little bit more playing time as he swings at that one up on the hands. Not sure what's going on there, but that's now 3 straight strikeouts for Senzatela.
The pitcher, Robbie.
Maybe a little bit too little too late, though. Already 5 earned on his line. That'll bring up the man who opened up the scoring, Robbie Ray. Double over the head of Ian Desmond and left. Drove in 3 in a big 2-out bases loaded situation.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Swinging hard, and I can't blame him. 0-2. Senzatela close to getting out of it, and he does. Senzatela strikes out the side, now struck out the last 4 batters he's faced. Heading now to the bottom of the fourth. Arizona 5, Colorado nothing.
Leading up for the Rockies, the shortstop, Trevor Story.
Here for the Rocks, it's gonna be Story, Desmond, and McMahon. So far in this one, all three of those guys have gone down swinging. Not going to continue that as Ed knocks it down. Toss over to first will be in time. Record a quick first out here in the fourth. Ian Desmond, a man whose gaff out there in left opened up the scoring. Not sure if it was so much of a gaff as it was a lack of range. Something that we've seen out of Desmond as the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Ball. 2-1 now here to Ian Desmond. Two and two. Not going to get another strikeout, but should be an easy out. Calhoun drifts into the gap and is there for the second out.
The batter number 24, second baseman.
Brings up the left-handed Ryan McMahon. Curious to see the left-handed McMahon with three available right-handed infielders here for the Rockies. So it could be just a case of curious splits. We've seen Christian Walker kill it on same-handedness matchups. His righty-on-righty abilities far exceeding those lefty-on-lefty as that one's dribbled up there. And Bob has now done it all. He's made some plays in the field. He's done it with the bat, definitely doing it with his arm. 1-3 goes the last out of the inning. Now we will toss it over to the Diamondbacks for the third time. Marte Parte to lead it off here.
Nope. Ball one, no strike.
So the man who in game one worked extremely effectively in an emergency situation, Chichi Gonzalez, is getting loose out there in the pen for the Rockies.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Saw him come in and pitch 3 2/3 in relief of an injured Herman Marquez. Very effective in his time. Limited the runs from the Diamondbacks as that one's into the gap, but should be playable out there for David Dahl. It will be. Starling Marte flies out to center for the second time here today.
The batter number 4.
Saw Chichi come on, as we said, pitched 3 2/3. Gave up 7 base runners in the form of 7 hits, but the Diamondbacks unable to answer all game. As Colorado easily took that one, as we said, 11-0. Patel Marte puts that one over the head of Ian Desmond. And that is going to be, my God, that is now the 4th double of the game. Patel Marte with number 2 here today. The years start coming and they don't stop coming. The doubles start coming and they don't stop coming here at the cavernous Coors Field. Someone who's going to stop coming, it's going to be the pitches from Antonio Senzatela. His day is done. Get you the line on him in just a moment.
Your attention, please.
It will be Chichi Gonzalez coming out of the pen.
Number 50.
Got hit around 2 days ago, but effective at limiting runs. We'll see what he can do now with 1 out and a man in scoring position here for the Diamondbacks. 1-0 here to Eduardo Escobar. Man in scoring position. Something that Eduardo Escobar has done well with all year. He's been cool the last few weeks or so. Seemed to rebound after getting an off day for the first time, I think, all season.
That's ball 2. 2-1.
He's 0 for 2 today. Capitalize here with Marte at second.
That's ball 3.
He looks at handful of balls. Now 3-1 to Escobar. First base is open. Rounds that one foul of third. Brings it full. Marte takes his lead. Payoff pitch. Another foul ball. So 6 pitches this at bat. He's making him work up there. Another foul ball. Good to see Ed at least getting some pitches out of this guy in relief. You can wear out the long man who's probably expected to go a few innings and toss it over to some of those less effective pieces of the Colorado bullpen. Easy way to tack on some more runs and ensure that this rubber match stays in the Diamondbacks' favor. Rounded out to McMahon at second, 4-3.
Up next for the
Goes the second out.
The left fielder.
But as Ed does the great job of pulling the ball there, that allows Ketel Marte to advance from second to third. So now a man on third. 2 outs here for Peralta, still looking for his first hit. So right now, the final line for Antonio Senzatela. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 base runners. Currently sitting at 5 earned runs as he is responsible for Marte at third. See what Chi-Chi does for the line here. But 4 strikeouts for Senzatela. All coming in a row there in the end of the third and the entirety of the fourth inning. Buddy Black had seen enough by the time he'd given up his 4th double, his 5th extra base hit earlier in this inning. 1-2. Looked at inside. 2-2. Haven't seen Chi-Chi give up a walk here in this series as David Peralta, he knows what Coors Field is all about as well. Doesn't need to put it in play. He can put it over the big scoreboard out and right as David Peralta racks up number 13 on the year. It's RBIs 46 and 47 as the Diamondbacks are getting some revenge for game 1. It is now 7-0 Snakes. That was a moonshot. As soon as that hit the bat, you knew that was gone.
Up next for the Diamondbacks.
So there we go, the final line for Antonio Senzatela, now up to 6 earned runs. As Ketel Marte comes across to score very easily. Christian Walker. He had a big ring-a-ding here early in this one as well. 2-run shot off his bat. Made it 5-0. Nobody on here as he's looking at a 1-2 count. Chi-Chi just looking to get out of this as that one's just off the tip of the bat by Walker. Going to drop in front of Ian Desmond. And Ian Desmond continues to not do the greatest job out there in left. I love to see it personally. Cole Calhoun swings at the first pitch he sees and rips it foul. Calhoun was the first hit of the ball game for the Snakes. First double of many here for the Snakes as well. As that one's hit a mile high. Get it? Coors Field. Popped up to Tom Murphy behind the plate. Excuse me, Tony Walters. Different Rockies catcher. But man, that one was hit a mile high and a mile long. David Peralta extends the lead now. Diamondbacks 7, Rockies nothing. Heidi Watney here to remind us that every time your Arizona Diamondbacks score 5 or more runs, that means tacos. Between the hours of 4 and 6 at your participating Arizona Taco Bells, feel free to purchase a large drink and receive 3 free tacos. As we said, your Diamondbacks scoring 5 at your participating Arizona Taco Bell. Robbie Ray is up there. The first pitch that Tony Walters sees is going to be trouble. Back and going back and not going to get it before it hops over the wall. Tony Walters gets a ground rule double to start off the bottom of the 5th. Been a lot more trouble if that didn't decide to hop the fence in the cavern of Coors Field.
Number 15.
Chi-Chi's day is done, and they will burn the log man on just 2/3 of an innings pitched. Raimel Tapia brought in to pinch hit here with Walters at second and no outs. Just the second hit of the day given up by Robbie Ray. Both of them off the bat of Tony Walters. 0-2 to Tapia goes in the dirt, looked at for ball 1. Be now 1-2 here from Robbie Ray. He's looking for polar pops. Diamondbacks fans know it's just a Chase Field thing, though. Know that 10 strikeouts by your Arizona Diamondbacks gets you those lovely free polar pop coupons leaving the stadium. I've got a few on my fridge if you feel like swinging by sometime. That one's skied in the air off the bat of Tapia. Marte goes out into shallow right to get that one. The former outfielder says, I've had enough of this dirt. Goes after that one. Grabs it for the first out of the inning. David Dahl steps up. He struck out in his only plate appearance so far. Rockies in the best spot they've been in all ball game. Able to get a runner in scoring position with no outs. If history has taught us anything, it's not going to matter. Diamondbacks have been historically good at not allowing runs, well, putting up games like this. One of the best run differentials in the National League. 0-2 to David Dahl. Swing and a miss. He goes down swinging. Second time today, the 8th punch out for Robbie Ray on this blessed Ray Day.
Charlie Blackman.
Dear Lord, I am loving this solo call so much more than some of the other ones I've been forced to deal with. As I'm starting to get a little bit more flashbacks. It was the San Diego Padres not too long ago at lovely Petco Park that the Diamondbacks squared off against for a grueling 19 innings. And following the conclusion of this game, that's where the Diamondbacks are heading, as that one is going to be hit on a loop over there. Nick Ahmed gets it in no man's land, reminding us why he's a Gold Glover. Rockies leave a man in scoring position as we are through 5.
Now pitching for the Rockies, number 29,
Brian Shaw comes in now as Chichi Gonzalez is pinch hit for in the preceding half inning.
The shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
See what Shaw can do here. They go to the righty to face Ahmed, Vogt, and Ray. 7-8-9 for the Diamondbacks. Off the tip of Ahmed's bat, running in is Dahl. There for a quick 1-pitch, 1-out from Shaw out of the pen.
Now batting, catcher
Ahmed
Steven
0 for 3 now.
Vogt.
Stephen Vogt walked and came around in that big Robbie Ray second inning. Struck out as the strikeout parade started for the lovely starter Antonio Senzatela. See Wade Davis getting loose out in the pen. Another part of Jeff Breidich's super pen that he assembled a few years ago. Wade Davis coming off a solid, or an okay year with the Chicago Cubs after getting traded for Jorge Soler following that 2016 World Series victory for the Cubs. Davis spent his time in the closer in 2017 with the Cubs. Yeah, wasn't great, wasn't awful. As 2-2 here to Vogt. 1 away. Swing and a miss. Vogt strikes out for the second time today. Brian Shaw gets his first strikeout.
Now back
2 away now.
The pitcher, Robbie Ray.
But Wade Davis dined after that 2017 season, so he's been here since 2018. Saw Brian Shaw be part of that nasty back end of the bullpen for the Cleveland Indians. Shaw, Miller, and Allen were a threat there at the back end. They were almost unstoppable until we saw the Cubs stop it in 2016. Oh, and 2 is Shaw to the pitcher, Robbie Ray. This is low with a cutter, now 1-2. Robbie Ray, as we said so many times in this one, started out the scoring, making it 3-0 over the head of Ian Desmond. Big double for the Diamondbacks. 1-2. Fouled off by Robbie Ray. Robbie's looked very effective in this one. Definitely has earned this third plate appearance. 1-2 again.
I got the count. 2-2.
Jumps off that one. It's inside. It's 2-2. So Diamondbacks looking to continue this weird streak we've seen here between these two teams. First time that the Rockies came and visited Chase Field this year, just about a week ago. As that one's on the ground, easily scooped up by the black hole of Nolan Arenado. Toss over to Murphy as they go down in order here in the 6th. We head now to the bottom of the 6th, see what Ray can counter with. And Murphy, Arenado, and Story are due up.
Leading off for the Rockies, the first baseman, Daniel Murphy.
So just a week ago, we saw these Colorado Rockies head to Chase Field for the first time in 2020. Scheduling now a little bit wonky now that we've tossed it over to computers instead of doing it by hand. See a lot more of these intra-divisional matchups pushed to later in the year to try to make it more exciting. I can see some of that, but at the same vein, you want to see some of these guys early on and inspire. Remember why you hate the other 4 teams in your division. Daniel Murphy starts it off here with a quick single. As Ray starts off Arenado with a quick strike, 0-1.
Nope, at the ball.
Ball misses. It's now 1-1 to Arenado. So they finally came to town just a week ago. First 2 games were put away easily by the Diamondbacks by a combined score of 8-0. Game 1 was a lovely walk-off by Stephen Vogt. 2-2 now to Nolan Arenado. 0-6-0 went game 2, but we saw the monkey paw curl its grotesque finger as we did see a series full of scoreless games. Unfortunately, game 3 ended in a final score 3-0 Rockies on top as German Marquez threw the first no-hitter of the 2020 season. Nolan Arenado takes that one up the gut as that is now back-to-back hits surrendered. We start off the bottom of the 6th. Robbie Ray starting to lose it here, 3rd time through the order. That's been a pretty common problem for him in the past. Just 4 hits allowed by Robbie so far in this one. Walked a couple guys as well in a interesting first inning. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. Start off the ball game. No outs, men at first and second for Trevor Story as he's in a good spot. He's ahead 2-0. Robbie Ray needs to get back in this one here against a very dangerous hitter in Trevor Story. Story quiet so far in this one. Struck out and grounded out in his 2 appearances. 2-1, big swing and a miss. Robbie's back in it. Tied up now 2-2. Still looking for the first out of the inning.
3-2.
Not going to get it on a lovely waist pitch. Curveball bounces in the dirt. Laid off, brings it now full. 2 on. No out. Story at the plate. Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. That's number 9 here for Robbie Ray. Huge spot. Story, one of the best bats here in the National League so far. And he gets them going swinging for the 2nd time today. Somebody who's already struck out as well, it's Ian Desmond. More known for the lovely defensive miscues he's made in Game 3 today. Double play is in effect as he swings and misses through that one. It's 0-2. Murphy at second, Arenado at first. Neither of them with burner speed by any stretch of the imagination. Something on the ground could be deadly. Ray's pitch count really starting to creep up here. A problem he's always had, especially with The high strikeouts and high walks as he gets number 10.
The batter number 24.
2 outs now, 2 on.
Ryan McMahon.
Robbie Ray with back-to-back strikeouts. Rockies say we'll put 2 on. Robbie says I'll sit 2 down. Brings up Ryan McMahon. Struck out once himself. Dribbled to the pitcher to end the 4th inning. Robbie Ray, though, no stranger to getting yanked early, whether it be to pitch count concerns with a lot of walks and a lot of strikeouts leads to early outings. You also see problems with the long ball at times. Can give up some hard contact. Call that strike 1 now. It's 2-1 to Ryan McMahon. Rockies would hate to strand another runner in scoring position here.
3 balls, 1 strike.
It'll be the 2nd time they've done it with no outs. Rockies still looking to join the runs. 3-1 to McMahon. Misses low. And we are going to see a big decision here from Torey Lovello. Who gets the last out here in bottom 6? Gonna leave it up to Robbie Ray. So Robbie, on a pair of singles and a walk, has juiced the bases. He did strike out 2 guys in between. But now Tony Walters, who's 2 for 2 today, swings a hard bat, and that one's in the gap. Both the outfielders running there, and Starling Marte with a good running catch to keep it scoreless. Team effort all around here for the Diamondbacks. Robbie Ray getting it done on the mound. Everybody got his back in the field. And pretty much everybody's been doing it at the plate as well.
Number 2, Starling.
Somebody who has yet really see much success swinging the bat today is Starling Marte. 0 for 3 here in this one. Couple fly outs to center field. Always can be trouble with the dimensions here at Coors. Now tied up 1-1 as I see what time it is. Top of the 7th means I'm joined by Bop Ball organist Sharks Shavery. What's going on, my man?
Not too much. Enjoying this performance here. A little bit nerve-wracking for a second, but you love to see it. Makes for an exciting game.
Classic Yultzy moment here. Starling Marte is up in the count now. 2-1. Brian Shaw out for his 2nd inning of work. Shaw, not exactly the guy I'd expect to see multiple innings out of. He said former closer. Former late inning guy, at least. I think it was Cody Allen getting most of those saves over there in Cleveland. But now it's full here. The Starling Marte, he's threatening to get on base for the first time today. Been a menace on the base pass when he does get there. 16 stolen bases. See what happens as he fouls off one that could have been bowled for. Ball for, not bowel for. Come on, you got this. Payoff pitch. Saws him off inside again. Could have been, oh, they'll let that drop, and they will not get him and time.
What?
All right. So a weird decision for Brian Shaw to not even bother trying to get there. Instead, he decides to let his teammates 60 feet further away than he was try to make the play, and instead, Starling Marte runs that one out for one of the weirdest infield singles you'll see.
I feel like I would have scored that an error of some sort because that was just weird.
First pitch, Ketel Marte sees. He puts a drive to that one. Chucky is there, just shy of the warning track to put it away out in right field, one away.
The third baseman, Eduardo.
Yeah, no, that's almost defensive indifference or something, man. I don't know. Maybe Shaw didn't want to run all over the mound, or fielder's choice, really. Yeah, fielder's choice to let it drop.
Did they think it was an infield fly? Like what?
I don't know, man. Either way, I'll take it. Starling Marte on the bases generally means pitchers on the mound are a little bit more jumpy. You said Starling Marte with 16 stolen bases puts him at third in the National League. One behind Jonathan VR for second place. And after that, there's a bunch because Trey Turner is handily sitting on top, somewhere around 30. As that one's on the ground, that's tailor-made. Nice little shovel. Goes 4-6 to 3, and Ed is still hitless in this one. I don't care so much. Diamondbacks are still up 7-0. Speaking of 7, it's stretch time. I wish I could give you a giant 2,000 miles away hug because it is beautiful every time you do this, Mark.
Well, you can. It's all... That's the beautiful thing about long-distance hugs. I would as well, and whoa.
That one is botched over the head of Ketel Marte, leaping at second and just past a running Cole Calhoun as Josh Fuentes into pinch hit for Brian Shaw. Comes in and immediately ropes a nice little double out to the gap and right.
Looks like Arizona wants to keep it a little bit interesting right now, up by 7 in the 7th, but I'll let you get back to it, Doug. I hope you have a great rest of your call.
Always appreciate it, my man. This will now be the 3rd inning in a row that the Rockies have been able to put a man on second with no outs. Still looking at a donut in the score column as David Dahl takes the first thing he sees. Long run for Starling Marte. He makes the catch, slamming into the wall. As we're going to see the runner advance from second to third easily on one hit to one of the deepest parts here in Coors Field.
19, Charlie.
So we'll see what the Rockies can do now. We set 3 straight innings, starting off with a man in scoring position. They've moved him up now to third on what's essentially a sacrifice by David Dahl. And one of those eat your Wheaties moments was feet away from being a 2-run shot. Left to settle for a loud out as Charlie Blackmon's up at the plate. Looking at a 2-0 count as Ray eclipses the century mark here today. Came into the inning. Curious decision by Torey Lovello to let him go. So close to 100. Especially now, this is the 4th time through the order for the Rockies. Curious to see they let him stay in after the leadoff double. That would have been it for me personally.
I got 3-1.
3-1 here to Charlie Blackmon, who's been held off the base pass. 2 strikeouts, popped out to deep shortstop, if that's a thing. 3-1 to Blackmon. Jams him. Out there will be Starling Marte. They're going to send the runner from third. No urgency on the throw in as the shutout is broken. Charlie Blackmon lifts one into center. And Bob's day is done, folks. Get you his line in just a quick second here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
So they will turn here to Merrill Kelly. Oh my God, Heidi Watney's got something to say. Definitely string of profanities for sure. Disagree with Tori letting him start off that inning. Could still be looking at a scoreless game, as that is now the first time these two teams have faced each other this year, and both teams have managed to get into the runs column, breaking a streak of 5 straight shutout games between these two. Just wild. Merrill Kelly, first batter he sees is Daniel Murphy. 4-3 goes the second out here in the inning. Excuse me, the third out in the inning. We are now through 7. Colorado able to get one and cut it to a 6-run lead. 7-1, Diamondbacks on top. Jake McGee comes in here for the Colorado Rockies.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks.
Saw him give up the walk-off home run the first time these two teams squared off at Chase Field. Took the loss in a rough 2-0 win for the D-backs. Lefty McGee will be brought in primarily for this, facing David Peralta to start off the 8th. Cole Calhoun will also be up in this inning. Another one of the big lefties for the Diamondbacks. One and one to Peralta. Fouled off. It'll be 1-2 now. Big thing I really wanted to see out of Robbie Ray was him able to go a few innings and keep it out of the bullpen's hands. Had a rough time in game 1 as David Peralta goes down swinging here to start off the 8th inning.
Now batting, the first baseman, Christian Walker.
So final line for Robbie Ray here in this one. 6 2/3 innings pitched. 8 base runners allowed on a combination of 5 hits and 3 walks. 2 of those walks coming in the first inning. 10 big strikeouts. And only the 1 earned run given up on the last batter he faced. Sacrifice fly out of Charlie Blackmon. Christian Walker, a man held silent by lefties, is quickly behind now 0-2 in the count here. Wade Davis still getting loose out there. Now joined by Jairo Diaz. 0-2 pitch to Walker.
Ball, that's in.
Looked at way inside, now 1-2. Attendance right at 24,307. Attendance here in Twitch currently sitting at a smooth 52. Appreciate all of you guys who have stuck by all day, or appreciate you if you just tuned in for this one. Always appreciate not just talking to myself and helping the community that we've helped build here in the ML Bot Ball universe. 1-2 to Walker. Walker gives it a ride, and is that number 2 today? It is. Diamondbacks now take an 8-1 lead as Christian Walker has failed to hit lefties pretty much at all this year. Takes Jake McGee deep as McGee continues to struggle against the Snakes here in 2020. That is not where you want to leave something to a power guy like Walker. Right over the middle of the plate. Belt high, just, oh, gorgeous. Christian Walker now with his second home run of the day.
Calhoun.
Cole Calhoun comes up now. One out, one already across. Really hope they can toss it over to Stephen Vogt before this inning's over. As we know, the first time these two squared off this year ended with a walk-off 2-run shot. Like to see what they can do together. Cole Calhoun swings at that. It's now 0-2. Pitches in the dirt, easily laid off by Calhoun. Calhoun started the season off by taking a lot of walks, had a good on-base percentage, but what followed was a rash of brutal strikeouts. We saw him go 9 straight over 3 games at some point early in May. It was not what you wanted to see. 1-2 is golfed opposite field. Could be trouble if it stays fair. It'll drift into the seats. We'll stay at 1-2. McGee trying to calm down here. Gets him to swing at one above the belt, but it'll be another foul ball. Saw McGee give one up on leaving something high to Walker. Like to see him get it a little bit lower here, as that one is just going to miss. Inside, it'll be 2-2. Big fastball. McGee just trying to keep this one going, as that one's going to be grounded into the shift. Nice little running toss by McMahon will be in time to get Calhoun at the bag.
The shortstop.
Calhoun now drops to 1-4 on the day. 1-4-4, excuse me. So it'll be Nick Ahmed up here with 2 away. In this lovely top of the 8th. One already across. Diamondbacks would like to make it a few more. Teach these Rockies why they're sitting where they're at in the division. And where they're at right now is 13 games back, which is actually good for 3rd in the National League West. Came in to play looking for win number 30. Ahmed puts that one on the ground. Was going to be no contest for Nolan Arenado. Toss will be in time, but Christian Walker with his 2nd moonshot of the day. Beautiful. 8-1 heading out of the bottom of the 8th.
Leading off for the Rockies, the 3rd baseman, Nolan Arenado.
Merrill Kelly stays out there after recording the only out of his outing in 2 pitches. That one's ripped up the gut. Almost gets a piece of Merrill Kelly instead. It'll be Nolan Arenado's 2nd hit of the day, make him 2 for 3. The Rockies were finally able to get one across after 3 innings of getting a man in scoring position with no outs. Able to push him over with 2 sacrifices, 2 balls hit very well to center field. Neither able to cross the wall out there. Doesn't matter. As that one's in the dirt. Good job of Vogt to snag that one. Keep it in front of him. See Yohan Lopez and Andrew Chafin getting loose out there for the D-backs. Diamondbacks don't really have anybody that's really suited for mop-up role. Don't really have anybody with the brutal ERA. As that one's popped up to Stephen Vogt in foul territory for the first out of the inning.
Left fielder, Ian.
Story gonna go hitless in this one. 2 strikeouts. Round out, and that pop-up bring his day to 0-4. Ian Desmond could be on that same path. He's already struck out twice. Flew out to Calhoun and right. Gives that one a ride. But early to that one, as that'll go into the seats. 0-1. Yeah. 0-1 becomes 0-2 as he looks at one cutter high and away. Said coming into play today, the Rockies 29-38, looking for win number 30. Take a miracle to get that here. Blakely fall to 13.5 back in the division. Diamondbacks at 38-29, looking to avoid loss number 30. Two teams have been fairly mirrored all year. Diamondbacks looking to get another game up on the Dodgers as that's looked at for strike 3. First time the Rockies have gone down looking. Excuse me, the second time they've gone down looking today. It's happened a good chunk of times. We saw Robbie Ray fan 10. First strikeout here for Merrill Kelly, make it 11. Rockies going down on strikes today.
Inside ball.
Ryan McMahon has also helped that cause. He went down in the second inning on strikes.
Let's go. Wait for the pitch.
Diamondbacks hit a rough spot at the same time. The Los Angeles Dodgers went on a double-digit winning streak. Diamondbacks spent most of the month of May riding up on top. At one point, I think about 8 games ahead of the Dodgers. Currently coming into play today, 4 games back. Could at least crawl up a half game with a win here, as that's back-to-back strikeouts. Rockies sat down 12 times on strikes today. Heading now to the top of the 9th, Arizona with a commanding lead, 8-1. Buddy Black goes to the double switch here.
These changes for Colorado.
As Wade Davis finally enters the game after warming up for what seems like an eternity. Hit around a lot harder by righties. Batting average almost 350 for right-handed batters against Davis.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the catcher, Stephen Vogt.
Stephen Vogt gets his hacks in here. Fouls that off. It'll be 0-1, so we'll get to avoid the lovely McGee-Vogt rematch here. Really wanted to see that. Kind of disappointed. Vogt struck out twice and walked here.
At the ball.
Way to continue that skid below the Machado line.
One ball.
Big hack at that brings it now to 0-2. Vogt daring down the potential hat trick in 3 straight plate appearances. I'd like to avoid that if all possible. See what happens here. The 1-2 pitch from Davis. Swing and a miss up at one of the letters.
Your attention, please.
Vogt's wearing the hat trick as we are going to see rookie
Number 80.
Seth Beer comes in here to pinch hit.
Beer.
Somewhere in there, he managed to get his first major league hit. Don't remember when that was. I think that may have happened in game 1 of this series. Had to have. He didn't play yesterday. Oh, and 1 here to Beer.
Nope. That's inside.
Beer, another one of those guys with the weird splits. Actually manages to hit lefties better than he does righties. That's why he was called up as part of a platoon with Christian Walker. 1-1 is a big swing and a miss out of Seth. Almost would have rathered see another rookie, Andy Young, come in here to pinch hit. Especially the way that Davis has underperformed in the same-handed matchups. Instead, Beer gets his hacks in. Just 6 plate appearances since getting called up. Jake Lamb saw his time in the major league level end with a trip to Reno. Oh my God, Seth Beer does it! Seth Beer gets his first major league home run. Oh, that's beautiful. One of many, I can only hope. Seth Beer, one of the big names that came over in that Zach Greinke trade at the deadline last year from the Astros. And just like his teammate Andy Young, we have seen some impressive rookie performances here out of these Diamondbacks. Seth Beer, no doubt, clobbered that and put it in the rock pile out in center field. Oh my God. I am a proud Papa, J-Bot. Oh my God, that wasn't even the rock pile. That was a second. Oh my God. That was an upper decker as he gets the silent treatment. And they give it. Seth Beer with his first major league home run.
Now batting, the center fielder.
Diamondbacks now with as many runs as there are innings in this game. It is now 9-1. Rockies on top. Excuse me, Rockies way on bottom. Diamondbacks on top. Starling Marte has gone 1 for 4 here in this one.
That's ball 2.
Don't really care what happens with the rest of this one as long as the Rockies can't manage to get 8 runs in 3 outs. Just like that first inning showdown you hate to see. Oh, 2-0 here to Starling Marte, becomes 3-0. Got his first hit of the ball game. The last time he was up, he could terrorize the base paths yet again here if he could walk. .30 is looked at now, 3-1. So the Diamondbacks get to rally here today. Seth Beer's home run, the 4th home run of the day here for the Diamondbacks. Story coming into this one was how many doubles this team has hit. Instead, it is a rash of home runs that have helped put this Diamondbacks team squarely in the driver's seat. Did finally give up an opposing run to break 5 straight shutout games in matchups between these two teams to start the season.
The batter, number 4, second base.
4th ball is in the dirt. Wade Davis gives up his first walk. 1 Marte at first, 1 Marte at the plate. Patel Marte has gone a smooth 2 for 4. Apparently my mouth couldn't decide between cool and smooth. Coov, 2 for 4 today. Pair of doubles on his line. As that jams him. Nolan's going to get there for an easy second out.
The third baseman, number 5, Eduardo.
Brings up a guy who has not seen success today. Like to see that turn around. It's Eduardo Escobar. 3 ground outs, including a double play ball. And flew out to Desmond in left so far. 0 for 4. Would like to at least turn it to 1 for 5.
0-1.
Starling Marte stands at first. Haven't seen any real concern by any Rockies pitcher today. With Starling over there at first as Ed gives that one a ride. And Desmond's going to go back. There we go. There is the first hit of the ball game for Eduardo Escobar. Coming late. Takes 5 plate appearances to do it, but he does it. And that's another double here for the Diamondbacks. And then now at second and third, Starling Marte held up on that big double by Ed. It's the 14th double of the year for Escobar. Would have loved to see RBI number 52. We'll have to hold off on that. Instead, we'll give the ribby opportunities to Peralta. Round ball, playable by Murphy. 3 unassisted will end the inning. But not before we see history. Seth Beer cranks one into the second deck for his first major league home run. Head now to the bottom of the ninth.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention,
Andrew Chafin
now pitching for the
is going to be tasked with not allowing 8 runs in 3 outs.
Leading up for the Rockies, the catcher, Tony Walter.
Probably the easiest spot to do it here. It'll be 7, 8, 9 due up for the Rockies. Though Tony Walters has been a menace. Through 5 innings, the only 2 hits that Robbie Ray gave up were off the bat of this man right here, Tony Walters. Did fly out to end a possible big 6th inning. Chafin, the former lefty specialist, is about to channel his inner Matt Vasgersian. Has seen his role change with the new pace of play initiatives instituted by the commissioner. As he's ahead 0-2, that one's on the ground. Ahmed to Walker is the first out of the inning here. Outs running out here for Colorado. Not like it was been competitive much of this game at all. Seeing weird things happen in sports, though. You always got to hold out some hope. Though this one has turned into a blowout, I just want to thank everybody that's stuck through it with me. Stuck through what's looking like another Diamondbacks win to take the series here. But after me is going to be Mike A in special effects, taking you away with Bop Ball After Dark as Ketel Marte is going to get there. 4-3 goes the second out of the inning. As Mike seems to be joining me here to take this one away. The last man here, it all rests on David Dahl's shoulders. He's gone 0 for 3 in this one. 3 hits in the series. Hasn't mattered much as 12 runs over the 3-game series only amounts to 1 win. 11 of those runs coming in game 1 in a blowout victory for the Rockies. 11-0 went game 1 last night. 4-0, and here we're looking like, if nothing changes, a 9-1 Arizona victory. David Dahl looks at ball 2. It's 2-1 here from Chafin. Chafin at least getting the lefty-on-lefty matchups from Walters and Dahl. And if it keeps continuing, it'll toss over to Blackman and Murphy. Swing and a miss out of Dahl. Rockies 1 strike away from being put out of their misery here in this one. Pitch from Chafin. A big drive out of David Dahl, but Rockies have not been able to put one over the wall in fair territory today. Diamondbacks done it 4 times Big swing and a miss. And that is in the books, folks. The Diamondbacks have taken the second series of the year against the Colorado Rockies. Final score in Game 3 here today, 9-1.
Doug, a couple of nights ago, I looked back and saw the lamentation of you and Jake on the Snakes. It seems like they've really come back with authority.
No, that's what happens when, maybe we can take an off day. We had, I think, the first simulation of the Diamondbacks season yesterday it was like 2 months since we've done that. Pretty much since, like, the second week of Bot Ball, every Snakes game's been broadcast. So it's kind of wild to see a sim yesterday, but I'll take it if, we can rebound back, get an off day win, and come in here and win by a solid 8 runs. I'll take that.
Everyone just had to let it breathe for a day there.
For the victorious Diamondbacks.
See there, they're going to give player of the game to Christian Walker. 2 home runs on his day, 1 of 4 the Diamondbacks were able to put up. But I think it's that man there and that play there that are really going to earn player of the game for me. Robbie Ray comes up with 2 outs and the bases juiced in a scoreless game in that second inning and hits it right over the head of a running Ian Desmond. Empties him. Robbie Ray's 3rd double on the year and brings him now up to 7 RBI. I will take that out of a pitcher, especially one whose day ends with a final line of 6 2/3 innings pitched, 8 base runners, 10 strikeouts, and just 1 earned run coming on a sacrifice and the last batter he was allowed to face.
Yeah, when you're a pitcher that gets the job done like that on the mound, and to boot, you're the one who kicked off the scoring, I can only imagine Robbie Ray is strutting his way through the dugout right now, or locker room right now, letting everybody know exactly what just happened.
That's the thing about Robbie Ray. He's such a heady guy, If he was allowed to not, if his team didn't get him any offense behind him and he's pitching in a tied game or possibly pitching from behind, we know that Robbie Ray's prone to walks. We see a totally different game out of Robbie Ray. Instead, he's got an easy 3-run lead early on in the ball game, and he can pitch with confidence. And we saw that. He did it all today, man. Swung the bat really well, struck out 10 guys. Not to knock the accomplishments of this man here, Christian Walker, with his 13th and 14th home runs 14th and 15th. Don't want to undersell it. And to knock this man, rookie Seth Beer with his first major league home run.
474? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. That kid can crush dingers, man, and hopefully it's one of many. Don't want to give that kid too much fake confidence coming here at Coors Field. But man, it was just a game for Snake fans everywhere here. I think I've worn myself out, man. I've said what I've needed to say. That'll happen when I'm allowed to talk here 2 hours uninterrupted. But yeah, we got a good one coming up for you guys, right?
We do. Sorry, I'm shooing a toddler off to bed as we speak, but we've got an NL East clash. Top 2 teams in the National League East. It's the Nationals paying a visit to Atlanta. They split the first 2 games in this series. Rubber match coming your way on Bop Ball After Dark.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I know I got dinner waiting for me, so I'll be watching and eating it'll be a good game, folks. Catch myself. Speaking of eating, Adam eating time. There we go. I'll leave it on that. It's eating time, folks. Mike and Special Effects, have fun with it, guys.
Thanks a lot, Doug. Stellar segue, and welcome into Special Effects. How are you doing tonight, Special?
I'm having a fantastic night, and I'm actually glad that we're starting just about on time for Bop Ball After Dark. Last night we were running about an hour behind with the extra innings games. We always love to see exciting Bop Ball games, but at the same time, broadcasters, we're people too. We need to stick to a somewhat routine schedule, so it's nice that I'll at least be able to get to bed around midnight tonight.
Baseball is funny like that. That is what I think makes it such a great game. There's no clock on it. You can't run out the clock if you're up early. everybody's got to play to the last out. But yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. That means that if you are one of the people working the actual game, it can lead to some very weird hours.
Yep, but honestly, like you said, I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, every game isn't over until truly it is over. You know, you can maybe say the other case with most other sports, you know, soccer, football, hockey, basketball. If you get a big lead late, then you can just sit on it. But baseball, you got to finish the game strong.
And if anybody knows anything about it not being over till it's over, it's one of the teams featured tonight, the current National League East leaders, your defending world champion Washington Nationals. They've gotten out to a big start here, leading the Braves by 3.5 games in the NL East. They were a team that was buried. They were left for dead on the side of the road. They were 19-31 through 50 games last season, only to come on strong. They got healthy. They got great in a hurry. I see Garrett there is debating between Expos uniforms. I personally would have gone with the 80s Expos, but that's just me. And don't let me get in your way, Janitor Garrett. But the Nationals definitely know all about the grind of finishing out a season. Braves, same way. They're the two-time defending division champions here in the NL East. So two teams that know how to win, two teams that seem to be in contention to win once again, going at it here tonight on Bop-Ball After Dark.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned before with the Washington Nationals, it's a statistic that gets thrown around all the time, and I hate it being a Tigers fan, but, you know, at around that 50-game mark in the season, the Washington Nationals did have the same record as the Detroit Tigers, and they went in two opposite directions. Nats, obviously the World Series champions, and Tigers at least got the luxury of picking Spencer Torkelson before anyone else could snatch him up last night.
How are you feeling about Torkelson?
You know, I'm just glad that our general manager made the smart move and didn't try to overthink it. If you got a guy sitting right there, you got to just take him. Don't try and outthink everybody. And I'm just glad that we got him. He's a guy that I could definitely see being in the majors, you know, 2021, 2022 even. That's how, you know, great of potential he's got. He could just almost insert right into the lineup.
Yeah, if there's ever a time not to overthink something, it's when you have literally all of the options and you're the only one that gets picked. Just take the best guy. Don't think too hard about it.
Yep, I mean, we've seen it too many times where if you think too much, it doesn't work out in your favor. But Tigers, you know, granted, it's still early on. You can't tell what Torkelson's going to do or what any of these guys are going to do after just one night of not even playing for the teams. But still, we're going to see what goes on in the future. What we can talk about right now is the present Mike Foltynewicz on the mound for the Braves. And he's one of these guys that's, you know, middle of a rotation that will anchor your starting staff. He's a veteran presence, and he's really important to these Atlanta Braves despite, you know, not getting the recognition for it.
Yeah, he's a guy that's kind of fallen in and out of good graces by Atlanta brass and fans alike. He's got the makeup of a frontline starter. Definitely can throw it up in the zone with the heat of the best of them, but he's had some command issues. He's had some issues with giving up big outings. Even spent a little bit of time getting sent back to the minors, but he's back in this rotation. The Braves need him to be good if they are going to not only repeat as a playoff team, but try to get one step further. The Braves, of course, despite winning the NL East the last couple of years, being bounced in the first round of the playoffs in each of those seasons. But Foltynewicz dealing here quickly up 0-2 as the Nationals standing in the throwback Expos uniforms. It'll be Trey Turner leading off. A ton of speed from Turner. 0-2 pitch swung on and missed. Great slider down and out of the zone by Foltynewicz. And one down quickly here in the first.
Very important out to get right there. Trey Turner, easily the best stolen base man in the National League. So it's always important to keep that man off of first base. And, you know, because he can turn a single into a double, turn a double into a triple.
And it'll be Adam Eaton lofting the first pitch he sees out into shallow left. Another easy out there, and two quickly down here for the Nats in the top of the first. That'll bring Juan Soto up to the dish. Foltynewicz rocks and fires inside. 1-0 to Soto. Soto, one of the most dangerous bats in an NL East that is just full of them.
Yeah, I mean, Soto is just one of the great bats in the NL East. We saw Pete Alonso win the Rookie of the Year last year. And then on the opposite side of the diamond, you've got Ronald Acuna Jr. There's lots of great young talent out there in the National League East. And, it's just going to be exciting to see what this division has in store. Not only in the future, but even in the present. We've seen a very close race from the Nats, the Braves, and even the Phillies early on this season.
Foltynewicz pitching judiciously. Runs a count 3-0 to Soto, 4 straight out of the zone. And that'll be the first runner of the day for the Nats. Soto draws the 4-pitch walk. It'll be 1 on with 2 outs here in the first, with Howie Kendrick coming to bat.
Yeah, you never want to walk a guy, but if you do have to walk a guy, you want it to be with 2 outs and the bases empty. So I can understand pitching around Juan Soto, although you got to face a very dangerous bat in Howie Kendrick. Possible NL MVP runner contender so far.
Yeah, he definitely has been on fire. He's been on that torrid stretch ever since the postseason last year. One of the big reasons why the Nats were able to take home the World Series championship. But I agree with you. In the long run of things, I would rather serve up pitches to Howie Kendrick than Juan Soto, if for no other reason than Kendrick, while he can take it out of the park, isn't going to hit it as far as Soto is. Kendrick's going to ground that one to second. Taken by Albies, flips on to Swanson. That'll do it here in the top of the first. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Atlanta about to get their first at-bats of the day. Your score, 0-0.
When we talk about Foltynewicz, one of those guys that's sneaky in the rotation, you got another guy right here, Patrick Corbin, 8-5, 3.69 ERA. Great pickup for the Nationals just a couple seasons ago. And, like I was saying with Mike Foltynewicz, he just anchors that middle of the rotation, has a veteran presence, and will eat up some solid innings for you despite not being the ace on the staff.
I'm not sure if he was the key to that World Series championship, but Patrick Corbin was a fairly big-name free agent signing. He just paled in comparison to some of the names and contracts that were thrown out before the 2019 season. But Corbin ended up being a great cog in what was already an incredible starting rotation for the Nats. He really solidified that, came up big for him down the stretch in the postseason. And, I don't think it's taking away anything to say that he was a big part, maybe a crucial part. Couldn't have gotten it done without him last year.
Yeah, I mean, you say, he's not the key to their success, but maybe he could be like the key ring, keeping all the keys together. That one's lined into center field for a leadoff single.
Great piece of hitting there by Ronald Acuna Jr. And I know I mentioned it at some point last week. I think we had a Braves and Phillies ball cast, but I'll quiz you on it just like I did whoever was broadcasting with me at the time. Has there ever been a more terrifying leadoff hitter than Ronald Acuna Jr.?
I mean, in recent history, not so much.
I think Bo Jackson used to lead off, but
it's definitely something you're seeing a lot more often, putting the better guys in the lineup towards the top, just for the fact that they're going to come out more often. This one's lined out to left field. It's going to be caught by Soto for the first out.
Some good swings here early on Corbin. That one, luckily for the Nationals, finds a glove, but Albies all over that one. That'll bring up Freddie Freeman, another prime candidate to get a good swing on just about anything you can throw up there.
Yeah, I mean, for all the hype that, Howie Kendrick is getting for MVP this season, you got to throw a lot of that hype back at Freddie Freeman. 20 home runs and a very comparable batting average, 333 to 350.
Corbin sets and fires low, and Freeman, for the better part of a decade, he's never been the best player in the National League, so I guess you can't fault him for not having an MVP, but man, every single year he is in the discussion. There's a lot to be said for that.
I mean, and I don't want to say maybe skill set wise, but just in terms of his relative position in the rest of the league, he kind of reminds me of Paul Konerko, maybe from the Chicago White Sox. Big bat, you never wanted to face him, but just never stood out as the best guy in the league. And so, quietly just producing, making some great statistics, and he's going to do great here, ground this one into left.
Yeah, he shoots that one right through the old Tony Gwynn 5.5 hole. The Braves are in business here, 2 on, 1 out here in the first. As Freddie Freeman, all he's ever done is hit ever since he came up. He does it again here, batting well over 300 on the season. That'll put a couple runners on for Marcelo Ozuna as Corbin deals with that nasty slider of his, but that one misses a low and in, 1-0.
Yeah, Ozuna coming back to the National League East. Of course, he spent all those years with this, I almost called them the Cincinnati Marlins. I don't know why I did that, but the Miami Marlins. And he took a gamble on himself, signing that 1-year deal with the Braves. Looks like it's going to pan out for him as he's just putting up outstanding numbers going back into the contract here, out into free agency. And he's got himself a great situation here early on.
Yeah, count to do more damage here. 2-0, 2 runners on, 1 out. He gets a good one to hit, although Corbin taking something off of it, pulling the string there with the changeup. Ozuna fooled by it. 2-1. Corbin back into the stretch. Braves threatening here in the first. 2-1 pitch, another changeup. He backs it up. 1 inside, 1 outside. Swing and a miss on both of them. 2-2 now to Marcelo Ozuna. Corbin sets again. 2-2 fastball runs outside. So Corbin, 2 great changeups to get himself back into this count, but now in danger again. Don't think the runners will be off and going, but definitely a dangerous spot. The payoff pitch, he's got to give something to Ozuna. The 3-2 is swung on and flied out to right field fairly deep, but it's going to be playable. That one is reeled in, and a little strange to see. Thought there might be a tag on the play there, but Adam Eaton with the good throwing arm gets it in quickly, and it'll remain runners on first and second, 2 outs. Good piece of pitching there by Corbin.
Yeah, great job getting out of that jam. Not fully out just yet. There is a question in the Twitch chat I want to just address really quickly, but Eagles42 asking how we choose which games that we're going to show on our broadcast. There's a lot of different combinations that go into that, of course. Which broadcasters are available, which teams do they feel more comfortable calling games for. And then, of course, whatever the fans want to see, we always try and get the good matchups in at least once or twice a week. So, it's all kind of... It's a very tough job to do. I want to thank Mark Colley. He's our scheduling czar, doing a great job of trying to make everyone happy.
So 1-1 count here as Markakis stands in against Corbin. That one's going to be fouled off. And yeah, to reiterate, if you've got a team that you want to see more of, feel free to join the Discord, ask for it. It would help a lot if you are knowledgeable and want to call a game for that team, or if you can bring a lot of people in who all want to see that team. As Corbin with that nasty slider is going to get a swing and a miss from Markakis. That'll do it for the Braves here in the first. So both teams threaten a bit in the first. Atlanta gets 2 hits, but nothing to show for it. We go to the second, nothing here in Atlanta. But yeah, to finish up, it mostly goes on, I guess you could say, interest, or for the people who routinely call the games, their interest. So if you have a team that you really want to see, advocate for them, maybe call a game for them. And the better you do and the more people that you have, the more you're going to see them.
Yeah, I know that's why we see a lot of Mariners games, Tigers games, and Diamondbacks games on this channel, because we got 3 great broadcasters, Brother Beard, Cookie, and Duggo, all, diehard fans of all those teams, and they're just doing a great job volunteering a lot of their time to call those games. And so we're able to, get more of those on, but we still try and get a good mix in. You see here we've got Washington, Atlanta, and we usually try and get everyone in at least once a week.
Foltynewicz here working in the second inning. Rocks fires, and that one's fouled away. Kurt Suzuki standing in the 0-2 count. Is swung on, gets just a piece of it. Count will remain 0-2.
Yeah, good job fouling off these pitches. Very tough on the corners of the strike zone, but getting the bat to the ball.
Fouls off another one. Nationals today wearing the old Expos throwbacks. I think they were great uniforms. Same with the Braves and their Milwaukee Braves throwbacks. As Suzuki fouls another off.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't alive for a great amount of the Expos. And, you know, when I was alive, I was too dumb to understand baseball at that point. But Kurt Suzuki making the Expos proud, lining this one into right field for a base hit.
Batting fifth, the third baseman, Starling Castro.
So yeah, the Expos possibly gone too soon. Always talk of adding more teams to Major League Baseball, and I would think that Montreal might be on the short list of cities to get baseball back. I know that despite the fact that they couldn't get too many people in the seats the last 10 years or so, the people that miss them bad. They would love to have them back.
I mean, they're definitely starving for baseball up in Montreal. And there's a lot of cities around America and North America, for that matter, that would love to have an MLB team. Get a lot of that revenue going in for their city. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, within these next years, I'm sure they're going to try and expand the league. This has popped up. Freeman's going to make the catch in foul territory.
Honestly, I'm just worried about Yuppie. What's he been doing all these years? One of the better mascots in all of baseball.
I'm sorry, which mascot were you referring to?
Sorry, yeah, I shouldn't have thrown
that.
I shouldn't have thrown that to you because you just talked about how the Expos were before your time. But Yuppie, the old Expos mascot, one of the better ones of all time.
I will say I do know Yuppie. I just your microphone cut out just for a second, at least to me. But,
my bad.
Yuppie, definitely a great mascot. Very exciting. Kind of reminds me of the Philly Fanatic, how involved he gets in the ball games.
Ryan Zimmerman up here took 2 quick strikes, but now 1 down in the dirt. And that's going to advance their runner. So the Nationals now with a man on second and just 1 out. As Zimmerman, the grizzled veteran, one of the longest tenured Nationals of all time, finally got himself a ring last season. Now back for at least one more hurrah. So a stalwart of this team as he's going to fly that one out into right, not deep. Markakis under it. He'll field it. Runner not going anywhere, and that'll be 2 down.
Batting it, the center fielder, number 16.
Yeah, Zimmerman has been through a lot of tough seasons with the Washington Nationals. They made the postseason lots of times, in his tenure, but up until last season, they hadn't even advanced a single round. And, of course, the one year that they do finally get past that first round, they make it all the way to the championship and bring home that Commissioner's Trophy.
So that brings up Victor Robles, who swings through a good fastball down in the zone, 0-1. And a lot's been made of the move of Anthony Rendon in free agency to the Angels this past postseason as Foltynewicz ahead 0-2. That really might have been the catalyst for this Washington Nationals World Championship. The fact that Rendon was finally a guy that they could put at third base allowed Zimmerman, who really, quite frankly, got the yips and couldn't play there anymore, to keep his bat in the lineup, play first, and be another integral part of that team that for most of October just didn't see a ball they couldn't hit.
Yep, Tony Two Bags, as a lot of people like to call him, he was very clutch, especially in the World Series. I remember seeing a graphic. I think it was like after the 7th inning, all of his at-bats combined, I think he went 6 for 7, 7 for 8 or something. And all of them were extra base hits. He was huge in clutch situations.
He was always going to make a lot of money last postseason. So that one's fouled back and put away by Flowers. That'll end the inning. Yeah, Rendon was always going to make a lot of money, regardless of who was paying him last postseason. But with what he turned in the playoffs and World Series, he made himself that much more. But no longer part of this game. We're here in the NL East, and we go to the bottom of the second. Still nothing. Braves coming to bat once again.
Yeah, and I'm sure as much as the Nationals miss Anthony Rendon, it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much. They're still maybe not sitting with a comfortable lead in the NL East, but they're atop the division. And they're producing with some of the other guys. This is grounded to third, diving stop, and a little bit of a bobble, but he gets his man over at first for out number one. Kind of helps that you had the catcher running Travis d'Arnaud, but still not an easy play to stick with. And Starlin Castro did a great job.
Yeah, I apologize. I think if I pop out last inning, I said it was Flowers behind the plate, but it was Travis d'Arnaud. He's in, robbed of a hit there. One quickly down here in the bottom of the second. It'll be two quickly down as a sharp line drive is snared by Zimmerman. And that'll be two down here in the second.
Braves don't want us talking about them this inning, it looks like, but we'll try and get a little bit in as we see Dansby Swanson, former first round pick. I believe he went number 1 overall a few years ago, but
he did go number 1 overall. It was actually to the Diamondbacks, and I believe, and the big guy, if he's tuning in, he could fact check me here. I believe he is the first number 1 overall draft pick to be traded within a year of being drafted as the number 1 overall pick. He was originally taken by the Diamondbacks and about a year later shipped over to the Braves, where he's a hometown guy. Grew up in Cobb County, that is where the Braves play now. Used to be about 20 miles away, but right now the Braves Stadium, I can tell you for a fact, because I played baseball against his brother. He played about, 5 miles away from where Truist Park is now. He pops this one into center fairly deep, but no trouble there. It's going to be a clean 1-2-3 inning for Corbin. Down go the Braves in the second. We go to the third. Still nothing here in Atlanta.
You mentioned the big guy last inning. He's our resident trivia master out in the Twitch chat. He actually already did post a trivia question, although it got answered very quickly. But maybe if you guys don't scroll up, you can still get a second crack at it. He's been throwing out these "Who am I" type questions. So I'm a player who's had 10 or more seasons of at least 100 RBIs, and I have 468 career home runs. Who am I? Correct answer was already given by EB from Toronto, but if you want to take a stab at it, answers quite a ways up in the chat.
Man, seeing as how he usually stays team specific and how a guy from Toronto got it, it's got to be an Expo. As Foltynewicz is going to just carve up the first batter of the inning. I believe that was Corbin. It was. He gets a little bit disrespected there. 3 filthy pitches in a row. And it's back to the top of the order for the Nationals. Trey Turner back at the bat. Turner fouls one down the first base line. 0-1. Foltynewicz into the wind. Deals outside, 1-1 to Turner.
Yeah, first time through the order, Folty's doing very well. Only allowing a couple men to reach base and not in the same inning. So he's doing his job limiting the base paths for the Nationals and just trying to keep himself working with quick innings.
Turner's going to smoke this one to left, and that one's going to ride right on out of here. Short porch, short fence, and left is going to allow a line drive by Trey Turner to clear the wall. And just like that, we've got our first run of the ball game. Nats take a 1-0 lead on the one-out line drive home run by Trey Turner.
Yeah, this is very early in this ballpark's history, so it's hard to say statistically whether or not it's a pitcher's or hitter's park. Swing like that, you know, saying it's favoring the hitters. Line drive, like you said, I'd love to see the launch angle on that. I wouldn't say much more than 15, 20 degrees above the horizon, but still had enough juice on it, got it out of here, and the Nats are up 1-0.
Yeah, and as the analytics pour in, it'll be interesting to see how Truist Park plays out. This, I believe, only its 3rd year of existence. Used to be SunTrust, already a name change, but you know, you had the long history of the launching pad at Fulton County Stadium where everything went out, despite it being a big park, as that one's going to be taken care of by Foltynewicz. 1-3, 2 outs here in the 3rd. But you had the launching pad at Fulton County Stadium. It was replaced by Turner Field, which wasn't necessarily bigger, but for whatever reason, it turned into way more of a pitcher's park. And now you've got Truist Park, which I think might be a little bit more cavernous square footage-wise than the other two parks, but it seems to be yielding a good share of home runs here early on in its existence.
Yeah, you know, and it's also going to have to come down to just in general baseball. They've been seeing a lot more home runs in the most recent years, and that's because guys are tending to swing for the fences now and not worrying too much about striking out. And you can see that from a guy like Juan Soto, already down 0-2.
Folty, good slider on the outside corner. Can't get Soto to bite, can't get the call. 1-2. He'll come again with the 1-2 pitch, again low and away. Soto takes 2-2. I blame all the home runs at Truist for trying to get out to the battery out in the right field, I guess beyond the stadium for the Braves. Good nightlife area. Everything's overpriced, but everyone seems to have a fun time as Soto tries to visit the aforementioned battery. Pulls that one a bit foul. Count remains 2-2. That one is a slider that's hung, and Foltynewicz gets away with one there as Soto lines out, but not before the Nationals strike first. Solo home run by Trey Turner puts the Nats on top 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd.
Leading up for the Braves, the pitcher, Mike Foltynewicz.
Corbin facing off against his counterpart, Foltynewicz, who did waste no time swinging and sending one out to center. But an easy out there. Robles under it. And that'll be one down here in the 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, Foltynewicz and Corbin both working very similarly on this ballgame. Corbin looking for his 9th win of the year. That would tie him for the league lead, along with Madison Bumgarner. But, you know, they've been pitching very similarly, both allowing just 2 base runners after 2 innings. And then, you know, unfortunately, my jinx ended up causing that home run from Trey Turner. So we'll see if the Atlanta Braves are able to respond after that.
Yeah, interesting to see 2 pitchers with different styles so effective. Foltynewicz more of a power guy. Corbin, you know, he can run it up there into the low 90s, but nowadays that's not all that impressive for a starter. But Corbin with a great slider, a good changeup, and a pinpoint fastball, as you see there. Or I guess that was a slider picking the outside corner, but able to locate all 3 of those pitches and keep everybody off balance. He can keep even the likes of the Atlanta Braves lineup off balance. There's another slider is going to catch the outside corner. Acuna caught looking, and that's 2 down here in the 3rd.
Yeah, second strikeout for Corbin, and getting Acuna looking is not something that you usually do. He's a great contact hitter, as well as he's got great pop in that bat too. But usually good eye at the plate, just not able to see that one until it was too late.
Yeah, Acuna usually, you can get him to strike out, but usually it's because you fooled him with a breaking pitch or just beat him up in the zone with a fastball. He normally has a great eye, but there, Corbin able to cross him up a bit. But here he's down quickly, 2-0 in the count to Ozzy Albies. Nats lead at 1-0 here in the 3rd as Albies is going to pop that one straight up the chute. Will it be playable? Yes, it will. And Corbin is going to dance right through another inning here. Braves go down in order. We go to the fourth. Washington leads at 1-0. There you see a gorgeous June evening at the newly named Truist Park. Big crowd on hand here in Atlanta. The Braves contending with the Nationals. They're the two-time defending NL East champs. However, it's the Nats with the defending world champion tag on their backs. So the Braves trying to prove something here. Nats have led the NL East throughout much of the early season. The Braves trail by 3.5 games. They've split the first 2 games in this series. So Braves trying to make a statement here on their home field before the teams part ways.
Not off to the best start if they want to do that, because that one's sent over to second. Albies flips onto first for out number 1. And as much as you'd love to win the division and avoid that wild card game that can be very wild, but the Braves, at the very least, they do sit in that second wild card position, although they are being chased by the Arizona Diamondbacks, Philadelphia Phillies. So they don't want to rest on their laurels, but they also don't need to panic just yet. We're still in June, still got a lot of baseball left to play, and like the Nationals showed last year, all you need to do is make the playoffs to win.
Right, and you never know when a streak or a slump is going to hit, so plenty to still consider as Kurt Suzuki now steps in. 1 for 1 on the day. He's going to swing and sky this one to fairly deep left center field. In fact, that's very deep left center field. Suzuki hits one that keeps on carrying. Foltynewicz has surrendered his second solo home run of the day. Suzuki and Turner in consecutive innings. Nats now up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, the right side to take away from this, they are both solo home runs. He's been limiting base runners, with these home runs. But still, you don't like to see a guy give up 2 home runs in as many innings. And, especially the 2 guys that aren't necessarily known for their power. They do have it, hidden away sometimes, Trey Turner and Kurt Suzuki, but they're far from the bats that are making the most noise in this lineup.
Starlin Castro standing in, another guy who isn't a huge power threat, but batting in the cleanup spot as he is. I'm sorry, 6th spot as he is. He definitely has shown the ability to go deep throughout his career. Can't make too many mistakes to him, but there, Foltynewicz blows him away up in the zone. Quickly 0-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count. Come on.
Foltynewicz misses up and away, 1-2.
Yeah, even 1-2 in the count. Like you said, Castro does have that power when he needs it. I wouldn't be looking for that kind of swing. I'd be trying to drive the ball the other way. Just get on base because you don't want to look silly with 2 strikes on you.
Foltynewicz continues to work the fastball up in the zone. He's a power pitcher that can blow just about anyone away, but I agree with you. Castro may be smelling blood in the water. He's got some power. I don't see why Foltynewicz isn't going with that slider low and away. Seems like that would be a lethal pitch here to a free swinger like Castro, but there he misses away. The count's going to run to 3-2.
Well, and like we mentioned very early in this broadcast about, general managers trying to overthink a pick. Foltynewicz looks like he's trying to overthink this at bat. Just nice and easy. Throw it out of the zone where you can't hit it, but, make it tempting. And you don't want it to be that tempting as Castro loops that one foul on a hanging breaking ball.
Might have gotten away with one there, as now he goes down in the zone and Castro again all over it. That one just foul. Miss extra bases by just a foot or so. We'll do it again, 3-2, 1 out here in the 4th. Castro flares that one into right. No problem for Markakis. 2 down.
Now batting, the first baseman, Ryan.
Castro definitely battled back in that count, being down 0-2, took 3 straight balls and then fouled some more off before finally getting out, so that doesn't reflect in the batting average, but I'm sure his teammates appreciate it, getting to see all those pitches from Foltynewicz.
Nope.
definitely taxing the Atlanta starter there. As Ryan Zimmerman steps in, Zimmerman 0 for 1. 1-0 to him is going to miss up and in, 2-0. Folty into the wine. Big swing and a miss. Good fastball up in the zone, 2-1. Foltynewicz working quickly. Zimmerman swings and slaps that one into deep center. That is going to be a great diving catch by Ronald Acuna Jr. Full extension. Sorry, go ahead, Special.
Oh, you just took the words out of my mouth. Full extension, getting that Superman dive out there in left center field, and that'll be a great end to the inning.
So we go to the bottom of the fourth. Nats still up 2-0. And Special, I want to get your thoughts on it. I know you were just talking about how it's still early in the season, but possible playoff matchups and wild card. What are your thoughts on the one-game wild card? Because I feel like I'm in the minority on my thoughts, but I want to see what you think.
I mean, I like it in the sense that it's chaotic. You know, I always love chaos. I always love drama in the playoffs. And so I think the more fair way to do it would definitely be to have a series for those wild card teams. You know, best of 3, but then you're getting the players tired. You're giving a little bit too much rest for those teams in the division series. So I like how it's just one game to determine it all, even though it might not be the best, most fair way to determine winners. As a ground ball for Zimmerman does it himself, retires his opposing number, route number 1.
Yeah, I'm not too far off from you. I like it. I think I like it for different reasons. You know, I get that baseball is something that plays out over time, so you like longer series. However, I always thought there was something weird with, you know, having 3 division champions and 1 wild card, as that one is going to be smoked. But it's going to be a 5-3 put out here. Quickly 2 away. Yeah, I never saw the advantage for winning the division. You know, everybody just kind of started off in the same spot with 3 division winners and 1 wild card. I think that now, you know, there's an advantage for winning your division. If you do that, you know that you don't have to play a one-off game that can determine your season.
You know, and I think it's also, you know, very important that we've introduced the second wild card. You know, a lot of guys might be like, well, you know, why don't we just let everybody into the playoffs and give everybody a chance? Why does the regular season matter? And it's because you've seen teams who are having amazing seasons getting left out of the playoffs because they play in too strong a division. But with that second wild card, you're providing some more leeway. We've already seen it so far in Bopball. Chicago White Sox have the second wild card, and they're better than the New York Yankees and the Oakland Athletics, leading the other 2 divisions. But they're sitting in third, you know, in their own division.
Yeah, I apologize to you for Patrick Corbin and the Nats, who are not respecting our discussion as all, as he worked so quickly through the inning. Can't let us discuss the play-by-play and have a debate here. But Corbin works through the 4th. We go to the 5th, 2-0 Nationals. But, yeah, I'm with you. You know, I like the fact that baseball lets in fewer members to the postseason than any other sport percentage-wise. I think that that's because they play such a long schedule, as Freeman's going to grab that one in foul territory, a quick out here in the 6th. They do not like us discussing anything other than the game.
I mean, if it gets me to bed earlier, you know, I've got a big day
Oh,
tomorrow.
no, God, don't say that. Oh, God.
You know, I retract my statement. We'll see if the Bopball gods are, you know, forgiving tonight.
I've said it to others in my every other day job. I am a professional sports writer, and that is commandment number 1. And you just broke the shit out of it.
Yeah, no, I do apologize. We'll see how the game goes along from this point forward. You know, but at least we'll be able to talk about sports stuff, or maybe not, is that one's lined over to shortstop. Dansby Swanson making the grab right off the dirt for out number 2.
Swanson really coming along. At first it looked like he was going to be iffy. It looked like he might be, don't want to say a failure because he's absolutely a major league quality shortstop and a decent bat, but wasn't quite performing at that number 1 overall draft pick caliber that the Braves traded for. It seemed like they might have rushed him up to the major leagues too early. He slumped hard his first full season in Atlanta, but he's really come on since then. Maybe not quite a leader of this team, but definitely a big part of what's become a very, very formidable Atlanta Braves squad.
Yeah, I mean, they've got... I think Swanson has the raw talent to be a great baseball player in every facet of the game as Turner rips this one foul. But, it just comes down to how much can he develop it, how can the coaching staff work with him to improve his game and get his confidence up where he can be one of those guys that is a marquee player on your team.
Foltynewicz deals that one foul away. We missed his nicest pitch of the night, but now about to deliver number 72 on the night. Trey Turner. A solo shot his last time up, but here Foltynewicz gets the best of him. Rides one right up the ladder. Takes down Turner on strikes, and that'll do it for the Nats here in the 5th. We go to the bottom half. Washington on top, 2-0.
As we check in with Heidi Watney, she's reminding all of us that we're doing this for a great cause. Mike and I, we're not getting paid to do this. We're volunteering our time, even as late as it is here out in the Eastern time zone. But we're trying to raise money. Most of the season we've been doing Meals on Wheels, but lately we've decided we're going to do Charity of the Week, and this week is Black Lives Matter. So, if the advertisements you're watching, all that revenue goes towards BLM. If you subscribe to the channel, we're going to give that money away. And then there's a PayPal link if you want to donate even more. Just scroll down on the Twitch page, and we would greatly appreciate it going to a great cause that is doing some great things, especially in times like we find ourselves in right now.
Yeah, appreciate that, Special. And, I'm sure that based on what we've seen in the Discord here, we don't want to get overly political, but I think it's going beyond political. It's just helping out people that definitely need help. Color be damned. It's people that need help. They've been underrepresented. They need the help, and it is time for people to throw their weight behind.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we won't make this into anything political.
I just did, so I apologize for that.
No worries, but just it's a charity that is doing some great work. A lot of people support it, and if you don't, we're not going to judge you. But that's who we decided that we're gonna support this week. All the money this week is going to them, and keep your eye out for next week. We're gonna maybe have a new charity. Maybe we'll vote on the same one. No decisions have been made just yet. But we're gonna try and mix in as many different charities. Like I said, we've already been going to Meals on Wheels, and there's a lot of people that need your help this season.
Yeah, nothing else. There are plenty of organizations that work very hard year in, year out, 365 per year to help out some of the less fortunate. As Corbin is going to get another strikeout here.
Pulling the string there on Travis Garneau, not known for his bat, but still ice cold to start the ball season. And there's one thing to having a bad start to the season, but now you're in June. There's no excuse for it. You're just having a bad year. You need to turn things around and just make it respectable at this point, not even good.
Yeah, I can definitely confirm that I'm sitting in South Georgia right now. The sun's been down for about 3 hours, and it's still 80 degrees and humid as hell. So there's no excuse for being cold early in the season.
Yep, but Austin Riley, he's going to get himself into a good count already, 2-0.
Nope.
one of the young guys, not really a big name on this team, but he's doing well, so far in this at-bat, so far in the season. Just being an everyday player that can get those reps in and provide consistency rather than, streakiness.
He's going to take a 4-pitch walk. And yeah, as you mentioned, Riley was really a guy brought up last season to be a spark plug, a rookie, power bat that wasn't supposed to lead the team, but that could absolutely provide a big hit here and there. He did it for most of the first month or so up in the big leagues, but then injuries took their toll. He had to be a bigger part of the Braves order and wasn't quite able to do that. The major league pitchers kind of figured him out. He went into a slump, wasn't able to be nearly as big of a threat in the lineup, but maybe now in his second year he's learned a little bit, can continue to grow in his role here in what's already a very imposing Atlanta order.
He's got some great role models to look after, with Ronald Acuna Jr., Freddie Freeman, even Ozzie Albies, as that one's grounded into right field for a base hit. And even some of the veterans on the team, Nick Markakis, a great guy with the bat, doesn't often come up in discussions of greatest of all-time hitters, but he could be a sneaky pick for the 3,000 hit club, if you take a look at his stats. And so just being around those types of guys would be really important, as we're going to see an end to Mike Foltynewicz' day as Ender Inciarte coming into pinch hit. Braves think this is just too big of a situation to let go by.
And I definitely agree with that. This is the time to strike for the Braves. Although I don't know about the lefty-on-lefty matchup, bringing Inciarte in to face the lefty throwing Patrick Corbin. But 2 on here, 1 out, 0-1 count. That one's grounded up the middle, fielded by Corbin, on to second, back to first. They get the speedy Inciarte. Disaster for the Braves as Inciarte comes on as a pinch hitter, only to ground into the 1-4-3 double play. And that's going to send it to the top of the 6th. Nationals still on top, 2-0.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, like you said, it was a big offensive opportunity, but now you take out Foltynewicz and bring in a guy named A.J. Minter. And if you haven't heard that name, there's probably a good reason for that. Not having the best season so far, ERA over 5. But still, he can provide some innings. He's a lefty pitcher facing some of these lefties in the Nationals lineup. So, he's just going to try and do his job, get his team back with the sticks and, try and lead them to a comeback.
You mentioned the lefty-on-lefty matchups, plenty of power lefty bats in the Nationals lineup, and that's probably what makes Minter such a go-to option. Not the best control, but he is a big arm. When he's locating it, it comes in hard, it comes in fast, and it is tough to hit. But as usual for Minter, and the reason why he's one of the first guys out of the pen instead of one of the last guys out, he's behind here, even here at 1-1. And there he floats one across, going with the off-speed, a changeup over 1-2. Eden's going to send that one over to second. Great play by Albies, ranging well to his left. Throwing on to Freeman. And a big first out here in the 6th for the Braves.
Yeah, Albies making that look easy, but he has to run full speed to his right, and he's going to, morph his body against, the momentum that he's going in and throw it onto first base in time to get the out. Adam Eaton doesn't have the wheels he did back in his heyday, but he still is, no slouch on the base paths, so good job getting the first out.
Yeah, great play there, and anytime you see a great play by an infielder, I think that some people just don't appreciate what goes into what makes a great play. Anybody can get to a ball. I mean, if you have some reaction and athleticism, you can get your glove to the ball. But you saw there the body work on the job by Albies there. You have to know who you're dealing with, how fast they are, whether or not you can set their feet there. Albies couldn't. And not only did he have to range far, get a hold of the ball, transition it, but also just flip it onto first without being able to square his shoulders or get his feet under him. That's what really makes those great infield offensive plays. That one's going to be lined to deep center field. It's going to be off the wall. Soto's going to be into second with a double.
Second base.
Well, from great defense to great offense, we see a very fantastic swing out there from Juan Soto. Wrong part of the ballpark if he wants to hit it out, but still great job driving it off the wall. Right back up the middle, you're going to see this swing. Gets his hips involved, gets under the baseball, and he's standing there at second base with an easy double.
Plenty of ballparks where he would still be trotting, but here he finds himself on second with one out, but trying to provide what would be a valuable insurance run for the Nationals. Here in the top of the sixth as Hallie Kendrick stands in. Quick strike from Minter, and it's 0-1 to Kendrick. Minter deals outside 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it would be big for the Nationals to get an insurance run, and they've got the right guy at the plate to do it. 35% of the time with a guy in scoring position, he's getting a hit.
Kendrick fouls that one off, and I agree. As good as Corbin's been, this Braves lineup is very, very dangerous. They can score in bunches, so any chance the Nats have to tack on a run or two more, they need to pounce on it. And there, Minter wondering where that one was. I kind of am too. That looked like a good, high, up and away fastball, but it'll be 2-2. Minter sets at the letters. 2-2 pitch. That one's going to be low. And good block there. Darno gets in front of it. Keeps the runner where he is. Now 3-2. Payoff pitch upcoming by Minter. It's going to be swung on and skied to center. Cunha under it, not very deep. No action on the play. Two down here in the sixth.
Number 28.
Yeah, good job just getting that soft fly out. And, you know, like we like to do periodically, we're going to take a look at the chat. And I've seen some, you know, very good compliments coming for what we're doing here at Bop Ball. And we greatly appreciate it. You know, we're doing it for the fans. If there's anything specifically that you like, you dislike, whether it's just about the entire experience or one of the broadcasters specifically, we do have a feedback link. You know, it's right next to the donate link down in the Twitch stream. And, you know, we want to just make this the best experience that we can for you guys. We know that you're missing some real life baseball, and we're trying to provide, you know, almost the closest thing, next best thing with Bop Ball here.
Appreciate that, Special. You're much better than I am at keeping up on the Twitch stream during all this. But yeah, I reiterate what you just said. Thank you to everybody on the Twitch for watching. We appreciate all of you appreciating us. And yeah, send us your feedback. You can rail on me. I don't care. Do whatever it takes to make us better. Because that one is going to be smoked. It's going to stay fair inside the third base line. Run's going to score. Man, did not think that one was going to be fair off the bat.
Third baseman, Starling.
But it's going to be another run tacked onto the lead for the Nationals, as that one is just absolutely smoked inside the third base line.
Yeah, great job there by Suzuki, just keeping it fair. Probably the best player of the game so far. You know, if we're making our early votes, this one's sort of a looper out into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. But something I want to bring up, you know, about that last play, you know, not something that you usually think of, but great base running there from Soto. Not many guys are going to get that jump off of second base and turn that, you know, into a scoring play. Ball carried him off that short wall out in left field, pretty much right back to the left fielder Ozuna. And, you know, Soto's still got a great jump, able to make it all the way around home and scores the run. Big run for the Nationals.
So 1-0 count here to Zimmerman. That one's going to be swung on and skied to deep left field, but there's going to be room for the play. Ozuna puts it away, but not before the Nationals tack on another run. 1 run here on 2 hits, no errors. 2 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Nationals on top, 3-0. And yeah, Special, I agree. You used to see it more in those cookie-cutter stadiums where you had the little protruding stands out towards the right or left field corners where it could be either a 150-foot hit or a 330-foot hit. You don't see those much anymore, but there it does stick out here at Truist Park. And good anticipation and aggressive base running helping out the Nationals there.
Yeah, and you never know how important that 1 run is going to be, especially with a very dangerous lineup that they have in Atlanta. As this one's skied out to right, Eaton will make the catch. But I mean, old baseball adage, I feel like a broken record saying this over and over on my broadcast, but all it takes is a bloop and a blast. This is a 1-run ball game.
And especially with this Atlanta Braves lineup, and you just saw one guy in Acuna who can take you deep at a moment's notice. And here you've got Albies, nowhere near as big in stature. He's got plenty of power, though. He's got plenty of average. And behind him, the likes of Freddie Freeman. With this Atlanta Braves lineup, you just cannot hide. Granted, the Nationals are the defending World Series champions, but there's also a reason why the Braves have beat out everyone in the NL East, including those Nationals, the last 2 years.
I mean, if it weren't for a complete meltdown, in Games 4 and 5 by the Atlanta Braves, they could have been the ones facing the Nationals in the NLCS, and we could have seen a very different World Series. They were just a couple of pitches away in Game 4 for giving up that walk-off single to Yadier Molina. And then, Game 5 just started out terribly. They couldn't recover from it.
Yeah, as a resident of South Georgia, I could probably make some money just charging Braves haters to text them screenshots I have of the first, 45 minutes of Game 5 of that series.
I got 3 and 2.
Yeah, I'm a college kid, and one of my close friends who lived in my dorm past couple of years, he's a huge Cardinals fan, so I was watching the game with him, and I've not seen him smile bigger than he did that night when he just saw the double digits that the Cardinals put up on the scoreboard in the first inning.
It was tough to watch.
Tough to watch unless you're a Cardinals fan, that is. But
yeah, like anyone who knows baseball knows that that's brutal for anyone to watch other than the team that you're rooting for. But there, Corbin gets another strikeout victim. Way out in front with Albies.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for the fastball. He drops the I wouldn't necessarily call that the deuce, more of a changeup, but still a great breaking ball, changing speeds and fooling the hitter on that one.
This is Corbin working at his best. He really only has 3 pitches, which is tough to get by with as a starter, but at the same time, if you've got all 3 working on the same night, it can make you very effective. He's located the fastball. The slider is always very, very tough off the left-handed Corbin, and that changeup is just disappearing down and out of the zone to the right-handed hitters of the Braves lineup. So he's got out pitches for everyone. And so far that is showing as he carries a shutout here. 2 outs into the 6th. Freddie Freeman up. He's going to miss just low and away here now. 2-1 to the Braves first baseman.
Yeah, and another thing that's a testament to his success so far, just a couple pitches ago was his nicest pitch of the game, number 69. And, that's going to be number 71, grounded over to first. He's through 6 innings on just over 70 pitches. I could see him going 7, 8, maybe even the full 9 if Washington needs him to.
He really could. He is dialed in. I mentioned how he might be maybe the most unsung hero of last year's World Championship team, not because he did anything spectacular in the postseason, but because he's one of those guys that, We mentioned the 19-31 start for the Nationals. He was a guy that stayed healthy and kept him in games throughout the season and racked up plenty of wins along the way. He's just been a very consistent force, and he's carried that into the 2020 season is a big reason why the Nationals are right back on top of the NL East, as he is vying for what would be his 9th win. He's in position for it now, and that would tie him with Bumgarner for the National League lead. As here in the 7th, we're going to start things off with a pop fly out in the shallow left. Ozuna under, and that'll be 1 down.
The pitcher, number 46.
Yeah, well, I mean, they say don't beat a dead horse, but I'm going to do it because we've mentioned this a lot, but Chris Martin, taking a break from his days at Coldplay, pitching for the Atlanta Braves. And from one musical guest to another, we are joined by Shark Shaver in the booth. How you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad. Enjoying the way this game is going so far. Excited to see how it plays out now. How you doing tonight?
Always a good night. Even late night here with Special and Shark in the box. Shark, you got anything special for us, or is it just the old standard?
Well, my air conditioning isn't working right and ate spicy food, so I'm going to play it safe and try to get through the stretch normally.
I just make it a point to accuse you of never doing anything special for my broadcast. So that one's going to be round 3rd. 5-3 put out there. I know it's luck of the draw. I have nothing against you, Shark.
I was going to say, yeah, I'll accuse you of just needing more interesting broadcasts.
Yeah, no, you can.
Ooh, shots fired.
Yeah.
Spicy food and a spicy broadcast. We're going to see a spicy swing right here. Trey Turner lifting it out into the left field bullpen, just creeping over that wall. Got the first run of the ball game. And, Mike, I don't want to necessarily do this to you, but I will say that if we do have to progress farther into the night, I know Shark does have a special song that he might whip out if necessary.
All I'm saying is
100% do.
I'm just saying that I ate a Popeye's spicy chicken sandwich for lunch, and I'm doing just fine, Shark.
I'm just gonna say, would you like me to load up one of my insane stretches right now?
No, what I want you to do is to lull me into a false sense of not expecting much from you, and like 3 broadcasts from now, hit me with something. But you're not going to have any time to do anything fancy here, as we're going to go right into the stretch. Swanson puts it away. We go to the middle of the 7th. Nationals up 3-0. Take it away, Shark. I give you crap for not ever giving me anything special, but at the same time, the 7th inning stretch always special.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And if I heard correctly, I have the green light to surprise you with a wacky one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I will use my best judgment and whip it out at a unexpected time. And
exactly.
For that, I'll leave you to ponder the circumstances that would lead to that. Have a great one, boys.
So, as I get ready for the impending 3rd inning stretch at some point from Shark Shaver, we move into the bottom of the 7th. 3-1 count. That one's going to be fouled off. Count runs full, 3-2. Corbin still in, pitching himself a gem. Deals to Ozuna, and he's going to get Ozuna waving. Good pitch, up and away. His 5th strikeout of the night, and Corbin absolutely dealing.
Yeah, you might see that 5 strikeouts through 6 1/3 and not be too impressed with it, but that's also going to work out in the long run, keeping his pitch count down, getting a lot of quick outs in his counts.
And that's how you do it. Corbin, not a big strikeout guy, is a guy that's known for pitching well into games, and a lot of times it's just getting guys to hit the pitch you want them to hit, because that one's going to be lofted out to left but not deep. And again, a quick out. And that's 2 away here in the 7th. And Corbin just putting on a clinic of exactly what we were talking about. Maybe not blowing guys away, but getting them to swing at pitches that you know they can't do much damage with and letting batters get themselves out.
Yeah, I mean, he'll take those all day, every day when he can get them. He's making these pitches beautifully in difficult places and fooling these Braves hitters, trying to think that they can get some good wood on it.
1-1.
Darno swings through one there, 1-1. Corbin back into the stretch. That's a mistake pitch there, but Darno beats it into the ground. Going to be a quick 4-3 put out, and that'll do it for the Braves here in the 7th. We move to the 8th. Nats on top, 3-0.
We just cross over into a new day here on the East Coast. We're going to see 2, 3, and 4 for the Nationals as Chris Martin's going to get his second inning out of the bullpen. And he did a great job his last time up and doing a great job here getting a one-pitch ground ball to second.
Going to say good night and good morning to the ball community. I know some people like Duggo are probably just digging into dinner way out there on the left coast. He's still got plenty of Thursday to deal with.
Yeah, we show you those starters, both doing great jobs. Just Corbin getting the better of Foltynewicz so far. 7 strong innings, he's still in the ballgame. Folty got removed for a pinch hitter. Even after giving up those 2 runs, he's in line for the loss in front of a home crowd, nearly 40,000.
So Martin here trying to keep things right where they are. Soto's going to send that one into left center. It's going to drop for a base hit. And the Nats are going to have a man on and 1 out here in the 8th. Soto just so dangerous. Basically, and I don't know about you, but to me, looks like just a younger version, maybe even more powerful version of a Freddie Freeman standing up there for the Nats, and looks like he'll be standing there for the next decade or so to come.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the great tools offensively. Dare I say he almost looks Ken Griffey-like in his swing. You know, the ability to not only hit the ball hard, but he can hit it pretty much all over the field. You know, maybe more of a pull hitter, but we saw right there, he can go the opposite way and find holes in the field.
That's kind of what led me to compare him to Freeman, is that Griffey could go just about anywhere, but he was mostly a pull guy. But yeah, Soto and Freeman both seem to be able to take that outside 2 inches off the plate fastball and ride it out to left center just like it's none of their business. Although there, Martin and the Braves are going to get out of this inning with a quick 5-4-3 double play. And that'll end it here. It'll end the threat, but the Nationals still up 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Nationals and Braves don't really want us talking with each other tonight, but you know, it's still been a great game, and it's a little bit disappointing, especially to some people in the chat. Seen a couple comments saying that suggesting we get on some more calls together. I don't know about you, but I'd love to get in the booth with you more often. I just don't know how often our teams are going to meet up.
Yeah, no, it's
in the right field.
It's fine by me. I certainly appreciate the company, and I'll call anybody. I'm a much avowed Phillies fan. I usually call Phillies games, but I'm up for just about anything. And given some circumstances that have gone on since Bop Ball started, I'm mostly only available for these Bop Ball After Dark games unless the Bop Ball community wants to hear a bunch of screaming toddlers throughout the early hours of the day. And if they want to do that, then I'm all up to the afternoon games, but really hard to schedule around the dinner games. I mostly just stay out here on the back porch after everyone's going to sleep.
I mean, I will say I would love